I ran away from all my problems, took a bus to nowhere. It seemed to stop at every junction, as if to say don't go there. But when I close my eyes I see her, and I feel so much pain. So I went to the river to cry. Yes I did, yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry. Yes it was, yes it was. Oh, and I'd always buy her flowers. We'd play cards, read magazines, think
It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's day one of the 2021 Wild Rift C Championship playoffs. The best of the best teams in the Rift are battling it out this whole weekend, and we find out who earns the title Wild Rift C Champion. I'm your host, Mika Fabs, and we've got some RNR on the desk right now. Rafa and Riku, your panelists, here to break down the action for you all. How are you guys feeling about our playoffs? Riku, I bet you're really hyped.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting for sure, especially when we look back at the Summer Super Cup, where it's just really intense. There's a lot of question marks who will be at the very tippity top of our current C champ. So I'm excited. What's going to happen next?
And Rafa, what about you? You hyped?
Does it look like I'm hyped? Let's go! This is the first day of playoffs, baby. We're going to find out who's going to take the crown at the end of this weekend.
Wow, I can't believe you were prepared for that. That was pretty awesome. That's so cool. And of course, if you guys are watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or wherever, let your voices be heard by using the hashtag #CChamps. That's SEA Champs. Send in your best memes. We can find you easier by using that hashtag as well. You can be featured on over here too. And you know, we got some cool memes the last week. Brandon and Omo as Nuno and Willem. Still my favorite. Great wallpaper, by the way. Not saying it's mine, but just saying. Great wallpaper. Great wallpaper.
Right.
Now, of course, let's have a sort of previously on the Wild Rift C Championships. For the group stages, we had some very interesting revelations during the group stages, I believe. We had some teams that we thought would dominate, ended up falling a little off the radar, and we had some teams that we thought, you know what, okay, they got in through the last chance qualifiers, and we didn't expect that they'd actually top our leaderboards. Let's take a look at the highlights from the group stages.
Take it to 50, and now might actually get to see an invitation as to what it exactly looks like. The Fox goes that nice and early, locking him in place, couple that with the chain of corruption, and there's just nowhere to move.
Zombie in the back, we'll be able to find it, and he got dropped immediately. Shiva gives him a little bit more space, but that's a flash, 8 charm, and the rest of Burb United will be able to clean everyone up. SVP, they're all battered and bruised, and with a stun, Kidmon will be able to find one more.
And still undefeated as they blast out of the group stage.
Matsuri, he's looking a little bit bloodthirsty. He might jump back on them. They're on to Noel. Curse of the Sad Mommy, that's the first pick up, but he finds one. Onion King, what an absolute smurf in this game here, Omo.
He really is. Onion King has.
Look at that.
Look at that.
He's just walking in. They don't care. Tidal Wave will set up the charge. They're gonna run right in. The crescendo doesn't stop NBR at all. And in their own base, they show no respect, no face to one team as they move on to the Nexus in 20 minutes.
And
this might be over. Julie is coming up, Aquino is here to the backside, and as BTC Esports has defeated the SSC champ, gets the second game of the series.
It's gonna be tricky.
Land jumps in! What? That kills down CWJ, the supposed Dapper Alliance, and they lost it! Double kill for Divine Esports. They take all of their turns, and Divine is now pulling through. They take everyone away.
Valdes coming in as well. Tipper is now joining in. It's a great boss to find Evil's esports. Collected the first in the mid lane, then looking to take down a second. It's going to be the Con 6. Target the focus. Put your eyes on the Shang. He's going to go down. It's a current call. Call at the time of death. Geek fan won't be able to respond. Evil's esports charging into the base. He's trying to contest this, but Cook is coming in as well. And there's no chance for them to stop this. It's a double kill to take it down. Raven trying to smite it away, but Flash Wolf to come up on top. Now Zora Becky loses his life. It's a quadra kill coming online for Zara.
We took the top 4 teams from each of our groups, and yes, as we mentioned previously, there were some revelations during the group stages. One being one team, and I think Eva's Esports. These were your top 2 teams in the Summer Super Cup. Of course, Rico, you'll remember. But here in the C Championships, they've been overtaken by teams like Divine Esports and Buriram United Esports. Rico, was this something we could have anticipated, especially since you remember their performance from the Summer Super Cup?
Exactly, it feels like this really early big plot twist where we saw a bit of a preview back in the group stages where, you know, Flash Wolves, one team, they were sitting at 4th place, where you were seeing these, I wouldn't call it newcomers, but the new generation where you got Divine Esports showing up, as well as Buriram United from United Esports looking really, really solid. So now there's a lot of big question mark pings in my head on how this playoff is going to go.
Yeah, and you know, bringing up the team graphics right now, the qualified teams, your top 8 for the playoffs. Rafa, when we had our little pre-playoffs discussion and we already started speculating, you know, we have our favorites and we made our own alternative timeline. So I want to know what you think was the craziest outcome from the group stages. What did you not expect from last week?
For me, I know I just got to join in during the latter half of the group stages, but I did not expect Vietnam to come out as the most dominant region so far that we have in the Southeast Asia Championship. EVOS Esports are your Summer C Icon champions, but they came out 3rd in that Group B, and now we are going into playoffs where between Divine and EVOS, one of them has to take an early entrance into the lower bracket in our first series tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be so intense. It is. This first match is gonna be incredible, and it will have very serious consequences into our brackets. Let's actually bring up our brackets right now. I think it's worth noting, of course, that our group stages was a best of 2. Now we are at a best of 5 for our upper bracket, and in our lower bracket we have a best of 3. Rico, how do you think this is gonna affect the teams, especially since we talked about endurance playing a factor? Like, for example, there are some teams that might have performed well in a best of 1 or a best of 2. Now we're dealing with best of 5s and best of 3s. How much do you think the comeback potential is going to matter for the teams that we're facing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very critical, especially, for example, upper bracket, you come from a full 5, long, drawn-out game 5, and then you get eliminated towards the lower bracket. So there's this big, big pressure where you don't have that safety of a BO5 anymore. You're going to have that BO3, especially who's going to catch you? The Taiwan region, one team and Flash Wolves today, which I think is still going to be scary and it's still going to be a very big factor, considering that, again, this region, especially when we look at one team, that's still a very scary team because, again, back in the Summer Super Cup, they're your 2nd finalist on that tournament. So there's just, again, a lot of floating things around the room.
Yeah. I'd be concerned, Riku. I'd be concerned if there are just like way too many floating things around your room. Maybe you should get some kind of a air purifier. You should really get that checked.
I thought you were gonna ask me to call the Ghostbusters. I don't know why.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that. Yes, do call the Ghostbusters indeed. But Rafa, you know, we mentioned the alternative timelines a while ago. Looking at the bracket right now, I want to know what you think could be the most interesting matchup that could potentially come out of the brackets.
Well, I think Riku kind of hit it on the head with the fact that one team, one of your finalists from Summer C Icon Championships, is in the lower bracket right now. If you look at where the upper bracket is right now, Divine Esports and Evos, if you base that result or the upcoming prediction for the matchup from Groups Day 2, where Divine 2-0'd Evos, then we're looking at a Summer C Icon Championships Finals rematch in the first round of the lower bracket. That is so weird to me. Now, I still have faith that Evos Esports can make a run through the lower bracket and at least finish top 4, top 3, perhaps, depending on how Buriram come into this. But for me, I think it's the powerhouse or the storyline of this playoffs bracket is going to be the powerhouses in Vietnam between SBTC and Divine Esports. Both of these teams have come in swinging, pretty much dominating Group B, and I don't know if even the best teams from Group A are going to have a chance against Vietnam.
I love that you kind of thought about what's the plural of powerhouse? It's like powerhouse.
I guess it's just powerhouses in reality.
That's true.
Yeah,
One of them has to fight to retain the crown of Vietnam as they look to maintain that Vietnamese pride going forward in the upper bracket of this playoffs.
Yeah, these inter-region matches are going to be really interesting. Again, since as we saw previously with Divine Esports versus SBTC, these guys know each other so well. Can I present, by the way, what might be the most ridiculous or wildest sort of outcome is if one team gets out, does the whole lower bracket run, and makes it into grand final, and Evos does the upper bracket run, and we have a rematch of the Summer Super Cup. I mean, I know it's super out there. I'm just saying it could be a possibility. It's not probable, but I'm just saying that would probably be my wildest sort of alternative timeline matchup. Rico, what about you? I want to know what could possibly be the craziest for you?
I think the craziest thing for me is that the other alternate timeline where Evos mayhaps would be eliminated early, the Summer Super Cup champions in the lower bracket. I think that is exactly such a crazy thought. Rafa already brought it up that we could see a rematch, not the same as a BO5, but a BO3 scenario, but the Summer Super Cup champions eliminated right away. I think that's a scary thought.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't think that, we'd consider it a possibility, but we'll get into that right now, especially since, check out the first match of the day, Divine Esports versus Evos Esports. It is going to be a bloodfest right from the get-go over here. Divine Esports have been looking oh so good. Evos Esports, yeah, we'll discuss that a little bit later in just a bit. But before that, check out match number 2, Team Secret versus MBR. It is the Philippine region versus the Indonesian region. Team Secret, bit of a wild card over here, which is funny because we started out, introducing MBR Esports as our wild card since we didn't exactly know a lot of information about them. Now that we know MBR style, they tend to sort of brute force themselves against any sort of strategy their opponent might have. And we have Team Secret over here. We're not exactly sure what we're seeing in this match. Wouldn't you agree, Rafa?
Absolutely. And I think the other interesting thing about I know we're getting ahead of ourselves looking at the second series of the day, but Team Secret, going back and reviewing some of the VODs, you have to remember that Trevor from Team Secret not only was one of the first junglers throughout the entire group stages to bust out the Nunu, but also he has a pocket pick Shyvana, which can actually work in the landscape when Lee Sin is off the table, because that's the only jungler that wants to get in your face and wants to look for invades early on. Every other jungler that's kind of meta once the Lee Sin is gone has been things like the Vi, the Riven. We're also looking at not necessarily Xin Zhao, but these are all fighters that don't necessarily get in your face as early on as Lee Sin. And Shyvana was pulled out into a Riven game for Team Secret, and between Trinity Force and this Bruiser build, even though you're building what seems to be a lot of physical damage items that support Shyvana to be able to get into the face of their opponents and just put out a lot of sustained damage, you have to remember that Shyvana also deals a lot of magic damage over time. So you can't necessarily itemize against Shyvana that super well. And I'm no one going on a big Shyvana hype train right now, even though it's more than likely we won't see it in one of our first games between MBR and Team Secret. But on the other hand, for MBR, that's also a team that we didn't expect to to come into this upper bracket as the 3rd seed if it weren't for their tiebreaker run through, I think it was day 3 of groups last week.
That's absolutely right. And yes, I know that match with Team Secret when they brought out that pick, that was a big question mark, but we're just saying, it's out there. It's there. It's possible. It's possible. But let's get into our first match of the playoffs, Divine Esports versus Eva's Esports. Now, okay, Riku, if you had asked me like how this match was going to go at like the top of the fall season, my answer would have been so different. But Divine have made such a great run throughout the play-ins, throughout the group stages. They've actually emerged as favorites coming into this match against Eva's former Summer Super Cup champions. I'm sorry, we keep rubbing it in, but it is true. They hold the crown currently, and right now it's slipping from their grasp. But Rico, I think we have to remember what made Divine Esports really stand out from the play-ins all the way to group stages.
Yeah, exactly. They started off really rough, losing to Boom during the play-ins, but it seemed that they have this ramping up sort of growth coming into this tournament, play-ins, group stages, and I feel like they're just going to get even stronger. And so far, the only bane, it seems like the only weakness that they have so far is, of course, their rivals in their local region, which is SBTC. And when they did face up against EVOS during the group stages, it was an effortless 2-0, it seems, and this roster is just really strong. And when we look at their journey back in the summer season, they landed in 6th place. Coming into the fall season, though, they've made changes to their roster, bringing in Len and Tanex, and after that, boom, it seemed to be such a huge change. They got that 2nd seed, and as well as now they're here having to face EVO as the Summer Super Cup champions. And this team is just so incredibly aggressive. When we look at Len, when we look at Coyote, there's this mirror. There's this mirror where I see Valdez and G4 as well. Coyote, able to play anything, able to play and adjust with what the team needs. And Len is able to create these aggressive early game plays just to snowball potentially. And sometimes even he can do it alone.
Yeah, and Rafa, I know that, you are such a big fan of Len over here, but going over to Eva's Esports, there's a big question here. Rafa, I want to know if you think they're caught up in their own meta, because they seem to default to a certain playstyle and then draft, and they can't seem to break out of it.
The big problem for Evo's Esports right now seems to be G4's not in his usual peak performance. When we saw him just outclassing every single mid laner during the Summer C Icon Championship, the meta was more about control mages or picks that allowed him to roam super aggressively, whether it was the likes of Gallia or Twisted Fate, or being pretty much known for being the best Ziggs in the world, right? But now we go into this meta, it's all about playing Yasuo, it's about playing aggressive bruisers in the mid lane, playing things like Jarvan, or even role swapping the Riven not from the Baron lane or the jungle, but even playing it mid lane as well. And mages kind of suffer into those picks right now. So G4 is kind of run into a champion pool limitation at the moment. Now, if we see that there has been, a couple of days since the last time we saw both Evos and Divine play, if G4 has put in some time to pick up certain champions like the Yasuo or any of the other aggressive fighters in the mid lane, outside of the Ahri pick, then maybe we see a chance for Evos to really take it to Divine in the series. But so far, despite being the 3rd best team from Group B, Evos has just really struggled against the playstyle that both of the Vietnamese teams in Divine and SBTC have brought to the table and demonstrated during Day 4 and Day 2 of groups respectively. And it really comes down to this jungle matchup, because Valdez is probably one of the few junglers that we have that can potentially handle Len, but it really requires a strong matchup through the Baron lane.
Yeah, 100%.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Rafa there. I mean, it's just this big early game that will determine how the entire map is going to play. And we see this common thing in the Venn diagram. Lee Sin is going to definitely enable them to get that early lead, strong level 3 power spike, and as well as having to invade the jungle and basically create pressure to their respective jungler matchup. But also on the other side of the spectrum, sometimes we get to see Valdez in the Jarvan 4, which I think really limits his playmaking abilities to create solo kills, perhaps even. So we'll see. Len would sometimes often fall back into this Kha'Zix, will fall back into the Rengar at certain times. So we'll have to see if Valdez will pull up the Fiora, perhaps, which has been a huge threat even during the Summer Super Cup and has been often banned. But I feel like, that threat has been mitigated a little bit. And, you know, Valdez will have the choice whether or not to bring it early into the competition.
And that's the big story between these two teams, right? It really comes down to the jungle matchup, because where for EVOS Esports, Valdez is important to facilitating a winning mid-game lead so that they can start playing their team fights into their strengths, which is where EVOS Esports and the rest of the Thailand region have really built their name as one of the best team fighting regions. Len is a type of jungler that just wants to get into your face, wants to dive before 2-3 minutes into the game, before you're even level 5, and just drill down this snowball before you even get a chance to stabilize going into the mid game for those objectives. And that's where EVOS has just really struggled. Now, the question is, can Valdez find a pick that is able to neutralize Len's early aggression in the early game? Because if it can, then EVOS can ride into the mid game, all the laners can get out, and then they can just start playing to the strengths. Otherwise, this has just been a tale of where Len just causes absolute collapse and chaos in one of the side lanes, and EVOS just don't have the ability to recuperate after such a disaster in the early game.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of EVO's struggles, by the way, I think we need to bring this point up right now. There is a term, group slump, in a way. Some people would say that EVOS might be in a bit of a slump as well. I personally wouldn't say that slump, because they're not winning, but they're definitely not performing on the level that we expected them to be. And looking at, you know, the graphics that you see on your screen right now, Riku, what are your thoughts on this possible group slump that you see?
Yeah, it's such a worrying trend where they really struggle up against super aggressive teams like, especially from the Vietnam region. We see Divine and SBTC as well. When we look back into their Summer Super Cup stages, it seemed like very effortless. It seemed like they know what to do. It seemed like they were very confident and unshaken at all. But during the group stages run, EVOS felt like, you know, they lost their magic. So I'm curious if now during the playoffs, because the pressure is building, maybe they come back from, well, their group slump.
Hopefully they do. And actually, on the talent side, I was surprised that we all kind of like have lost faith in EVOS Esports quite a bunch. Looking at the panel predictions right now, I do believe we all think that Divine Esports is going to take this one. I took a peek at our sheet, by the way, and Rafa and Riku, you both voted for Divine Esports, but you have very different stories. So Rafa, you think this is going to be a sweep, that Divine Esports is going to take this 3-0, but Riku, you think that EVOS is going to put up a good fight with a 3-2. Care to explain yourselves, guys? I mean, like, how close do you think this is actually going to be? Rafa, you'll start with you.
Just based on what EVOS had to deal with, they took a 0-2 loss against SBTC, and they took a 0-2 loss against Divine. Both of the Vietnamese teams clearly have had a lock and solid read on what EVOS' strengths are, and they've been able to bypass them. They don't even let EVOS get to the point of the game where they are at their peak form, which is that mid game. They're able to rely on those first maybe 2-item power spikes, and then just try to play towards solid team fighting and allowing G4 to find proper flanks and causing chaos in the backline alongside Tipper. But Divine just don't even give you that chance, and I think unless EVOS have had a one hell of a boot camp during the time we've been off broadcasts from our last day of groups, I still think this is just going to be a sweep for Divine.
Well, for me, yeah, 3-2 in favor of Divine still. I think they're incredibly strong. They're very solid. They've been ramping up, but I feel like EVOS really shines in these BO5 series just because of the evolution of the draft and stuff like that. I feel like BO2s are a different scenario, and I feel like BO5s will really bring the strength of EVOS, especially when it comes to the adjustments. So I'm excited. I agree, Rafa. There's just that 10-minute time window where EVOS can possibly bar that early lead against Divine Esports, and I feel like it could possibly be enough.
Maybe. And I decided to hit the middle ground, and I said it was a 3-1. I think EVOS Esports is going to take one game. But I still do think I totally agree with you guys. Divine Esports, just too strong right now. And as we enter our champ select, I'm wondering, how do you guys think EVOS Esports is going to cope up with Divine Esports? What exactly do they have to do? Coming into the bans, of course, in the initial picks. Rafa, what are your thoughts?
Lee Sin priority, baby.
Yes.
Divine is on red side going into this first draft. So if they truly respect Valdez as a jungler, they're going to ban the Lee Sin away. Now, EVOS, there should be no reason for them banning Lee Sin on blue side, so they should let it up to Divine to make that choice. The other big pick that has to come into play is the Renekton and the Riven. We already see the Renekton being banned on blue side because EVOS have to know that if they go for the Lee Sin on this first pick, Divine would have been able to trade for it on the other side of the map. And no, that's not the champion you want. You want Lee Sin. You don't want to give it over to Len.
That means they're confident, or Valdez can first just adjust and see what the matchup is, and then pick Fiora. And now for Divine, removing the Olaf, of course, that's something that a Lee Sin wouldn't want to see. So that means this Lee Sin Riven priority pick over towards red side, this is looking to be incredibly strong already because of that big level 3 power spike of both of these champions, especially towards top side. This is a little bit worrisome so far in the draft for EVOS.
Yeah, was this a big... Is this it? I mean, was this basically sort of like the harbinger, I guess, of EVOS Esports' fate right here? They had that opening.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, something interesting is that EVOS are really prioritizing the Ahri for G4. It has shown to be G4's most successful champion during the group stages here. It went specifically into compositions or teams that want to prioritize a lot of early game aggression going before the first 4 minutes of the game when the Dragon and the Rift Herald spawn, because you can go for some mobile skirmishing as soon as you hit level 5. You have access to Spirit Rush, so you can go for picks, and you're also taking away from Coyote, who is one of the better champions to pair alongside Lee Sin. And Riku, you called it. It looks like we're going to get the Fiora matchup potentially either in the Baron lane for Tipper or for Valdez in the jungle.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I also really like the Senna pick, though, because it basically sort of neutralizes the lane, especially if you pair that up with a Gragas in the jungle. Oh, not in the jungle, in the bottom portion of the map. So this will sort of eliminate a little bit of that kill potential of the Xayah Rakan 2v2, rather than the usual Kai'Sa lane that we love to see for Cat Satan to make during the late stages of the game. But look at this! It's gonna be Coyote on the Fizz! This is gonna be crazy! I can't imagine how this lane is going to go, and this assassin versus assassin matchup is gonna be very, very exciting.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like EVOS Esports, maybe they expected to give the Lee Sin up. Maybe they have something planned over here. Maybe they preferred this draft. Perhaps they're gonna go and target that Lee Sin in the future matches. But right off the bat, I have a bad feeling about this. Divine Esports, it looks like they're just like, okay, we're just gonna do what we do best, which is pretty much, you know, Wild Rift. And EVOS Esports right now, again, they seem to be back to sort of like, you know, a default style, a very predictable one at that. I don't know about you guys. I don't have a good feeling about this on the side of EVOS Esports. And Divine Esports, though, this looks like this could be a great first game.
So for the side of EVOS Esports, the last time they ran this Fiora jungle was against Alliance, and Alliance were running kind of the Goon Squad Avengers squad composition, where they had a bunch of globals trying to just gank one side of the lane, but then Valdez got a lot of farm. The EVOS are banking that Divine are not going to create enough chaos and aggression that by the time they get to the mid game, Fiora will be scaled up. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Divine's going to end the game before Fiora comes online.
We're gonna see if Valdez indeed has that chance as we enter Game 1 between EVOS Esports and Divine Esports. Casters, take us into the Rift.
Well, thank you very much, Mika. We're going into EVOS Esports versus Divine Esports, the battle of the esports, Omo. We're looking to see how these two play it out. Coyote's brought out the Fizz. He's bringing us a treat. It's day 1 of the playoffs. What better way to start things off?
I'll be very honest with you here, Grandin. While everyone is so afraid of Coyote's Fizz, it has been a bit underwhelming for me so far, so hopefully it's a treat for his team and not for EVOS Esports, as we're gonna see him just go aggressive from the get-go.
Yeah, so maybe here to show us a different performance, but
Hopefully.
at the same time, we've also been wondering how G4 has been performing in the context of this competition. We've been a little bit underwhelmed of G4's performance overall, especially considering how good he was in the summer season, going into the Seed Champs, it feels like he's not had that same response.
Yeah, definitely, right? And I think the Des touched on this a bit. I think TJ was the first one to bring it up. GeForce champion pool has been a little bit of an issue for him. Take a look at this, though.
And to start things
Solo
off,
bolo.
Connex against Tipper forces the flash away from the ribbon, but that's about it.
Nearly a solo volo, has to flash away, that's always a good start. Tipper only has to expand barrier, and he's gonna be in full control here. I jinxed
Oh
that.
my goodness, they're turning things around.
Cast is
Flash
good.
for flash, and both summoners expanded from both sides, but I think Tipper's gonna come back a little bit stronger.
We have Tipper against Hunax up here. Action in the bot lane as well.
I wouldn't call it quite that much action. It's a trades and exchange, but they're gonna back off.
A bit underwhelmed, right? I kind of expected, given that it's a Vietnamese team, that they wouldn't use the second charge of Battle Dance to back off, and you would just keep going. But he does indeed. Keep in mind, this is a winner's bracket first match here. If you lose this one, you do drop to the lower bracket. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but you play against one team.
That is correct. The loser of this match will go up against one team, and well, that is going to be a tough opponent in the lower bracket. But to be fair, one team has been struggling as well, so pretty decent chance overall, I think.
I'm gonna be honest with you here. Yeah, one team has been struggling, but I still would not want to face them in an elimination match. And we see Veldis, he's just going to every lane, just helping them push it out. He's getting farm as well in the process, getting gold, getting experience, while helping his laners get optimal reset timings. So doing a lot across the board, while Lan, he is just trying to power farm up on this Lee Sin. We've seen what these Vietnamese junglers can do when they scale on Lee Sin. We don't typically think of it as a late game pick, but these guys, they will prove you wrong, right?
We've seen quite an interesting uptake with Len and Veldis, you know, going into this jungle match. Veldis has gone into the lane, soaked out a bit more EXP, so he's a little bit ahead of the curve up against Len. And this is interesting because generally Fiora is not thought of as a jungler, but we've been seeing it rise in the jungle position, especially with teams from the Thai region. So hope we get to see more of this and how this one's going to play it out and impact things. Dragon will come up in the next minute or so, so I'm quite curious how this is going to play out as G4. She's just going to dash away.
Yeah, G4 just gonna get out of dodge there. He's gonna be fine. And I think that if we want to talk about G4, right, I think that what you were talking about just now was pretty accurate, where you have to keep in mind what G4's champion pool has been like, what G4's problems have been the split, right? When we talk about him in Summer Cup, our analysts touch on this as well. What was so good for G4 back then? He could play roamers, he could go all over the map and do a bunch across the map, influence his top lane, that's the big one. He can play TF, pot on top of Veldis when he's going in aggressive. So many things were just working well, were just going right for the side of EVOS. Now with a bit of a meta change, it's gonna be a bit harder for him, and I think that Ahri, this pick will be a great solution to the issue of G4 not being able to influence the map.
Of course, we have seen G4 play that Ahri before. It has had a couple of appearances in the Seed Championships. We'll look to see if he can manage to improve its win rate or improve its performance throughout this competition. Pulling out against Divine Esports, I mean, frankly, you have to have some level of confidence if you're willing to play in this kind of matchup. So let's see what they want to get done. Veldis is going to reset just before the dragon respawns. It seems Evos is going to make their way towards the Mountain Drake instead of the Rift Tower. We've seen some priority from both sides before, placed in different areas.
Yeah, both of these teams, they are gonna be walking into setup right now.
But it seems like Divine Esports are the first to get into the pit. Here we have it. Evos Esports, they're right around the corner. Rich used his ultimate just a few moments earlier, so won't have that going into this dragon fight. But Divine Esports, well, they're taking their time. They're going to start this one slow. They're actually going to back away. Give Evos Esports control around the dragon.
Yeah, this is due to the setup differences on
This is it.
Katsatan.
They're getting collapsed on. They're jumping on the Cat in first. Nice shot. The water finds a decent amount of damage. They're going into the back line, looking to take them down.
That's one.
This is that Lee Sin pick they were talking about. They
That's
take down
two.
Rich, take down Cat Satan, and Coyote's still alive. How can you feel underperformance from this Fizz where he's making things look so good, Omo?
Well, I have to be honest with you here. I don't know why Katsatan was in front of everyone, face tanking the fish. You have a Fiora who can use the repulse. You have a Gragas who's relatively tanky, but it's Senna who catches the fish. That's just wrong, right? That's like you go fishing and right from the get-go you catch the biggest, most expensive fish you could get. Something clearly is wrong in the setup there for EVOS.
I think that this team, even though they got the mid priority first, even though they got into River first, too many things were wrong in terms of setup, in terms of who positions where, and it seems like a misunderstanding of their roles. Tipper, he's trying his best here to defend this turret, but 1-on-3, he might have to give it up.
And he's gonna watch out against this. Dawning Shadow
A bit
comes
early,
across
yeah.
and get healed up as well. Here we have it, a knocker coming through from Quay. A little bit more damage from Len's gonna find it. A flash forward from Hope as they take down the Darius in the bomb side, but Evo's Esports gonna trade in the opposite lane.
They lose the kill, they lose their Baron laner, but they get the first turret thanks to the Rift Herald. That's gonna be a bit upsetting for them though, I think, because they... Well, I was gonna say they're still gonna lose this bot side turret, but look at the rotations from EVOS. This is really good stuff. G4 uses his ability to fast push mid lane as an Ahri with the Orb of Deceptions, gets the reset in, comes down bot lane to catch this wave, while his dragon lanes rotate to the mid lane, catch the waves there, and then you have Tipper going up to the Baron lane, and everything has evened out. You get the 1-3-1 setup that EVOS were looking for, and this comes down to good usage of their mid priority. Though you gotta keep in mind, they are a little bit behind in gold. They got the first turret, but they lost the kills. They lost the dragon to Divine. So I think Divine, they're still happy about how this game is going.
And a big part of this as well is the gold's been funneled into the right players from Divine Esports, whereas Evos has had to share and kind of split that localized gold in that first turret. They're looking to maybe take Coyote out here, but he's going to be able to dash away. I mean, it is a Fizz.
It is a Fizz. This was a bit of
Rabadon's
ambitious.
first item Fizz.
Very ambitious play, I would say. I don't really know what the idea behind that was, but it's fine. You know, they need to send Coyote a message that, you know what? You don't get to do this for free, but I think he does, Grandin. Look at his items right now. Death Cap, close to the Lich Bane. He's 1,000 gold up on Ahri. And keep in mind that this is a counter pick. If you throw the Charm the Waters on him, he needs to Spirit Rush away. He needs to use multiple charges to get away from you. And once that is down, you know what's happening the next time you get on top of him.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to jump on you. It's the Predator.
Oh,
It's
he
a small
is.
fish, but has a big bite.
I was trying to think of something about like a big fish in a small pond or something like that, but it really doesn't apply here. He's a big fish in an even bigger pond, and he's looking to eat up EVOS Esports right now. If you look at the solo lanes across the board, Tan X, he's huge as well. Both of the solo laners on Divine, 6,000 plus gold, while EVOS, their solo laners are barely scraping 5,000 gold. It's not looking like a great start for EVOS right now. If the 1-3-1 comes true for Divine, I doubt there's going to be an answer. And teamfight setups, it's going to be so difficult. Katsatan is not going to get away in.
But I love how aware Evo's Esports were to not overextend the bottom side, especially when they didn't have information. They made sure that Rich and Katsina were far enough away from the turret that they couldn't get dove by Divine Esports. It's a very smart play, and they're very aware of what they're doing. Len's going to make his way to the top end, but they're not going to be able to find much more done. Just take the turret and get out.
You know what I rarely say when we talk about Divine? Something that we have touched on before is when the situation calls for it, they really can be disciplined. And that's exactly what we're seeing from them right now. They feel no need to force. When Coyote was taking the bot side turret, hold that thought.
Oh, they're looking to force onto this one though. Coyote's going to face off against the Grand Challenge. Velda's coming in, collapsing in. G4 dashes back in the Spirit Rush for the confirmed kill. Now, maybe looking to force a flash away from Katsina. Tipper's going to be in the way, blocking Divine.
They got the kill on Coyote, but look at the ultimate statuses right now. 15 seconds on the Dragon. Coyote will be back a little bit late, but EVOS have no ultimates. They cannot contest this.
Well, there we have it. Divine Esports were able to grab quite a number of key ultimates away from Evo's Esports.
Quite a number. That's like 4 out of 5.
That's 4 out of 5. I mean, that's a big number.
It's quite the number. I have to agree
almost.
with you there.
I don't know how to go past this. Right here we have it. Evo's Esports
wanna fight
trying to
this.
collapse back in. They go into the midst first, trying to get some information, trying to maybe pull this one away, but have it. Once again, Quay finds a beautiful engage. It looks like deja vu because I'm seeing the same fight break out from the start to finish. Len comes across with a massive amount of damage with the Dragon's Rage. Tan X still forces Evo's Esports away. They're watching for the Dragon, the Chan the Waters, the Guppy gonna come up, gonna grab onto Rich. Maybe a little bit more damage might find it, but Evo's Esports huddled together, and Divine has such a difficult way breaking in.
Well, we say that, but look at Tan X right now. Oh, goodness, that is
no,
so cheeky.
They find him there. Tan X dodges away from the charm, and they get the, well, they're picking up the Dragon. They get it now.
Yeah, and honestly, Divine Esports, they are one step ahead. They're playing it one step better. They're so aggressive, and they want more.
and once again looking for this dive. I mean, Rich is coming back in with the ultimate, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Dawning Shadow comes across.
Coyote.
Take down Coyote. He's back on the gray
no.
screen. The 2 kills that Evos have found have both been on the Fizz, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough because Divine Esports jump back in. They wait for the cross to come across. Len's going to get caught out, turns golden, but still falls as he tries to dash away. Eventually goes down. Tunnec cannot save him.
And Divine, they want more, and there's no such thing as enough. They're just gonna keep going. They got the kills, they got the dragon, and they want to go for a redive, but they took too long because they already took the dragons, reset timers, respawn timers. They were all coming back up for EVOS, and honestly, a bit of over-aggression there for Divine. I knew I shouldn't have started talking about how they can play discipline when they need to, because that's their cue to go wild out, to go crazy and try to really outplay EVOS, like we've been seeing in most of these dragon fights. And honestly, Quer, he's been a very instrumental part of that. He's been finding consistently multi-man engages onto the backline of EVOS, and this has been just an insane teamfight performance from Divine. Nothing ridiculous in lane. They're not solo killing you 30 times before laning phase ends. They're just coming to teamfights, setting up well, getting on you, getting the right execution in, and killing your entire team. Great stuff from Divine to start things off.
As expected, you wouldn't expect Divine Esports to solo kill their opponents all so much. I mean, this is still a very strong opponent with Evos, but the fact is they are able to team fight so well. And like I mentioned earlier, it looks like deja vu. It's the same fight at the same spot. It's Quay jumping into the back and drawing so much attention to himself, while the rest of his team is able to offload their damage. And now that Tunnec is frankly becoming stronger and stronger. He's 2 items deep, Omo. He's 2 items deep, plus his boots enchantment is completed. He's just looking like a menace, especially as they start playing around these neutral objectives. Well, here we have it once again. Evos Esports trying to take some control around the neutral objective. They know if they step off Baron, Divine will steal it.
Take a look at where Tipper is standing right now. He has to constantly wander between the dragon lane as well as where his team is. He doesn't dare to walk out. He needs to wait for the wave to come in before he catches it. He knows if he walks into Tunnec, he is going to die. So he's trying to find ways to help his team. But it looks like Divine, they might want to dive this right now.
They're watching, they're looking for G4 perhaps,
they're
they're not staying top of ward, so Evos don't have quite much information. But Divine will back off. Maybe just go back to the Baron lane, try and clear out the waves, try and set up for the Baron when it's available. But Evos Esports, I mean, I'm feeling the tension for them, Omo. I'm not even playing this game, but I'm feeling the tension because they are trying their best to just hold on here. They find a charm, maybe this is the call for action as they try and jump on to hope, but won't be able to find much more damage down. G4 is going to go golden as they look to take down Tunnec. He's going to have to go to stasis himself, dodges away from the charm, but won't be able to survive as they come in with Tipper leading the fray, leading Evos Esports into Divine as they take down 3, and now somehow Evos Esports come ahead in this fight.
I'll tell you how, Grandin. They once again dive too deep. Completely unnecessary. Charm, it's a non-committal form of engage. Cask, it's a non-committal form of engage. Evos, they are fishing and they get out when they need to. Now they're making mistakes on the side of Divine, and Evos, they're using their catch com, they're using their non-committal pick to just catch them one after another.
And they're onto the inhibitor turret right now. Len has to do the best that he can to try and prevent this, but it's going to go down either way. Tunnec's coming back alive soon. Evos Esports find an ace and break open the mid lane.
And what's going wrong here for Divine, Grandin? What did we say they needed to do? They needed to 1-3-1. EVOS have no answers to that. They keep trying to force a mid lane is the problem. They keep trying to dive. They keep trying to accelerate their leads. Look at this from EVOS right now. They go for non-committal engages, and that's it. The fight is over. It's done. Divine, they're out. They trade 1-for-1 on the alties. You can go back to sidelining. But the problem is they want more. Coyote, something we missed early on is he missed his flash. He whiffed it in the wrong direction when trying to flash over the wall. Missed completely all of his spells. Like I said, underwhelming Fizz performances. He had a great first fight, but other than that, I think it just encourages them to be a bit too aggressive, and that's very punishing here for Divine. Now I can tell you, this 5v5 for the Dragon, Grandin, this one is going to spell out the game.
Well, Evos Esports are the first to get back into the pit. Divine are watching out for this, but look at Hope One. He's far away. He still has to deal with the super minion waves, and Evos Esports in this time is going to start the Dragon. Looking like they might be the one to pick it up first. Yeah, Zion's going to start rotating over first. Coyote is once again looking for this angle to maybe catch Katsei.
This is so good for EVOS because of the super creeps, because Veldus is always the one in front pressuring the waves. Divine know that if we ever commit to the river, EVOS, they're going to run it into our base, and Veldos is going to track them to end. So they make the right call. They say, we cannot contest this. We have to give it up. We're going to farm up. We're going to regain our gold lead, and we're going to look for the fight another day. But my question is, Grandin, is another day going to come too late? Veldos has hit level 13. He's going to be scary on this Fiora. Picked up a triple in the last fight. We said how Divine, there was no answers to their split push. But now with the items in the pocket of Veldos, 3 completed items, he's the biggest in the game. Bar Tan X, bar Coyote, and I think he can definitely take them on because he is a Fiora. So things are looking a little bit iffy here for Divine.
You look at Evils, look at Divine. Gold right now looks about even, but what Evils have is a clear track into the Nexus, into the base of Divine. One misstep, one slip up from Divine means Evils Esports will walk in and take the Nexus. So if you get aced here, this is disaster for Divine Esports.
Yep.
It's such a bad spot from the be in, and the waves are constantly crashing into Divine Esports side. Even right now, you take a look in the mid lane, that Super Minion is gonna make the wave push back towards Divine, and they constantly have to be on alert for it.
And honestly, Gaminism, if you look at how the game state was 5 minutes ago, you cannot tell me that Divine did not completely throw this game away. They had it in their pockets. EVOS, they could not answer side waves. They had to be careful checking River, and now look at them. Now the world is their oyster, and Divine, they're the ones that have to play on the back foot. For Tan X to even touch the bottom wave now, Lan has to be there covering him. Things are looking so difficult for Divine, and they might not be the fastest Baron takers on the side of EVOS, but they definitely have some damage with the Fiora. So you need to be very careful on Divine's side.
You know what, Omo? I'm just gonna keep running with my same theory. The Vietnamese region teams always have to drop the first game of the day because that's they need to get the jitters out. They need to get the solo queue out of them.
Yep.
And from that point on,
they need to have
games
some
2 to
fun.
4.
Let's rephrase that. They
It's
need
a
to have
3-0.
their fun at the start of the day. Get it out their system. Get some happy games in, and then they're ready to serious it up. Because if you look at how the first 2 dragons were set up, it was picture perfect from Divide, and then they decided, you know what? We're getting a little bit bored. Let's go dive some turrets.
Absolutely, and they had some good fun moments in that, but would cost Divine a
this.
lot of tempo
Yeah.
here as Evil's Esports
Full
has managed
control.
to crawl their way back in, but now
we're
they're
gonna fight
trapped
here.
in the jungle, they're moving together as a 5-man
No!
unit. Coyote misses out on the chant of water. This could be disaster. Divine
they
Esports
want
is
it?
back away, but Quay is still gonna go for the engage anyway. They get the cask off in the back, blocks some of the damage from Divine Esports. They're still chasing after Valda's gonna run in onto Len, but he has Guardian
This could
Angel.
be
That's
Baron.
gonna take him down. Evil's going to go back on the Baron instead.
This is the Baron angle, and they take it so fast. If they have 5 on the Baron, they're not going to make it back here in time. Lan has smite, but
They're
he's
running it back.
nowhere to be found.
5,000 left on the Baron. Tan X going to jump over the pit, get into the wall. Coyote
Coyote?
as well to play for Strixler. Maybe trying to take them one down, but it's unfortunate. Divine Esports won't be able to find it, but they steal it away anyway. It's down to Coyote. The grab, the Baron, play for Strixler. Flash doesn't matter. We'll forgive you for that one. Divine, steal it away.
Divine, they steal it away, but they lose 3. 40 seconds on the death timers. Do EVOS want to run it down here? I think they can get rendered.
They're going to run it down. It's 30 seconds left on the death timers.
They're
It's
not gonna
only
make
the
it.
support in the jungle. There's no way that Divine Esports can prevent this. Evil's Esports might have lost the Baron, but they're still looking for the game. Moving on to the Nexus, flashing forward, gets the upper hand, pulls in 2. And Divine Esports find the charm onto Len, onto the Nexus. There's nothing left. Evil's Esports find the first game win.
And there was nothing we could say there except that Divine, they had the game in their hands, but they threw it away, Grandin. That has got to be a heartbreaking game for them. Look at the side of EVOS. Loss from Rich, sighs of relief across the board. They're probably saying something along the lines of, I can't believe we won that. How did we win that game? And a lot of that came down to that mid-team fight. You know what? I'll even say all of it came down to that mid-team fight. Mistakes from Divine were so well punished from EVOS, and they really did deserve the win. They pulled out ahead, understood how they need to play the 5v5s, how they need to set up with their team composition. At the end of the day, Divine, they're going to be reeling from that one.
Absolutely. It seemed like it was Divine Esports' game to lose, and maybe your theory is correct that Coyote's Fizz is underwhelming because
What can I say?
in that final fight, it seemed like that was a moment for them to get a great flank angle, but they lacked vision, so I can't entirely blame him. But even going into the pit, maybe if he had survived out of the Baron pit, he would have been able to hold on to the game.
Something we need to look out for. Hope 1 on that Zaya flashed into the pit. He saw his teammates go in and he said, you know what, boys? We're full sending it. Let's go.
We're all going it. All right.
Team
Well,
play.
with that being said, though, we're going to go into a quick little break. We're going to catch our breath because what a series starter we have. A Baron steal to kick things off. When we come back, Evil's Esports take the lead 1-0.
you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
I ran away from all my problems. Took a bus to nowhere. It seemed to stop at every junction, as if to say don't go there. But when I close my eyes I see her, and I feel so much pain. So I went to the river to cry. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry. Yes it was. Yes it was. Oh, and I'd always buy her flowers. We'd play cards, read magazines. Thinking back now, it's like she has special powers. She put a spell on me. When I close my eyes, I see her. I feel so much pain. Yeah. I had to run to somewhere to wash it all away. So I went to the river to cry. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry. Yes it was. Yes it was. Oh. Yes I did. Yes I did. As my tears start to fall, the river started flowing, and I felt the rush of something more, like a reason to keep going. I went to the river to cry. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry. Yes it was. Yes it was. Oh, so I went to the river to cry. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry. Yes it was. Yes it was. Oh, went to the river to cry. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oh, but when I got there the river was dry.
Welcome back, guys, to the C Championships, where Eva's Esports are off to a great start and take Game 1 versus Divine Esports. Now, you guys have a lot of feelings about this. This is a weird game for Divine Esports because there were so many tiny mistakes that had a massive impact. Let's start at the very beginning as we check out the scoreboard. Riku, we had a bad feeling about this game for Eva's Esports, didn't we?
Exactly. The draft was a little bit worrying just because looking at Divine's draft, they opted for such a big, strong, like early game with level 3 power spikes, and as well as the ability to be able to contest early dragons because of how much of maybe that wombo combo with the Rakan coming into the grand entrance into that big stun, followed up by 10x, and the pick potential that Len and Coyote had. But at the same time, remember, before this series started, we mentioned about the 10-minute time limit, where if Divine doesn't snowball, they're going to be in trouble because EVOS had a very strong scaling composition with Cat Satan and Valdez as well going to be incredibly strong. And that is exactly what we saw. EVOS had and did a good job being able to equalize the gold every single time. Divine had no opportunity to snowball in this game.
Man, Divine are griefing my prediction picks. Come on, man. This was... I looked at this draft, I'm like, all right, we got Len on Lee Sin, Tonex has got the Riven, Coyote's got it's busting out the Fizz. I'm thinking this is great. The first dragon fight comes around, Evo's opting into it like a bunch of psychopaths. I'm like, okay, they should just let this dragon go and go for the Rift Herald right away. Instead, they don't need to fight. They're not strong. And then they did, and then Divine got more kills. But when you look at how the rest of the game played out after that first dragon fight, Evos were still able to bounce back. They immediately rotated over to the Rift Herald straight from base. Divine didn't get a chance to stop them from doing so. And when Divine went to throw down a 3-man dive onto Tipper, he denied the first dive so well. He played it super clean and bought enough time for the rest of Evos to finish Rift Herald, rotate immediately over to the Baron lane, get the first brick, and stop a lot of the gold lead that Divine could have had going into the early part of that mid-game around the 5-minute mark, which is really where that's like the last 5 minutes before, as Riku called it, the kind of like the time limit before Valdez on Viora comes online, Cat Satan on the Senna comes online. And even though Divine were still had a big gold lead going into the 10-minute mark, there was a huge throw around 12.5 minutes, Mika. It was so catastrophic.
I think we have that highlight right now. This was the moment where I think we all threw up our arms. Riku, I think you were the one who pointed this one out.
Yeah, it was this interesting half siege, half we want to dive. But remember, this is a 4v5 because look at Coyote. He had to walk manually from far away from topside to get into this fight. And the fact that, again, Evos had a lot of punish potential, Valdez was ahead. Look at Coyote here. This Chum the Waters into a backwards flash is so disastrous. I felt like it's just this big domino effect where, okay, we kind of failed this. What are we going to do now? We don't have disengage. We are just going to lose this fight straight up.
Yeah, and at the same time, I feel like this was when Divine started, snowballing in the wrong direction. And I also got the feeling that they felt a little jittery in this game. I don't know, they felt a little jittery, and Evos Esports just felt a lot calmer. What do you think, Rafa?
Yeah, Riku made a comment on it during when we were off screen watching the game behind the scenes. There's a fight even later on. We don't have it as a requested highlight, but later on in the jungle quadrant, there's a Chum the Waters engage that Coyote's missing. Looking for. He misses it, but Quay still presses the go button with the quickness into the grand entrance. It's like, wait, whoa, relax, guys. We already missed the primary initiation. You don't need to throw out your initiation. Just wait. Chum the Waters late game comes off every 30 seconds. You can be patient. You can wait for another engage because despite Divine losing their first base turret at that 12.5-minute mark off of the Valdez triple kill in the mid lane, the game was still technically winnable for Divine. The Elder Dragon was still contestable. The Baron was stolen by Coyote, by the way. There's still ways for Divine to potentially stall out the game. It's not the ideal win condition that they were looking for because they had to snowball the game early on, but Divine Esports, I feel like after that blunder in the mid lane, just really started panicking, and they lost the ability to communicate effectively among everyone else. I think you're pretty much right on the head that the nerves were getting to them, but you know what? It's just game one of a best of 5. Divine, you still have a chance to save all of our prediction rates, I mean, mine is donezo, at least for the 3-0, but Divine can still win. They just need to go into this next draft and not just from a draft perspective, but also from an in-game perspective, just stay calm, talk through win conditions, make sure that everyone is on the same page about what the next objective is on the list of things, and that everyone is in position, because I think a lot of the blunders this game were Divine just kind of skipping steps in trying to go for the next objective without making sure that everyone is ready with summoners and ultimates ready to use.
Yeah. It's 100%. I mean, we talked about the Baron steal. That was amazing. But Hope 1 flashing into the Baron pit, dying. That means you don't have wave clear to defend on the onslaught coming from Evos. And again, we mentioned the big Tonex and as well as Quay combo where you get the grand entrance in, then you get a triple 4-man stun follow-up from Tonex. But we saw Tonex running through the opposite direction after Quay initiating. So you're right, Rafa, like after that blunder at the 12-minute mark during the mid lane, it felt like there's just this big domino effect of, you know, maybe miscommunication, not being on the same page and stuff like that. So hopefully Divine gets that mental reset coming into the second game.
Yeah, and as you guys brought out, you know, there were just a bunch of missed objectives, and I feel like what everybody has to be on the same page on, not just Divine Esports, but everybody in the world needs to be on the same page about their financial future, because you can certainly secure yours with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. This sort of stuff happens, and you know, really does matter in and out of the rift. Secure that financial future. Get that gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. Get that gold lead. And yes, right back into the rift indeed. Game number 2. I'm wondering actually if this is the you know, the legendary, well, it's not really legendary, we've kind of proved it as fact at this point, but is this the whole Vietnam needs one game to warm up thing, or is this all the way for EVOS Esports? What do you think, Riku?
Yeah, perhaps. I feel like it's just one of those BO5 a must have to happen sort of thing where losing game number 1, perhaps. I still think it's going to be 3-2 from Divine, just because looking at their performance up against Evos with that big 2-0 during the group stages, I feel like it's still doable. But again, it's going to be a very linear win condition where, again, their time limit is definitely 10 minutes, where they start to falter a little bit. They're not being able to find aggressive picks inside the jungle or be aggressive during the side lanes, because around that time, that's usually where the lanes are already locked. So I'm looking forward to, I'm not going to be surprised if Len still gets his Lee Sin, but maybe Valdez will not have his Fiora.
I would argue that it's not necessarily the Fiora that caused the problem, but I think it's actually either the Senna or the Gragas that has to go if you're Divine Esports, because the Senna Gragas as a Dragon Duo lane is just undiveable. You have to deal with Last Embrace and Body Slam and so much innate sustain in that lane that it is just so hard to crack. Now, something interesting occurred here in this ban phase. Divine early banned the Renekton on their side instead of the Ziggs, which then forced Evos to ban Ziggs. It has just resulted in a neutral exchange of bans on both teams, but I wonder if Divine were trying to fish for potentially a Ziggs pick on their side so that they can give it to Hope for a little bit of extra backline damage, because one of the things that you can look at is that it was hard to crack Evos's Senna, because after Lee Sin and Fizz could no longer get into the backline through the front line of that Evos had built up, Senna is just free hitting in these team fights. Now, Divine, they're pivoting here. No longer the Riven priority for Tonex. They're now trying to get Ahri for Coyote, so this forces G4 to pick something else in this draft.
Yeah, he could definitely pick something safe. I feel like one of the common matchups we usually see against the Ahri is a Diana. And we've seen the 1v1 workout in favor of a Diana before. And, you know, G4 possibly not even needing the setups. But we'll see what the jungle pick is going to be, because most likely it will rely on that jungle and mid lane synergy to be able to match up against this very strong level 3, level 5 of a spike coming from Len and Coyote as well.
And this seems like a little bit of a deja vu from the first game. Little differences here and there, of course, that Ahri being one of them. I feel like, you know, that's specifically, like, of course, that's targeted G4, but it looks like he could pick up that Orianna going into the mid lane, quite possibly. But yeah, again, Len on the Lee Sin. Bit of a tongue twister over there. Len on the Lee Sin. That is definitely, you know, saying to Valdez, like, this is my jungle. This is my jungle. You are just a visitor over here and pretty much going to kick you out. Final draft coming in here. What are your thoughts?
This is essentially a salty run back. The only thing that Divine have done is they said, all right, G4, no more mobility for you. No longer you will get to have a chance with this Ahri. Now, G4 is back onto the Orianna, something that he was, outside of the Ziggs and the Twisted Fate and Galio, he was really kind of known for as like a reserve pick during the Summer Sea Icon Championships. But the lack of mobility outside of Flash means that G4 is more of a target or a potential target for the side of Divine Esports to crack during the early game. You have Ahri Charm to set up for picks so that Len can get in and finish off with the Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike, or even looking for Dragon's Rage combos. I still think that Divine Esports, I mean, they just need to be able to crack the game and go for dives. It's still not going to be possible through this Sen and Gragas Dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they can get that dive into Eva's Esports indeed as we head into Game 2. Casters, take it away.
We're going into game number 2. It's Evo's Esports up against Divine Esports, and Evo's Esports, well, they're out here breaking all our predictions. They are 1-0 leading the series up against Divine. And what a good start we have here. Omo and Tipper's back on this Darius. He's here to make a play.
He is back on this Darius, but I say the plays are gonna come from Tan X here on this river, and everyone doing a bit of moonwalking as we get into the game. I mean, a bit of a salty run back like our death skit. That's pretty much the truth. But I do want to point out, I think there are some nice little adaptations from both of these teams, and I think that both of the changes to the mid lane champions really fit what both of these teams want to do individually. G4, he's coming to the game and he's saying, you know what? When we take these team fights, when we take these skirmishes against Divine, they didn't really work out. Let's not do that the next game. Let's just chill, wave clear, farm under our tower, and wait for them to dive us again. He changes, pivots around, picks up the Orianna, which will fit that role so much better. And you have Coyote saying, you know what? Maybe Fizz just isn't it. And then he goes for Ahri, which is a good counter pick to the Orianna. It's a very good setup for the Lee Sin, and it makes sure that their skirmishes are so strong. Oof, Tipper.
I mean, run it back. This is what happened in game number 1 as well. Tan X, he's just in a dominant position in lane. Takes both sums away from Tipper. I'm curious if this is going to actually convert into an advantage. Len's going to make his way to the top side. This is it. They're looking for a dive. They're going to jump on the Tipper.
Boy.
Len's walking in. There we have it. When the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike has to flash away from the turret, the Apprehend will be enough to deter the Lee Sin. And what a start from both teams.
And Tipper will live for now. He will get out of dodge. Tan X, though, he's going to get a bit of a lead. He's going to be able to shove this into the turret and reset. It's going to be a pretty nice situation for him to be in. I think the cannon wave means that Tipper doesn't miss all too much. Tan X, though, the main thing to take note of right now, he has the flash advantage. Len does blow his own flash, but Tan X, he's going to be happy with the next couple of skirmishes. Going to be able to flash dodge things like the Hammerage and whatnot. It will give him a lead over Tipper. Now the question is, if they do get that lead, what did they do this time around? Because last game, Divine, we got to keep in mind, their solos had a massive lead, but they weren't able to find anything with it. What's going to happen this time around?
Something that I want to point out is that Divine Esports is going to run it back again with the Zyrakan bot side.
Yeah.
And we can have a lot of criticism for Divine. One criticism I don't think we share is Quay, I think he did a great job in the last game. And so going back on this Rakan, still feel like it's a very impactful pick. Tan X against Tipper, this is a pretty aggressive lane overall.
It is going to be a very aggressive lane, and we saw this in the last game as well, right? Both of these players trading sums, trading HP. It's a very extremely aggressive lane. I'm really running out of adjectives to describe it, but this lane is really going to be an important factor.
It's a Tan X style lane.
It's
That's
a
all you
Tan
have
X
to say.
Tipper lane. I think you got to keep that in mind. It's these two powerhouses. When we talk about who the best Baron laners are coming into the tournament, these guys are definitely in contention, in the top 3, in the top 5, something along those lines. So it's not surprising that we're seeing here in this matchup, these players are really just duking it out.
Being able to get some form of a lead early on is going to be really impactful, because once they start playing around the Dragon, around the Rift Herald, I mean, just having the stronger Baron lane is what's probably going to tip the favors onto your side. And so as those objectives start to spawn up, Koi is already starting to rotate. Len is going to be up the top side. I'm curious if this is going to once again be Divine Esports and Evo's Esports contesting for this dragon, especially since it's that Infernal.
Yeah, it's going to be very likely. I mean, we saw what happened last game when it hit the 4-minute mark. On cue, as the timer dinks for both of these teams, they are setting up for the 5v5. We saw a 5-0 mid setup from EVOS, while Divine, they were doing a bit of a 4-1 situation, pushing out the bottom lane as well. But the most important thing to take note of was that Divine, they managed to get the setup. They managed to find the picks before they started the dragon fight. They don't have the Fizz, but they have the Ahri this time around, so that's going to be a very viable option for them yet again. And here we go, Divine, as if on clockwork. They're setting up, they're in position. Anyone walks in the river, they're going to die. What's this?
Oh my goodness, the Broken Wings come across Tarnax, flashes away for the decimating strike, but the bleed will take him down his first blood. And like you mentioned, Omo, they needed to find the picks. Instead, they get caught off, but they're jumping onto G4 instead, trying to equalize in the mid lane. Nice shockwave comes across. Quay will almost go down, but Veldus won't be able to convert that into a kill. They're jumping onto Hope 1 next, and they might be able to take down Len in this process because look at the damage coming across from Veldus. They found the Lee Sin and jungler dead on Divine Esports.
Things are looking bad here for Divine. It seems like EVOS, they have cracked the code. They have figured out the way Divine, they want to play this. They know they're going to set up. They know that they're going to camp here for you to face check. They're going to look for picks. And the moment EVOS did that, Divine, they pounce on them. The problem is this time around, EVOS, they are waiting in the wings. Valdez is here to counter engage. Rich and Ketsutan, they are in position. And now the Tipper, he got the lead for himself with the solo kill. He's going to come down first. He's going to be in position first. They're going to push out the waves first. Divine, you know how they are. You know how they are. You know how these Vietnamese teams play. They're not going to give you an objective. They're not going to give you an inch without fighting over it, without bleeding for it. And here we go again. They want this.
I mean, both sides' ultimates on cooldown. Love the summoners down as well, so it's really a question who performs better without those massive spells. Divine Esports now looking to try and collapse, get tempo, get control back around the Dragon Pit. And look at Tipper, he's down the bottom side. It's going to take some time to rotate back over, but not long enough. The Divine Esports can sneak away this dragon.
No, but the dragon's already been started. It's dropping really slowly because no one wants to use spells on it. This might be a bit tricky here because Lan, he's taking quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, Tipper's going to walk in now. Here we have it. Rich is going to lead the charge. Explosive cast separates the backline. Divine Esports are so lost, have no idea where the fight is going. Tipper's going to take down the first. No jungler, no smite. Divine Esports still sees Tarnax trying to jump back in to play the exile. Broken Wings will take down one more, but Veldus chasing after the sole remaining members of Divine Esports. They have to flash over the wall to survive.
It's a 2-for-2 here, Grandin, but Divine, they lose their jungler first, which means that EVOS, they pick up the Fire Dragon. Now, the Rift Herald is still alive, Grandin, and you know what that means, right? We're going to see a bit of a brawl here in the mid lane.
It's Charm on the Tipper, Ignite ticking down low. Dawning Shadow comes across, will keep the Darius safe. And Evo's Esports once again not punished here.
Yeah, EVOS, they trade 2-for-2, but they get the first turret, and this is going to be Rift Herald started off by Divine. It's a bit of a deja vu situation. It's kind of what we saw in the last game. EVOS, they don't really care about the Herald. They're willing to just let you have it. If you spend the time to take it, they will raise you on the other side of the map, and then you have to spend the Rift Herald getting the same objective that they just took without it. Well, you know, just as I say that, they don't need it this time.
I think this is deja vu, but on the opposite side, because I think Evils were the ones that lost the Dragon fight last game and then got the Rift Herald and then broke open the Baron lane. So it's almost as if the script has been flipped on its head.
A little bit.
Divine Esports are now the ones to lose tempo here.
They lose out on the tempo, and now the good news for Divine Esports is they still have the Rift Herald. They didn't need to expand it to trade towers, and with that, that's going to be so extremely important here. What do we see Divine struggle with in the last game, Grandin? They had problems breaking open mid and opening the map up. They couldn't find the ways to open the map up. Now with Rift Herald still available, you're really going to hard counter the Orianna because she just wants to sit mid, clear waves. Now she can't do that anymore if you just slam the Herald down on the mid turret.
I'm curious if they're also going to use this to maybe pull pressure away from Tarnax or Coyote or whoever it's going to be while in a split push kind of situation. Last game, we kind of identified that Divine Esports was supposed to run at 1-3-1 and they didn't exactly execute according to the win conditions. This time around, maybe might try to pull for something like that instead. But going into this, Evo's Esports have been doing such a great job controlling the lanes. Rift Herald gonna be used mid lane. Evil's esports coming back in. They're collapsing quickly. That's explosive catch. They find the catch right onto Hope One. He can only jump up, but the Feather Storm won't save him because the bleed comes across. Len uses the Dragon Rage to disengage, but oh my goodness, Evos.
And Gamenism, how did EVOS win the fight the last game? How did they turn it around the last game? It's in the exact same position. They find Hope 1 at the mid turret. They cast him into your turret. They chain CC him and they blow him up, take the fight, and now they want more yet again.
Once again, it's Quaid has to be the one to engage and jump into the mid side. Nice catch from the center. And Coyote has Spirit Rush away. Rich is looking low, but unfortunately, Len won't be able to finish off the kill. Evos once again back on for free.
They have to back off, and we see a bit of a 1v1 here, but what's interesting in the side lane is not Tipper, it's not G4 catching the side waves, it's Valdez on this Fiora. He's level 10, he's a level up on your Baron laner. This jungler, he's gonna be a hyper carry yet again, and it seems like this time around, EVOS, they're identifying we can control the side lanes, we can push the side lanes, and we have the priority here. Tanex, he's forced to back away from Valdez, and this is such a tricky situation to be in. You don't win the 5v5s, you don't win the side lanes. What do you do as Divine?
Homo, is this the Evos esports playoff buff? Is
Oh,
this
they've
what
come
we're
to
expecting
play.
to see from them? They've come in here looking so much better than they did in the group stage, and it almost seems like they've been holding their cards back.
Well, I wouldn't
not
say
wanting
that.
to expose everything so early on.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that they were, you know, like sandbagging or hiding strats or anything along those lines. It just seems like they found their groove here, right? In game 1, things were definitely not looking good for EVOS. It looked like what we expected from the series. But suddenly, Divine, they just seem to have lost their groove, and EVOS, they found theirs, which is exactly what we're going to need to look out for in the series as we're going into the next pivotal Dragon fight here.
Dragon available, Baron also available, so whichever team loses this one could very likely see the Baron go over to the other side. This time around though, Evos esports won't have an easy fast track into the opponent's base, so Divine have a lot more leeway to make an aggressive move here. And now with this charm, I'm curious if this is actually going to change
No
things.
damage, right? And this is what went wrong in game 1. EVOS, they had their carry clipped by the fish. This time around, they're setting up so much better. Tipper is always in front. Rich is always in front. They'll block the skill shot. What's Valdez doing?
He's playing a 1v2. He doesn't care about what Divine Esports have to say. He's just jumping in on them. Tanex goes so low at the start of the fight. And Len, he's out of commission. He can't join back in. Walks away from the shockwave. Coyote trying to kite away. G4's going to come across, runs out of mana. Len tries to move back in, gets caught by the apprehend, and will go down. The flash won't save him, but the Dragon's Rage might.
There is still the Dawning Shadows. Is he going to try to snipe this? Guess not.
Katzen is going to hold on to that Downing Shadow into the mid lane. Instead, he's going to save Rich for now. Hero comes across. The Ignite won't be enough to take him down. Quaid dashes away. Tanex gets out as well. And Divine Esports will be able to escape without losing anybody in this fight.
But look at their health bars. They're all blinking red. One more damage. One more tick of health. And multiple members of Divine, they would have dropped in the fight. And how did it all begin? Valdez, he was in their jungle. Like you said, he was 1v2ing. And you know what the crazy part is? He was winning the 1v2 against Len and Tanex. He used his out, sure, but he chunked them so low that they just weren't able to contest. And if you get Divine low before they can set up, you see what happens. They kind of fall apart. Divine, they looked so lost. They didn't know what to do, where to go. They had no options. And EVOS, they are just looking like they're in full control. They found their playoffs form, I guess, because Divine, they have no answers.
Len getting so much closer to the Guardian Angel, but it's still a distance away, and so this next fight, he won't quite have that to be able to make these aggressive moves. Instead, he's going to have to recall, reset, come back into this. Evos esports now, I'm curious if this is going to be the chance for them to start putting pressure on the Baron, force Divine to walk into them, because they have key ultimates like that Shockwave that make them such a threat around these neutral objectives.
I think it's gonna be a bit hard here to start the Baron for EVOS because you don't have significant enough damage to make it really convincing. What I think they really want to do here, you can be patient. Let your Orianna farm, let your Fiora farm, let your Senna get souls. Wait for every dragon to spawn, set up first, 5-5, front to back. You are never losing a fight to Divine. They are running out of options. If you look at Valdez for the last 2 minutes, he's eaten the entire map of farm. Top to bot, he farmed everything. 10,000 gold right now. This Fiora, he is gonna be a raid boss. No one on Divine can fight him, Grandin.
Well, he's looking stronger and stronger. I mean, he's getting closer to the rest of Muramana as well, and so that's something to watch out for. Divine will
here we
suffer
go.
against Evos in the mid-side who are looking to try and crash into wave.
That's
Get the
not
catch
it.
back onto Hope. Wang Kuei just jump in as well.
Ton
The
X.
flank comes across from Ton X. Might be able to find something, but look at how little damage they have.
Oh,
Won't be able to take
man.
anyone down. The Ignite's coming across from Ton X, but he's gonna get collapsed on. Rich jumping in with a body slam. They look to take down the Riven, chasing after some more. Evil's esports are pressuring Divine and forcing them to make a move, forcing them to make a play.
Lamb playing with a bit of fire there, but like you said, there's really nothing that Divine can do. They are pressured to make a play. Why? Because Veldus is killing your entire top side. He solo killed Coyote. Keep in mind here, Brandon, Ari has 3 dashes. He even expanded Flash. So 4 dashes and you cannot get away from Veldus? That's probably a sign that this one is over here for Divine. I gotta be honest with you. That's
we
1,
can look
that's
back at the
2,
replay.
that's 3, that's 4. You have nowhere to go!
Truly unfortunate for Coyote. Such a difficult spot to be in. Now that he can't deal with Veldus at all. While Divine are going to try and get some control around the Baron,
think
because
you
if they
flip
don't get
this.
this now,
I
it's
think you
going to be
flip this.
so difficult.
Yeah, you have to flip
So they
this.
can steal something away again. Veldus is going to suffer a little bit of damage against Divine Esports, but they
chance.
hesitate to pull the trigger. The rest of Evos, no information on where they are.
Yep. Divine, they can no longer let the game go on in its current game state. The longer it goes, the more they're gonna bleed. They can never fight Fiora on the side lane ever again. Veldus is not someone who's likely to throw the game. He's a very stable player. He can make the plays, and here we go.
Look at Veldus. Look at the bank of Veldus. So much damage coming across, but he's still going to go down perhaps.
Causes
Calling Shadow
stress.
comes in, keeps him alive a little bit longer.
Oh, here we go, kick.
Exactly like you mentioned. They get the kick back onto G4. Might be able to take down the Orianna quickly enough. A little bit more damage will do the job. Unfortunately, he's still surviving, still alive at this point. Rich coming in. He takes down Hope 1. What a snipe in the Grag. His teleport coming back in from Tonex. Looking to join back into the fight, but look at the damage coming across from Evos. Where is this coming from? You thought that Veldus was a damage
Look
source?
at Ketsutan.
Well, just kidding, because now Ketsutan is looking just as strong, just as deadly. They take the take. They're looking on get down onto Town X. And might be able to find the Riven as he's just dashing across, maybe looking to get away. But Tipper has his number. The bleed
Look
is
at Rich.
slowly ticking him down. He's running down the river, but Rich joining back in as well. The last auto attack from Darius finds it. And Divine have lost 3.
And this is destruction here for Divine. They cannot do anything against the members of EVOS. This is going to be a free Baron as well. The only positive upside, Len is still alive. Maybe he can steal this?
Is this going to be a repeat? Can Coyote maybe make something happen again? Make a miracle
Rich
play
knows
happen?
this.
Lens coming back in. And they're going to try and prevent
3K.
this. Rich just by the side, looking to try and stop them. Hope coming out as well. Lens holding by the angle, trying to get information, trying to jump into the pit, but so difficult.
needs to
2,000
go.
left on the Baron. Lens jumping into the pit now, but they're holding on. They're waiting, not looking to take this one down just yet. It's going to be Veldus. It secures it this time around. And Coyote losing
Look at
HP
G4.
to G4 over by the side, who's flanked them, who's coming with the shockwave, who's taking them down. Hope 1 will fall, and Veldus chasing after the third.
You've got nowhere
Can
to go.
Coyote get away? He won't be able to. It's a triple kill for this Fiora.
Next game, you need to ban away this Fiora. Veldus is just a ticking time bomb. And you know what's really insane to me, Gaminism? The best Fiora player that we're seeing at this tournament is a jungler. He's not even a Baron laner. He's the one that understands the champion. He's the one that knows what he needs to do. And EVOS Esports, they play so much better in Game 2. A much more solid performance. They stem the tide of the Divine aggression, and they are going to pull ahead to match point here.
Watch out for playoffs bust Evil's Esports. They take down the final kill. Ton X will fall as the Nexus follows soon after 2-0 for Evil's Esports.
14-5 EVOS Esports. This is a statement from them. Keep in mind, they barely made it out of groups as the 3rd seed from Group B. We expected so much more. They were in the same group as Divine, and Divine finished on top. But EVOS, they're coming out, they're saying, you know what, this is playoffs now. This is the big leagues. We are the veterans. We know exactly what to do when the pressure is on, and they come to play here today.
When it matters, they are out here performing the best, showing us an absolute masterclass on how to close out these games in good form as well. So looking forward to see what else Evil's Esports have in store for us to showcase exactly how good the Thai region has been. I mean, Buriram came out of Group A as the 1st seed as well. So we're just looking at some strong teams from strong regions coming across.
Yeah, for sure. And keep in mind that the winner of this match is gonna face Buriram in that upper bracket semifinals as well. So a lot riding on the line here.
Well, let's see what's going to happen as now Evil's Esports pull up to match point 2-0 right after this quick break.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and the score is now 2-0 in favor of Eva's Esports in this best of 5 series against Divine. Now guys, this Eva's Esports is so different from the group stage Evas, and this is the Eva's Esports that we remember. Not to mention the massive improvement from Valdez and Thipper from the group stage performance. I know we singled them out and we were a little harsh on them in the group stages, but now it looks like they are in full form. Let's jump into our post-game stats right now, and Rico, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on what went down, especially since it seems like, there's a big question here for Divine Esports as to whether have they outgrown their early aggression thing? You brought this up earlier, and I'm wondering because there's a lot of hesitation from Divine. They can't seem to crack Eva's Esports right now.
Yeah, because this is basically the second time around Divine Esports decided, hey, maybe the second time around we can possibly snowball and enable this early game threat of Len and Coyote, especially now he's on more of this Ahri and this ranged matchup, especially the fact that it wasn't an assassin versus assassin matchup. It was something where they can potentially dive G4 constantly, but it was just the complete opposite. This is more of Evo's taking control early as well. Rich roaming around the map, being able to deter any aggressive plays coming from Divine, and Valdez having to roam as well in the side lanes, getting solo kills. That's exactly why we see his big KDA, and as well as Thipper managing his own up against Tanex. We did get a little bit of that preview during game number 1 where, the level 1 Darius versus Riven can be a little bit dicey for the Riven, but at the same time, he just basically held his ground at top side as well.
I mean, I held his ground, I think, is an understatement here, Riku. Tipper single-handedly stopped Len's one single play that he wanted to get off in the early game. Although, well, I'm going to give, a little bit of credit over to Tipper, but I'm also going to give a little bit of criticism to Len. And it hurts me to do this because he is by far my favorite jungler in this tournament. But Len is not performing to the performance or the form that we saw coming out from this guy in groups. And this was the dude that if he got the Lee Sin or the Kha'Zix, he would just wreak havoc on the entire Wild Rift. I mean, he would just carry games in his own right. But Len goes for this dive on the Tipper. He doesn't even wait for Tanex. He's got only 2 minions to wait on that Baron Lane turret. And it looks so awkward because even Tipper's kind of befuddled by the whole dive attempt. It's like, I can just apprehend you and I can get a bunch of bleed damage stacks on you. And Len's like, oh crap, you're right. So I now have the flash. And now Len doesn't have his flash for the next 2 minutes and doesn't have another play to go for while he's still level 3. After Tanex had been able to get a lot of pressure in that lane, that results in Tipper coming back. And then he gets a solo kill on the Tanex, which is super doomed for Divine's early game. I mean, this game looked even more convincing in EVOS Esports because there is never a time where Divine looked like they were ahead in this game. And I'm very convinced that I know Riku and I have been having a lot of discussions about like, okay, well, going into this next draft, what do Divine have to ban if they're still on red side? Riku argues for the Fiora should be banned and leave up the Olaf. I can see that if Divine are still going to not look at the Senna or just start going in for a handshake mid-game, late-game composition. But if they still want to attack the early game, you can leave the Fiora open, but you gotta get rid of the Senna because that was one of the lanes that Len would consistently dive for in the group stages. It was through the Dragon lane. But anytime that a Dragon lane duo has a Senna paired with some type of meat shield, such as Gragas or Galio or Nasus, it is so hard and it's almost impossible to go through there. And it just doesn't seem like Len doesn't know what to do in the early game when there's no lane to dive or play for.
Exactly. And I feel like Divine is already comfortable with that thought that, hey, bottom lane's going to be irrelevant for the first few minutes. Let's just focus on one of our strengths, which is Tanex. Again, one of the best top laners as well coming into this competition. But so far, Tipper, as you mentioned, single-handedly really creating such pressure just because Len has been extremely frustrated that, okay, I can't do anything bottom lane. I try to do something mid lane. G4 was basically on this very squishy mid laner. Top lane as well, we're hoping that Tanex is able to, again, hold his ground as well. But so far, every single lane, I can't find anything. And therefore, Valdez is just going to swoop in these skirmishes and win every single duel. So that is exactly why we're looking at, usually when a mid laner isn't able to shine, like Coyote, for the past 2 games, usually they get we're gonna chill. I'm gonna be a tank. Coyote has played Jarvan 4 before, and
Tank
perhaps this could be the setup where leave open the Olaf, use the ban up against Fiora jungle that Valdez has been constantly using and has been shining throughout the past 2 games. And therefore, if you get the Jarvan, you get the soft counter against the Olaf, and you have something that can potentially snowball into the early game as well. Probably not as significant like the Lee Sin, where you can just swoop in, steal dragons, you press the Ragnarok, you go in, no fear of any CC, and you just win the 50-50 Smite War perhaps, or even hack and slash your way to defeating and killing all of the squishies, because usually EVOs, so far their compositions have been squishies, especially come early game.
Yeah, speaking of, you mentioned G4, and yes, he was on a very squishy champion earlier. Can we talk about his boy who lived moment? Right there, and I believe it was somewhere near the Baron pit, and this is the kind of calm and composure that an esports hero needs. Indeed. Check out One Esports for your daily dose of esports. At oneesports.gg, the home of esports heroes just like G4. But yes, we have to bring him up indeed, because I want to bring up that veteranship on the side of EVOS Esports, especially right now. This is a best of 5 series and the score is 2-0. Divine are feeling the pressure, and they don't seem like they're exactly on the same page ever since game 1. Now, I think that it's the playoffs. This is where the veteranship of EVOS Esports, this is where the veteranship and the partnership of Lloyd and G4 are gonna come in, and they're gonna come online. They have the endurance to withstand the mental game, especially in this game in particular. It's game 3, EVOS Esports could take it all, or Divine Esports can prolong their life here in the upper bracket. Rafa, I'm eager to hear your thoughts here on how you think this experience is gonna come in, especially in this game. Game number 3, it could be EVOS Esports taking this all the way.
Currently, the best experience right now is the Thailand fan experience, because they are hype. They're seeing their Summer Sea Icon Championship winning team back in form.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that EVOS are able to bypass possibly what is Divine Esports' best stage of the game without even even a break of a sweat even. Game 1, it was a little bit more difficult, but game 2, it just seems so easy, and they're like, oh yeah, we're totally comfortable then just picking Fiora jungle every single time if Lemon isn't going to get anything done within the first 10 minutes. And then, therefore, Valdez is going to look great. Hey, now, look at this. The Olaf ban wasn't dropped, but they took away the Fiora and the Senna.
Yes.
Look at us, Riku. We're such big brain analysts. There's, even though we might not get the prediction rate right on this series so far, at least we can identify what the problems are in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. And Divine taking a page out of EVOS Esports' blue side draft, where, okay, we're gonna get this big cast, this big disengage, and as well as engage with a flash and body slam. EVOS, though, Renekton Lee Sin, by the way, is open, one of the strongest priority red side picks, especially EVOS has constantly did this back in the summer season. This is looking so far, I mean, I know this is just the first 2 picks, but this is incredibly strong, and now Divine has no choice but to pick up the Darius and see if they can win the level 1 Thipper versus Tanex in this matchup.
This changes, though, Divine's Dragon Lane combo. For the past 2 games, they've been running Zayad Rakan. I expect that the Kha'Zix should come in, though, as Len's counterpick of choice into the Lee Sin. Kha'Zix can't necessarily tango with Lee Sin in the first few levels, but once he gets his first evolve on that, the extra evolved isolated claws damage for Taste Their Fear, then you can start dueling the Lee Sin. My only concern, though, is the amount of mobility that EVOS Esports now have. They're going to have Slice and Dice for Renekton, Lee Sin just an overall champion, and then G4 gets to have the Ahri once again, which is by far the best champion that has looked, at least for them. Now, Divine Esports, Riku, they're pivoting with this Galio. This could be cool.
Yeah, because EVOS, a very all-in comp, therefore will need this Galio to deter. It's very easy to start a counter because you just not use your taunt, wait for EVOS to go in. Now, Corki, that means, will we see a Thresh perhaps coming from Rich or a Janna? Something that can roam along towards the lanes. But never mind, it's gonna be a Braum instead, which of course they will really need for disengage. And because Divine Esports just has so much backline access, just because, Len just leaping in, Hero's entrance coming from Quay. The same thing if ever Tanex decides to form a flank, or perhaps when Hope 1 reaches that late game, then Killer Instinct into the backline, threaten Cat Satan, and basically Quay can follow through with his ult. So there's just so many combos that can potentially happen, and I feel like this hunting squad that Coyote and Len is gonna form, I feel like this is much better than the Lee Sin Ari combo that they wanted to push through in the previous game.
Yeah, this changes up EVOS' esports' identity going into this game. There's no longer a hyper-scaling jungler in Valdez's pocket. The only scaling portion of this is actually just going to come from the Corki. So that gives a little bit of relief for the side of Divine Esports that they don't have to deal with this Fiora anymore. But this is going to bring us a different flavor of EVOS, because now we are expecting to see Valdez being super aggressive and hyper focused rather than being more on the farming side.
Not to mention you have comfort picks coming in for Tipper and G4, so it seems like Divine Esports, they just got big brain by EVOS. Is EVOS Esports gonna take this all the way, or is this the start of the comeback for Divine Esports? We're gonna find out. Casters, over to you guys.
Alright, and we're jumping into this. It's Divine Esports versus EVOS Esports. Grab your coffee, wake up, because EVOS definitely having it. Going back into this one, looking on form. Almost this is the team we wanted to see.
And you know why you should be getting your coffee, everybody? Because the series is not over yet. Look at the draft. Listen to what our amazing analyst pointed out. EVOS seemed like they just got big brained by Divine. I really like the draft here from Divine, swapping to blue side. Get rid of the Fiora pick. Now, Tan X, you are very happy with this matchup. I would say more than happy with this side of the matchup, being the stable side with the Darius, knowing you can come into the team fight and allow your teammates to do the bulk of the heavy lifting. If Divine do not manage to pull out a win here with this, I would say basically God comp for them, then I would say they're really out of options and they deserve to drop to the lower bracket to reassess things. I really like the drop from Divine. It's gonna allow Len to excel, and I love it when Coyote's on picks that can enable his teammates.
No Lee Sin, no problem. Give Len Kha'Zix. Instead, he's still gonna make things happen. And I think, like Rafa mentioned, he's one of those junglers that we were looking towards.
Exactly.
In this entire competition, he's been aggressive. He's been a playmaker. In the previous 2 matches, hasn't quite been on form. Maybe this time around, things have switched around. We're starting to see some aggression come across this time. We don't see the Zyra Khan. Instead, we see the Gragas come across instead.
A bit of an ambitious gank attempt here, but Coyote, he just dodges out on the charm, and he's going to be A-okay. And yeah, like you mentioned, right, I don't think he's going to be worried at all, oh boy. But you know who should be worried? Tanex is about to get dived, and this is what we love to see from G4. Push and roam. Push and roam. What are we seeing right now?
Push and roam. Here we have it. EVOS Esports the first to make a move in the top side. Tanex faces off against a double ignite. Still drops.
Did you notice what G4 did? He pulled turret aggro immediately with an ignite. He says, I'm gonna reset right now, right? My team needs a tempo. They need to shove the wave. Valdez needs to grab camps. I need to reset. So I'm gonna come in. I'm not gonna even AA him. I'm gonna drop ignite, get turret aggro, walk to the edge. I do not need to throw a single spell. I just need to tank the 2 turret hits for my teammates, and he lets them pick up the kills there. That is, you know, that is the veteran. That is what an experienced players knows how to do. It's really amazing. I'm quite blown away. It's such a subtle thing, but G4 showing his presence of mind. As Divine, they want to trade on the bot side.
But it's not a great trade for them to take because Coyote's dropping down
Or
low
it is.
quickly. The rest of Divine Esports are here as the backup, trying to give some safety, but Valdez walks in, looks to get a catch back on the Coyote. Unfortunately, Lee Sin will be the first to fall as he jump back in, but a charm comes across, and concussive blows the stun onto Quay. Might take down the Gragas, but he flashes away the safety.
Gets out of dodge, and Divine, they trade things back around. Valdez, he's a bit of an angry man right now. He was smashing, stomping in the last game. I think it might have gone to his head a little bit there. Goes in too aggressively to try to find Coyote, misses the Q and still tries to chase it. That allows them to turn around on him. And when we look at the mid-jungle combos right now on both of these teams, Gaminism, what does it tell you? It's a one-shot waiting to happen. Galio's gonna CC you, Kha'Zix is gonna ISO one-shot you, Ari's gonna charm you, Lee Sin's gonna Q, kick, Q, gonna one-shot you. These combos are so dangerous to be playing around, and you really have to be so careful if you want to play with fire.
And we've seen what happens right around this mark as well, Omo. Teams start to get some control around the two neutral objectives. The winner of the fight around the Dragon Pit gets Dragon, gets the first turret, and then the loser is relegated to grabbing the Rift Herald and finding the trait on the other side of the map.
And you know what's crazy to me? Throughout the entire group stages, we kind of determined that Rift Herald was the better first objective. I think both of these teams, they are turning around. They're going on the other page. They're saying, you know what? We've kind of figured it out. If you guys go for Rift Herald, during that timing window, we're able to grab more on the other side of the map. And this comes back to both of these teams wanting to contest Dragon. I would like to see an adaptation where if you don't set up in time, woof, the damage from the Corki. Yeah, but where if you don't set up in time, you rush Herald and you try to trade for 2 or more if they go for Dragon.
Absolutely, and Evil's Esports, like you mentioned, the first to make the moves towards the Dragon seems like Divine and not gonna heed your advice here, Omo. They're actually gonna play towards the Dragon side as well, try and contest this directly, while a little bit far away. You can see Hope 1 had to make a full recall, full reset to come back in time.
And here we go, EVOS, they are in position now. We talked about how in the last couple of games, the pick comps was in favor of Divine. This time around, the pick tools, they are all in the pocket of EVOS. You're gonna walk into a Charm, you're gonna walk into a Winter's Bite, and Lee Sin's gonna be kicking you so hard.
Gonna take down Rich, though. Glacial Fissure comes across. That's the package, the power of the Corki unleashed. And Divine Esports, Coyote might jump in. He might be able to take down Rich as Len comes in for the cleanup. But like you mentioned, the charms are too powerful for him to deal with. Flash roll from G4 onto the Kazakhs, taking down the jungler. Coyote flashes away back to his turret. And Evil's Esports get control as Tipper comes in with the flank with the dominance on charge. Watch out, because this is the Evil's Esports we were looking for.
This is the mid-jungle synergy. This is the mid-top synergy. They're diving in.
And the taunt comes across but won't save them. Tipper still looking to take down a second. Back on the Hope, one flash roll from Valdez. One last auto attack takes down the 80 carry.
They botched
but double kill comes across from Quay.
They botched the dive and it comes down to Coyote. What did I say? I love it when he's on the enablers. I love it when he sets his teammates up for success. Comes in, multi-man taunt, stops the dive, and this is Divine. They turn things around. They get the kills. 3 for 2. They get the Dragon 2K gold lead. Divine Esports. This might be the beginning of something here. I don't want to say anything and curse it, Grandin, but you know what I'm thinking.
Well, Omo, I love it when you give me these rhetorical questions because I truly cannot answer them. So thank you once again for that. Again, now it looks like Evil's Esports is giving a rhetorical question to Evil. It says, can you take us down? And the winner of that fight grabs the Dragon, and now it's back over to Evils to maybe try and go for the Rift Herald. But look at the map state right now.
Look at Coyote. Keep in mind, this is a 2v4 here. He started off Chunks, Ketsutan, and G4 to a sliver of health, and it comes in. Taunts Tipper is the big one, so that Tipper can't get the optimal combo down, and he forces them to really just take such a bad trade. It starts with Coyote chunking them out. It ends with Coyote crowd controlling them. And I love it when this man takes charge.
And when we've talked to What the Jets before, he's mentioned it's so easy to play a Kazakhs that's ahead. They now have the Rift Herald. He has this Dust Blade. It's a great spot for them to be in. A different place from what we've seen the past 2 games.
That's my favorite part of Kaiser's entire kit. Just stopping recalls.
Oh my goodness. You're one of those people, Omo.
It's actually crazy how big the impact is if you delay someone's tempo. Like, I know everyone's always like memeing about it, but it's actually so impactful if you stop it at the right times. And this is one of those right times.
Pulls the Rift Herald early. The Dragon's Rage comes across by onto Quay. Not the best target that could have possibly gone onto. The Charm comes onto the Dragons as well. Unfortunately, that's where Taunt X comes in. Bit of a disconnect, but either way, Divine Esports find the Herald charge in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think this is quite matching up to the Gragas that we saw from Rich. That man was on fire, constantly knocking them into his turret every single time. But as a Gragas connoisseur, I think Rich, he knows the counters, he knows the answers as well. Braum is a decent answer in lane because he can never body slam into you. And you know what he does outside of lane? In the team fights, if you ever try to fish with a cask, he is there, stand behind Braum. He's going to block your cask. He's going to keep his teammates safe. And that's exactly what Rich has been doing this game.
I feel like at this point, we need to create an entire list of things almost asked Grandin, and I just don't ever answer them, right? It's like a question list,
because at the end of the whole C's champs,
I get quiz?
I'm going to give you a quiz, yeah.
Oh, no.
If you can't answer the quiz,
terrible.
I'm going to be very disappointed, Gaminism.
Well, Evo's Esports are now starting to have to answer Divine Esports' aggression. They're getting some control around the map. And we discussed in the first game, Divine Esports had to identify the 1-3-1 win conditions. What's changed here?
What's their
is
win
game 3
condition
looking
now?
like for Divine?
Well,
Absolutely.
Divine, this time it's much easier. You have a good 5-5 team comp. You have the ability to make picks in jungle, make picks in side lane. You do want to play side lanes, but your goal is not to break turrets. Your goal is to find the vulnerable person who comes to catch the side lane wave, and suddenly Kha'Zix is on him, Galio's on him, Kai'Sa's flying in. That's what you want to do here with Divine's team comp. It's a lot easier to play. It requires much less finesse, and I think they are in a much better spot this game. Well, I say that, but they are a bit down in gold, but still better than where they were in the last game.
Most of the goal difference is on Tipper right now. He's become a very powerful Renekton, but you can see it from a lot of these fights. Tipper has had a tough time getting into them. Hopefully the Rocket Belt will mitigate some of that issue, but it does seem like EVOS is facing against a difficult composition to really dive into with the amount of crowd control that they're facing.
That's definitely true. It's never going to be easy to dive into this sort of team composition, but what you want to keep in mind is why Renekton answers Divine's team composition so well. Renekton as a champion is more than happy to take 1v2s. I think if you ask any Baron laner, if they come and gank you, what champion do you want to be playing? And they're gonna say Renekton. You have the potential to get out, you have the potential to even try to turn things around with the massive amounts of burst, sustain, just overall damage. But we're gonna have to hold that thought here because we're gonna set up once again, it's Dragon time.
Watch out for G4, he's coming in from the other side, might be able to flank off Divine Esports. They're starting off the Dragon first, they have land, so it should go down quickly. Dragon's gonna go over to Divine Esports if Evo's Esports don't do anything. There we have it, but they go in anyway. Coyote gets the jump back onto the Renekton. Tipper is down, the flash won't save him. Len tries to jump back in. Unfortunately, he gets kicked away by the Dragon's rage, but Divine Esports find the pick off.
Gamenism, this is a Baron angle. If they break this turret, it's so good by Rich though, he stuns all of them.
Beautiful Glacier Fissure blocks Divine, and now they can't go for the Baron. It's close though. Look at what's happening here.
They want to get the top lane turret. They want to get the mid lane turret. They don't need to flip the game. I might have been a bit too assumptuous. I don't know, presumptuous. It's assuming they might have gone for the Baron, but they are making it safe. They are making sure they get the map open a little bit, get the outer turrets down in the top and mid lane, and when you go for the Baron, they have very little ways to stop you. They have no safety to check you. And this is exactly what Divine are doing. If this map opens up, it's gonna be huge for Divine because their team composition relies on making picks with this Kha'Zix.
Evo's Esports do recognize that the Baron isn't started up, but it's going to be a little bit late on the return back to the Baron lane to try to block these waves from crashing in. Divine get to make a full reset, and that's huge. These windows, these timings, I mean, you talked about the Kai'Sa being able to stop your recalls. Well, Divine managed to recall and come back looking stronger. Now 2 items completed for Len.
A little bit of a gold lead here for Divine, and like you mentioned, right, most of the gold on EVOS is in the pockets of Tipper. Some of it is in Katsutan, and I think that he's gonna be a pretty happy Cocky this game. When we talk about why Cocky suffers in the meta, why is that so? Because he needs to run into long range champions, and they're just gonna poke him out before he can even DPS. This time around, they want to come into him. They're all close ranged. If he doesn't get chain CC'd here, Katsutan might be the pop-off condition for the side of EVOS. Because if you dive into Renekton, you dive into Cocky, their DPS might just end you.
But we've also talked a little bit about the criticisms for Corki in a lot of these games. I mean, do you feel like this is going to change for them? Well, Quay might be looking to try and jump in. Len's coming in right now to get the body slam knocked back onto Rich, but is on the bronze, so difficult to take him down. Divine Esports just going to take that and get out. Tipper now rotating over to 5 versus 5 towards the jungle side. If Evo's Esports look to commit for this, Len jumps back on, forces the Spirit Rush away from the Ahri. G4 won't have that ultimate.
Yeah, G4, no ultimate means he's not feeling safe to wave clear. Rich is low, G4's about half. They lose the mid lane turret. Top lane turret's already down. Look at where Divine are going on the map. This could be them pulling the trigger right now. They do it so fast. Kai'Sa Kha'Zix.
You have Len, you have Hope. It's just so fast to take down the Baron. Divine Esports looking for this. Evo's taking so long to rotate over, but they are moving in time. Quay is gonna zone them out, but he cannot block. Oh, This is jumping off the wall.
This could be bad.
The Sonic Wave might be looking to try and jump onto this. It's just down to 1,000.
No, he got it!
Across, he flashes in for the steal. Evo's Esports take away the Baron, and now it's a return fight. Coyote tries to come back in. Tipper now joins in. Tonex has to walk away, backs off away from the Renekton.
Feldas, he pulled out a miracle. I have nothing else I can say. There is no universe in which he should have gotten into the Baron pit. Quay was zoning, but G4 made space. He pushed the Gragas away, and there was a bit of a desync. That was what caused Divine the Baron. Look at this right now, okay? When Quay goes to stop Valdez, this is your timing window. You need to call. Spike it right now. But they stalled. They didn't recognize the timing. They weren't on the same page, and that gives Valdez the time, the space, the kick, the flash, the smite. He gets the Baron, and EVOS, all of a sudden, they're back in it.
Absolute insanity here, Omo. And now the Dragon's coming up as well. They have lane control, they have better presence, and where Tipper was starting to lose some of his presence is now entirely back online.
Yep.
Evos are gonna get control again.
The problem that we saw in the last couple of fights from Tipper was that he was too squishy. He's not gonna be in the side lane.
They're looking for Tonex now, trying to take down the Darius early before the Dragon comes available. Len's gonna be right there, blocking off Evos Esports.
This
They're
should
gonna go on to
be
the Dragon first.
This should be the Dragon for EVOS. I don't think Divine can contest this. You know, I say that, but they love to take these fights though. So they might still want to come back in for it.
But what this does mean is going to be Elder Inferno, the next one on the board. So Evos definitely want to take this, because if they don't, it's going to be so much more difficult to fight this.
I'm actually a little bit curious about why EVOS are giving this. Okay, they're calling to rush from mid here. They recognize Dragon is not our win.
Tonex has managed to recall and reset in time. Quay's over by the side, but they're not willing to pull the trigger. They aren't willing to jump in just yet, and so it's so difficult for them to find more. Quay's just zoning them all away.
And they all just have to back off. Like you mentioned, Quay zoned them all away, kept them at bay, didn't let them touch the turrets because the threat of the engage from the Kha'Zix, from the Galio, it's just too big. And EVOS, I like the call. They called to give it, rush with Baron, but they weren't able to find anything. And now Divine, they withstood the onslaught. There's no longer a single Baron buff left on the side of EVOS. It's timed out. Now Divine, I think they're back in the driver's seat. Like you mentioned, Elder Inferno, 3 dragons in their pocket. Divine, if this game goes on for another 5 minutes, they pick up the dragon, they pick up the Baron. Barring some other miracle stills from Valdez, I don't think they have a way into this one.
Let's see if they can make something happen. I mean, they still have a pretty good entry back into the game. The goal difference isn't all that substantial, but we are seeing Hopeline come online as this Kai'Sa. We know what happens when these AD carries get so fed in the late game. It's something for them to watch out for, and well, Corki just doesn't match up to the level of power once we go into the late game.
Well, there are two sides to the coin, right? Corki can definitely do a lot of damage as well, but he is much harder to, you know, get away from these team fights from. He has the Valkyrie, and that's gonna be his main escape tool. But Kai'Sa is just so slippery in these team fights. She has the killer instinct, she has the ability to run faster, go invisible. She really does it all. It's like Spider-Man going up against, I don't know, what do you call Corki? A Yordle in a plane. He can't really do much when you get on top of him. The problem is he's itemizing very, very well here. He has the Negatron cloak, so he's not gonna get poked out by Coyote, and he has the Zhonya's, so he's not gonna get one-shot by Lan and Coyote as well.
I love that analogy. Almost, can I get more analogies from you?
It's Spider-Man against a Yordle in a helicopter. He really can't do anything. The gap is just too big.
We have to watch out. Felder's gonna dash in, and the Fight Esports, they were unsure, well, what happened there? Why would you want to jump in there?
No!
Way's gonna come in, misses out the explosive catch, gonna be difficult. Apprehend misses as well. The Gallo's gonna come in, drawn into the fight to get a 3-man knockup over to the back. Evos Esports having a difficult time taking down Coyote, but difficult will not mean impossible because they still find the Gallo, take him down and jumping onto Len instead. And Divine have lost the massive fight right as Baron was up.
And they make a mistake on the engage. Quay, he tries to predict the jump from the Braum, but he doesn't quite get the timing. I love what we're seeing from the boss. They recognize they need only 2 members to do this Baron, so they're making sure that no one can enter the river. G4, Rich, they are all zoning on this, but HP bars are so low. GA popped.
Quay walking over, they pop the Guardian Angel from Valdez, the flash away from Rich to get back to the
Quay,
pit,
stop
trying to take down the Corki first. But oh my goodness, Lan jumps into 4. He takes down Katsin, but is that gonna be enough?
It's enough. They don't need to win the fight. They just need to stop the Baron, and they did exactly that. It's a bit unfortunate that they were even in this situation to begin with. It started off with a poorly set up team fight. Hope he got jumped on as well. This is exactly what happens, right? Spider-Man cannot escape when Renekton flashes on you and then Power stuns you. There's nothing much you can really do in that situation. Whether your name is Hope One, whether your name is Peter Parker, it won't really happen. But the problem is right now, when we look at the Elder Inferno spot, I don't think flashes are going to be up. Hope, he still has his flash. He still has his killer instinct. So this is his opportunity to pop off. 20 seconds on the Elder.
can we just get an Omo X Marvel crossover?
I
Can you
would
just
love that.
create the entire storyline for us? Seeing some incredible things from you here, Omo. EVO's Esports now, they have to watch out for this Elder Inferno. I mean, this is the dragon that is going to define Divine Esports win condition because EVO's has given 3 dragons away. This is all so much more critical for them.
This is huge. If they get this dragon, this is basically a win in the bags for EVOS. I know I say basically a win, but we've seen them throw these games before, so we have to be very careful about how we approach this one. I'm not sure if package is available for Katsatan. I don't think he has that on him. I'm trying to deduce that from what we see of Koki. Don't believe he has package, so he needs to be a bit more careful right now. He does have flash though. Oh no,
Still walking on his feet. They're jumping onto Quay first. Coyote's gonna body block, stop Rich from getting on them. But a lot of damage onto the Dragons right away.
He has the base. That's not a good situation to be in.
They're moving on to the mid lane instead. Maybe round 2, round 3, something for EVO's Esports to finally take that one down. But it's difficult for them. They haven't been able to break open these turrets.
Yo, the rocket damages is starting to add up. The damage from Katsatan as he lobs these big ones on the head of Divine Esports, it's starting to be scary. And river control now for EVOS. You have to be careful of this.
Len has to jump away.
Oh, here we go.
Comes in with the explosive
No
cast,
safeguard.
blocks away and pushes Veldus away. He doesn't have the Guardian.
He got the
Angel will
reset.
Go down. It's Tanax
Tan
that
got the
comes in
reset.
with the reset. Coyote jumps to the back line. They try to get the concussive
No.
blows to stun up. The Darius taking one down. Tipper now joins back in. Koi gonna face off against Katsatan. Loses
Look at
log. The
Katsatan.
bomb comes across. He goes golden and still has damage. He still has that E going off,
Oh my
firing back.
goodness.
And EVO's Esports have taken down 2.
That was a flawless team fight from Katsatan. We're gonna need to see a replay of that one because that man showed why if you get to the late game with Koki, he is still one of the hyper carries. Nice flash
Oh,
out.
flashing in with the charm. They get Len, but will be able to jump away instead.
man.
Divine Esports barely get out.
And all of that just for a tier 1 turret. Now pay attention to Katsatan and pay attention to Tanax. The fight starts, they get the reset on the Lee Sin. Now that's huge. Now Tanax, he made a misplay here. He flashed in the wrong direction. But look at Katsatan, he's chucking out damage. He's getting multi-man rockets, multi-man phosphorus bombs. And this is the key right now. Look at how he uses the Jonius. He runs in, uses all his spells, Jonius in front of 3 members while his E is still ticking on them. And he just blows up the Vine. We need to look at his damage numbers at the end of this one, Gaminism.
Absolutely. I mean, the damage numbers surely must be off the charts at this point.
Sure.
EVO's Esports, I mean, they're walking back towards the Dragon now because Divine tried to start it up, but was zoned away. Well, things are becoming much more tense here. EVO's one step away and just need one more game to confirm their run in the upper brackets. Divine, they don't want to fall so early on. Here we have it, the engage coming through from Quay. They might be able to find the damage, maybe take this one down, but it's difficult. Glacial Fissure comes across. Coyote coming in with a massive ultimate. It's the hero's entrance, but Len will not be able to find much more in this process. Veldus, his Guardian Angel is going to be procced. They finally take down the Renekton, and EVO's Esports forced to back off.
EVO's forced to back off, and this means that the Elder Inferno Dragon is in the sights of Divine. Lan is high health. Hope is a bit low, but he has the fruits. He has the GA. I don't know what EVOS want to do right now. Do they want to try to race? Because I don't think you win out on that.
They don't know what they want to do either. Look at this. Elder Inferno
They can't
dropping
decide, it's
quickly.
gone.
It's down to 5,000. It's going to be gone so quickly. Valda's trying to walk back in, but he's on
Look
top
at
of the
Quay.
board. He has no idea what direction he has to go in from. They might be able to take down Quay. They might be able to take down Todd X. The answer is neither will fall.
No.
As Len is chasing after the kill. It goes over the Hope one instead. Coyote comes into the 2-man taunt. Puts the bricks onto G4 with the flash ball coming through for Hope 1. The late game Kaiser. The insurance plan for Divine Esports is massive. It's a quadra kill for Hope.
And do you believe, Gaminism? Divine, they faltered at several windows, but they find the win at the end of this one. A clean ace, not losing a single member. EVOS Esports, they are a match point, but could this be the beginning of something here?
Too late for Tipper to get anything done, so they go on to the next. It's the return 2-1. Back for Divine.
Now, I don't want to say any specific terms that starts with an R, you know, I don't really want to get into that right now, but Divine, they look much better in this game. Game 2 was a bit of a stomp for EVOS, but you got to keep in mind the form that Divine looked in Game 1, the form that they look in this game, the team fighting from them is clean. A bit of mistakes on the setup still, but Divine, it seems like they're starting to find something here. Again, they just needed to shake up the draft a bit.
Being able to come in with such a powerful draft was one of the first things that set up well for Divine Esports and kind of led them to that win. With that being said though, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Divine Esports have pulled back a game 1 and 2.
time can tell. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I know it well. Take your pulse and lie down. It's all about now, and you're alive. Light is pulling you in. It's time to begin a new life. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I'll be open with you, with me. No words unspoken. We can't be broken so easily. Take your pulse and lie down. It's all about now, and you're alive. Light is pulling you in. It's time to begin a new life. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall.
Divine Intervention has happened here at the C Championships because EVOS Esports do not take that 3-0 win here as Game 3 goes to Divine Esports. But this was a close game. I feel like this could have gone to EVOS easily if they contested objectives maybe, especially since I thought they had their comfort picks. They looked very comfortable indeed into their draft. Riku, what do you think went wrong over here?
Yeah, it felt like, especially after looking at the Lee Sin and Renekton being, again, the two biggest and strongest pairs in the current meta for top and jungle duo, and they weren't able to exactly snowball as much, and they weren't able to end the game in time. Especially, again, Lee Sin will eventually fall off. Lee Sin will only exist to steal objectives away from the enemy team. Renekton is just gonna be shredded apart by the Kai'Sa, as we see Hope 1 being able to scale at the late game already. And the fact that Cat Satan is on a Corki, and if you look at its matchup, Cat Satan is not gonna match the late game of Hope 1 here on this Kai'Sa. You know, the typical caster AD carry versus the auto attack AD carry. There's just a lot faster DPS happening on that Kai'Sa. And again, I feel like Coyote here, we talked about this before the draft, right? If ever the mid laner isn't able to get plays, get individual plays for themselves, usually you're settled becoming a tank. We talked about Jarvan 4, but of course, Galio is open for Coyote. He's able to deter all of the aggressive plays that EVOS so desires, especially this composition from EVOS is very scripted. You know how they're going to go in, you know when, and therefore the taunt is always going to be ready for the punish.
I think the other funny thing is, though, when we look at the damage charts, I know Riku just said and Kai'Sa will outdamage Corki in the late game. Don't be fooled by the damage charts, because it showed that Cat Satan was topping with 42,000. Remember, he is a poke-based marksman. You have rockets, you have package that you get a lot of effective damage in these certain teamfight scenarios whenever package is available, but that is relative to those slight situations. The later the game goes, and if we were to look at the isolated last couple of team fights, then it would have shown that Hope was actually out-damaging Cat Satan. I mean, for crying out loud, he had to buy a Wit's End just because there's so much magic damage that he had to deal with from the Kai'Sa, just thanks to the caustic passives that he had to deal with. And then the other thing I want to highlight, even though that EVOS still lost this game, I want to look at that early game that they beautifully orchestrated, because this was something that Divine, for some reason, couldn't pull off on their own in the first 2 games. They dedicated the Dragon Laners' time and resources to getting the first push in the wave for G4, so he could ward Len's Raptor Bush. He drew the aggro away, slowing down Len's jungle clear time. He had full vision, so he's able to fully just throw out a lot of his HP and his resources to clear the second wave. Immediately links up with Valdez to go to the top side of the map, where Tonix just had to burn a flash and a barrier after Tipper went in for the all-in. I mean, orchestrating that level 3 dive, I'm so like perplexed that Divine weren't able to do that. And EVOS, even though this was a win for Divine, I'm having concerns for Divine that if EVOS are able to flip on a switch, go for between scaling compositions in the first 2 games, and then immediately go for the hyper-aggressive early mid-game compositions and pull them off like that, then had it not been for the Elder Dragon win condition, then this could have been a 3-0 for EVOS, and they would have been back in form.
Yeah, I feel like had they contested that, last Elder Dragon, it might have been a different story, and we would be having an interview over here with EVOS Esports or something. I feel like there are a lot of missed opportunities in terms of contesting objectives for EVOS Esports. And yeah, but I don't think this was a bad game for EVOS. I do want to point out there's a lot of teamwork coming in. Like, did you see that in-game trust fall that went on with Tipper and Cat Satan? Where I believe it was a 4v3 and Divine were all targeting Cat Satan, and he just stood there. Like, he knew Tipper was right beside him because he was, and Tipper was going to take all of that damage. That was just like, wow. The connection between these players. So I totally don't think it was a bad game on the side of EVOS Esports, but there's a big question. Can EVOS close this out now that Divine Esports, it seems like, has got their number? Riku, you brought up something a little earlier that was interesting. That was, Divine Esports, or rather EVOS Esports, did something that was very predictable. This was very standard. This could have been a very standard EVOS Esports game. Is that why Divine Esports were able to counter them so quickly? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's also heavily, well, not heavily reliant on having the Galio to basically have this script. Okay, we know Renekton's going to do this. We know Valdez is going to do this. And basically having to reserve all... the fact that there's a cask as well for the big disengage. The taunt for that melee punish is, I think, a very perfect formula to slow down EVOS' aggression. Now, I'm curious to see what Divine is going to go forward to, going to do this time around. Because there were 2 routes to let go of Lens Lee Sin and basically branch out into 2 options, which we saw the Kha'Zix getting picked up or opening up the Olaf for yourselves, pick up the Jarvan 4 for Coyote, and possibly if they don't ban the Olaf in this draft, we could possibly see this in this game. Never mind. They took it away. I mean, they took it
arrived, Riku. Bow down to the Viking King.
I love how we all paused, and we were like, because we knew it was coming, and we just wanted to see. But yes, I believe
Jarvan,
we are getting that. Rafa, what do you think? How's this gonna go down now that we have the Viking King?
Well, so Divine have just locked in Ari for Coyote, so if a Jarvan comes in, it would have to be for Tonix in the Baron lane, or for Len in the jungle, because Agragas is being picked for Quay once again. I don't imagine, though, that Len would want to take a Jarvan, because we know that Len is best when he is on a jungler that you can put a lot of resources in, that he can be a primary source of damage, or at least a primary source of disruption in the backline and threatening the likes of Cat Satan. Now, this pivot, though, from EVOS, I know Riku was mentioning off the broadcast that it was so strange that EVOS let the Kai'Sa go over to Hope and took the Corki instead, because it's normally Cat Satan that plays the Kai'Sa. Now that it's on EVOS' side, this is going to put Divine towards the back burner of where they go for marksman, and it looks like Lucian's going to be the answer.
Yeah, Lucian Nami can be a potential option here. That means very strong early to mid game, and basically having a lot of poke, a lot of damage versus the dual lane. And I think the biggest question is usually when you know that you're on a Kai'Sa, will you unlock the lane swap here? I mean, it is, we've seen that being done before, especially you know that you're going to immediately lose the 2v2 when it comes to the poke. But look at G4 now gonna pick up this Twisted Fate, which we haven't seen throughout the entirety of the series. So I'm expecting, again, these level 5 destinies to impact the side lanes later on.
But this is a classic for G4 if you've been seeing him since the C Icon Championship in the summer. Now, I know you were calling for Lucian Nami, but they're sending the Gragas instead. They're making sure that Quay still has access to the disruption and the disengage options, as well as the engage options that the Gragas can get. Len going for the Kha'Zix one more time. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the Jarvan soft counter to just Cataclysm the Olaf, prevent Valdez from being able to do anything once he doesn't have Flash. But this time around, Divine Esports are opting into a slight scaling composition, but this time Cat Satan has the better option in the Kai'Sa, because the further the game goes, the more deadly Kai'Sa can become, as especially paired alongside a composition that just wants to go forward, and everyone on this team does. Twisted Fate can set up for Kai'Sa to snowball through the Dragon lane, or you can even play towards setting up Valdez, because he wants to invade, he wants to play around objectives, and even through all the crowd control that Divine have, you can't do anything against an Olaf once he just presses Ragnarok.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, that's why we're kind of like all waiting for the Olaf if he wasn't gonna get banned. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. Right now, from the drafts, it seems like it could be either team's game at this point. And, you know, we know, of course, that EVOS Esports, they are on point today. They have come out swinging indeed. But Divine Esports right now, they are waking up. So it's going to be interesting to see indeed if EVOS Esports is going to close this out, or if Divine Esports is going to make this reverse sweep, this comeback, and take this series. Really interested to see what is going to happen next as we step into game number 4. And Divine Esports, again, this is gonna be sort of like, I know it's difficult because they're teetering right now because they need to win this or give the series over to G4, G4 and the rest of EVOS Esports, of course. But yes, we are getting into game number 4 between EVOS Esports and Divine Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Oh my goodness, Omo, that's it. G4 is for game 4 because EVOS Esports are giving Divine Esports one last chance to take away a game before EVOS closes it out to try and win out this series. And we're starting things off with a very interesting one. Velda's back on this Olaf.
Yeah, Velda's back on this Olaf, G4 back on this Twisted Fate. That is a very classic EVOS combo. And what do we always talk about? Why did EVOS have so much success in the summer split? Because everywhere Valdez goes, G4 would go to. He would be potting on top of hits together with his jungler and making sure that he has all the space in the world to take control of the game. And that's something which he is really going to need to be doing here, because this Olaf Kha'Zix matchup is a very volatile one. So mid lane intervention gonna be so important. Using the level 2.
Len's gonna go back on that Kha'Zix as a bit of a trade happens in the mid lane. Coyote has to flash over the wall, and what a stun from this all-star mid laner.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here. He punishes Coyote's attempts to go in and get control of the jungle, because Coyote, this is how the process normally goes. You get your side laners to come help you push, you get control of the lane, you go to use that to get control of the jungle. Tipper? Okay.
Might have to flash away, and he does. but that gets out to safety and will grab his honey fruit as well. I mean, both sides just gonna trade equally, but Tipper's gonna have to recall early.
This has been happening every single game, by the way. These guys have just been trading summoners at level 1, at level 2. The moment they hit level 2, they come in for the fight. Huge blood buff there in the top lane, but this time, Tan X comes out a little bit on top of Tipper. And yeah, really great stuff from G4. If we call back to that, blowing Coyote's flash early means he's so vulnerable till he gets the Spirit Rush at level 5. So that's something we need to look out for. Mid lane control going over to EVOS.
Scuttle Crab's being traded as well. Evil's Esports gets the bottom side. Len from Divine gets the top half.
Yep.
And we can kind of see this as a result of the lanes that we've been having as well. You know, just being finding pressure towards opposite sides of the map means the Scuttle Crabs gets traded as well. Let's talk a little bit about Quay back on his Gragas because he was so impactful on it in the first 2 matches.
Yep.
Now he gets to make a repeat.
Well, he doesn't get the Gragas on Rich this time, right? Rich is not the one that gets the Gragas, and he's been a key playmaker for the side of EVOS. So maybe him being on Braum is actually hurting them because his playmaking ability is no longer there. His ability to be aggressive with roams is heavily impacted. I wouldn't say that it's non-existent, it's just much weaker. And we might see a dive onto Tipper.
Oh, Len jumps over the wall, comes across the last little attack, flashes, and he won't be able to take down Tipper.
So very close, but yet again, Tipper survives a dive attempt. This is gonna give Valdez all the space in the world to really get some control, get some farm for himself. Looks like he's just gonna make his way up, eat the Baron lane farm. They want Tan X.
They're onto Tan X, they're onto the Renekton, and Golkon comes across, and Valdez anywhere this Olaf goes, G4 is sure to follow.
Exactly. And Oracle. In this case, who would be the little lamb?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna say G4 here.
Yeah, so Valdez, Mary has
I'm
a
sorry, I
little
might
lamb
have to cut
G4.
you off because they're gonna dive the bot side. Coyote comes in, the charm misses out. Rich gonna walk back towards the turret, forces them away. Coyote dropping down low quickly. The turret comes back in one more time, and Katsin might be able to find something here to finally take down the Braum, but you still have to face off against the Kaiser. Valdez jumping in now, finds the first undertow. They find the first kill, going back onto the Braum, onto the Gragas in fact, and moving on to Hope 1 is the second perhaps.
What did Valdez
and Divine Esports barely get out.
Very curious stuff there from both of these teams. Coyote way over diving, takes 2 turret shots, tries to go back in, takes a 3rd turret shot. Now he wants to be a bit more sneaky yet again. Barrier still available for Katsatan. Oh boy.
Yeah, you have to watch out for the barrier. There might be the bait comes across, the Ignite coming in as well, but Katsin going to go down, and Divine finds something the bot side again.
Divine they do, but Tipper, they want to dive him.
Dominus comes across, they might be able to take down the Darius before he can get anything done. Has to flash away. The Renekton losing a lot of health. Len's gonna drop low as well.
Quay is here.
Quay now jumping back up the top end, and there's nobody else to provide backup for the Darius, so Tipper needs to give up this turret.
Solo Bolo? Not Solo Bolo. G4 and Rich, they take down Coyote, but the top turret is gonna fall across the board. It's blood everywhere. These teams, they are trading blow for blow. No one wants to let anything go, but Divine, they come out a bit on top, lose 1 kill, but get the turret. Dragon for EVOS, they want to trade the bot lane, but this is gonna be Herald, and you know what that means? That means you get mid control, most likely, with the Herald.
Trying to maybe make use of this, and it's so impactful, especially because they have the Ari, which makes things so much easier. G4 is going to have the wave clear as the TF though, but then once you use that, it's a lot more difficult to use his Golka as well. You know, you only really get to use either or. You don't get to have both benefits of wave clear and pick potential.
Yeah, no way you get your kick and you get to eat it too. So G4, what I think he likely wants to do, and what you guys at home should be doing if you're here on this Twist of Fate, is, well, we'll have to see what he does right now.
Destiny comes across, the gate used as well. The gold card primed, locked, and loaded. Unfortunately, Divine Esports backed away in time.
Yep. So that's exactly what you want to be doing, right? You don't actually need to red card the wave for wave clear. What you need to do as TF, and this is why you need to play on a knife's edge. You hold the gold card, you throw the wild cards, and you walk at them menacingly. And you need to have the cojones to really just stare them down and say, I'm not gonna back away. If you walk up and touch my turret, I'm gonna stun card you. And that's the kind of thing that you need to do as this Twist of Fate, which is why you really need to be very on the ball with how you're playing it mechanically and how you're positioning your character. That's the way you approach it, and G4 does exactly that. Pops Destiny Gate, runs at Divine, forces them away.
Quay could be there to punish as well though, so that's something that you need to watch out for. If G4 is going to snap so aggressively against them, he needs to be careful of the explosive cast that could potentially come across. Now we look towards the bottom end, as well as the mid side, because plays are happening all around the map. G4 gets caught out with the gold card in hand, but won't be able to use it in time. They come now with the undertow, with the ultimates, with everything tossed at Divine Esports, but they get away either way.
Yeah, and that's a bit too aggressive there from G4. We talked about how he needs to walk in Divine. He walked in a bit too deep, and we might see a turn.
Yeah, Charm comes across now. Rich is still so tanky. Damage coming across on the Coyote as the Reckless Swings will take him down. Tipper, totally unnecessary there.
Tipper just strolls in to give some moral support to the rest of EVOS Esports. It's gonna be a 1,000 gold lead, and a lot of that is in the pockets of Veldis. Our little Mary here. The little lamb unfortunately did run it down a bit, but Veldis, Mary still has, you know, the game in his pocket. He still has full control. And what are we gonna start seeing right now, Gamism? We're gonna start seeing the split push come into effect. Now, TF, he always has to be careful of Kha'Zix jumping on him in the side lane, but he's always gonna be able to just push and move. And with the prio that he gets, you have to be so very careful here as Divine.
I'm quite impressed by what Len has been able to do. He's been able to keep up with Veldis despite the fact that he's 2 kills and 1 assist down. That just shows how well Len has been able to farm throughout this game. But at the same time, it shows Veldis has been able to apply a lot of pressure across the map. Now look towards Coyote because he's got the Spirit Rush, but still gonna go down. It's Veldis that once again comes up with the kill. Now Destiny Endgame gonna be using, trying to pull the stun cut out, blocking and taking down Koi. The last final auto attack will find is Cassian with the kill confirmed. As the dash away from Hope 1, the 4 of EVOS Esports towards the top side.
And I love to see this from EVOS. When they looked their best, when they won the Summer Cup, it was off the back of these combos. Jungle mid, jungle mid. We always talk about the duo from EVOS, and they are performing here. G4 in Game 4, he is popping off. He is everywhere that Valdez goes, and they are just working so well in tandem. I want to call your attention back to I think it was Game 1 or Game 2, when it was the same matchup. I think it was Game 2. Coyote was playing Ari, Valdez, he was playing Fiora, and he still managed to chase him down, kill him under his tier 1 turret. That's exactly what happened this game as well. Valdez is just doing so much work.
Whoa, what is happening, Tipper? He doesn't care that there's 3 people there. He's just going in. Veldis comes in with the Ragnarok as well. Looking to maybe take down Quay. All that, it doesn't really matter. They find the first one. It's the Kha'Zix gone. And the second, the reset available for Tipper. EVOS Esports controlling this game, Momo.
They saw Coyote. They want him. He has Spirit Rush.
They're chasing after. The Charm comes in, but the gold card is there. They get the lockdown back on the Coyote. A little bit more damage is all they need. Dash after dash and rocket belt to boot. Divine get away, but the Dragon will fall.
Dragon falls, the second one of the game, going over to EVOS Esports. Tanax, he tried to do what he could on the other side of the map, but it's not gonna be enough. And that's the scary thing right now. You have the spells, but you can't even fight the Darius because you don't know if he has backup. And you bet he does. EVOS, they're playing so well around the map right now. They are always playing together. They're always ready to support each other. And Veldis, how are you doing this?
Veldis has been throughout this game. Len, he can't decide if he wants to go in or not. Chasing after the kill, there we have it. Destiny comes across G4, maybe kind of trying to provide some assistance. It's so tough for Len.
This is a heartbreaker here, and what do we talk about, right? This is a very volatile jungle matchup, which means it comes down to the mid laners to impact the game. And who's impacting the game? Who is performing? Who is popping off? It's none other than G4. This man, he has had an amazing performance here today, and this Game 4 is no different.
And Tipper is becoming quite a raid boss himself. He's been able to play aggressively in the face of 2 people, in the face of 3 people. Because of how tanky he's become,
so hard to kill.
He's able to survive against them long enough for G4 or Veldis to join to the fight.
Exactly, and that's something that EVOS have been doing so well as well. Tipper is able to play so confidently because the members of EVOS, they're rotating so well around the map. Veldis doesn't know he's on the ward, but I want to pay attention to what he's doing on the side lanes. And this is an EVOS special. They will often send Valdez to be the side laner. He's one of the largest carries. He's one of the best carries in the whole tournament out of the jungle row, and they funnel him to farm.
Watch out for Ridge. There we have it. Rocket Belt with the gold card available as they take down the first. It's Hope 1 dead. The illusion is gone. Watch out for the undertows. It's swinging from Veldis. He has your number. Chasing after Divine Esports to come in the upper head to take down the Ari Coyote, the next to fall. And the face of EVOS Esports, your summer champions here to play.
They are here to play indeed, Grandin. Their eyes are on the Baron right now. They have the Kaiser. They have the Olaf. Len is still alive, but he's a level down. And look at where G4 is. He is not letting Len anywhere close to this pit.
No more plays, no more miracles, none available for Divine Esports because here we have it. EVOS grab the first Baron and come in with the gold card, maybe try to take down one more.
They want Tipper.
Quay will survive. Instead, they go to the mid lane instead. But flashing forward with the gold card. Have you seen an aggressive TF like this before? Not on
Look at
anybody
Veldus!
except G4. Look at Veldus. He doesn't care about anything or anyone. Just chases in between two turrets.
And I love this side of EVOS. These are your summer champions. They had an underwhelming performance in groups. They came out as the 3rd seed. Divine, they were the 1st seed. But now these teams, when they're facing off in the playoffs, EVOS, they have turned it on. They are on a next level. Some might even say, you know, they are looking in championship form yet again.
And Evo's esports, I mean, the 3rd game was a little bit concerning. Divine pulls up with an incredible composition, but now as we go back into one that is quite even, it feels like Evo's esports has just been able to play better than Divine esports and showcasing us just why they were able to convincingly take the first 2 games.
Definitely. I mean, okay, game 1 might not have been
Game
convincing.
1 was a little bit, I was thinking about that again, right?
Game 2 was definitely convincing, and here in Game 4, this is a dominant performance from EVOS. I love the setup that they're doing. Funnel Veldus, the farm, he will 1v1 anybody. If you have a player like Veldus on your team, you give him everything, and he will carry. Trusted him to carry, and now Tarnek's in trouble.
Yeah, you have to watch out for this Renekton. He's gonna go golden, try and survive, but the upper hand is available right on time, right on cue. Divine Esports try to defend here. Gold card locked and loaded a second time coming, trying to go on to Quay here, but they're just gonna take the turret first. Evil's esports have the dragon in eyes as well.
And EVOS, they are getting everything. Turrets, barons, kills, dragons, the whole map belongs to EVOS. They run the game 12-3. They have more than a 10,000 gold. They're gonna get the fire dragon. It's an ocean elder as well. It looks like this game, this series is in the bags for EVOS. And do you know what that means? Not to write them off so early, but if EVOS win this, they go on for a rematch of the Thai Icon series up against Buriram.
And perhaps we get to see that outcome happen. I mean, this feels like a moment where I get to say, I just claimed game number 4. Thank you, Wild Rift Esports for Evos.
Very much the case here. And I want to point out as well, if EVOS win this, if they go on to face Buriram, that would mean that they would have to take down Group A's #1 seed and Group B's #1 seed to get to the finals. This means that they would be favorites for the whole thing, I would even dare say. And EVOS, I mean, their path is not going to be an easy one, but they're making it look easy.
Yeah, but the chasing
So
after
easy.
Tarn-X and take him down effortlessly.
Effortless indeed.
Oh
He
my
doesn't even have
goodness.
time to pop the Dominus. He's just running. There's nothing he can do. How often do you see Renekton have to buy Zhonya's? It's just such a tough situation to be in. And Veldus, this man, he's putting on a clinic right now.
No sweat on the brows for Evil's esports. I mean, it's been a convincing game for them. Now they just have to close this one out. We saw a similar process happen in game 1 where Divine Esports were able to get ahead. Unlike them though, Evos have been able to maintain the advantage and keep things going. They're looking towards the second Baron, and that might be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, they're looking onto the Baron 10 seconds away. I don't even think that Divine, they're going to be able to approach though. It's full control from EVOS. Every time you walk near them, they chase you down. They run you out of the jungle. It belongs to them now. And look at G4. Look at Tipper. They're going to be the ones here marking land, making sure he gets nowhere near this pit.
And this is the difficult part about composition that Divine Esports have drafted. There's no vision, no information, nothing that you can use
can't play from
to
behind.
get knowledge of the Baron pit.
Yeah, you really cannot play from behind. You cannot walk into River. You cannot walk into Baron Pit. There's just so little options. And look at EVOS. They are running the map.
Taking control around the Baron pit now. Divine Esports need to get some information, walk
we go.
back in, but they're walking into Gold Card of G4 instead. They're taking down Quay, and the Destiny's gonna be used. They're looking to maybe take down Len as well. They move into the Baron pit instead. Maybe just grab this here. G4 will port in, get ready to fight in the mid side if they have to, but Baron started up.
Baron started up, and Baron's gonna be finished off just like that. Olaf as well as Kaiser, so much damage. And G4 right now, he is just zoning once again. There's nothing that Divine can do. It's gotta feel a bit desperate for them. Tarn-X, he wants to get something, anything. He wants to just get this turret, please.
Just gets the environmental goal. Doesn't even get the full caddy, but we'll get the bot side turret finally. Divine Esports, I mean, 14,000 behind.
It's
I mean,
brutal.
It is really brutal here.
And we have to remember, we saw the journey of Divine Esports all the way from play-ins. We saw them start weak in play-ins. We saw them start weak in groups. But they are starting weak once again in playoffs, and you don't have many chances. If Divine, you lose this, you go down to the lower bracket, and you face the other Summer Super Cup finalists in one team. It's so brutal. Oh no, the damage!
Walk in, Land gets taken down by the Captain Rain, and with the Unbreakable, there's not much Divine Esports can do to stop Evos from walking onto the inhibitor. They pull in Coyote with the upper hand, and facing off against Evos, Divine are falling apart.
Divine, they are falling apart. If you look at game 1 to game 4, it looks like a different team. And Valdez,
the juggernauts of the summer season have come back in. They're taking down the first with the Captain Rain, looking to take down the second, the third. All the numbers coming across. Evos Esports with that third game win will take away the series.
18-3, a dominant performance from EVOS, and they were 3-1 here against Divine Esports. Amazing stuff. Something I did not expect to be saying. Look at that. Smiles on the face of a lot of the players, but the one in the middle of your screen, the veteran G4. No emotion, head down, taking a moment to process everything. It's been a very long run here for the side of the EVOS Esports roster. You know, they've had to, deal with a lot of struggles in their local league, regionally. They dropped down to the lower bracket at the start of playoffs, but here they looked weak in groups. But yet again, when you come into playoffs, 3-1, they take down Divine in dominant fashion, and they will be moving on to face up against Buriram United.
And they really showed how well they were able to punish the mistakes of Divine. Once Divine made a misstep, they were right there around the corner waiting to catch them off guard. And being able to take this 3-1 really does show how EVOS has come into playoffs form and being able to execute well. And honestly, wrecking the entire prediction score across the board for all the analysts. I don't know who you voted for,
I put Trio
but
Divine.
I'm going to say it wrecked for you too. Yeah, it wrecked it for all of us. And so EVOS really did manage to show us something special here. We're going to toss it over to the analyst desk to break down this series, because what an impressive one it was from your summer champions.
Very impressive indeed. EVOS Esports are back. It is a 3-1 in favor of the Thai representatives versus Divine Esports. Let's head into that post-game analysis that the casters were talking about. And yes, indeed, the panel predictions, the talent predictions overall. We are just, it's not a good start for us right now. I'm sorry, Rafa, by the way. I know you're taking this to heart right now, but what were your post-game thoughts?
All right, you know what? I know my predictions were completely destroyed and wrecked here, but on the flip side, if you're a Thai fan, you are absolutely elated right now because your Summer Sea Icon champions are back in form. They're playing to their strengths, and even Valdez is looking completely renewed. I cannot sing enough praise about the way that Valdez piloted himself in this series, because he adapted himself to every single situation, every single composition that EVOS drafted. If he was on Fiora for the late game duty, then he minimized the amount of damage and losses he took during the early parts of the game while farming up in the Fiora, and he showed up huge when it mattered during those mid-game skirmishes, picking up triple kills and doubles and just massive amounts of gold, spiking and accelerating himself or leapfrogging ahead of Len on the Lee Sin. Then they go into game 3, he goes on the Lee Sin. Yes, it was a loss for EVOS, but they looked so damn good in the early game that when we finally see the Olaf come through, I'm already nervous, and for a good reason, because he also just comes through huge and no one could stop Valdez when he got ahead. And I think an honorable mention has to go to G4 as well, because compared to his group's performance, this is a completely on form renewed G4 as well.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. I mean, before the series even started, I keep mentioning about a lot of question marks, and one of them are definitely EVOS Esports, just because, as Omo mentioned, their group performances aren't exactly too convincing, and now they're back in form as, again, the Summer Super Cup champions. And again, I love the fact that you mentioned this, Rafa, that Valdez is such a flexible jungler, definitely one of the best, if not the best, in the current tournament right now. And the fact that he was an Olaf. Usually when you're an Olaf, you wanted setup, you wanted that shield, you wanted Orianna with you want a Lulu with you, or maybe a Seraphine at certain times, but he used this Olaf as something that he's fine on his own when it comes to survivability, when it comes to just pressing that Ragnarok and being very confident. He would promise to take a life every single time and not use a Ragnarok defensively. It will count. And that is exactly what we saw. I mean, we saw Divine taking a risk, having to go back to that Kha'Zix on Len, but it turns out every single lane, Tanex collapsing, mid lane Coyote as well. So this Evo's just getting revenge from that 2-0 that Divine inflicted against Evos back in the group stages.
Exactly. It comes full circle right now, actually. And, for Eva's Esports, they will be advancing. It's interesting that they will face off against Barium United Esports next. And it is a Thai region, battle over here, and both teams do incredibly well. That should be an interesting series indeed. That is up tomorrow, but for now, Eva's Esports, they can sit back, they can watch the rest of the matches, and they can rest easy knowing that they did very, very well in this series. And, Rafa, I wanted to ask you, by the way, we did talk about Valdez quite a lot, but I think Thipper stepped up quite a lot in this series as well. There was a big question mark on him as well in the group stages. We talked a lot about how he wasn't exactly living up to the performance that he gave during the Summer Super Cup. How do you like him now in the first day of the playoffs? He is doing really, really well.
I mean, Tipper was absolutely instrumental into shutting down and mitigating any early game plays that Len was looking for when he was on the Lee Sin in games 1 and 2. And you can even look to this game 4 to a little bit as well, because on the Darius this last game, Len was trying to show the first dive on the Kha'Zix that he went for in game 4. And Ponex just kept himself alive a majority of the time that Len tried to spend towards the Baron lane. I'm trying to give as much credit I can to Evos, but I think it's completely fair to show that Divine did not show their best performance in this series. You can tell that the communication and there's a lot of nerves that was kind of hindering them in games 1, 2, and especially 4, where the engages are off sync. People are Quay's going in when Coyote has already expended a lot of his engagement resources. Len was not performing to his peak form of getting and accelerating those dives. I mean, when Valdez is executing the dives better than Len, who is supposed to be the most aggressive jungler in this tournament, then something has to be mentally reset in Divine's just overall environment. Hopefully for Divine Esports fans and the Vietnamese region that are watching, there's going to be enough time as we get ready for the next series of the day that Divine Esports are going to take this time to kind of reset, take their series against one team and go through with confidence and play to their strengths. Because now they're going to have to be in the lower bracket run through where they only have one more life before it is lights out for them for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and we totally didn't expect Divine Esports to, look at the panel predictions. We didn't expect Divine Esports to drop the series, actually. But they did, and a big part of that reason is because of our MVP of the series, which I believe we have sung enough praises for this player over here. It is going to be Valdez in the jungle. Riku, I know you said a lot about Valdez a little earlier, but, looking forward and seeing him up against maybe junglers like TF from SBTC, how do you think he can level up his playing style? What's the next step for him?
I think just being able to basically use any jungler, especially something that can definitely carry the early game, is something to be feared for when it comes to Valdez. I mean, constantly there are focus bans. We've seen the Olaf ban, despite Divine having to switch sides, and as well as having to adjust and ban Fiora. He is still gonna be fine having to adjust like the Lee Sin, and it really doesn't matter. We saw his Fiora back from the Summer Super Cup. This is uniquely a Valdez pick in the jungle, by the way. And he, even though, let's just say on paper, Fiora, really good scaling, but he's still able to open up the early game despite those limitations. And this guy is absolutely scary, and I'm excited to see more of his performances in the playoffs.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the rest of Eva's Esports as well. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they match up against Barium United Esports. But for now, again, they can celebrate, they can rest easy, and they can join us over here on our virtual stage. I think we do have Kat, Satan, representing the rest of Eva's Esports in this quick little interview. Kat Satan, welcome to the panel desk over here. Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to join us, and congratulations on your win against Divine Esports. So, Kat Satan, my first question for you guys. Was there any difference in how you guys approached the playoffs? We know your performance in the group stage. You guys mentioned you had a lot to work on. What changed coming into the playoffs?
ก็เขาอยากทราบว่าในรอบเพลย์ออฟเนี่ยมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงยังไงบ้างไหมที่แบบว่าในตอนกรุ๊ปก็คือทำได้ดีแล้วแล้วสำหรับรอบเพลย์ออฟเนี้ยมีอะไรที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปบ้างไหมคะในแผน
เปลี่ยนครับเปลี่ยนตอนที่เราแพ้เวียดนามอะครับเราก็เปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นกลายเป็นไฟท์เลยครับแบบบวกๆไปเลยมั่วๆไป
Okay, so after they lost to the Vietnam team, so they changed all their plans to the fighter side. They just keep going.
Seems like a good plan indeed. I mean, it seems to be working so far here at the playoffs. Rafa, what about you? Do you have a question for Kat Satan?
Yeah, so, Kat Satan actually got a chance to answer a little bit of the question that I wanted to ask, but I want to go further in detail. What did EVOS go over during this off time between the last day of groups and before the first day of playoffs to identify what EVOS were doing incorrectly against the Vietnamese teams during groups, and how did they prepare specifically for this matchup against Divine?
สำหรับที่แมตช์เนี้ยที่เจอกับ DY นี้เราทีม EVOS เนี่ยมีการเตรียมตัวอะไรเป็นพิเศษไหมเอ่ย
ก็เตรียมตัวแบบฝึกซ้อมเฉยๆครับแบบทำให้จากครั้งที่เราแพ้เราก็เรียนรู้แล้วก็มาทำให้เราชนะครับแบบเรียนรู้แล้วแก้ไขครับผม
so they just keep practice as normal, just learn from the mistake and fix their style, and yeah, that's the result for today.
I think like EVOS, they already know their mistakes. They already know what they have to work on. They just have to keep going and going. They're pretty much set. They're pretty much set at this point. Riku, what about you?
Well, I know it's super early in the tournament right now. I am curious though. I know you guys are confident reaching the grand finals, but I'm curious, who do you think will reach that point alongside with you? Who will be your opponents?
สำหรับคำถามเนี้ยก็คือเขาบอกว่าจริงๆมันเป็นช่วงต้นของการแข่งขันรอบเพลย์ออฟเนาะแต่ว่าเขาอยากทราบว่าคิดว่าใครเนี่ยจะได้เป็น2ทีมสุดท้ายที่จะไปแข่งไฟนอลกับทีมของคุณ
ก็ต้องเป็นไทยแลนด์ครับอีโวบุรีรัมย์ครับไทยแลนด์โนหนึ่ง
Yeah, definitely for Buriram.
Aww.
The Thailand team. Yeah, that he wants the both Thai team to go against.
Oh, that's really sweet.
Great.
Well, you guys will be facing off against Buriram tomorrow, and we wish you the best of luck in that match. Kat Satan, thank you so much for joining us, and have a good rest. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Kat Satan from EVOS Esports, and I think it's it really is a testament, I guess, to the management and to the coaching staff of EVOS Esports that they don't really have to change their playstyle at all. They just have to make minor adjustments. They just need to revisit it. But for them, like on their side, they're pretty set. They're pretty good. Like there's no drastic changes needed. They already know what they have to work on individually, and they just have to roll with it. And as Kat Satan mentioned, they just decided, when they do roll with it, they just keep going and going and going and going. Let's take a look at our updated brackets right now with that EVOS Esports win. And Riku, Kat Satan mentioned that he wanted Buriram United to go with them all the way to the grand finals. I don't think that is happening, because take a look at their next match. What are your thoughts on this painful sort of like brother versus brother series that we have coming tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Well, we looked at Buriram United facing off Divine Esports during the play-ins, and it's basically a similar mirror. It's like a very familiar situation that because of the playstyle of Divine, it feels like they are fighting EVOS as well. So they have still yet to pull through and see if they can defeat EVOS even during their grand finals run. So maybe they will sing a different tune though, considering the fact that Buriram has basically made adjustments to their playstyle, you know, not having to purely rely on scaling, but also having to match early game aggression. I think it looks pretty promising for the next matchup for them.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that just because EVOS and Buriram are going to send one or the other into the lower bracket, we can't get a reunion at the grand finals, right? They're putting a lot of faith that, you know, Buriram will make the lower bracket run through, assuming that EVOS are still confident in playing to their top form going into this tomorrow's matchup for the tie one-on-one. But I think when you look at the playoffs bracket, you also have to consider EVOS. They've gone through one Vietnamese demon in Divine, and they've overcome that. The next step, though, if they make it through Buriram, they have to play against, more than likely, SBTC Esports. Now, if we get more madness and see that Team Secret or MBR gets through SBTC, then I really don't know what's happening in this playoffs bracket anymore.
And I have to point out, we could see a rematch of the last series in the grand final as well. It could be possible that Divine Esports makes it out of the lower bracket and EVOS Esports, they continue all the way to the grand final, and we see this once again. Comes full circle indeed. But first, we are gonna head on over into our next series of the day. It is gonna be Team Secret versus MBR Esports. We'll be back right after a quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Be my eye. Hello to all League of Legends Wild Rift fans. We're Espa. I'm Karina. I'm Giselle. I'm Winter. I'm Nini. We're excited to be part of the ESL Mobile Challenge presents the Wild Rift SEA Championship Grand Finals this weekend. Catch our performance in the live broadcast happening this 3rd October. Unleash greatness. See you there!
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift C Championships. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel with Rafa, and guess who? It's Omo on the panelist desk this time, taking over from Riku. And Eva's Esports, they just took the first series of the day, and now we have got Team Secret versus MBR. I honestly don't know how this match is going to go. I know where I want it to go, obviously, but I don't know how this is gonna play out. Number one, because Team Secret is crazy. I mean, come on, the previous match, the previous form that we saw them in, it was pretty nuts. Number two, MBR, we have pegged them as our wild card. It seems even wilder now than we expected. These guys have two very different styles, though. We'll take a look at Team Secret first. They are not known for early aggression at all, I think. And, you know, looking at their different styles, looking at the different drafts that they have brought out in the group stages, they're known for the macro, they're known for good objectives. This is the kind of team that likes the kind of insurance that Franklin Templeton gives, but sometimes they can be a bit... Yeah, I did it. I went there. Sometimes, though, Team Secret, they can be a bit too passive, to a fault. And Omo, I know this is, you know, something that you point out every single time. There are so many missed opportunities in the early game and everything. Yes. What do you think going up against MBR?
Yeah, I mean, something we touch on a lot when we talk about Team Secret is how reliant they are, almost to a fault, about if General Hamas is not there to lead them, the rest of the team occasionally do fall apart like hairless chickens. And guess where he is in the entire early game? He's stuck in the Dragon Lane. Up to the 4-minute mark, there's a very limited space for Hamas to roam, to influence the map, and I think that that's the timing which Team Secret is typically the most passive. And it really makes a lot of sense. If you look at their pre-4-minute play, there's a lot of inaction, a lot of just farming, a lot of just not looking for plays that they could potentially go for on the map, and that's something which I think would hurt them against a team like MBR.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting, we brought this up earlier in the group stages. Team Secret, back in the Icon Series PH, I believe they have had the, you know, the lowest rate for first Herald, for first Dragon. They're just really passive. They're not gonna make the first move in this case. But what do you think, Rafa? Do you think it's time for them to make the first move today?
You know, when it comes to Team Secret and MBR, I'm not the most confident about my read on these two teams, because on the one hand, Team Secret has brought out some really cool jungle picks, like the Shyvana for Trevor, and so that already makes me a fan because it's actually a really decent pick into some of the scaling fighters that get picked out, as long as Lee Sin is not on the table. Otherwise, then Shyvana just wants to cry. But when you look on the flip side to MBR, you have to remember that this is the team that forced a tiebreaker and gone in through the upper bracket after winning against one team who was one of your other Summer Seed Championship finalists. So, like, MBR, the pride and the sole representative of Indonesia, is fighting for their lives to make their region proud. And I just look at MBR as like a wild card. You just don't know what this team is going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they are well and truly the dark horses left in the tournament, and you really don't know what they're gonna do, which is why there's such a force to be reckoned with. You have an idea of how they want to draft. A lot of Varus, a lot of Prio in the mid lane, Onion King on carries, things along those lines. But when they go in game, the way they play is so unpredictable, and I think that is going to be MBR's biggest strength here today.
Yeah, and I gotta give a special shout out to Abigail from the Indonesia Icon series. She told me that MBR was a team that even their own region was prepared to write off. They went into the summer season and they were like, nah. And they were surprised at how well MBR did in the fall season, especially since this team went through a massive roster change just before the fall season. That directly contrasts Team Secret, who have been playing together ever since the preseason, ever since day 0 of Wild Rift. They were already together. So there's just so many contrasts with these teams. You know, MBR coming in with that, you know, very brutal sort of style that we are just gonna bulldoze through everything that gets in our way, and Team Secret here with the weird drafts, the big brain plays, and everything. So this is a match that I feel like is, you know, it's gonna be very, very hard to predict, and we're only gonna get a better idea of how it's gonna go down once we actually step into the Rift. But we're gonna have our head-to-head right here, and Oma, I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on this, because I do believe it is going to be in the Baron lane. And you know what? I think between Azar and Onion King. Okay, it's TJ's Onion Daddy, by the way.
All right.
Hey, it's TJ. It's TJ. I mean, I'm not surprised.
I can't blame him.
Yeah?
It's a very reasonable thing to talk about. And yeah, I think that's something a lot of the panel has touched on in the past, is when we see Team Secret play, Azar is typically one of the players that you need to be stepping up. You need him to be one of the big carries. And when we look at how Team Secret plays, the only one that I would say has been consistently stepping up has been Tatsuri. Azar has been very hit or miss for me. He's been very on one game, very off the next. And I think that the only carry champion which I've really been impressed on by him is that Riven pick. Now, if you drop below the Riven pick, then it would come to something like Dr. Mundo, which I would say it doesn't really fit his playstyle and what his team wants to do. It's not the typical carry that you would usually go for. So I would like to see him step up here today, but it's gonna be oh so difficult going up against a player like Onion King, who I would say has been one of the big carries for MBR.
Yeah, and you know what, Rafa, you brought up the Shyvana a while ago, all these, you know, weird picks on the side of Team Secret. There has been a pretty consistent weird pick that we've been experiencing here in the group stages, though, and that is the emergence of the biggest possible snowball here in the competition. That's gonna be the one that is rolled by Nunu and Willem. Rafa, I know you have thoughts on this. What is this? What are we seeing right now? Rolling into sweep.
Yeah, Nunu and Willem has been a champion that is honestly a huge outlier in terms of the jungle meta, because normally the junglers in that have been remaining in this tournament have prioritized strong physical damage duelists that either prioritize early aggression, that want to invade, that want to dive, they want to play for early skirmishes, or fighters that scale into the later parts of the game that can also opt into split pushing and take a lot of side lane resources farm. Most of the tanks that get picked in this game for compositions end up coming from the Baron lane, the support, or sometimes even mid lane. It never comes from jungle because fighters make tanks cry. It's plain put. But for Nunu and Willem, this is a pick that has just emerged as a champion that most of the teams, especially during the group stages, at least on the last 2 days, they didn't know what to do with it. You already see that, according to our lower third, 73% win rate across 11 games. That is accounting for both groups and play-in stages, because there is a couple of games during the last group of play-ins where some players were picking Nunu and they just got a win off of it because the teams didn't understand how it works. But I want to roll some other stats that are not shown on screen about the actual presence of Nunu. Now, overall, when you look at the 4 group stage A's, it is only a 29.5% presence rate because I think it was like maybe 1 or 2 picks over, you know, the
People still confused.
right. Now, don't worry. I'm going to simplify this. Just think about this way. It jumps to a 64.2 presence rate just on day 4 because after the 3 wins that Nunu picked up on day 3, everyone suddenly in Group B is like, what is this champion and how do we deal with it? And they just don't know how to, so they have to resort to banning it. And if it gets through draft, then one of the teams usually opts into it. And just Nunu is one of the few tank champions from the jungle that can actually survive against the early fighters. And then it just becomes a massive objective secure for that team that picked it, because you can't outsmite Consume Smite.
You can't even flip it. It's just no chance, right?
Yeah, well, it seems like on the side of Nunu and Willem, yeah, could have had it all, but now you're here rolling in the deep in the snowball. Indeed. Another head-to-head, yeah, I got that. I got a little, oh, sad, Mika, stop. I do have this other head-to-head that I want to look really closely at, and it is going to be between James and Ayelur and Tobu, actually. Besides the Baron lane matchup that we have going on, I just feel like, you know, within the Dragon lane, of course, James is a prime target as, you know, the head of Team Secret, as the one who is in charge of all the shot calling and everything. And I think on the other end, though, we have Ayelur, who is sort of like that James counterpart on the side of MBR and with Tobu, and they have this partnership that has spanned so many years in the mobile gaming scene. So those are the Dragon lane for this certain series is where the main sort of like matchup is going to be between the big brains. So I think that's going to be incredibly crucial. But we have here in the Baron lane, of course, we have Azar hoping that he's going to set it up. He went away. He went to get ready for his for his series over there. And TJ's very own Onion Daddy, indeed. But yeah, Omo, before we head into our talent predictions, I'm wondering, you know, there was a big question again if Azar was the most consistent player and if he's gonna step up to this. What about Onion King though? Do you think that like he might be like not consistent today, or do you think that like he's gonna step it up even further? What would that look like?
It's hard to say, right? But overall, I feel like Onion King has been quite consistent overall. Whether he's given resources or whether he's not, he's able to perform his role. When given resources, he's able to carry, and he's able to find leads by himself, which is also important as a carry Baron laner. That's something which I've been very impressed by Onion King by. I also think he has one of the better Fioras in this tournament. Not as good as Veldus, of course, but not bad for sure. He understands when he needs to be split pushing, which is so important as a Fiora. So many of these players like to just come team fight on that pick, and honestly, Azar is one of those offenders. We saw him try to team fight over and over on Fiora, bashing his head into the brick wall, and I feel like that's a key matchup that we might see here today as well. Something along the lines of Fiora Riven might honestly decide the lane, if it's decide the whole game if it's picked here in the Baron lane, and that's why I think that that's something which is super important, and I'm quite curious to see what prep Team Secret has coming into this, because we talk about them being one of the better prep teams. Do they have answers for the split pushes? Are they gonna try to contest it with carries of their own, or are they gonna default to things like Mundo and try to stabilize?
Yeah, needless to say, I'm quite nervous over here as we bring up our talent predictions. Of course, I am voting for Team Secret, but I'm gonna lie if I was gonna say that MBR didn't make me sweat at all. I am very curious indeed. Omo though is going full on with MBR. I don't know, Team Secret's inconsistency not selling you? Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you here. The PH fans already hate me, so I decided I'm just gonna double down. And I think that MBR, they are one of the best chances we have at seeing upsets in this tournament. If you see MBR versus any team that's ranked above them, I honestly think MBR have a real shot. Now, with that said, I do think that Team Secret is the better team, but I think that this matchup is very possible for MBR to pull out an upset in. I think stylistically, they match up well, and they have enough wildcards to take down a team which is more predictable like Secret.
Yeah, Not to mention MBR and their spooky ghosts. Apparently, they are notorious in the Indonesian Icon series for spamming all of those twin shadows. It's, you know, twin shadows at this point. But yeah, Rafa voting for Team Secret as well. And in the meanwhile, I just have to speak on behalf of all the Pinoy fans. I'm not fighting Omo. I mean, no, I will fight Omo, but we don't hate him. I'll fight him.
I will lose. It's fine.
We don't hate him. Yeah, we'll go back behind the scenes. Show him. Yes,
I'm scared now.
No. But in all honesty, you do make a good point. That early aggression from MBR, that wild card sort of play, I'm not sure how Team Secret can prepare for it at this point. We are about to head into Champ Select though, and this is one of the most interesting parts of a Team Secret series. We don't exactly know what they're bringing out, and yes, we know that the last time we saw them, it was a little weird, to say the least.
Yeah.
But I also can't help but think, was that a teaser as to what they're bringing out for the playoffs? I mean, certainly there was that Katarina on Tatsuri that might come out as sort of like an ace card, but you know, there might have been some kind of strategies in there that they could have been experimenting. What do you think, Oma?
I mean, I feel like the only thing that looked viable out of that game was, like you mentioned, right? Tatsuri's Katarina, that's always going to be a pocket pick for him, but I think it's too niche. There's too many conditions which need to be met before you can pull it out. And the other one, which I'm a little bit hopeful for seeing, but honestly not that hopeful, is the Graves for Azar. I feel like that pick is not a troll pick, but it's also, once again, it's too niche. Too many conditions need to be met before you can pick it.
Well,
what do you think of Vance over here, though, Rafa?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to go back to this Katarina fantasy, because if we're going to talk about Katarina, this is where, as an NA representative, I could tell you all about, because for a while, I looked at every single region, and apart from Tatsuri, no other global player was playing Katarina. We got a bunch of Katarina players over in NA, so if she makes it through the draft for Tatsuri, don't worry, I will drop the Katarina knowledge. But for right now, it seems pretty standard. Secret are still maintaining the Gragas priority, but MBR making sure that the Senna Gragas Dragon duo does not get reunited. Now, I'm now curious to see what they start to pair with the Senna in the Dragon Link, because the Galio's already gone. Does this mean that we get to see potentially the return of Senna Nasus, or maybe something else?
Senna Galio is gone, like you mentioned. Senna Gragas is gone, so yes, like you mentioned, this is going to mean very limited options for MBR's Baron lanes. I'm quite curious to see how this one plays out, but I do want to point out, the shoe is on the other foot now, right? They banned away the Varus, and they forced the Senna pick on the side of MBR. I think this preparation from Team Secret is so good. You remove the Varus, you force them to take the Senna, something which they're less comfortable with, and you snatch away the Galio first pick. Olaf is still available as a counter pick, and I think it can do very well here into this Nunu Gragas combo. I would like to see that get picked up by MBR as the last pick, but Team Secret overall, very good draft prep. They came in here and choked MBR out in the draft.
Look at this, Ezreal coming in though. And of course, good that we highlighted the Nunu and Willem earlier, because we are going to be seeing the tandem over into this first game of this series. Rafa, what are your thoughts on Ezreal though? You get a lot of Ezreal in NA?
We sometimes do, and usually we're not necessarily fans of Ezreal, and it's not because of the pick itself, but most of our marksmen are much more accommodated and skilled on things like the Varus and the Kaisa. For Ezreal can potentially have like the highest damage ceiling out of any marksman, but it relies you to hit all your skill shots, right? Yep. And so if you're not hitting above 75% of your Mystic shots, you're going to get out damaged by every other marksman in the game. So it really just comes down to how well those the Mystic shots are being aligned. I do want to point out that the Pantheon was locked in as a jungle option, and that provides some early aggressive power plays that can happen as an avenue for MBR. And we talk back to what Omo highlighted about this Indonesian team, is that while their team play lacks during the mid and late game, their early aggression lanes, especially in the solo laners, are what makes this team come alive. And so this Pantheon, you get a point and click stun ability that really highlights and facilitates the solo laners to pick up those kills and snowball in the early game.
Yeah, and something I want to point out as well is I do like what MBR are going for. You don't have the Varus, right? But your substitution is, instead of playing Senna plus Funnel and playing Senna which doesn't farm but as a marksman position, you're playing Senna with Cocky. So that's gonna be pretty much guaranteed bot lane prio anytime you want it. When they swap to the mid lane, they should almost always get prio as well, because you're playing double range. It's just the nature of how it plays out, and I think that suits how MBR want to play. They need to get prio to allow their solo laners to excel on side lanes, and I think that they've managed to achieve that with the draft here.
Well, we're gonna see how this first game goes down between Team Secret from the Philippine region and MBR Esports from the Indonesian region. Casters, over to you guys.
Thanks a bunch, Mika. We're going into our second BO5 at the upper bracket. It's Team Secret versus MBR Esports, and I got the cool kid with me. I got TJ joining me in this broadcast, and he's already wowed by Team Secret, doing their homework, making sure they understand their opponents, and look at this draft to start things off.
I'm ice cold, baby. I don't know why I'm cool, Grandin. I didn't know what to do with that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I like this Team Secret draft. I think that one of the things we were talking about as we kind of looked through that draft phase, Onion King will be fine. One of the things we were talking about as we looked through that draft phase is, wow, NBR are really lightweight. They have a lot of stuff like this Orianna, like this Senna, like this Corki. It's going to take a little bit longer to come online. So how do you punish that? Well, you have to hit them during the opening phase when they don't have any tanks. And Team Secret have the tools to do that. You're looking at what this bottom lane with the Ezreal can do in particular. Case in point.
This is it. This is the early game you were talking about. Look at the aggression. Tobo dropped down low to start things off, and Radiance goes into the mid lane. But it's Tatsuri on Riven and not Azar.
Which is something we called out as a possibility. I know a couple of days ago we were talking about Tatsuri kind of being one of the big carries of this team at this tournament. And Azar, who was previously one of the biggest players in the entire Philippines region, one of the best players in the PPGL, has really been underperforming by contrast. So the flex here to give him the Akali, to give him the hard carry, and to put Tatsuri on the Riven in mid is interesting. It shows a certain degree of faith in him, I think.
Well, absolutely, and it's paying off well. Radiance expands both summoners, has to recall early on. Relieves some of the pressure for Team Secret. Look at where they are. 4-man roam to the bot side so early on with the body snap to get the collapse onto 2. Looking to take down Ayalua first, and they will be able to find it eventually, but it's the setter that goes down before having the snowball, collecting that second.
And that's exactly what Team Secret needed to do. Show up early, take NBR down a peg, and if they can do that 1-2 more times, this Orianna, this Senna are not going to come online. Now, here's the possible answer. Here's the way back for MBR. It's through this boy on your screen right now. Alves on the Pantheon needs to show up and dominate as soon as he hits level 5. He'll have the tools to do that. The ground allowing him to enter any lane and make it a 2-on-1, but it's going to be hard.
Well, 3-man collapse in the top end, but Team Secret respond early. James making sure that Azar's going to be safe.
And that's such a good call on the map. Team Secret see that there's pressure in towards their jungle. They know they don't see anything up top.
And we're rolling down to the bottom side. Topo gonna fall as the absolute zero facing off the full charge up against the Orianna. MBR backs against the wall, and it's only 2.5 minutes in.
And Team Secret are running this map. They see the play opportunity up top, they take advantage of it. They then go, okay, well, we have just seen their entire team setting up for a gank opportunity in the top lane. And Trebor takes advantage of the information, shows up in the bottom lane, and finds himself a free couple of kills.
And being able to consistently punish MBR Esports has been such an amazing trait from Team Secret. Game 1, we're starting to see the power of the Nunu. We were wondering where it was going to be. Rafa brought this point up earlier on. And honestly, looking just about as good as we were hoping for. And so Treble is going to come ahead 3-0 to start this game off now. It's also going to be incredibly powerful as it secures these neutral objectives. Like we see in 30 seconds, Dragon and Rift Herald will be spawning.
And as we get towards these Dragon, these Rift Herald fights, Grandin, pay attention to the MBR team fight, because they don't have any tank. They have 0 frontline. It is just the Renekton, it is just the Pantheon. The Renekton's going to be very hard to wield at this point, because he's not been able to get anything done in lane, and this Pantheon's going to be very squishy outside of his shield. So it's really hard for MBR to win a front-to-back team fight right now.
We'll see if Team Secret actually want to take that early on. Tatsuri's going to face off against Ayaleo. The Dawning Shadow comes across to make sure the Orient is safe. But look at that. Commits a summoner spell to flash in from Tatsuri anyway. Now over by the Rift Tower, they're playing that front-to-back team fight like you mentioned. There's no pure tech. It's the perfect execution into the back. Azar has taken down the first. The kill is given to Chewy. And they've taken down Elvis. They've taken down another. And Radiance, he might come with the Valkyrie, but he's getting taken out by Team Secret.
And Azar shows up, the faith in him is rewarded, and the team play pays off, as MBR have to fight a front-to-back team fight with a Renekton who's made out of paper mache, and just hope that that's enough to tank for the damage, but the damage isn't here yet either, Grandin. You're trying to build a front-to-back team fight, well, your Renekton might be able to tank for a hot second, but you're in the backlines looking at Tobu, wondering, okay, what is all this tanking for? Because Tobu doesn't do any damage yet.
And it's kind of unfortunate to see that Renekton Onion King has picked up the Blade of the Rune King because he recognizes he needs to have that split push pressure, especially against Tatsuri and against Azar. But because of that, like you mentioned, he's so squishy, he isn't able to soak up any damage. Team Secret offloading so much. It's painful to watch here, honestly, TJ.
And a lot of it comes from the individual lane play that we've been talking up. But I also want to go back to the roam that we saw, where Team Secret are just running the map, forcing MBR to play reactively and out-reading their rotations immediately afterwards. And it happens again just now when we saw that split play, the two different setups for the Rift Herald and the bottom lane gank. I'm going to hold this thought because Tatsuri's really going for it, but I think we're good. Tatsuri is in the jungle right now as he was a moment ago. When he saw the Dawning Shadow, he knew he was safe to full commit for that turret take, and I love that little detail.
Full commit as well. I mean, they're trying to jump onto Hermes. Dawning Shadow comes across, but the Gragas will survive. Flash away keeps him alive. Onion King's gonna go down, though. In the process, Tatsuri buys so much time and space with Ignite going across. Shuriken Flip won't be able to connect. The three-man Shockwave in the mid lane, but they aren't able to take down anyone on Team Secret's side.
A very clean take in the mid turret. Here comes a little bit more jungle aggression at the top side from Trevor. They're just taking away all of MBR's jungle, granted. There's no gold to go back into the MBR system. Team Secret are just going to shut them out of the economy here. The gold lead exploding to 10k after both Tatsuri and Trevor yank away entire jungle rotations. And this is just impossible for MBR to turn around.
It's a buffet. The map is a buffet of gold, a buffet of creeps, and Team Secret, you know, they're here in line. They're cutting you every chance that they get. Goes up to the front, says, I want it all. Give me one of everything. NBI Esports, they're nice, they're polite.
That's not how buffets work, Grandin.
They're taking their time with it. They're not out here rushing. But the question is any food left on the table for NBI by the time Team Secret is done? That might not be the case. Chewy's gonna get collapsed on first. Stun comes across, but Hermes will keep his 80 carry safe.
You just take the food. That's how that works. You walk down the line and you take the food from the thing.
You don't take more than you can eat, TJ. That's not a nice
Team Secret are doing that, Grandin. They're taking all the food out of the buffet trays. And there's nothing left for MBR.
Well, they're feeling bad about that one. Missing out the chance to have a full meal. MBR, look at Elvis. He's had to flash away. He's the
Can't
wing
even
con
get
you're
on his
talking about.
birds. He wanted to grab some chicken from the buffet, Grandin. And guess who stopped him? He reached in with the tongs, and another pair of tongs came in on top. It was Trevor, it was James, just stopping him from getting anything.
And Team Secret looked to rinse and repeat that motion, and while clearing out the jungle, there's very little farming gold for Elvis to find. Dragons coming up, and it's so difficult to contest against the likes of Treble around these neutral objectives.
Did Azar just get those krugs? That's remarkable. MVR continuing to just get zoned out of everything, and whilst they're trying to make a punish here on Azur, they are sacrificing the Drake, the Mountain Drake, currently being taken. We'll see if they can take this turret in response. Azur's got backup coming up from James.
But this is a 2 versus 3, but under turret, there is a chance that Team Secret could try and play this one out. Look towards Elvis because he hasn't had the chance to use his ultimate a single time, I believe. Or at least not in an impactful way, and that's so devastating to this Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, there was never a game state where Alves was able to roam between the lanes because the lanes collapsed. Oh, here we go.
Finally uses it, but again, at what cost? Like, what expense? What are you gaining from this ultimate?
I mean, he didn't lose anything from it. They are still trapped behind their tier 2s, but yeah. The big problem is there was never a moment where Team Secret were just playing fair lanes and Alves was up. Because if you remember that very early gank from Team Secret, that pretty much ended the game. Because MBR have no ability to fight those early Dragon team fights if they don't have a pretty massive lead earned. So what Team Secret absolutely had to do was get onto the map early, shut down the lanes in the first couple of minutes. They did that. Alves couldn't provide any value as jungler, and now they're running a late game team, and their team is never going to leave the early game.
The lightweight hitters against Team Secret looking to bulk up. I mean, they're welterweight now, just watch until they get the heavyweight, and it's painful. Elvis, he's only got that Steris Cage. There's not much available for him. He's not really a tank, but he's also not really high in damage. It's a really awkward spot for NBI Esports to be in. Baron gonna come up soon, and so Team Secret could look to try and play around that. It's a little bit slow for them to pick up the Baron, but they still have this Nunu. It's easy to secure.
Yeah, and this is potentially where things can go wrong. I don't foresee this, but I'm handing out doses of copium for anyone in the chat who would like them. The way to kind of turn this around for MBR is if Team Secret don't do anything for the next 10 minutes, if they really struggle to convert on these Barons, if they go for the Drake instead and it takes a while, that's how you get back into this game. Because MBR do have a pretty scary late game composition. I just don't think they can get, I don't think they can activate them. You know, they're season ticket holders and they're busy all season. You know how that is, Grandin?
I actually do not catch that reference, but I will take it. If you're giving
when you buy the season pass to the ballpark or something.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're like, oh, I'll go see the game this weekend, but you're busy. You're on your yacht hanging out with your friends. You can't go to the ballpark.
I'm not a cool kid like you, TJ. I don't have a yacht. NBA Esports,
You
I don't
know,
think
I'm
they can afford
always
one either.
missing appointments because I'm on my yacht, so.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think NBA Esports is able to afford one either. They're running pretty low on gold. Here's the engage coming through from Team Secret. They find the first Elvis has fallen. There's a two-man shockwave, pulls them towards the turret. But I mean, King falling to Chewy over the back. Azar has taken down Iron Leo, and there's not much left for NBA Esports to get done. One by one, they're gonna fall. It's the knockout blow coming in from the welterweights who are bulking up even more.
Yeah, see, I mean, it's a good analogy that you're using. Team Secret are punching above their weight class in terms of team composition right now. A lot of the characters on this team normally spike around the mid game, and they're punching like they're in the late game right now because MBR are just so underfunded. There's almost a 15,000 gold difference between these teams at this point, and that's just unrecoverable, frankly. So it's time to start thinking about the next game. It's time to start thinking about what went wrong for MBR in the drafting phase. I think Team Secret really masterfully played them with regards to the draft, and I would point to a big part of that being the Nunu takeaway, as MBR don't have enough tank kind of as a result. They draft the rest of their team on the presumption that they're going to have a tank in the jungle, and then they end up with a Pantheon.
Well, this is what happens when you fail to think about your late game goal, TJ. And so if you have to, well, you want to finish this one for me?
No, what?
No? All right, well, that's fine. If you
I'm
can't figure
completely
out your
lost,
goal for
Grandin.
yourself,
What?
if you can't figure out your goal for yourself at this late game, leave it to the people that do. Leave it to Franklin Templeton. Let's see Team Secret try to close this one out here. Now with the Baron buff in play, wearing purple, NBI Esports need to back off, respect this team, collapsing in from 3 lanes.
Because they manage their financial future.
Exactly.
I got you.
Well, NBI Esports, they're trying to manage their own futures in different ways. They're putting it on Onion King, but he won't be the dividends they need. They're gonna go down. Renekton is dead. The mid lane turret broken open. First inhib gone. Second one falls in the Baron lane. They're trying to take down Tatsuri, unable to lock him down. This star mid lane player coming in clutch for his team. 17-1 Team Secret knocking on the base onto NBI Esports with the final stand coming across. The Dawning Shadow will be the one to initiate, but losing HP quickly, unable to take down anyone. Too lightweight, no damage. Team Secret will get game number 1.
What a performance. Team Secret win the draft. They come into the game with a very clear goal, land a knockout punch during the early game, and they do exactly that. We are not in game for more than I would say 2 minutes when they're already making those cross-map plays, controlling the macro. And then they never slip up. They can step onto the back foot, they can play slow, they can win this game steadily over the course of the next 10 minutes because they know as long as they don't make a mistake, there's no way for NBR with a late game composition and an early game deficit to come back in.
Were able to punish heavily and find the advantage that they need early on. I really love the macro, and I love the fact that Team Secret seem to have done their homework. Going into playoffs, we've seen a revitalized Team Secret. With that being said, though, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Team Secret have led the series 1-0 in this BO5.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and Team Secret wins the first game of the series against MBR Esports. You know, the moment I say, oh, Team Secret, early game, not so much, that's not good, suddenly they get 10 kills within the first 5 minutes and the 7k gold lead. I mean, oops.
You gotta do that every game, Mika. You have to say that before every Team Secret game now.
I do, yes. It is the power of the panel. That's right. That's right. But yes.
The Filipino buff is real.
Jumping into the post-game stats, though, can we talk about the Riven mid? This is something that I didn't expect to see. There were a lot of swaps over here. Omo, I know you have a lot of thoughts about this.
I have many thoughts, right? So let's start off from the ban phase. I think Team Secret, they came into the ban phase very well prepared, got rid of the Varus Gallia. So they denied both the Varus as well as the Senna combo, and they snatched away the Gragas. So very good start to things from Team Secret. They put MBR in a pinch. But how did MBR react? And now this is where I think they really lost the game, because I feel like they tried too hard to overthink things, and that ended up putting them in a ditch. Now, in my opinion, they should have just put the Corki into the Dragon lane, let it scale up for free against the Ezreal, leave the Orianna at mid so that Ori can keep pushing waves and not allow Riven to perma roam, because in this Riven Corki matchup, he can just completely ignore Corki, push and dive bot together with Trevor, which is what we saw this game as well. Speaking of Trevor, he did amazingly, but with that in mind, I think this Pantheon pick, 3000 damage, lowest in the game by far, I think is extremely underwhelming to me. And when you see the opponent team has picks like Gragas and Nunu, I think you need to recognize on the side of MBR that you should be grabbing something like Olaf instead, because you have the necessary support to really buff the Olaf and make him a raid boss. That was not what MBR did. I think they overthought the draft way too much and they flexed themselves into a hole.
Yeah, Rafa, you wanted to talk about Trevor though on the Nunu, and we just talked about the unexpected win rate Nunu has over here. It's crazy now. It was like one, I don't know what the percentage is, but definitely that win rate has increased since then. Good of you to bring that up. But yeah, what were your thoughts on the snowball that nobody could stop?
I have 2 words for Trevor. Mahal kita. That's all like I gotta say. That was an amazing Nunu performance. My goodness, when we talk about like what are Nunu's strengths in the early game, you have to remember Nunu doesn't have a lot of damage by himself pre-level 5 unless you get a full channel absolute 0, which he did, by the way, but it was the result of a well-planned early game coordinated dive onto the Dragon Lane duo. As Omo pointed out, because Tatsuri was able to get the Riven into the Corki matchup specifically, they got the first push for free, and it unlocked Tatsuri upon hitting level 3 to roam with Trevor into the Dragon Lane. They had pushed in that lane as well. They also capitalized on the fact that both the Orianna and the Senna were trying to come in through the river after trying to fight for that level 1 push. They got a lot of damage out. They forced the Ignite and multiple Summoner spells, which then lost them lane pressure despite having basically a duo range lane. And so it prepped up this huge wave, and then he comes in with the snowball from Trevor, and because he's playing Aftershock Nunu, he can tank up all that damage and give all the time in the world to both Ezreal as well as Tatsuri's Riven to do the damage, and they have enough mobility to get out away from the turret. And then what does he do? He comes back to the Dragon Lane again because he knows that both of the Summoner spells are gone from both the Dragon Laner and the support, and it's just super easy to do, and there's no CC to stop him from getting a full channel absolute 0, and from there, the game was over. Dragon Lane is completely boom, they go for the turret, and Nunu just has complete access to the Pantheon's jungle.
Yeah, and because of that, actually, Rafa, I'm gonna teach you a Tagalog word, which is kind of like, yes. I'm gonna say kinabukasan, which actually means...
Say that again? What?
Kinabukasan, which...
Oh, you're gonna have to write that down for me.
Yeah, I will write that down for you. Yes, but it means your future, which is the nice bright future you're gonna get with Franklin Templeton. You learn something new, just like you're gonna learn how to get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Yes.
That was great. That was one of your best, Mika.
I went through the educational route. I'm trying out different strategies right now. Yeah, experimenting with props. The snowball thing kind of came from TJ last time, but yeah, trying to get out of my comfort zone over here.
brilliant stuff there, and I think TS as well, they definitely came out of their comfort zone that game,
yeah.
and they're exploring giving Tatsuri more aggressive options in the mid lane. Now, this is something which we have seen backfire for them in the past. I remember they went for a team comp that was something along the lines of Irelia Akali or something like that. Just a lot of bruises, a lot of diving, a lot of team fighting, and it has backfired for them in the past. But today they seem to have found a more well-rounded approach, which definitely fits their draft and how they want to play a lot better. And I think that this side of Team Secret, where you manage to find these flex picks, where you find these interesting picks for Tatsuri, while still managing to balance it out, that's the ideal for them.
Yeah, and I feel like on the side of MBR, the big question coming into this match is that it's kind of hard for them to read where exactly Team Secret is going to attack them from. Like, who do they even target at this point? They're trying to stay like one step ahead of Secret, and I think that the brute force thing that they had coming into the group stages was something that they could have started with. That was their one big advantage, but Team Secret just beat them to it. So how exactly are they supposed to get that leg up into this game when they're not even sure if what they read during the first game is what they're going to be facing coming into game number 2? Rafa, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, so far, Team Secret, they have flipped over to the red side as MBR have elected to take blue side this game. And check this out. They have already eliminated the Riven because they are very well aware that MBR will want to first pick it as soon as it is their choice. So taking that away. But the Gragas has also been taken off the board by MBR, so they're prioritizing something else. I imagine a Renekton first pick could be the option.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they got it.
Nunu! The power of the Nunu!
They got it.
That is something. That's quite the rise in prio.
Yeah. It seems like, which is something that I wasn't expecting. I thought actually that Brand might perform better in terms of like, you know, teams picking the champion over Nunu and Willem. I'm pleasantly surprised though. It's not a bad thing. I'm for it. I'm all for it.
Well, now here's the question: Does Team Secret then go for the Olaf pick, or maybe Trevor? Now there's two options. Either you take something like the Olaf, because then you can interact with the Nunu well, because you're actually able to get through the absolute zero and the snowball.
Yep.
Or you can go for a scaling matchup like the Shyvana, because the Nunu will scale up, but then you'll scale up as the Shyvana as well.
Rafa,
and you get...
I think that one is a long ways off from happening.
You've been selling it since the free show. I have to say, I mean, like, I don't know. You know me. I love the chaos picks that come in. So,
I do have to jump in right here, though. They snatched the Nunu away, but what do you give up? You give up your best pick, your most successful pick. This Varus for Ilya, which has been so successful for him. They say we prioritize Nunu more. We have no answers to this champion with Ari being banned away. I think that was a very good identification from MBR. But Team Secret, very quick on the uptick. They know what the counter is. TF plus Nunu. Olaf has answers into both of them. Has the Galio to come in on top of him. Has the Varus for poke as well set up. Team Secret's draft looking much better from the get-go.
Ooh, plus
Fiora.
Fiora. Plus Fiora coming in. And
That
I'm
is
thinking,
a very early Fiora.
and I'm thinking if, you know, MBR do pick up the Nunu because they have something planned around it, or if it's just more of a reaction from Team Secret. Because they would rather have it on their side rather than Team Secret picking it up and, you know, wrecking havoc once again. But that makes me a little uneasy on the side of MBR, because if they don't play around the Nunu, it's gonna be dead weight.
Honestly, I don't think this is looking like the best Nunu game. In fact, I would say it's far from it. And Team Secret, they are making this red side work for them. They're getting counter picks, they're getting a good Fiora angle. I would say it's not the best Fiora angle because you have to play into Twisted Fate, but you do have the Galio on top of you, and with this mid-jungle matchup, you should almost always get mid-jungle prio here. So I think the Team Secret have very good answers here on red side, and MBR, they're going to be very heavily reliant on the Nunu TF combo finding gags in the early game, which I think is a bit ambitious.
It really is, because outside of this mid-game CC, where's your damage coming from for this composition? You're really lacking on it, and because even the Renekton is not really packing that much damage unless you're able to consistently find flanks onto the backside. But then if you're giving up all that pressure just to set up for picks, then the later the game goes, yeah, this Nunu will become a super tank, but at what cost? Then you really have to just hope that our Lear on this Kaisa will be able to really 1v9 for the damage side the later the game goes.
Ooh, that is gonna be a tall order for the Dragon Lane, but we'll see if they are up for it as we head into Game 2, MBR Esports versus Team Secret. Casters, over to you guys.
It's game number 2 between MBR Esports and Team Secret. And TJ, grab the camera, get ready. We just found the abominable snowman. Let's see if he truly exists in this game or if his presence is going to be unfelt for MBR Esports.
He's not on camera yet. I don't know if he's real. MBR first pick the Nunu, and you could see Team Secret kind of having a little giggle about it, but I think it was the right call for MBR because without it, they didn't have enough tank last game.
It's been a little bit awkward for them. You know, they don't quite seem to... Well, I mean, this heavy priority, I mean, I kind of have to cut that. Onion King might just fall here. The flash from Lazar takes him down. It's first in the blood for Secret.
And this is, okay, so this is the problem for NBR coming into this game. Team Secret have a ton of damage in every lane. As they're showing up this in this playoff stage, he's going to be on Fiora, you have the Diana, you have the Varus. It's just damage, it's Skirmish City. They're going to win any messy team fights at basically any point this game. The only thing that MBR have going for them is they have a pick composition. That means if you see these gold cards, these bubbles, these Renekton stuns, these Nunu snowballs landing, they will get a kill onto any individual member who gets caught out by that just on-rushing storm of stuns. The downside for them is, like the desk was saying, they don't have a lot of damage. All of their damage is going to be packed in a brief mid-game spike for the Twisted Fate Radiance, and a late-game powerhouse that is going to be Arlier's Kai'Sa. And if that Kai'Sa shows up, if that Kai'Sa gets to post 20 minutes full build, Grandin, maybe it's enough. Any point before then, Team Secret will have more damage.
So a ticking time bomb for the side of NBI Esports, really just looking to get this Kai'Sa as strong as they can. But Team Secret though, TJ, you were mentioning earlier, they're looking for these skirmishes, these fights, and well, I mean, the picks and bans, it kind of seemed to you that they wanted to go for some pretty early pick-offs against a pick composition like NBI.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pink composition because they have so many stuns. And guess what's really good into that? Olaf and Fiora, because they both have tools to ignore CC.
Well, Trevor's gonna walk in a little bit aggressively. He might face up against Onion King. No Ragnarok available yet, so he has to flash away, but the gold card comes across with the wild cards. It's a return from NBI Esports.
He just had to wait one level and he would have been able to get away with that, but whilst you're waiting for the Ragnarok to come online, that is exactly what's going to go wrong for Team Secret in this game, for Team Secret in this tournament. If they show up during these early and mid-game phases as individual players into a pick composition, they're going to get shredded, just chained down exactly like that.
And it's a different situation for Team Secret here. Hamens is no longer a huge playmaker. He's there to follow up with you with this Galio instead. But here we have it. Perhaps a collapse in the mid lane. I mean, grab the camera. This could be evidence that Elvis does in fact exist. Fortunately, won't be able to get much more done against Tatsuri.
I thought you said this could be evidence that Elvis does exist. That was an entirely new conspiracy theory, Grandin. My mind was racing.
Check the player cams.
Alves, yes, does show up in the mid lane, and you see like what the kind of dream there is for MBR. That snowball lands into a bubble, into a gold card, or really any combinations thereof. In a team fight, that's not enough. In a team fight, you're in trouble because all of that CC locks down maybe one player and the Olaf is on your face biting. You know, he's biting your nose off. But versus individual players, MBR are always going to find those kills, and that's what defines a pick composition. You see a couple different variations on it in Wild Rift, but it typically always revolves around this Nami and Twisted Fate duo, because if you can land the gold card, then you can land the bubble every time.
So it has to be said, Team Secret seem to finally have picked up those big key ultimates, those spells, able to dodge away from the crowd control, and it's going to mean a lot, especially as teams draft and walk towards this dragon.
Yeah, and it's very hard for MBR to fight in versus a team here. So if Team Secret play as a team, Oh,
they start with the bubble, they start the Aqua Prison, the Captain Rainfall Aya will confirm the kill.
He walked in alone! Brandon! He walked in all alone! Right as I was explaining that Team Secret should just be able to play as a team and they had more damage and would win the front-to-back team fight, he just walked up to Arlier, gets CC'd 4 times in a row by the pick composition and goes down.
Oh my goodness, the gate comes across as well. The riposte won't save him. And taking down the first, taking down a potential second. The Ragnarok will keep him alive and tanky for long enough. Hermes joins back in, looking to take down Radiance. If they can, it's a double kill for this Twisted Fate, but he will fall. And joining in, Chewy looking to take down Ayalur. One more attack with the flash forward over the wall. Chases after they find it. And now maybe getting Tobu as well, who's caught in the back end. Won't be able to get away. It's a Justice Punch for the takedown.
And MBR get a little too big for their boots. That play goes very well for them, so they think, hang on, maybe we could just team fight. And that is still not true. Team Secret, it cannot be emphasized enough, win any form of team fight at this point. But if MBR can land those stun cooldowns, they're going to get early gold and early objectives, as they have so far. And the fact that this game is pretty much dead even at the 5-minute mark is a massive win for MBR, who just want to last until 15-20 minutes.
Well, TJ, they don't even have boots yet. Look at that. 2 of the players don't even have it. Tobu, I'm not even sure why he's buying boots. He doesn't have feet to put them on. Does he put it on his head? Is this a hat? Oh,
Yeah,
see, as
sure.
MBR.
You need him to do a shoey. Just ask Skimmy about those ones.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to asking him post-game. Team Secret gonna move in, maybe trying to contest with his Rift Tower. It's gonna go over to Elvis as expected. He's still standing strong in the face of Team Secret. He's so tanky, difficult to take down. But here we have it. Tatsuri finally joins in the fight. They've taken down Tobu. Now jump back onto Elvis. No flash, but he has to smite. Can he survive? The answer is no. Tatsuri comes out ahead.
You can't team fight MBR. I am really impressed that they managed to get that Rift Herald in the middle of all that. It just came because Trevor smited weirdly early. I think he must have felt like he was under health threat, had to smite to get the HP back. But it means that Alves gets a pretty easy Rift Herald secure. That is a small victory for MBR, because they are still going to lose a ton of gold off of this. They've lost the turret off of this, so Team Secret still can shut down this game in the next couple of minutes. But MBR took away the Rift Herald, and that's a tool they won't have.
Well, here we have it. The collapse coming across from MBR Esports. It's a fast rotation to take down Chewy. I chuckled because I thought the tidal wave was going to be it, but the collapse from MBR so quick.
Tidal wave into bubble, sets up for Airlear's killer instinct, and the destiny was already called for. Radiance was already teleporting in whilst that was happening. Just a beautiful play from MBR, and they summon this Rift Herald to make use of their advantage on the map.
Azaz on the back, he props the grand challenge early. Hermes has joined in as well. The gold card comes across him and looking at Tatsuri to make a play happen. Azaz looking low, but he's still alive, so it's all right. It's all good. They jump back onto Elvis, take him down. The Wildcats unable to take down anyone on Team Secret, and they survive through it all.
Azur is playing so well right now. For a player that's struggled this tournament, that's underperformed the expectations we came into this event with, it must be vindicating to perform like this.
Well, there's not much more to be said for Radiance, though. He falls in the bottom side, and the Dragon turret, the Dragon outer turret, will go over the Team Secret. 6,000 ahead, TJ.
I'm not in the same place I was during game number 1, though. During game number 1, there was a moment around this time, actually, where I said, okay, this game's over, Team Secret win. This time round, I'm keeping a very careful eye on Airlear. And they keep getting into these situations where they're fighting 3-on-3, 4-on-4, like you see here. And there's absolutely no universe in which Team Secret lose these 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s. We're taking another one.
Oh, wow, they do manage to trade back, though. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. The Kai'Sa for the Fiora. Not too bad for NBA Esports, but not great either.
Yeah, actually pretty bad, I would argue, for MBR. On paper, it's a pretty good trade because you shut down Azar. But they need this Kai'Sa again. And every second that Airlear is looking at a gray screen is a second that he's not farming. Every second you're scrolling through Instagram waiting to get your controls back, you're not farming. And that's pretty devastating for Airlear.
Well, the best place to shot call from is from a gray screen. Elvis, right around the side of the pit, charges up the snowball, gonna get intercepted by Hermes. This could be the fight. Tatsuri comes in with the moonfall onto 2. Chains of Corruption blocks off NBA Esports. It's difficult for them to get in.
MBR just need to leave. There's no winning these front-to-back team fights until the Kai'Sa is so massive she can do it by herself. And she is not there yet. The reason it's so hard to win a front-to-back team fight into Team Secret for MBR is because they have no assassination potential, and they have low damage. And obviously the low damage means that it's hard to burn through the front line, which is mostly Hamas, sometimes Azur and Trevor, but mostly Hamas. The problem with having no assassination potential is that there's no way for them to get onto Chewie. So as you see during that fight right there, where they're trying to force through that choke point at the top of the river, Chewie can just sit behind the entire team and throw damage out. And Team Secret, a lot of assassin-based teams really benefit from the Varus for this reason, because when the Varus is chipping people low, it's much easier to get into those backlines as a Diana, as a Fiora, and convert low HP targets and start resets rolling. As a Fiora, you're looking for that grand challenge, for instance, which resets the health for your entire team. It's way easier to proc that ultimate if your targets are already low, because Chewie's been gnawing away, chewing on them a little bit.
Right, so hear me out, TJ. If NBR are lacking backline assassination potential, full without the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, no, that should be the play. This Kai'Sa needs to get as big as possible and literally win team fights by herself. And Kai'Sa can do that, but it's a long road to get there.
Well, we already start to see Radiance starting to come online a little bit more. He's optimized for the Lich Main instead of the Rapid Fire Cannon early on the second item, so a little bit less of the pick potential. Here we have it. That's the pull triggered coming in. NBR Esports has the red card, so they don't have to lock down the crowd control to take down Chewie first. He goes golden, survives still. Elvis soaking up so much damage. The three-man Moonfall almost takes down Elvis, who's had to flash back towards the turret. But NBR Esports will be able to survive this onslaught.
Anytime you see a team fight like that one for Team Secret, though, where Team Secret are walking away from the team fight with 2-3 low HP members, it's a sign you don't have enough backline threat on your team.
Ooh, there we have it. Tatsuri comes in with the Lunar Rush. They find the first pick off on the Radiance, and there's mid lane turret as well.
Because it's about mobility, right? You see the flip side of that here. Alves, what are you doing?
Oh, he's making a mess. This is him showing his presence. This is his turret.
Okay. So during that fight, you see the side of Team Secret that MVR don't have, where when you need to go front to back, when your primary engages stuff like Renekton and Nunu, it's very easy for low HP members to just leave. It's very easy for you to just walk away from the crocodile. The key is to change directions, because crocodiles can only run in straight lines. Yes. Whereas for MBR, when they get low, when members of their team need to reset, they can't disengage from the fight as effectively, because they need to survive being dove by a Fiora, by a Diana, both of whom move very quickly. So MBR can't run away from Team Secret. Team Secret can run away from MBR. That means MBR can only win very specific kinds of fights. That's going to start happening towards the late game, not only as their damage comes online earlier, but also as you get objectives that Team Secret can't afford to run away from, right? Because every time they just take a random skirmish in the mid lane, Team Secret, if they feel like they're losing it, they're just going to leave. They're just going to go home. And there's not a whole lot FDR can do about it. Whereas once you get to like a Baron fight, Team Secret can't leave. And that's when you have the potential to turn the game around as MBR.
And Baron will be available. I mean, it's a Dragon first, so NBI Esports still have to tide past this battle, right? The Infernal Drake, it's a big one, so Team Secret should look to go and grab that. But NBI Esports, like you mentioned, you know, they still have this window to play for. And it's not as if Islander is totally out of the game. He's only about 500, well, about 1,200 gold behind Chewie right now. It's still a playable series. They just have to make sure that he gets into this point of power.
And Team Secret have been playing this well. They do have a gold lead, as you were talking about. But it's very hard to count MBR out of this game until earlier is shut down.
Well, what they're looking to try and do here, NBI Esports the one to pull the trigger first, but they're fighting into Team Secret, who have such a great angle to get the collapse back in on them. They force away Onion King with the Ignite, taking him down low. The kill will go over to Zion, over to the back. They finally take down the Fiora. The gold card is locked and loaded, ready. Radiant still chasing after Irelia. Will dive into the back, take down one. But he faced off against Tatsuri, who's back again with the Lunar Rush with the Crush and Strike. And you have to run away from this Diana.
Earlier does manage to find a pick-off kill there, shutting down Azur, and finally demonstrating some of that late-game potential. He would have had him! He gives up! Ladies and gentlemen, that is why you never give up on your dreams, because you don't know how close you might be.
Absolutely. Always chase after them. They're going to get the turret. Tatsuri chasing after this kill, because guess what? The Chains Corruption are back up. And one more. It's 4 dead inside of NBR.
You never know what the thing you're looking for might just be on the other side of a bush that you don't bother to walk through.
Look, it's your true love on the other end there. You just have to make the first step, get
just
past
stick
that
your
brush.
head into that foliage. Just put your head into those leaves.
full of thorns, full of whatever kind of things you want to talk about, branches, sticks, whatever, poisonous insects. You gotta put your head in that brush.
You gotta put your head through it. This team fight does look much better for MBR. You can kind of see what's coming online. Check out this from earlier. He's just like, hey, this is what I do in the late game, by the way. Finds a kill. But you can also see they have literally no damage other than that. And off of the back of the win, Team Secret are starting the Baron.
And they picked it up. It goes over the treble, who's managed to collect it. Onion King will be the next to fall. The grand entrance comes across Azar.
Watch earlier.
First time will not be the second time he goes down. Elvis tries to charge up the absolute zero. It doesn't do much in the face of Team Secret, who have taken down the third. And Iron Leo will be the fourth casualty of the fight.
And that'll be it. Finally, MBR gets shut down. Finally, the Kai'Sa gets shut down, and they just didn't get enough gold onto her to justify this team composition, which pinned all of their hopes and dreams on Arlier. So Team Secret are going to match point.
And once again, we see teams come back into the playoffs with playoffs form. It's Team Secret leading the series 2-0.
What a performance from Azur, who comes into this playoffs as a player that we're kind of arguing is underperforming, as a player that we're looking to step up as he did during the PVGL. And he's just delivered 2 incredibly good games, absolutely obliterating Onion King, who's been a non-factor in this series after dominating every phase of the tournament prior.
A lot of priority placed towards the Nunu early on, and MBR esports, well, it seems like they got baited by the pink, felt like it was stronger than it actually was, and their composition was a little bit lacking compared to what Team Secret were able to bring to the table.
It's a hard composition because if you play any more damage anywhere on the field, I honestly think they win that game. Like, if you're playing Orianna instead of a Twisted Fate, I honestly think MBR could win the game as they just demonstrated they have the potential to. But the Nunu gives you tank, it gives you engage, and it doesn't provide you any damage. And it felt like they got that pick and then pivoted to a team composition that didn't take advantage of having a tank jungler, would have instead benefited from having a little more damage in the jungle.
Well, it seems like Team Secret has done their homework and are looking smart, looking strong. With that being said, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Team Secret have pulled ahead to match point 2-0.
You're watching the C Championships, guys, where it's a 2-0 so far for Team Secret in this best of 5 against MBR Esports. I would say that this was a relatively conservative draft from Team Secret, and still MBR couldn't get a read on them. What is happening, Omo? Like, are they being outplayed, outsmarted in the draft? Team Secret just have a good breakfast today? Did MBR not get enough eggs? We had a journey video, and I think Aylur held up an egg. Maybe it's a good luck charm. We suspect, probably. But
Maybe he
yeah,
ran
what
out
is
of
up?
eggs.
Maybe.
Maybe genuinely they ran out of eggs, but I think beyond that, right? Something that we talked about when we were doing the prep for this matchup was that Team Secret was a team that would benefit from prep, and we saw exactly that coming into the games today. I feel like they had a checkmate in the draft in game 1. They definitely had a much better draft in game 2. And I think it's pretty curious to bring up that you mentioned that this is a pretty conservative draft for Team Secret. And then you look at their draft, there's a Fiora, there's a Diana, and it's still conservative by their standards. I agree, it makes sense. It's just that this team likes to wild out a draft, and this is no different. And you can see why. I mean, I think we've been very impressed with Tatsuri so far. He's continuing to impress, and I think given the way things are going, if he continues to shut down Radiance, who is one of the key tempo setters for the side of MBR, then I think MBR have no chance to come back into the series. With that said though, I really think the biggest thing MBR need to do right now is they need to fix their draft. They're really in their own head. They're trying too hard to fix problems that don't exist. The first pick Nunu, the Senna Ori bot lane, things like that are just so off team for them, and I feel like that's what's hurting them the most.
Yeah, they seem to be forgetting sort of like what their strengths are and not playing to that. And, you know, Rafa, you wanted to bring up Tatsuri. We know this guy is, cracked on Assassin Champions. We didn't exactly see it that much during the group stages because apparently Tatsuri's been saving it for this moment, for the playoffs. And the Diana pick, again, a little controversial because she kind of joins Nami and Vi in our C Chumps list, which is like the list of champions that have the lowest win rate. Tatsuri doesn't care though. That's a buff enough. That's enough to break the curse apparently on, this lowest win rate. But yeah, Rafa, your thoughts, because you wanted to bring up Tatsuri and this amazing assassin play.
Tatsuri just kind of smurfed it. No cap, man. I mean, and you brought up the Diana being on the list of chumps. Before this debut, Diana had a 25% win rate across all of the C Championship stages, both play-ins and groups. Now, the way that Tatsuri played it, that almost made it look like a 100% win ratio champion, because the way that Tatsuri was piloting the Diana, and we'll even get a glimpse of it on this replay that we're getting around the 6-minute mark of Tatsuri's Diana, the way that he is picking and choosing when to enter in the fights as an assassin is so key and pivotal. A lot of the times when you see players trying to pilot assassins and they flub is because they try to go in too early. Remember, as an assassin, you deal a lot of damage, but you're like a glass house. You also can get bursted easily because you're very squishy as well. But when Tatsuri enters in the fight, notice how many ultimate cooldowns have already been used by the side of MBR. So far, 4. So no one has access to cooldowns that can stop Tatsuri by the time he enters in here and splits up the entire fight. Radiance is on the other side. He can't assist in Alves, and now this Nunu, who is a huge frontliner but doesn't do any damage, suddenly is super scared because he's like, what am I supposed to do against this assassin that's just eating me alive for breakfast?
Exactly. And I feel like, Tatsuri, why? Omo, what's wrong?
I wish I brought a hat. I wish I had a prop.
Oh, would you look at that?
Something dropped on you, Nika.
One esports.
I didn't even see
the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports on one
it's getting
esports.
Better.
GG.
You're getting really good at this.
Yeah. I, like Team Secret, have done my homework and managed to head on over to the One Esports shop, purchase a cap, have it shipped over just in time for this moment. This very moment right here, as we head on over into Game 3 of Team Secret versus MBR. That was planned. Flat out. That's how Team Secret does do their homework. But speaking of course, them doing their homework, it seems like MBR, though, did not, because they know that Team Secret, they do like to bring out, these weird drafts and everything, but I feel like there were some that they could have prepared better for. For example, they do know that Tatsuri, he has that, those assassin champions. They could have prepared better for that. I mean, like, they knew that it was probably coming somewhere along the line instead of Tatsuri playing, the conservative mid lane champions. And I feel like, MBR, you're absolutely right, Omo. They're kind of forgetting what makes them such a strong team. They're kind of forgetting what brought them all the way here. Going into the next game, though, what can they do in order to, be able to get a one-up on Team Secret over here? Because it's not looking good.
I gotta be honest with you here, Mika. I don't have many answers for that. It feels like they're just in their own heads and they're trying too hard to make weird things work. Go back to the basics. Go back to what won you games in group stages, grab the Varus on one, and plan everything out around that. Surprisingly, Team Secret actually respecting the Nunu here. I feel like you want them to pick it again and then you just take Varus. I feel like that worked so well for Secret that I'm quite curious why they want to change things up here. I feel like you just stick to what works, but this does mean that MBR, you probably have no choice but to take the Varus now, which might work out for them.
All right, here's the big brain plan. Omo, they banned the Nunu, and now MBR are like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe we take a fighter that scales into the latter part of the game, and that sets up for the Trevor Shyvana. We bring the dragon out, and we get to see it because Team Secret, they're already 2-0 and up on MBR. They can afford to limit test one game, and then we get the dragon. It's all coming together.
I feel like Rafa's not gonna let this go up until the very last game. He's going to be wishing for that Shyvana.
Let it happen.
Well, I'm still cheering for the Ashe support. So I think we're both on the same chair. Almost like, oh my god, what is this panel?
No, why are MBR doing this is my question. You guys are more on the point than MBR are. Why are they banning away their own champions? I don't understand.
It seems like, the unpredictability of Team Secret has gotten to them. They seem to have, they're like, who are we even? But I totally agree. It doesn't seem like MBR right now, they don't have a good foundation for what they're basing this draft on. Of course, it's too early to tell. We only have the Ziggs over there. But yeah, Rafa, what are your thoughts over here? Because Team Secret, look at them. They're kind of comfy. I am sensing a little bit of mischief over there on their side.
Secret are just vibing, man. I mean, like, they're 2-0 and up on the series. They're gonna grasp onto the Olaf or the Galio and the Riven right now. However, MBR have finally locked in the Olaf. So now at this point, if you're Team Secret, I want to see a Jarvan slam, like right here, right now, because then you lock, boom! Boom, baby! Look at that! Cataclysm, what is the Olaf supposed to do if he doesn't have Flash? He's just, he can Ragnarok, but he can't Ragnarok his way through hard terrain.
Yeah. And it's so good against the Ziggs as well. Kai'Sa will have a better time getting out of the Cataclysm combo with the heroic entrance, but it does mean that Ziggs, Radiance, one of the key players of MBR, is going to have a really hard time in these team fights. I don't like that MBR showed their flex so early by picking the Kai'Sa in the 2-3 rotation, but Team Secret as well, they are revealing their hand. They're showing their hand here. It's gonna be a trash bottom lane and a Galio mid, but I'm quite curious what marksman they pick up here in the last pick, and why Team Secret dropped it all the way to 5 pick.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit confusing over here. I'm wondering exactly how this is going to round out. But on the side of MBR, I am quite worried.
They're playing
on
Vayne.
them.
They're playing Vayne.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a Vayne angle. I think that's the only reason why they would drop their marksman to 5 pick, and it should be Vayne.
As we wait.
There's nothing else. It doesn't make sense
Bated
otherwise.
breath.
Nah, come on! I'm disappointed.
Almost so ready. I think Vayne could work in this if it's not Olaf, because your one disengage spell in Condemn unfortunately doesn't do anything. Now, if you set up the Cataclysm and then you condemn into it, that could have been hot, right? But
that is
they didn't think that far. Yeah, they didn't think that far ahead. They just want to say, you know what, my condemn. If my Jarvan is not near me to get the Cataclysm down, then I just have to rely on being able to buy as much space. And Relentless Pursuit gives a little bit more dash than the Tumble does for Vayne, and you can always engage in fights with being at long range as long as you throw out the culling, and then you wait out all the cooldowns, the Ragnarok, and as well as the other crowd control coming out. Then you can start dashing in aggressively as Lucian.
Yeah. And I do want to give my final thoughts, which I think that Team Secret, they want to close this one out fast. When you pick Jarvan, Galio, Riven, and your bot side is Lucian trash, Team Secret, you know what? They said, we It's already a 2-0. Let's just close this out. Let's end their misery, send them to the losers bracket, and let's advance on to face SBTC in the winner bracket. Very aggressive draft from Team Secret. Fits their style very well. If it works, it is gonna dominate.
Yes, indeed. And Rafa, did you have any final thoughts?
I mean, I'm just chiming in with Omo, man. Yeah,
Okay.
At this point, Team Secret are ready to pull the plug, cut the cord on MBR's lifeline in the upper bracket and send them to the lower bracket. The Filipinos are ready to move on to the next match and take their chances against SBTC.
That is absolutely right. And it is going to be quite an upper bracket run indeed if they manage to get this game. While it does look favorable on the side of Team Secret, we don't know. We don't exactly know how this match is really going to go down. We can only predict, of course, and speculate as to the drafts. MBR, though, I really do hope they manage to regain that identity that actually made such a strong play in the group stages, because it did work so well from them. They still are that wild card from the Indonesian region. They still are that team that managed to stomp through every single team to get here, and as well as the other regions from the group stages. So I hope they remember that. I hope they remember why exactly they are here today, because they are the very best indeed from the Indonesian region, and they do have that unique playstyle as well. Funnily enough, I have to note, Omo, what are your thoughts on this? Because we haven't seen the twin shadows twin shadows meta that MBR have actually capitalized on. Going in here, we saw it come out so well. It was so annoying in the group stages. They haven't brought it out just yet against Team Secret. Do you think it's because they're a little, they're anticipating that Team Secret might get that read on them, or do you think that, maybe they just feel like they've outgrown it?
I don't think that's it, right? I think they're just trying to change up the identity between groups and playoffs for no reason at all. What has been working for them in groups, including the quadruplet shadows, they haven't even been pulling it out here today, and I think that that's something which is super odd for me. My only theory can be that something's gone wrong in scrims. They've probably been getting rolled. They feel like they need to change something up, and they've changed too much up. And why the quadruplet shadows worked so well for the side of MBR was because they used to consistently play comps that would get mid-prio, that would let them push side lanes because of their mid-prio. Today, they had none of that. They've been losing mid-prio, they've been losing pushes in lanes which they shouldn't, and that prio is so key for how MBR wants to play as a team, and they don't have that. Twin shadows are useless here. Things are just looking so weird for MBR. I can't answer it.
Yeah, it's really rough right now for MBR Esports, and I imagine that they do have that sort of a little bit of a mental slump, because when you are down 2-0 and you know it's going to come down to this game, there is that additional factor that comes in. You're now dealing with you need that mental fortitude to come in and sort of like reset your mind that it's still game one, and you can still manage to come back, because it's entirely possible. You can still come back from this. But Rafa, how do you think MBR right now need to be able to deal with this, especially since Team Secret, they look like they're just chilling? We might have even saw James like crack a little smirk, not quite a smile yet. We're not there yet. But we might even have seen, a little bit of a smirk, this tiny little bit of emotion right there.
A lot from him.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah.
The series is not quite over yet for MBR and Team Secret, despite having a little, more confidence going into this potentially last game. Need to make sure that they are still playing, fully without complacency, because if you get complacent now, that's where a momentum shift could be huge for MBR.
Absolutely. And Team Secret, they shouldn't throw away the shot, and MBR Esports, they need to remember who exactly they are as we head into Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you a lot, Mika. Team Secret out here leading the race, leading the pack, but MBI Esports have stuck their foot out and here to trip them up as we go into the final game, or not final game, the match point for Team Secret. Many more of MBR win this.
Whoa, some bias there. Bias caster.
I'm just saying it, TJ.
Chat. All right. Yeah, final game, maybe. Team Secret.
Maybe.
I actually think, I'll tell you what, Grandin, I actually like this draft more for MVR than I have any of their previous drafts. And I'll tell you why. It's because of exactly what Omo was talking about on the desk. Because they are playing a little bit more, I think, to the identity that got them here in playoffs. They need to show some skirmishing with this roster. They need to survive the early game where Team Secret are trying to land a knockout punch. But if they can do that, and the shadows, the 4 shadows boosts in chat they're so famous for running, would be critical to doing this, then I honestly think they should win this game, kind of past the 10-minute mark.
And we look in this 10-minute timer, but Team Secret, I mean, they have a composition that just seems so good at jumping on MBR.
Oh, yeah. This early game is just going to be Team Secret trying to shove them to the ground and land the finishing blow on this series. They have so much aggression. You look at running Jarvan Galio as your kind of mid-jungle duo, and all that's going to do is go in.
And we start to see a little bit of skirmishing already. MBR versus Team Secret in the mid side. Elvis is there as well. It's matching against Trevor. Both summoners burnt by Tatsuri though.
Yep. Continuing to attempt to threaten this mid side. Azur doing exactly the same up top.
Takes the Ignite away. I mean, no barrier in the mid lane. Elvis might fall here. Treble's the one that claims the kill. Radiance, he jumps on the Honey Fruit. One more attack with the red buff burning away. It's a double kill for the jungler of Team Secret.
And Azur gets one as well in the top lane. And MBR, I said they needed to last till the 10-minute mark. This is why that's hard. Because everything that Team Secret have brought to bear is here to shove you out of lane in the first 5 minutes. And you see that happening across the map. Yes, kills in top and mid, but also earlier had to blow both summoners and recall after an engage down bottom went awry.
I mean, looking at the Scuttle Crab right now, it just feels like Elvis is so far behind in TJ. He's only grabbing his blue buff now, 2.5 minutes in.
He had to spend so much time shadowing the play in mid, and then he died for it. Oh dear.
This is the maximum counter, the ultimate counter, the Cataclysm. The Ragnarok doesn't get you out of it.
No, you're just a very angry man inside of a pit. And that's not better, Grandin. I've been that man. It's not a good place to be.
Oh, that's unfortunate, TJ, and it's so punishing to Elvis. He just respawned, came back up, got the buff, and he's gone down again. Hamez gonna rotate down to the bottom end. The buff passage gonna come across. They find decent damage back onto the Kai'Sa. Remember, no summoner spells means no chance to get away. The Ignite takes him down low, but Ayalure will survive for now. Tatsuri, the first to fall. It's a culling. The full barrage unloaded onto MBR. But Chewy, unfortunately, no backup for the rest of his team. Is gonna get caught by the Aqua Prison. The Apprehend comes across. Chewy looking low. Beautiful flay away, and Chewy's still alive. But not for long. Onion King comes in for the dunk.
And that was actually stolen away from him, so if the kill still goes over, and MBR respond to Team Secret the way you have to. If a team is trying to bully you out of the game in the first 5 minutes of the game, you can't sit back and play defensive into that. You will always lose, because they're not playing by standard rules, they're not trying to catch waves, they will always have more players in any given skirmish. So the way you have to respond, if a team is ignoring lane states and just trying to get kills, is you have to play just as aggressive in response. You have to sharpen lane in response as 4-5 players, and that's exactly what MBR do. It earns them a team fight, and it earns them another couple of minutes on the clock. They're racing towards this 10-minute mark when they get their first and second items, when they start coming online in this game.
MBR have kicked things up to a 10, but Team Secret are back with the Cataclysm with the heroic entrance, and Azar coming in clutch is going to take down Elvis, force him off the Rift Herald to secure it for themselves. Team Secret with those big key ultimates.
I do not know how Alves survived that fight, but it's also a highlight of the fact that MBR can't really fight right now. They are behind, and I approve of them trying to contest things, but they need to be so quick about pulling the plug on engagements. And to their credit, that's what we see there, Grandin. As soon as they realize they're not going to get that Rift Herald, they don't hang around, they turn tail, and they run. And that is the right call.
I mean, just seems like such great setup from Team Secret, and they had committed a couple of ultimates in the bottom side, but the big ones were still available for them.
Yeah, the big ultis are still available for all these fights, and so many of these early game characters are just so effective during early game skirmishes. Like, Galio is just incredible during early fights because there's no real answer to the taunt, and HP bars aren't big enough that you can survive getting taunted. So he's just incredible. Everyone's getting taunted, everyone's getting cataclysmed. Nobody can survive any of that CC because they're all early game. And Team Secret are getting their gold. They're landing punches during the first 5 minutes. MBR need to keep pace in terms of gold, and you can see that's going to be a very difficult proposition. They're several thousand gold down already. If they get this top turret in response, it's all right for them.
Yeah, but you better have Team Secret's money. Azar's coming in, and Well, he's been having a good series and a good showing for us overall. Questions were raised about how Azar is going to perform in playoffs. We've had the opportunity to talk to them before, and they were a little bit off form going into the group stage. But playoffs, Team Secret looking so much better. They have been in control for the past 2 games. This third one, like you mentioned, NBR Esports have found similar form to what we saw from them before. But Team Secret are still responding very well in the lead.
Yeah, I do want to be careful that we don't paint this as Team Secret running away from this game. It is very good that they're being this aggressive. I love seeing this look from Team Secret. This is very fun, Wild Rift. But the entire top side of their map is going to struggle to do damage. Really, their entire team really is going to struggle to do damage compared to Kai'Sa Ziggs in the late game. So you can't really paint this as this game just being over. You have to kind of look at this as Team Secret earning the advantage they're supposed to earn during the early game. And the question really is it enough? Have they built enough runway that their plane can take off before the SUV that MPR are driving can catch up with the plane on the runway and force them to stay grounded?
Well, that's a pretty nice analogy there, TJ.
Yeah, it's got
like
visuals.
that one. Yeah, very visual there. What's the mileage per gallon that I get from this SUV, by the way?
It's actually all electric because they care about the environment.
That's amazing. Team Secret, you heard it here first. Not only are here to win this series, they're going to do it in an environmentally friendly way as well. As Trevor has been able to be so proactive on the map, I really like this form that we've seen from him. He's been able to also go for a more aggressive build in the process. You see him get this Black Cleaver, and he's quite tanky, but he's also able to be quite a threat to Radiance and Iallure.
Yeah, which is what they need to do. The reason you go for a Black Cleaver build here is because these first opening moments... Oh, what a hook!
Beautiful catch of the marksman on the E carry. Galley gonna join back into the fight, gives them the AP damage shield, and jumping on the Onion King now pulls him away with the taunt. You have to watch out for the Ziggs damage though, but still a little bit too early. Azar flashes in, but will fall to NBR Esports.
And Azar getting over aggressive there, but it's understandable why. If Team Secret don't break that mid turret, it's very easy for MBR to hold, to freeze. Ooh.
I mean, there's nothing much more to be said, TJ. Just a beautiful turnaround. It looks like a U-turn junction because Team Secret go right back onto Elvis.
I didn't realize planes could turn like that, but it's going the other way down the runway now.
No, TJ, this is Team Secret is the electric car here. They get to turn around.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So this mid turret is like really important right now because if Team Secret can break this mid turret, then there's no real way for MBR to have enough map control to hold on to their own jungle camps. And we saw that happen during the last series. We saw that happen during the last game, where the second that mid turret falls, the second that Team Secret can just run through the jungle of MBR and clear out all their camps, the gold lead is just going to balloon. It's just going to be an astronomical difference. And it's already pretty bad, but it's still within striking distance for MBR. They can still reach their goals here. If they lose that mid turret, the game's pretty much over.
And it's only exasperated by what we're seeing right now, TJ. The fact that MBR are still this close to the Dragon because that mid lane turret is up wouldn't even be the case if it were to go down. And so Team Secret, I mean, while in this case we do see them go uncontested with this Cloud Drake, you have to wonder if NBR Esports lose that outer tier turret in the mid lane, if they're going to be in the same position to contest for these neutral objectives.
Yeah. Okay, so turret gets traded here. Watch Radiance though.
Oh, you have to be careful about this. Ziggs gonna flash away. Also drops the satchel charge. Only really has to commit one, but he does get the safety though.
And he's going to spend the Mega in front of bomb there just to clear wave. Because again, the thing that is most important is that this turret stays up. And if they, they probably don't take the turret on that wave, but if they can get under the turret and do, 200, 300 more damage to it, that turret's basically dead the next time someone walks up and tickles it. So, very important that he clears that wave. Doesn't feel entirely confident doing it with spells, doing it by stepping up, given that his flash is down, given that he's already taken some hits. So Radiance opts just Mega in front of bomb the wave and reset. Very good play by MBR. You can tell they're aware of all these things we're talking about on the broadcast, and they're thinking very proactively about how to build their game from here.
And they have hit that 10-minute mark, the point where we were hoping to see Radiance and Iallure come online and really generate some damage for this team. It seems that NBR does have clear understanding of what they need to do. There was a few missteps in the early game, but since then, they've been able to hold on very well here, make sure to just clear the waves and not give Team Secret too many things they can go for.
Yeah, and the reason why the 10-minute mark is important is because this is around the time that Radiance is going to start shopping for his second item. He should have already completed the Luden's Echo, and we're going to start looking for... there's the boot. We're going to start looking for Rabadon's Death Cap. Uh-oh, Chewie, are you going to try and do this? He's force rushing the wave. He's just going to burn through this wave. Can he get underneath the turret? I think we're fine.
Yeah, his Radiance is still there, so it's going to be difficult. And Elvis, he's stepping up aggressive here. I'm not quite sure they want to go for this, but they do. Team Secret's going to get collapsed on. Night Cataclysm to lock in 4 in the pit. Make sure they're all held in place, but the Aqua Prison going to do a good job. Onion King soaking up so much damage from the Zan. The process, unfortunately, will still fall. The Ribbon jumps back onto Iron Leo, was the flashback into the mid lane, facing off against Chewy in the mid side as well. They have to be careful. Damage source coming in from 2 fronts. NBR backs against the wall in between 2 turrets. Hames still going in aggressively, but a massive Aqua Prison onto 3 is stopping Team Secret, but not long enough.
But the turret falls, and you can see MBR starting to come online damage-wise. You can see what I'm talking up. The presence of the Luden's Echo on that Ziggs, the presence of Arlier completing his first item, just really coming online there, and Team Secret taking some serious hits, but it wasn't quite enough. MBR weren't quite there. And so instead of what they were hoping for which is a 5-on-3 team fight that turns their way, you get the heroic entrance in. Shui takes no damage against an entire ultimate into this fray. And even though there's a pretty heroic effort from Onion King, his gargoyle stoneplate, the reason he can tank so much of that, they have to fall behind this turret to survive. And Shui, who very clearly knows what he has to do, doesn't even attempt to team fight. Just forces the wave clear here, walks past the turret, then starts fighting. But the main point is, get that wave underneath the turret, get that conversion on the mid turret, and now you can see what the consequence of that is Team Secret are able to start stealing away buffs, able to start pressuring MBR for their jungle camps, and that makes it so hard for MBR to stay in this game, because they're just losing a third of their gold revenue.
Losing control of the jungle, losing control of the mid lane, and with Dragon coming up in about half a minute, it's something for NBR Esports to watch out for. The third one potentially online for Team Secret. And with Baron in their midst, I mean, Chewy, he's not the fastest Baron taker, but he's not a slow one either. Team Secret have this opportunity if NBR don't step up to get information, to get vision, and it's so risky for them to do that.
I think Team Secret are a little scared of just starting the Baron. I think they're going to want to pick before they do that, just because you're playing into a Ziggs, you're playing into an Olaf who's very good at running into pits.
Maybe this is it. I mean, no flash available for Elvis, so they're just gonna jump in. They're looking to take down the jungler first. Maybe go Onion King as well, but frankly, they've already taken down the critical pick they wanted.
Yeah, just turn on to Baron from this, because the jungler's gone. There's no real way for MBR to steal this. They're still scared. It's really scary. Here we go.
Okay, they jump on the Onion King. That's the taunt, that's the damage. Irelia still trying to do his best, but the culling comes across. It's the full magazine unloaded in his face, and he's gonna fall, and the Baron is right there for Team Secret.
And it's the same play twice in a row. Team Secret fake the Baron, and MBR have no vision. They didn't get the Rift Scuffler, they don't have any wards, so the only thing they can do is walk face first into the bush and see what's going on. And what's going on is that Team Secret are waiting for them to do exactly that, and they unload. Full engage as this team has, the early game team fighting presence that this team has, lands to maximum effectiveness, and they shut down MBR, win the Baron fight off Baron. And at this point, it is very difficult for MBR to win this game with a 10k gold lead, with their mid turret gone, with Team Secret bearing down with the Baron. I would say it is Team Secret's game to lose. They should be able to close out the series here.
So we're watching the Team Secret if they're able to close out decisively before Irelia and Radiance are able to get any more damage. And you were mentioning earlier, TJ, that we were hoping to see the Luden's Echo from Radiance. Instead, he's gone for the Rod of Ages. How do you feel like this has impacted the game?
It's actually very interesting. I do wish we'd spotted that earlier, but yeah, so Rod of Ages is a clear skew towards scaling. It's a clear indication that MBR thought this game was going to go very long, which, spoiler alert, with retrospect, wasn't the greatest call. This game is not going very long. And Luden's Echo gives you a little bit more early damage as fights starting on Ziggs. It gives you a little more poke as Ziggs, because your first bomb into a team fight is always going to do a little bit more damage in wave clear. So I think it would have really benefited MBR here to have that.
Well, we're also looking at them collapsing in Onion King, perhaps. I mean, they've just made quick work of this. Oh, the damage from Tatsuri. He plays a mean mid-Galio. That's scary to watch. Azar just able to draw so much pressure as well. I mean, they have to worry about mid lane, top lane, bot lane, every lane in this game. You have to watch out for. Elvis pumps the Ragnarok. His Team Secret have crashed in the Baron lane minion wave. They're now moving on to this bomb side, and everything is there for them to claim.
And what do you do as MBR? Well, you hope for a miracle. You try and find something with the Nami bubbles that have been on point all series. This Tobu has been landing this CC, and maybe that turns into a play that can save the game. But Team Secret aren't taking any risks. They don't force over aggressive. They say, okay, we've just gotten so much gold in our bank accounts. It was Christmas. We got a check from our rich aunt who lives in the city. We're going to go back to base. We're going to spend that money. We're going to get some new coats, some cool outfits. We're going to come back with the drip. And they're going to close out this game with a dominant gold advantage. You can see now in their inventory. There's just no way for MBR to fair team fight them. And Team Secret, kind of taking a page out of Flash Wolves' notebook, aren't giving them even the slightest chance.
And NBA Esports have deviated slightly away from some of the tech that we've seen from them before. I mean, the Twin Shadows no longer an option for them. They've only got that one on Tobu. And I have to say, this Nami has impressed me, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as the third Dragon will go over the Team Secret and minion waves crashing in from every lane.
And I think maybe if this game kind of goes as MBR wanted to, if they get a little bit more of those early skirmishes, if they hold their turrets, if they kind of survive the first 10 minutes a little bit better,
sure,
we see more of the shadows. But the shadows are fundamentally only useful if you're playing a relatively even game. And if you're not, if you're just trying to survive a team with superior damage, then something like Stoneplate or Zhonya's is always going to be more value for money because it lets you dodge a disproportionate amount of the damage, right?
Absolutely. Team Secret now positioning and posturing around the Baron. I mean, this was the key defining moment, in my opinion, that won Team Secret that mid-game skirmish when they started playing around the Baron. This is it. Team Secret's just gonna go directly on it. They're gonna take this one quickly. James is buying so much time as you wait for Tatsuri to jump in as well. Look at the takedown radius. Look at the damage coming across the Justice Punch. And the rest of Team Secret collapsing in. It's a double kill for Tatsuri, who's bought enough time for the rest of his team to come in as well. It's just down to Elvis, but he's not gonna be enough. Not in the face of Team Secret, who are here to play, who are in playoffs form. It's 4 dead and Team Secret are on the victory march. I mean, what more can I say, TJ? Team Secret with a 3-0 win.
And that'll knock MBR down to the lower bracket as Team Secret demonstrates some of the potential we were looking for earlier in this tournament. Some of the potential that was seen in the Summer Super Cup, that was seen in the PPGL. They've come into playoff form, demonstrating that they're a team that does their research, that does their practice, and comes in ready to play when the games matter most.
Relaxed and easy, they look good, they look happy. It was a good series. MBR tried their best, and for moments, it looked like MBR were able to pull back in, but Team Secret were able to play towards their win conditions, and what an impressive set they showed us.
Yeah, and MBR, I think that wasn't nearly as far apart as it looked. I think genuinely that was an impressive performance for MBR, even though this particular screen that says 3-0 doesn't show that. I think MBR demonstrated a very good understanding of what Team Secret needed to do to win each game and tried to counter it, but Team Secret's mechanics were online in a way they weren't during the group stage. We saw individual performances, the likes of which we were missing during the group stage. Azar is a particular player we've shouted out a ton. Tatsuri, I want to give credit not just for performing in terms of doing the damage, but also shifting away from that role when it was called for and playing a much more utility-focused mid in the last game of that series. This is all exactly what Team Secret are going to need. These are the elements they're going to need if they want to keep going in this upper bracket, if they want to compete against the very best in Southeast Asia and the world, which they're going to have to do as this playoff bracket moves forward.
But before we get too ahead of ourselves, they still have the next opponents, and to break that one down and give us more insight into Team Secret's run through the playoffs, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to give us more information on how this one's going to play out.
Thank you so much, casters. And yes, Team Secret with the first sweep of the day, a 3-0 versus MBR Esports. Oh, I got so hyped what TJ said earlier. They're in top form indeed and ready to take on the world. But first up, they have to take on MBR, and they were very much up to the challenge. I mean, at the end of that game, what was that? A 20k gold lead over there?
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid finances. Who was behind that? Franklin Templeton? I mean, come on, guys. Let's jump into our post-game stats over here because, Omo, I know you have a lot of thoughts on this game and actually on Team Secret overall. They're on top form right now.
I mean, this game specifically, I think I ran out of thoughts. I feel like Team Secret just demolished them so hard in games 1 and 2. This game just basically might not have even been played. I feel like it was over after game 2. MBR felt like they had no answer in draft, no answer in game. And I don't know what games TJ has been watching, because this did not look close at all whatsoever to me. It seemed like MBR, you know, they had some ideas at some points where it's like, okay, maybe we can try this. But whatever they tried, they got stopped completely by Team Secret. Answered in terms of macro, answered in terms of mechanics. Team Secret, they do look on another level from their group stage form, but MBR, they also look like a level below in terms of what preparation they had coming into this, as well as how they played individually.
Yeah, I do want to bring out though that, you know, MBR, yes, they did have some good plays. I do have to give a special shout out to Tobu. Tobu had me worried as a Team Secret fan. There were some great CCs in there. There were some really good bubbles, but there was no follow-up. So, like, you know, while my heart would stop, like, oh my gosh, he got 3, but then nothing would happen. So it's like, oh man, missed opportunity there for MBR. But Rafa, you wanted to bring up Trevor over here, and I think we have a wonderful sort of like a best moments of Trevor coming right up. I think you prepared.
We're gonna call it the greatest hits from Trevor.
There you
Produced by Team Secret Records. You know, new record company from the region of the Philippines, right here for you guys. Now, I don't want to take away that Tatsuri by far was, you know, an astounding MVP, probably not just of this game, but the overall series, as he was by far the most consistent performing member that really led Team Secret to this victory. But Trevor, he had one job in this game. And when we highlighted from the draft, as soon as you see an Olaf and you slam that Jarvan, there's one thing you always want to do. It is to just put Olaf in the Cataclysm whenever his flash is down, or just try to throw him down and then force him to use the flash, because otherwise he'll never be able to get out. So, but I want to see the highlight package from Trevor on this J4, the greatest hits. Come on, show me the early game for this guy. Now, I want to highlight something before we get into the first fight here. When you look at this jungle mid duo, Tatsuri is running Electrocute on Galio, so he's going to have a little bit of extra burst damage. Radiance opted in for the Font of Life from the Ziggs. It's great as a scaling room because you get a lot of healing off of in team fights, but in the early game, it doesn't do jack. It just doesn't add any extra damage, and you don't get that much bonus off of it because you don't have any AP to make the scaling work. So when we actually roll finally into how this fight plays out, yes, Alves can do a lot of damage on the Olaf, and especially if he's low on HP, he's going to get extra attack speed. But against the Electrocute Galio, you get a ton of burst damage, and then Trevor just comes swinging in with the swag, flag, and drag. He gets the flash onto the turret, and now notice here, both summoners burn on Radiance, and the flash burn on Alves. So what happens then? Trevor sees Alves, just kind of walking around the river and says, that's a dead Olaf because I cataclysm him in. I get the rest of my team to follow up. And then by this time, they've already accelerated the gold lead for the rest of Team Secret. Black Cleaver is already available for Trevor, whereas Alves doesn't even have his first 2 items yet. So already, this is how the early game just explodes, thanks to the plays being made between Trevor on the J4 and Tatsuri on the Galio. And you just saw from the rest of the game played out, anytime that Alves wanted to interact with them, Cataclysm comes down, and then for the rest of the members of Team Secret, especially the Lucian, it's just like shooting fish in a barrel because Alves has nowhere to run.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, Chewy had a great game. Azar has a great game. Pretty good series from these two overall as well. But the standouts for me were definitely Trevor as well as Tatsuri. I think these guys played so insanely well. You can't forget in game 1, what Trevor did on that Nunu was kind of illegal. Tatsuri pulled out the Riven mid today, pulled out Galio, like you mentioned, right? He can pivot when he needs to. And I think that these two have been stepping up huge here for the side of Team Secret. Keep in mind, their next opponents in the playoff, in the winner's bracket, it's gonna be SBTC. They're gonna be going up against Julie and TF. So we need to see these two keep up their form and do even better if they want to have a chance of taking down SBTC.
Yeah, that's the thing. They will be up against, you know, basically the top from Group B, SBTC, and we know how scary they can get when they're in top form. At Team Secret right now, they look pretty great, but I gotta say, SBTC has me really, really worried right now. I am very scared with Julie. I am very scared with TF coming in, and right now we see Trevor making great plays. I have to say, I'm not exactly sure how it's going to step up next to somebody like TF. So looking forward to that series. Definitely, it's gonna be a good show. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of big brain, strategic plays coming in. Possibly an even crazier draft from Team Secret if they wanna, put something out there. If they wanna throw SBTC, off their trail, possibly. I'm not really sure what to expect at this point, but I do know that we can expect this MVP right here from the series to do his very best. You mentioned Omo. He had so much versatility today. We saw him on Riven.
Yeah.
We saw him on Galio, and then we saw him on the Diana. It's like basically what is the gamut of champions? Yeah, exactly. What is the gamut of champions that I could possibly play in the mid lane? Let's explore. Let's explore here. Next thing you know it, he'll probably be playing the most unexpected champion in the mid lane and still be able to keep up his KDA and his skill participation right here. I mean, Rafa, we sung the praises of Trevor a while ago. What do you think of Tatsuri?
I mean, Tatsuri, I gave my praise to Trevor, like you said, but Tatsuri by far was the most consistent performer in this series. Even in Game 2, where Trevor was not always having the best of luck on the Olaf against the Nunu, Tatsuri was always in the right place at the right time, whether he is facilitating and assisting in the engages by Trevor in games 1 and 2 or 3, or finding flanks on the Diana in game 2 where he was able to just split up and cause so much disruption in the backline by himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really brilliant performance from these two guys. Have to give them a lot of props.
Yeah. Again, looking forward into their next upper bracket match. It's going to be against SBTC, and I hope they're up for an even bigger challenge. But before that, I believe we have a special guest joining us on our analyst stage up here in space. We have the General himself, General James, on the line to join us. James, congratulations on your win against MBR. You guys accomplished the first 3-0 that we have here in the playoffs. We have to know, what were the adjustments that you guys made in between the group stages and the playoffs? Everybody's been commenting that it looks like an entirely different Team Secret. What was it? Did you guys, I don't know, have something great to eat this morning or something? What was it?
So first, we changed our draft a little bit against them, and it really worked. Then we just went into the series with a lot of confidence, and yeah, we played all the 3 games very clean. And I'm proud of my teammates because they really didn't hold themselves back. At the same time, they also did hold themselves back because they didn't do a lot. We didn't throw, so. Yeah, I'm just happy we really played the set really clean, and that we get to rest early for tomorrow's matches.
Yes, and I hope you guys get a good night's sleep indeed, because tomorrow it's looking like a big one. Rafa, what about you? Do you have a question for James?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. Salamat kaibigan. I hope I said that right.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. What gave you kind of this momentum going into the series against MBR? Was there like certain type of draft prep that you guys went over, or was it a certain type of like a practice regimen that you and the rest of your team went through before this?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Because my brother came to my room, so I wasn't able to listen properly.
Hello.
You're good. What did you guys do to prepare for this series against MBR?
So we practiced champions that we really didn't show in the group stage to kind of surprise them, and then yeah, we caught them off guard with those picks like Tatsuri's Diana and yeah, Trevor's, something like that. So we really had to adjust the draft against them.
Awesome. What about you, Omo, our very own Nunu here on the analyst side?
Yo, bro, long time no speak, man. Hope you're doing well. I have a quick question for you about your next match. You guys are going to be playing against SBTC. Can I get some thoughts about that?
I think it's really gonna be a good match because we all know that they're a really good team, and yeah, we just need to play with the same confidence as we did today, and we might be able to do it against them.
You guys played sick, man. Hope to see you at Horizon in Singapore.
All right, see you soon. Thank you.
Awesome. That's an advanced invite over there. Before you go, James, can we have one last question? Because we've been speculating about this behind the scenes. What did you have for breakfast?
Just water.
Oh my
NBR
gosh!
for breakfast, right, James?
No, that's the right choice. But oh my gosh, somebody send this man something to eat, something really great. I don't know. Yes. James, thank you very much, and we hope you guys rest well and good luck for your future matches.
Thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, that was the general himself from Team Secret, and my goodness, he hasn't eaten. Oh my gosh, I'm serious. Send this man something to eat, please. He deserves it. He deserves it after that
needs
series.
to eat.
Yes, indeed. And let's take a look at our updated bracket right now, as of course this has been moving really quickly indeed. Our upper bracket matches have changed up, and now we have an idea of who will be facing off in the lower bracket against one team and Flash Wolves. Later on, we will be seeing Divine Esports take on one team and MBR Esports with Flash Wolves. Omo, I have to ask, what are your thoughts on our lower bracket matches for the rest of the day?
These are really spicy matches, especially the first one between Divine and one team. I think it's insane to me that one of these teams are gonna be going home. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna be one team. I don't think we're gonna see the prediction happen where EVOS run the upper bracket, one team run the lower bracket. We'll see them again in the grand finals. If Divine manage to regain their composure after their demoralizing loss against EVOS earlier today, I think they will be in peak condition to take down one team. Flash Wolves, if MBR keep playing the way they do, 3-0.
Ooh, wow. What about you, Rafa? You share in Oma's predictions?
Why not? You know what? Omo has never led me astray so far.
I have every prediction wrong today, Rafa.
I'm gonna ignore that, and we're gonna continue moving on.
That was your chance to really say, yeah, I'm on point today. Yeah.
Just bait you in, bait you guys down with me.
But yes, this is going to be looking like a spicy match indeed. You said it best, Oma. I can't believe that we are going into the next day with possibly without Divine Esports or without one team.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that one of these teams will be going home. Well, staying home because we know everybody is home indeed. But yes, we'll be out of the tournament by today. And yeah, Divine Esports, I think they're gonna be out for a little bit of vengeance. I mean, we saw it happen in the group stages. You know, you take down Divine Esports, they're kind of gonna be looking for a punching bag of sorts, and that's gonna be one team. One team right now, not looking in the best of shape, but we're gonna see if they're gonna be up to the challenge that is Divine Esports when we come back.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Be my eye. Hello to all League of Legends Wild Rift fans. We're aespa. I'm Karina. I'm Giselle. I'm Winter. I'm Nini. We're excited to be part of the ESL Mobile Challenge presents the Wild Rift SCA Championship Grand Finals this weekend. Catch our performance in the live broadcast happening this 3rd October. Unleash greatness. See you there!
Hang up the phone, ran out of words to say. There's a stranger on the other line. And what's the cost? Whoever lost the most can save a sinking ship capsized. Hey, what you say, what you say, what you say to me? All we ever did was argue endlessly. What you say don't affect me anymore. I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain. I need a new start, I need a new start, I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain. I need a new start, I need a new start, I need a new start, the chance was blown. Now it's my time to play, and all your calls I must decline. True colors show, so it's my time to go. If you're playing games, you're no friend of mine. Hey, what you say, what you say, what you say to me? All we ever did was argue endlessly. What you say don't affect me anymore. I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain. I need a new start, I need a new start, I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain. I need a new start, I need a new start. what you say to me. All we ever do is argue endlessly. What you say don't affect me anymore. I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain. I need a new start, I need a new start, I need a new start, find another lover, yeah, to wash away the pain.
Welcome back to the C Championships. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel with Rafa and drumroll please. It is going to be Big G, the Willem to Nunu's to almost Nunu on the panelist desk. And that's a sentence that sounds very wrong if you're not a Wild Rift fan. Fortunately, we all are. I'm going to change the subject really quickly. We are very impressed with Team Secret and their 3-0 score against MVR in the last upper bracket match of the day. Now we move over to Divine Esports versus One Team. Now we know that Divine, they're one of the best teams in Southeast in the C Championships, but they're not having the best of days right now. They couldn't seem to get that one up on Evas earlier, and like TJ mentioned earlier, I don't think they played badly at all. It's just that they were outplayed by Evas. So I'm wondering how they're feeling going into this next match, if their pride or if their strategies, their mentality also took a little bit of a hit. I'm actually anticipating that, Gamernism, I'm actually anticipating that this is a lower bracket run for Divine. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it this way, right? Evos were the Summer Champion winners, and One Team were the Summer Champion runner-ups. And it looks like Evos, they've come to form here, and I feel like the same case could be said for One Team. If they go back to the Summer Championship form that we saw from them, that we know they can give us, then I think Divine are in for a run for their money.
Yeah, and One Team, they had a lot of problems during the group stages. We saw massive underperformance from them, unexpected, as they were the runners-up at the Summer Super Cup. Of course, Rafa, what do you think? Are we going to see a different One Team today? Do you think they were able to work out, everything that they had to in that short break that we have? And coming into the playoffs, we've certainly seen, teams like Evas and Team Secret benefit from that break. Do you think that One Team will?
I'm not convinced at the moment, because One Team came in as the 4th seed from the group after losing the tiebreaker to MBR. And MBR just got stomped by Team Secret. So unless One Team had a better, couple days off from the last day of groups that we saw them on day 3 versus Team Secret and MBR, then, maybe One Team come in better prepared. But I'm always in the camp that if you are playing against a Vietnamese team like Divine or SBTC and they lose a series that, most of the time you would expect that they don't, then they're going to come into the second series ready to commit murder. They are angry, they're upset, and they're like, there's no way that we're going to lose both of our series in the first day of the playoffs bracket when Divine are considered one of the favorites for the tournament out of the potential top 4 teams that we have. So I'm really looking at One Team, just trying to see if they can play around their Baron laner Kid, who, if we bring back up Omo Grandin, he was like, yeah, dude, this is like their only hope and saving grace for this team at this point.
I love that you're mentioning that, Rafa, because looking back at Divine Esports, like you mentioned, I think they're coming in here fuming. They're so mad that they lost that first series.
Yeah.
And it's not because they played poorly. I felt like everyone on the team played well, but it was the sum of their parts that seemed to fall off. That being said, though, I think Divine Esports, the Vietnamese region as a whole, kind of counter the Taiwanese region's playstyle, right? Early aggression, here the skirmish, here the team fight. Taiwanese region is all about scaling, getting to that point of power, and, well, for Divine Esports here, I just feel like they have the organic advantage, the intrinsic advantage, whatever you want to kind of call it.
Yeah. So I think we're all in agreement that One Team is sort of like the underdog coming into this match, yeah? I feel like, Divine Esports definitely one of the favorites actually to stay in the upper bracket. And as we mentioned in our previous panel, we can't believe that one of these teams will be out of the tournament at the end of the series. which is pretty unbelievable, especially with the great start that Divine Esports had. And One Team, their reputation here as definitely one of the heaviest hitters here in Southeast Asia. So this is a bit of a bittersweet matchup indeed, because again, we'll be saying goodbye to one of these teams, but also because we are in for a show. This is gonna be, a different Divine Esports definitely fighting for their lives over here, as well as One Team. Right now, we are seeing our head-to-head here between Ninja 7 and Hope 1, both of whom have numbers at the end of their IGNs. Probably no relation to whatsoever, but yeah, gotta ask them about that. But yes, checking out right now their stats. Right now, they seem to be favoring the Varus over here. Is that gonna be a tug of war as we head into the draft phase? What do you think, Gamernism?
Yeah, I could definitely see it being like first pick red side, so like you give away the first pick blue side and you grab Varus in your first rotation. Like that's definitely a big option for both these teams. What I think things kind of differ is the way that Ninja 7 plays it out. So Ninja 7's going to come in with stuff like the Kai'Sa as well. I mean, the Sona is an interesting one that One Team have played before, like the Sona Lux kind of combo, but he can still afford to play for more aggressive picks that scale to the late game, whereas Hope 1, he's going to play to more conventional stuff in the current meta, plays with the Varus, the Ziggs, Orianna, things like that of that nature, where he's just looking to play from a distance, play it safe, while the rest of his team work around him.
And I actually want to jump right off of that point you had. I'm just going to keep calling you Big G on the desk here. I feel like it brings us together as homies. We've been bonding about guitar off the broadcast.
We got to change that handle over there, yeah.
True! Production, can we change it from Gamernism to Big G? Just make it happen ASAP. Back to Ninja and Hope. You talked about the kind of the differences in both of these players. Outside of the Varus, it kind of goes off into different directions. As you noted for Hope, he wants to play more backline mages. We did see a Kai'Sa in their only win against EVOS in the prior series earlier today, which allowed them to actually follow up on the how forward Divine were. I think the curious thing about One Team is that they like to play double enchanter comps in the Dragon Lane duo. We've seen that One Team is one of the few teams that runs the Sona Lux, and then you run a bunch of bruises through the top side of the map, which is where a lot of the stronger players are for this Taiwanese team. However, that style normally gets countered by Divine's playstyle, because they want to just barrel down through dives and invading through the first 5 minutes. However, that's what we thought going into the EVOS esports series. We thought that EVOS stylistically was a mismatch into Divine because they cannot survive the first 5 minutes, but the way that Len was playing those dives, or lack of dives, if they keep playing like that going into the series, then maybe One Team can bank on that and say, you know what? We're just going to hope that Divine have not learned their lesson in being able to actually orchestrate dives using their Dragon Lane duo to help push out the first few waves in the mid lane so that Coyote can get out of lane and roam with Len to make those dives happen. And maybe they'll hope that Divine won't be able to make those dives early on, and then you just go for the scaling composition. Otherwise, I don't see what other win condition that One Team would be comfortable in running.
Yeah, and Big G, we didn't have you on the panel earlier in the first match in EVOS versus Divine. I want to get your thoughts on this, because Divine Esports, yes, they didn't play badly, but there were some crucial mistakes. There are some crucial mistakes that you wouldn't have expected, of course, into the first match of the playoffs. What are your thoughts on how Divine are playing right now?
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the first set going up against EVOS, because my initial expectation was that Divine Esports were going to come in here swinging and batting, and I mean, it kind of felt that way because they had some strong pickups for sure, right? They had a composition that looked very much like something that Divine Esports want to play for, and like I mentioned, it really didn't seem like it was an issue about the players. It more seemed like their team play was a little bit lacking, and I know how much of a fan of Len and Rafa is, and so when we were seeing him play aggressively on this Lee Sin and stuff like that, he was in the right place, right? They were going for dives against Tipper, but then you see the Darius somehow outplay them. He survives, they lose time, they lose tempo. In that space, EVOS Esports come online instead. And so it's these kind of really small, minute details that have been punished by EVOS Esports that worked so badly against Divine, because Divine is a team that wants to snowball off the early game. Well, if they're losing these early game moments, then they're kind of doomed, right? And so if One Team can shut down these opportunities, I think that One Team have a good chance of actually still holding on to play for their win condition.
Yeah, well, looking at the predictions right now, pulling up the talent predictions, I think, of course, pretty much we're still in agreement that Divine Esports will win this series. I'm looking at the other talent predictions, though. I'm seeing some interesting choices over here. I just have to point this out that Contra thinks that one team are still going to win, which is an interesting choice.
moly.
No, it's an interesting choice. I mean, I would
Contra was right about Evos.
Yeah, Contra
yeah,
was the
yeah,
only person that
exactly.
predicted the Evos win correctly. Everyone else was wrong. So are we going to really? Oh my god, I'm so scared now.
I feel this way too. It seems like, you know, the little bit of a break, and hear me out in this, a little bit of a break did well for those that have the Summer Super Cup buff. So there might be that, because Eva's Esports had a good series, so did Team Secret. And in this case, it's gonna be one team. So there's probably no correlation, and I'm just being like a conspiracy theorist over here, but...
No, I think it's fine, Mika. You know, run away with it. Think whatever that you want to think. Divine Esports, I mean, they're still going to play out this series. They play out this game. I'm going to keep going with my running theory, right? The Vietnamese region, they have to give one away of something. You know, it's either one game or one series. Doesn't matter. They need to give one away. When they come back, they always look so much better. It's so wild to me that we might potentially see either the first seed out from the Taiwanese region or the second seed out from the Vietnamese region gone from the competition so early on. It's such an intense run through the lower brackets.
Exactly. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. I agree with you. And yes, it could be that. It could be that, you know, sacrificial thing that, you know, Vietnamese teams need to do. And because it's the playoffs, maybe it's not just one game. They're like, oh, you need to lose a series this time. And you have to make a lower bracket run. So maybe that's it. That's what they need to proc in order to win this series. I mean, I'm for it. I believe it. Yeah.
Sure.
But I do have something to ask though, as we're entering the champ select right now and the initial bans and picks are coming in. One team, they tend to keep running Vi. And we know that Vi hasn't exactly been a favored champion here in the C Champs. Is this something that they need to drop? Do they need to hop off of the Vi train? What do you think, VG?
Yeah, I think Vi is useful in specific situations and circumstances where it does not do well in against champions such as the Camille, such as the Ari. Champions that can disengage and pull you away from your team is where it significantly suffers. And when you have no other form of follow-up, if your team is not prepared to really dive in hard with you, then that's where you're gonna face an issue. We do start to see though Camille come across with Divine Esports, and naturally one team will get that first rotation. Varus, the fact that they're going for this galley was interesting. It's a bit of a flex, but I expect Baya to lean more towards it because she was been playing a little bit better on stuff like this, the Enchanted supports, but he does play a pretty good Galley Rakan as well.
Divine Esports are actually just pivoting entirely away from getting Lee Sin for Len, and with Darius locked in, there's no other role that the Camille can go other than the jungle, so I think Len is starting to just take a less of a risk in the early game where we saw so much confidence before that, you know, Len would just be able to get his hands on Lee Sin and just snowball the early game, but just based on maybe the way that the past series against Evos went, he's saying, you know what, I just want to take the scaling matchup, I'm going to ensure that I take the Camille, and so no matter what happens in the early game, I'm still a powerful split pusher the later the game goes.
Ooh, what a skill check. One team are coming in big with the Riven Lee Sin, and well, Divine and Franklin just curious to see what they're gonna respond with. I mean, Braum is a nice response, but it doesn't really block a lot of the damage from one team. They're ready to jump onto you. I guess Glacial Fissure could be used to try and find some form of disengage. I mean, Quay is going to be that full secondary engage for the team, so I don't quite like it still overall, but I mean, Rafa, you've been on the desk a lot now. You've seen a lot of these drafts. I'm sure you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at the elephant in the room is that Divine Esports let the Varus priority go through over to one team and gave Ninja such a comfort priority pick for a Camille. And this is not a pick that we've really seen that much prioritized that much for Divine Esports. Usually it's been the likes of Renekton or Lee Sin or even Riven, and they let that all go. And it's really just to put Len into the driver's seat of a champion that as soon as they get past the 5-minute mark, you're gonna have Trinity Force on Camille, and I'm really thinking that Len just looked at what Valdez did on the Fiora and just said, you know what? There's no point in trying to put myself on a timer in the early game. I'm just gonna try to scale and out-split push one team.
Well, we're gonna see if one team can prevail or if Divine Esports is going to start their lower bracket run right here, right now. This is game number 1. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Welcome everyone to Divine Esports versus One Team, their first match here in the lower bracket. Enrico, I'm excited for the series. This is something that we want to see, especially we're looking at Lee Sin, Xianyo, Kid with Riven, Tonex with Darius. These are champions that these players are comfortable with.
Yeah, this is for One Team a very strong early to mid game composition. And meanwhile, what Rafa mentioned, Len taking a page off of Valdez's book, where Len's gonna just scale alongside with Hope 1 as well. So the dynamic is gonna be a little bit different now because Hope 1, meaning not Hope 1, Coyote rather, is gonna opt for more of that little bit of that punish potential on that level 5. If One Team so desires to do something else, hold that thought.
Yeah, Divine Esports going very aggressive in this early matchup. 40 seconds into the game, we're going for the 4v3. Now the flash will be burned by Len. That's the stun, but Quest still gonna be alive, but Baya just dashes in. But look at Tonex, goes for the apprehend, puts him in, Ignite's gonna burn him down, not gonna be enough. First blood for One Team.
It looked so good on Divine's book. I was choosing between paper or book. I don't know why I hesitated there. But because level 1 Divine is so good, you have the passive stacks of Quave on this Braum. You've got the gold card. But it seemed like they had a little bit of hesitation. They didn't have any target priority as well. So once Kid came in with that AoE stun, it practically backfired.
Yeah, and on top of all that, I think One Team was hiding on the bush, and Divine Esports did not have any information. How did he go about this? Are we going very aggressive? If we overextend, it can be punished by One Team. So it's really just a double-edged sword. If we go all in, we need to commit. But the problem is, Divine Esports was hindering quite a bit there. They don't want to go very all in that fight, but not really just going through. So they're just dancing. But here on top side, 2v1, Tonex with the knock-up from Kid, bringing down another kill for One Team.
That is super clean coming from Xianyo. The trust on Kid. We talked about this before the draft even started. It's one of those things where Kid is the most consistent member coming from One Team. If you enable him like what you're doing now with Xianyo's early Lee Sin, and they constantly create pressure against Tonex, then Divine Esports may have a big problem. Again, One Team has shown weaknesses or struggles against teams that play fast, but if you adjust, if you're able to stabilize the game by applying pressure, then it shackles Divine Esports' way of getting ahead early. And we talked about the 10-minute timer for Divine last time when they went up against EVOS earlier today, but because Divine has drafted Hope 1 on this Kaisa and as well as Lin towards this Camille, at least there is a little bit of that backup when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, it's the comeback potential for Divine Esports. This is their winning condition, is to sustain themselves for that long. But we'll see, because One Team right now is capitalizing on the early game. They're going all in. We talked about this a while ago, right? How Xianyo and Len, who will be the better jungler? Who will be that better space maker for their team? And as of now, it's Xianyo putting that early aggression as a Lee Sin level 3, level 5 power spike to put their team in a very good position. Now a 2k gold lead in the first 3 minutes, 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, it's looking to be a good start. I mean, 2 kills earlier on, and as well as being able to get a gank on towards top side. So we'll have to see how One Team is able to execute their heavy skirmish, because Baya and CU for sure are going to tag team to make sure that the hero's entrance and the survivability of Baya is right there. Because of the shields, because of the CC knockup coming from CU's ult on top of the Moonfall. So that is the ideal setup that One Team is looking for. And I think the biggest cherry on top, I suppose, is Kid's AoE stun on that Riven. So we'll have to see if One Team will prioritize the Rift Herald looking at their movements on the map right now.
Yeah, it's falling really close for One Team as a wombo combo composition, as a team fight composition rather, right? Having Baya with a Moonfall, Ninja 7, pretty much every single one of them has this pickup potential and also has this AoE setup for their team, and I think they need to capitalize that to win on those team fights in the mid game. And Divine Esports is sort of that scaling. They need to wait for late game. Ton X with the Darius is a snowball champion. They need to have that early gold, be able to try and increase his prowess in that team fights later on. But for now, it's one team going for the Cloud Dragon and Divine Esports going for the Rift Herald.
They know that they will have the numbers disadvantage if they try to fight Divine Esports because Coyote has been split pushing at bottom. It's not like Baya can fly across the map. So I really like this coming from Divine. They're able to get that Rift Scuttler. No, Herald.
Ooh, face check coming from Quay, and he will just get eviscerated. Another kill coming from one team. This is their third in this game with no trade as of yet for Divine.
Yeah, it looks like Divine is just going to be satisfied with First Blood Tower here, not even dropping the Rift Herald just yet. So they can, no. One team denies First Blood Tower, lose on that gold bonus, and decides to just be, and decided to be patient here. We'll see this collapse.
Yeah, look at the taunt coming from CU, goes for the two-man taunt here, and Ninja 7 comes with a follow-up. That's the exhaust onto Taunt X, gonna get killed with a wind slash from Kid.
Beautifully done there, coming from one team. Even devaluing the Rift Herald. It was basically only one charge. The intention of Divine Esports for keeping the Rift Herald was not to waste it. Hopefully they're able to get another charge in to destroy the inner tower topside, but one team, quick to their feet, quick to their decision making, and basically collapsed before having to deny that from happening.
Yeah, and I think it was like one team esports, two-man on bot side. Let's go for the Rift Herald, but they did not know. It was an early recall come from one team. As soon as they got the tower first blood, they went back to respawn top side. But look at here. It's going to be one team getting another turret top lane, and Divine Esports wants to have this pressure in mid lane as Coyote went in for the Destiny to respond onto that, but one team consistently pressures in with those quick responses.
Yeah, this has been a little bit more of that macro focused. Every single time Divine Esports goes to the opposite portion of the map, one team is just ready to respond towards the area where where one team can easily try and push the wave and regain control. So I really like this coming from the side of one team. Divine also utilizing the fact that they have this Twisted Fate Destiny again. We talked about this before. Coyote in this setup, in this dynamic of scaling, is there to punish one team for their early game plays, get the numbers advantage, and as well as enable the split push into the early phases of the game. As we saw earlier, Coyote had to face against Baya. Baya couldn't fly. Of course, a Diana just having that dual potential up against Coyote whenever Coyote decides to pressure a certain lane.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about Coyote, because I'm thinking about the same player, I'm thinking about the same champion, because when you're looking at the items, he has now secured the Rod of Ages and also Leechbane, and Leechbane, as we all know, is a huge power spike coming from Twisted Fate, so I think we might expect a lot of damage now coming up for Divine Esports, but look at Xianyo with Dragon's Rage, gonna be locked in, Hextech Ultimate, a good response from Divine as they take the kill instead of Xianyo.
So much damage, it's still not over.
Yeah, one team trying to hold on. It's a Moonfall going for 3-man knockup. And Kid with the wind slash secures Tonex.
That is just so much damage. You see CU never got to use his ult at all.
Ooh, gold card massive from Coyote, but he's very low. And Kid forces at the flash with that skill kit, almost surviving, but Hope One gets a kill.
And it all snowballed because of, again, Xianyo wanted to enter the fight, use CU to dive into the backline, possibly make a triple man taunt play before the dragon spawned. But it basically backfired because the rest of one team were pretty much far away. There was no way a follow-up collapse could have happened in that scenario. Divine Esports just basically punished that play. And now, no important ults available on the side of one team in time for this dragon. Maybe only the Moonfall, but I feel like the Hero's entrance is just so critical in this setup.
Definitely. It's a very, very good, just something in your back pocket for extra sustainability in this matchup, especially with a lot of burst damage potential. But look at one team. Chain of Corruption connects onto Tonex, no follow-up. So that will not be a kill. Tonex is just frontlining in that pretty much a little bit of a greed thing there for both teams, but no kills. They're just waiting for that right opportunity because Mountain Dragon is alive.
Yeah, they're waiting for CU's Hero's entrance before anything else, and one team can afford to do so because...
Oh, Kid jumps in. This is the opportunity that one team wants. Destiny will give information, but Moonfall from Baya gets 3, but Divine Esports, Hope 1, gets a kill instead. Killer Instinct jumps straight into the backside, and now it's Kid trying to run away. He does, but Divine Esports gets away with 1 kill.
I just found it a little funny. I said they had the opportunity to wait it out a little bit because they had poke coming from Varus.
Now, Divine Esports going to secure the Mountain Dragon while one team is just hovering around in the backside, tries to contest, will not do so. And now it's Divine Esports going ahead with a free dragon in their back pocket.
Nicely done by Divine here. This sets the tone again. They're able to get the shields on that buff. Therefore, they're able to defend themselves a little bit, get that mitigation against Ninja 7's taunts, especially later on during the Baron dances, during the Ocean Drake. Let's take a look at that again. I talked about this before. It is fine to buy time till you have the Hero's entrance because Baya will need that immensely, needing that secondary CC to follow up with that Moonfall for him to survive a little bit longer. But again, key ults were not available. They wanted to engage onto Quay, and it felt like possibly it wasn't the right target.
Yeah, I think one team with that initial setup split up. And Divine Esports just got the huge edge in that fight, being able to capitalize onto pitch, wherein you have Kaisa, you have Twisted Fate, just having that solo single target, you're just gonna get eviscerated from that. So I think that is how Divine Esports played that out through and through. But for now, I am commending both teams because when you're looking at the gold, it's pretty much even, only 500 gold lead for Divine Esports.
Yeah, it's very, very close. Divine is able to build up, basically equalize, stabilize the game. But the scary thing is,
1v1 from Kid. This is what they don't want. Tianyo with a K Dragon Rage onto land. But Sonic Wave gonna get body blocked by the jungle creep.
No. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I mean, they do not have... They could have had the numbers advantage because CU wasn't a Galileo, but take note, constantly Divine has been pressuring topside. So at the back of one team's head, we can't exactly prolong these fights or else we'll lose a tower. Moonfall.
Now Baya, Moonfall followed up with
Here's
Hero's
entrance.
entrance. They're not gonna pull through. They just zoned away the enemy team. But Divine Esports is waiting for the right moment. But no minion wave to pull through.
No minion wave, no important ults just yet. Len still keeping the Hextech ultimatum very safe and sound, possibly going to set up for later if ever things get a little bit too sticky. But yeah, again, one team always has to think about topside, always has to think about that. Therefore, they can't exactly afford prolonged fights too much. And I really like this call coming from Divine here. Tanex having to build waves on bottom side instead. So we'll see now, Divine in the current lead. Remember, they have scaling, so one team is on a timer here.
Yeah, and that's what they want. They want to wait. But Divine Esports just going through. I think it was one team that was so close. If Len just pushed up a little bit into the riverbed, he could have been killed, but it was sort of a good response. You know what? It's you. He saw him. He pulls back. And I think this is what I love to see. It's just the reaction from Divine Esports and also one team on how they respond onto those fights. But here, it's Quay going for the face check, sees on Tianyo, and now he's gonna get stunned up. Glacial Fisher, 2-man, Baya, Moonfall on the air. He does not get anyone, and now Coyote golden card onto Bayo, delays him, and Siu will get killed. That's gonna be one for Divine Esports, not anymore, but one team has lost their support.
It's a very dark map for one team. I bet Tianyo did not see that coming with a collapse coming from Divine Esports. Something to note as well. Earlier into the inventory, well, I thought that we might see a fight over here. Looks like that's going to be a no. Okay, for Zonia's Hourglass enchants on the side of one team. That is big respect to the finisher, to the guillotine coming from Tanex to deny that big burst of damage, and as well as that big gold card as well in the later fight. So there's just a lot of investment to make sure that those two things do not connect during the fights later on.
Yeah, definitely huge respects, because if you're looking at it right now, Coyote
Kick?
with rapid fire kind of huge range, but now one team getting a flank onto Ton X will not get the kill,
Play.
and now Divine Esports quick response into that action, and one team has to dissipate, and Divine Esports saves Ton X life.
He's gonna be okay for now. No flash though, but look at the dragon now being started.
Yeah, it's Divine Esports in the head of a pack here. Glacial Fisher with a 4-man knockup, and one team does not get that opportunity to even go through the dragon. Hexag ultimatum into the backside though, and now Stacy's Anchat buys a little bit more time for Divine Esports to pull up. And now Baya jumps in backside, gets killed, and Divine Esports takes a buy one, take one. But the fight's not going to be over. Coyote is headlining this fight. But just cancel out the recall. One team will delay it, and now Divine starts up the Baron.
Yeah, this is just no Baya. That means no threat of diving into the Baron pit, land a crazy moonfall into low health targets. But this is Xianyu. On a Lee Sin, there's still a potential steal.
Yeah, look at Coyote. Stuns up onto Xianyu. Forced to use the Stasis Enchant. Cannot even get the steal down because that Stasis lasts for 2 seconds. And now Coyote, though, gonna get erased with Ninja 7 with a piercing arrow.
And Divine, having that Baron buff now, they will be able to utilize the siege. Possibly, maybe even with the 1-3-1 setup, with possibly Len and Hanex for sure pressuring the side lanes. And for one team, they're wave clear wise, it looks good. They've got Ninja 7 on this Varus. They also have Baya on this Diana. But the dive potential coming from Divine just cause of Ton X and Len with a Hextech ultimatum and the possible follow-up with a Killer Instinct and everything else coming from Divine, it's just really scary. And the biggest question is, how will one team hold out? Because we're at that point, 16 minutes into the game, this is where Divine will reign.
Yeah, you have Kaisa already built up some more items. Coyote, as we stated a while ago, Rod of Aegis, Rapid Fire Cannon, and also Lich Bane. So his damage is gonna hurt. And one team has to respect this. We have to know what we do, because when we misstep, it's gonna be single targeted CC chain for Divine Esports bringing us down.
It's gonna be absolutely scary. Ninja 7, you mentioned, has that ninja has the chain of corruptions. If ever Divine Esports decides to be aggressive, one team has that big punish, a lot of punishing tools for sure. That's why Divine is still very, very careful.
Yeah, and look at one team. They're holding on. Chain of Corruption to follow up to start up this fight. Guillotine gets the reset though. It kills off Xianyu. One team fighting 4v5. Divine Esports spearheading this fight. And they almost get the kill. Killer Instinct to jump in to try and finish up. But Ninja 7 gets killed. Moonfall to delay it. Hero's Entrance, 2-man knockup. But that will just be a delay. Kid and Sue, the only one left to live, to defend. But Kid will be the one standing. And Divine Esports is just finishing this up. But no minion waves. Can this happen? Can this be the finishing fight? And Divine Esports takes game 1.
One team had a good start towards the fight near the Raptors. Got 2 early kills, but couldn't transition as Divine is able to strong-arm their way during the dragon fights, during the objectives, and as well as the pressure that Coyote provided in the side lanes during the early game. I really love this Twisted Fate, you know. I'm not going to be here to enable the side lanes as a lead. I'm going to be here to pressure and potentially punish you, and it all worked out. Divine, 1 point away from moving forward.
And we'll see how one team can equalize this series if they can come back after this short break. Don't go away.
Are you ready to define your character? To choose your financial objective? To choose your investment strategy? And build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and that is Game 1 to Divine Esports. This is looking good for Divine, and they seem locked and loaded for their lower bracket run. I gotta say, though, on the side of one team, I thought there would be more of a fight. I mean, Gamernism, we mentioned how this was a little awkward on the side of one team.
Look, Mika, Rafa, I have to say, we've been tricked, we've been backstabbed, and we've been quite possibly bamboozled in this early game because from a team that was supposed to scale,
They were the ones to bring the early aggression, bring the fight to Divine, and they won. Quite frankly, they won the early game. Divine were able to claw their way back into the game off the back of some good team fights, good skirmishes. But we're seeing an entirely different strategy from one team right now, and I have to say, quite frankly, I'm liking it.
Yeah, and Rafa, we wanted to talk a lot about the early game. Like on paper, this looked like it would have gone to one team. But Divine Esports, I mean, first off, they're just incredibly good and definitely one of our favorite teams here at the SEA Championships. But one team, I felt like, you know, towards the end of the game, they were out of sync. There were a lot of really awkward calls that time.
Yeah, I think it really came down to the mid-game team fighting and just kind of on point, just like in the moment decisive calls for Divine that really swung them back in favor over one team. Because in the early game, as Big G noted, like one team were winning all the early skirmishes that Divine were forcing. They were trying to invade early level 1. They didn't get anything. In fact, one team ended up getting first blood. Baya also escapes. And for the next like 2-3 minutes, every skirmish that Divine is forcing on the one team results in a net loss. And so one team is constantly like moving on up ahead in terms of snowball, but then what happens is in the mid game, despite one team having item leads and gold leads all around, it seems like Divine are still just incredibly confident in their ability to in their positioning and their way to identify and pick out key targets in just like on time. I think that the timing that a lot of the Divine Esports members were choosing, despite being down in gold, they would isolate key members that didn't have any summoner spells or no ultimate cooldowns to get out and escape. And when you have something like the Twist of Fate, the gold card allows you to just lock one person down for a split second, and the rest of Divine Esports are able to just follow up and just, if you're able to 100-0 that target in a blink of an eye, it doesn't matter if they're accelerated in gold, you've already eliminated one member, and then you're slowly making your way back into the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm going to tell you something about that gold card. That gold card will actually open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. I totally think that, you know, the TF, that gold card, it is actually like, you know, that Franklin Templeton plan right there. It's a gold card.
Look, Rafa, Mika's just flexing on us at this point. She's just
Financial
flexing.
future secured with that gold card, you know? Once you get that in,
She's just
that's why-
grading us here, Rafa. We have to work together, okay? You have 2 hit, I have 2 hit. We can match Mika's 4 hit together, combined, okay?
True. All right, come on. Put your head against your camera, and I'll
All right.
try to...
How do I do this? I can't.
I think you have to go the other way.
This way.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't even know anymore what's happening here, guys. I think we're heading into Chaos Death as we proceed.
We're heading into chaos, yes.
As the hour gets later and later, you guys know what happens. It is you know, that time of the day where the death is a little less orderly. But we are still, of course, going to head back into the match between Divine Esports and one team. Now, there's a big question mark, like for me right now, for one team, because again, we have seen this team in much better shape. Even in the group stages. We still managed to see them in better shape in the group stages. Right now, I'm not feeling the drive. I'm not feeling the spark. It seems like, you know, in the middle of the game, they tend to let things go and they don't follow up, or you know, there's just something is not clicking for one team. And Big G, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, because Divine Esports, we mentioned they're very much motivated. They're very much, you know, motivated to extend the run here in the lower bracket. They want to meet EVOS Esports right back on the grand finals, or SBTC Esports, whichever one will make it all the way. But one team, I don't know, I'm not feeling that drive.
Yeah, I don't want to like call one team out for failing in that previous game, because I don't think that was necessarily what happened. I felt like Divine really caught them off in some really good moments, and these team fights were really close. They lacked a little bit of damage because they were playing for the Varus, and it has better early game damage, but it starts to fall off a little bit. Then you have a little bit of like mixed damage with the rest of your team. But I don't want to say that one team failed to execute for the team composition. What I think
it really does matter is that one team seemed to not be in that groove. You know, they came in with a different kind of strategy, different kind of play style, and then once they went into that mid to late game, you know, they were a little bit unsure of what they needed to do exactly. They still were hitting a lot of the main points, but against a team like Divine Esports, it's really down to the details. You have to be able to hit every single thing right.
And something that we had a chance to talk to what the Jensen off broadcast before going into this matchup and looking at one team specifically is that they're very good at playing as a 5-man unit and team fighting in the early game. But one thing that they are super susceptible to is split pushing and sometimes getting a little too passive the later the game goes because they're not sure what the right moments are to find the engages, whereas where we saw Divine really outshine them and outclass them, because that's why Len opted in for the Camille in this game instead of just going for the Lee Sin that he normally would have liked to play, because he had confidence saying that, you know what, no matter how the early game state goes for one team or for us, I will always have this threat that is going to force a little bit of a gamble within one team's kind of comms and mental, and it's like, oh, do we try to force a 5-on-4 where we have a numbers advantage, or do we answer Len on the Camille split push? And a lot of the times they just they didn't opt for either or. They just let Len start taking turrets for free, and then all the gold that they were behind, Divine are able to catch themselves back up. And now looking into the second draft, Divine, they know that how well the Camille worked out for themselves and Len, so there's no reason to change things up now.
Yeah, I was a little bit excited when, you know, I believe Kid brought out the Riven, because we did see him, you know, perform really, really well on that champion. But, you know, right now, I feel like one team, if they are stronger together, if they do work well with those team fights, I feel like, you know, they really have to take the fight to Divine Esports, because they drag on the game any longer. Divine Esports, they're going to get that momentum, they're going to get that snowball. One team needs to meet them where they're at right now, and, you know, not sort of like back off, because that's what I'm feeling on the side of one team.
Okay, Yasuo lock in, Divine Esports out here to play. I mean, this is the same thing that we see from Divine time and time again, right? The mid laner Coyote has such a big champion pool. The Divine are just willing to play for anything. You got a Fizz? We'll play for it. Zed? Why not? Yasuo? Okay, no problem by me. The issue that I do have with Divine is, well, are they super confident with this? Have they actually put into practice to make the Yasuo composition work out? If they have, then by all means. Now, one team, they're going to go back with the same composition they had last game. And I have to say, I mean, Cienyo on this Lee Sin, he had some shaky moments in that last game, right? You saw him jump in, get a kick off in the back, and then find like a nice target. Not the best, it's a nice target, but he's caught between like 4 people. And then he dies, and then one team is out there fighting a 5v4. Granted, yeah, the guy that you kick might be like half health, but it's still 5v4 nonetheless, and that's where we're starting to see one team falter.
So Divine not opting in or not falling into the Xayah Rakan trap. Normally for the past past series, they kept trying to pair Hope onto Xayah whenever Quay had the Rakan, but they recognized that, you know what, the Xayah, it wasn't necessarily working out too well because it didn't have the best way of following up on damage. It's great at self-heal, but Hope wants to be a part of the party. He doesn't want to be the one poor guy that gets left at the house when everyone else moves on to the next bar and when everyone is going bar hopping, because then that doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel nice to be left out. So Hope on the Kai'Sa can always use the killer instinct to follow up on everyone else's engage, and I was kind of concerned that Divine, after drafting Camille Darius into Yasuo, they didn't have any ways to facilitate Yasuo's last breath apart from him just getting and generating his own knockups, because you can do that, but it's not usually the best, because then Yasuo has to put himself into very dangerous situations in order to self-generate that knockup, and usually you want Yasuo coming in off of the engage so that he has a full HP bar and can maximize his damage output in those fights.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if Divine Esports, you know, I feel like they could be prepping for something in the future over here. Like, you know, practicing and bringing that out, possibly, you know, training for maybe SPTC in the future. But before that, we are gonna step into the present with Game 2 of Divine Esports versus One Team Casters. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. This is it. Divine Esports is 1 win away, sending one team home, the first runner-up from Summer Super Cup, a series, a game, where all stakes are on the line for one team.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy looking at Divine Esports' journey towards the C Championships. Imagine summer season. They didn't even qualify for the Summer Super Cup. They were at 6th place. And now during the fall season, they've managed to get that 2nd seed in, even qualifying for the group stages of the C Champs coming from the lower bracket during the play-ins. And I think that's absolutely crazy. And look at them here now. Even though they were sent down to the lower bracket in day 1 of the playoffs, they're looking really solid. They were able to put up a good fight against EVOS, especially during the early game at the first 3 games, I suppose. And one team right now has been struggling, utilizing this Lee Sin as Shanyo takes another chance at this pick.
Yeah, the early game aggression we could expect coming in from one team. From this Lee Sin, level 3 power spike is where it's at. If one team can utilize this jungler rotations, this jungler padding, I think this is an absolute menace of a champion to play against.
And we could possibly see a copy-paste of Shanyo moving towards topside to create pressure to enable Kid here on this Riven. We've seen it before. We've seen him linger around, most likely trying to set up a dive. Riven, Lee Sin can be deadly, especially level 3. And if only Kid is able to set that up, try to harass Tanex a little bit on this Darius. Once you have the full combos all off cooldown, that's the time you reinitiate.
Yeah, and look at Xianyo. This is what we're saying. The early aggression come from one team is something we could expect. And now Tanex is fighting 1v3 as Baya comes up. But Tanex, you know what, chill for a while. This is the early game. Go back, go back.
Yeah, Divine basically has seen this coming. The top in jungle practically hasn't changed from game number 1. And the fact that Divine is on a Kai'Sa means that, okay, we're gonna let Hope 1 farm, possibly be involved in the fights for later rotations, such as the early Rift Herald takes. And for Divine, they're happy about this one. One team, you know, they've decided just, hey, we're just gonna trade buffs for now and see where this takes us. But I think the biggest difference is that one team doesn't have the Galio anymore. Nothing to make sure that Baya is alive. So I think that is going to be a little bit worrying. So one team should be a little bit hesitant on where they will decide to pour in the Moonfalls.
Yeah, they change it onto Agragas. I think this is a soft counter that they want up against Len if Explosive Cast is there. I think they want to secure onto just the safety of Ninja 7 or potentially even Baya as well later on if ever it happens. For Divine Esports, as we all know, Len is probably one of the junglers that is really good at carrying the team, is really good at pressuring for his team. So I think that is something that one team is respecting in the draft composition. You know what? We need to have something to target onto Len to try and make us safe.
Yeah, he's able to bridge the gap. I mean, looking at the earlier iterations of Divine Esports in this tournament, it was definitely more on playing early to mid game compositions and basically snowballing. Len, whether or not he synergizes pick-wise with Coyote or not, he's still able to carry the game and transition towards the mid game. But this is a different story now from Divine. This is them playing the scaling. Coyote is going to be absolutely insane every single time a knock-up is gonna happen. And most of them, you know, Coyote can self-set up, but at the same time, they've got Quay here on the Rakan with the Grand Entrance. And Len, on the other hand as well, will be able to hold down targets with the Hextech Ultimatum. And I feel like it has been the soft answer against poke long-range champions such as the Varus. I think there are only 2 options, Jarvan 4, or maybe a Camille, which has now been open so far in their first 2 games.
Yeah, we see how Quay play Rakan. Even from their prior series, they did not win that series in the upper bracket, but play style from Quay, absolutely phenomenal. He sets up for his team onto those knock-up, absolute insane. So we can expect maybe something the same. If they can replicate that type of playstyle coming from Quay, that's a good setup coming from Coyote to go for the last breath and follow up with those setups.
Possibility as well. Oh,
but one team actually locking down onto Len, kills him. First blood for one team. But look at Quay, quickness for Baya. But Baya, Moonfall, gets a knock up. With that, but Coyote is gonna get killed. The
Tonic.
Hasage almost saves him, but he doesn't. And Quay just jumps in to try to save another, but he just gets eviscerated in one team, gets 3 kills, and also the objective taken for this team.
Divine Esports' team fight on paper will look decent. You've got the setup for Coyote as well with the knockoff, but they came in one by one. As we take a look at the replay, Len banking on the 50-50 smite, but again, take note, one team's composition are just full of stuns, full of hold, full of lockdowns, and it's just going to be so difficult if you don't have the team with you. And this is basically, you know, one team, or Divine rather, just wanting to get out of the fight. Again, this composition doesn't have disengage, so once they're in, either they're forced to full commit, even though they're already on the losing end.
Yeah, that is definitely something we need to see, that we need to expect, because currently, as we keep on saying, prior to even in this series, that one team, when they get their lead, when they can get that, they could pivot their way top, in mid, in late game. They could pivot their way into success there coming from that, and I think One Team Esports is trying to replicate that type of strategy in this game. Get the early lead, we can punish. Now Coyote is fighting 2v1, but that's gonna get blocked. Sonic Wave, Wind Wall, easy counter.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty sweet deal. Kid, though, has been busy split pushing.
Yeah,
Let's see if there's a
Sianyo,
steal. Nope.
he just attempted. He just
There was
attempted.
an
One
attempt.
team is just hovering around the backside. Divine Esports going for the dragon, gets it, and when it's done, one team just goes back. We cannot.
Yeah, I feel like that is just the trade of First Blood Tower versus the Air Drake, which I think is very important for Divine to deny away from one team, because this is a big... this could end up potentially be a roaming death squad. The fact that Kid is already ahead, 3,000 gold lead almost, by the way, versus Tanex is gonna be is a huge problem for Divine to deal with, because while Xianyo and Kid managed to pick the same picks earlier in game number 1, they never really gotten Kid in the lead. We'll see here if they can punish.
Look at the level difference though. Level 7 for support. Con X8. Who's gonna get this down? But Hexic ultimate and will lock him. 3v1 will kill down Kid.
Really nicely done by Divine Esports. They know that a 2v2... Oh, hold that thought though.
One. Very in a bad position. One team jumps in. 4-man gets a kill again. In bot side, this is the trade that they want from top side 1-for-1.
Coyote's alone.
Yeah, he is fighting this alone. He is the lone man standing. Can he do it? Can he survive? But Windwall just to secure his life, and Quay is there to respond. Divine Esports, Coyote is safe to go back.
One team isn't able to finish off the kill. Quay is able to go back in time, and the fact that one team also unleashed the Rift Herald in the middle, Divine basically neutralized that threat and is able to even get chip tower damage in the mid lane. So I feel like this is a really good deal for Divine, but at the same time, they're still lacking in gold. 4k gold deficit now. One team having a better start compared to game number 1.
Yeah, and this has many factors, right? Pretty much Divine Esports in the first 3 minutes into the matchup, Tanex and topside did not get 3-4 waves because of the constant pressure from one team. And on top of all that, they have the 3-kill lead. So even if, you know, Divine Esports got the Cloud Dragon, even if they had that opportunity to get maybe the Rift Herald, maybe not, this is where it's at. One team is leading the early game pack here.
Could be another dive again.
Yeah, one team is setting up. They want to engage. Explosive cast. Zones away the enemy team. They just secured the turret. They're gonna go back.
They have to go back mid lane though, because Tanex is so close to destroying that tower down. We'll see. He does have the stone plate. Not gonna be the proto belt enchant. Look at this. This is really nice rotations coming from Divine. One team.
Almost. One team.
Not
2v3. But look at that. Last breath. Actually gets it onto Xianyo. Forces out the Stasis enchant.
Collapse.
But Yu gonna get killed with a guillotine. Followed up with another.
Double
as
kill.
Xianyo will die. And now Kid is fighting this alone alongside with 2 more members as they get in for the quick response for a 2v2.
Really nicely done by Tanex. Is able to get 2 resets there, but the collapse again, the numbers disadvantage, and the fact that Kid arrived in the scene. Remember, he's in the lead, and it's absolutely scary if he becomes involved in these fights, especially when Divine is so clumped together. That is exactly not what you want. And I feel like the biggest threat as well, item-wise, because Divine There's a lot of AD physical damage going on. One team can easily sort of itemize around this composition.
And pretty much one team is not even giving space to Divine Esports. Yes, you get this initial advantage of getting turrets, getting kills, but we get that trade as soon as it happens. And this is what one team wants. They want to win it. They want to have that lead. Because when you're looking at Divine Esports, Hope 1 and Coyote is killing in the late game. So if they do this, this is constant punish. This is so devastating for Divine Esports to try and make it back.
And they have to be careful not to give too much to one team every single time they want to contest these objectives while waiting for Coyote and Hope 1 to scale. It is a very tricky line to cross. And now Divine, at least Tanex was able to get 2 kills earlier, meaning he's able to catch up a little bit towards Kid. He's still 1 level deficit versus Kid over here, but Ocean Drake already being started.
Yeah, Divine Esports is just waiting around the corner, waiting for that opportunity. Down to 2K for the Ocean Dragon. Now Divine Esports jumps in onto the Dragon's pit. And Divine Esports gets the steal on the Ocean Dragon. And one team does not have an answer. But Kid wants it. He wants to get that trade on a kill. But look at the Hexic ultimatum coming from Bai into the backside with a Moonfall to follow up. Last crit saves him. Actually gets an extra shield. But one team still gets the kill on Coyote. And Tan X is making miracle. Gets 2 resets. Gets double kill. And now one team has lost another. Ninja 7 will fall, and Divine Esports gets the triple.
I find it insane that Hope 1, the carry, was the sacrificial lamb to keep Ninja 7, CU, everybody else from one team in the backline to be busy, therefore having the fight into 2 while Tanex is able to do Darius things, get resets, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Let's take a look at that replay again. Look at this. The zoning that Quay and as well as Tanex is doing is just really, really great. They're able to steal the dragon. Look at this from Hope 1. The killer instinct into the backline basically halves the fight into 2, keeping Shanyo and Kid busy. By the way, Kid, the most fed member of the team, not involved in the important part of the fight. Therefore, Tanex had space to do Darius things and basically get resets and basically win the fight. This is the snowball, the domino effect that we saw. Tanex getting 2 kills was so critical for that dragon fight.
Yeah, and when Kid came up into that fight, he just gets dunked by Tanex and gets killed. So he can't even provide value in that most important fight in that bot side of that matchup. And Divine Esports is now slowly but surely building up into that differences onto one team. Only 2K gold as of now. A while ago, it was 3K, 4K up against one team.
Yeah, the difference now because of both top laners being able to get kills now, feeding in towards Tanex here. Kick.
Sianyo with mechanical play kicks on Tanex. Tanex still gonna live a bit longer, but he gets slain down by Kid. And now Baya, backside, mechanics, pushes in, dashes in, but quickness and grand entrance charms him up. Baya forces out to stasis engine. Sianyo once again, and backside gets a kick, but will not pull through. One team will just get the kill on Tanex with no trade for Divine.
And that is the combo that we're looking for coming from Shanyo with the Dragon's Rage into the Chain of Corruptions. I think that's really, really sweet to be able to get a pick. But yes, their target is Tanex, being able to cash in here and there for shutdown gold. I feel like one team will eventually have this 4 Zonia's enchant set up just to deny and save that stasis whenever Tanex is going to dunk every single time. It's very, very important. But for Ninja 7 isn't exactly a priority because he'll always make sure that he's not going to be in range of Tanex.
Yeah, and that's important because if Ninja 7 just comes up front line, he's just going to get beaten down by Divine Esports pretty much, right? So I think it's important that he stays backside and he understands that. He knows that is his important role, to deal damage in backside, while Divine Esports is sort of the front line. It's go for the hyper engage. As now we're seeing it happen. We're seeing it come into fruition. We're seeing that Baron domination here for both teams.
And it's been so critical. That is exactly why Shanyo would constantly visit topside to make sure Kid is able to be unlocked on whatever pick he desires in the game. The same thing, Tanex, whether or not Len is involved as well, he's able to be that mountain, that solid, stable Baron laner for Divine Esports time and time again. And now, this is such a critical point in the game. Despite one team being in the lead gold-wise, Dragons, Divine Esports has it all. And Len possibly stealing another objective is just around the corner.
Yeah, this is what it's known for. Len just constantly gets a steal, but one team secures
Denied.
the Magic Dragon.
Oh,
But it's got a
triple
4-man
man!
knockoff. Lost Breath will get the 3, and now it's Divine Esports taking a lead, but one team actually secures the backside, gets a kill onto it, and now Ninja 7 and Siu will fall, and Divine Esports is slowly pushing back the lead of one team into a minimum, only down into 1k gold.
Yeah, Ninja 7 is gone, Siu is gone, they have no disengage, they have no strong tanky frontline engage available. It's gonna be a 5v3 situation in the Baron.
Look at Kid though, fighting 1v1 up against Tonic, but here comes the crew. It's
Collapse.
Vaya jumping up, but he will be saved jumping into Dragon's Pit. Now Kid will be the only one left, but too mobile, too quick. Tonic uses the flash, almost getting the hit. What?
Bleeding? The shield.
No. Oh my.
Look at Vaya. Look at this position. Is he going in? Teleport?
TPs are also coming up. 2 TPs at the very least. And now one team jumping into the Baron. It is left open for
Xianyo! He's
Xianyo
hitting the
to
Baron!
take. And they get the steal. Now it's Kid going for the double kill. And Divine Esports is left for Hope 1 and Quay to defend as one team just eviscerate that team fight.
That is a crazy turn of events. One team, Xianyo, he had eyes on the Baron. Look at the death timers. Look at the teleports. 30 seconds without Coyote, Len, and Tynex. This is going to be really, really tricky for Divine.
And they're pushing mid lane, they're pushing it, and Divine Esports had to defend if they want to leave the opening for them to come back in the later situation. But one team is pushing it harder. TPs are not coming up. Xianyo is here into the fray, but Rakan, grand entrance with a quickness,
Nexus.
delays it. But Divine Esports will not be able to hold on, and one team takes game 2 as they take it to the 3rd game.
We're going to game 3, baby. What was that? We saw Divine prepping their victory by dancing around the Baron, but got denied twice by one team. They really held on to that part of the map. Baya with a beautiful position, hiding in the brush, being able to buy time, and basically ruffle the feathers of Divine here. And Xianyo, he was basically attacking Baron. Therefore, even though Divine wanted to leave the Baron so it resets on its own, Xianyo catches it. Therefore, Baron doesn't reset, continues to hit it, and secures it for the team. The chaos in that Baron fight was just lovely, and I love it that we're going to a game number 3.
Riku, it blew my mind how one team played that. In the Baron fight, that was absolutely phenomenal. That was absolute insanity. And when it comes down, this is the 3rd game, the do or die for both one team and Divine Esports when we come back after a short break.
Welcome back to the 2021 Wild Rift C Championships, and it's now a 1-1 for Divine Esports and one team. This means that we are going to a Game 3. Now, Rafa, I know you were rooting for Divine so much here. You were screaming pretty loudly in that match, but I felt like this was really going to go to Divine. I was actually calm, and I'm like, okay.
It should have. Divine had the mid-game stride. They were landing the Rakan grand entrance combos, pairing it up with the last breath. Tonix was untouched in those fights, and he got multiple resets. There's a couple of interesting killer instincts from Hope, but it was for the greater cause, because Tonix was not being focused down, and then he was putting out a majority of the damage in those fights thanks to the Noxian Guillotine resets. But then what happened at the Baron? Divine just threw, and then one team came over the wall, and they split them up, and then Shanyo's like, yo, there's a free Baron here. I think I'm just gonna take it for myself. And then Divine just lost one member after another, and one team just had a beautiful sequence of teleports where they were just barreling down the mid lane, immediately resetting off of the successful Baron steal. I don't even know if you call it a Baron steal, because Divine just left it, and it was gift wrapped for one team to take.
It was Baron secured, Rafa, I think, and
true.
Yeah, you know, it's basically one team. You look at the items that they have. It's 4 teleports in the end. To the end of that game, 2 teleports into the Baron pit, 1 more teleport in the mid lane. I mean, one misstep was all it took for one team to close out that series, and I am so impressed by how well they were able to execute that. And it's crazy, they've been continuing to bring in and pile on the early aggression. And the fact that they were able to take away this late game is, well, also crazy here, honestly.
Yeah, it you know, it was a fight that I felt like, you know, Divine Esports, if they just were able to actually get to secure that Baron, that one Baron fight, this would have been so different. And it just goes to show how each team fight just, like, you know, has a huge consequence on the rest of the game and everything. But I do have to shout out, by the way, Xianyo on the Lee Sin, much better in this game than, you know, compared to earlier. That was you know, I felt like Xianyo, he really came into his own over here, and, you know, all of the desyncs, I guess, from the earlier game kind of went away, and Xianyo was excellent on the Lee Sin in this game. But I just feel like it was such a missed opportunity for Divine. It just came so close. Rafa, you know, at what point, other team fights aside, like, you know, what were the little mistakes that you feel that Divine could have done to prevent the one team from getting that win?
I mean, for me, it was still really the Baron that was the cataclysmic throw. But I know there's a couple moments where Hope went for a killer instinct onto Shanyo and Kid, and it's like, wait, why are you going as in melee range as Kaisa into not only some of the most high damage bruisers in the game in Lee Sin and Riven, but also ones that have the mobility to close and run you down after you killer instinct right into them, because then you have to flash away or try to speed away using your empowered like just invisibility stealth move. Well, that's not going to get you out of the grasp of Riven and Lee Sin. But I don't think the mistakes that Divine made, like, while there's like some minor micro interactions that some individuals and Divine made, it was still going in towards their way and in their lead. The early game once again went towards the way of one team, but it's just the mid game was supposed to be the stride point for Divine, because they, knowing off of game 1, they knew that one team had the superior early game composition, but it was really just about getting Len online on the Camille and then setting up success Coyote on this Yasuo and then combining it with Quay, because then you can start going for those knockups. But I don't know. It's hard to talk about anything other than that Baron, because that was just like the whole momentum just shift in an instant, and suddenly we're now looking at a game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I went to get, you know, like a glass of water. I came back, the one team had the lead. I'm like, wait, how did that happen? that was how close it was. And Big G, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well because it was so close. After that crucial clash, was there any point at all wherein you think Divine Esports could have taken the lead back?
After the Baron, I mean, that was such a short moment after that, right, Mika? I mean, once they got the Baron, they just ran it down mid. It was so difficult for them to defend. I don't blame Hopon and Quay for not being able to get anything done because, frankly, there's not much to be done. And I agree, Rafa, that, a lot of these moments we were seeing the Kaiser jump around, he's looking to be a little monkey in the back, and you have to be aware of that. It depends on what degree of monkey business he's bringing up, right? Is he full on bananas, or are we looking at like Rise of the Planet of the Apes type stuff, right? Where he's full on like big brain, he jumps in there, it's like the AK-47, right? And so there's some like varying degrees there. He didn't exactly come in as powerful, as hot as we wanted to see. I have to give it over to Len as well. I have to give it to Len and TonX for how well they were able to hold this early to mid game together, because the fact is the Darius and the Camille were able to really win a lot of these team fights where the Kaiser was not there present.
And as we head into Champ Select right now for Game 3, it's tough to believe that we'll be saying goodbye to one of these teams at the end of this game. It could be one team, it could be Divine Esports. Right now, I'm pretty 50-50, especially with that last match. I think it's gonna be really painful indeed if we say goodbye to Divine Esports, because they've had such a great run. They were pegged as, they were our favorites coming in here. I think some of us have even predicted that they would win the championship, which is pretty amazing. And we have one team over here who have that pedigree. These are two teams that are really, really good in the Southeast Asia region. I cannot believe that it's going to come down to this one game.
Well, Divine, after losing that game, get the choice to take red side. So despite one team having a priority first pick, Divine will be able to answer with two strong picks of their own as a response. And okay, so this is a little risky though, picking the Olaf this early without getting a chance to secure and lock away the Jarvan, because a powerful combo with Ziggs is the Jarvan, because sometimes you want to throw down the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they can dash away or they can escape and just run away from the impending ultimate. You get a Cataclysm though, and you lock everyone down. If they don't have Flash, then that's incredibly easy for you to just line up and get a majority of your burst damage down, especially when you have something, especially when you're getting for the center of the ultimate. But they haven't gone for the Jarvan yet, and now Divine, I guess there's no real threat, or they don't have a fear of going up against the Jarvan because they're just locking the Galio and the Corki instead.
Yeah, I guess with the Jarvan pickup, they feel like it might be too passive, but one team are just willing to go for it either way, right? Just play in the lane, whatever you want to do. It just looks like a good pick against what Divine Esports have. You lock in the Olaf, you lock in the Darius. It's such a good pickup for this team. And Divine Esports, I mean, they're just drafting for counter engage, just looking to dive down against one team, double down on any aggression that they have. But it's, wow, what a composition.
Yeah, as we enter this last game, this is basically the end of the road for one of these teams. So it's gonna come down to this draft, and I again, it is bittersweet that this is the end of the road for either one team or Divine Esports. But I would say, Big G, just quick thoughts. Are you which draft are you most comfortable with? I should say.
Okay, I feel like Divine Esports have an idea, but I'm leaning towards one team's draft.
Me too.
Interesting. One team as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Jarvan into Olaf, and Len is such a integral part of how Divine Esports want to win the game, and he is so important to the foundation of their success. If you are harboring Len because he's playing Olaf, and you get to soft counter him with Cataclysm, Len doesn't get to do anything in these fights. And then the rest of the team that one team has are all backliners that can safely interact with Olaf without Len having the chance to get out of that Cataclysm pit. So it's really going to come down to how well Divine are able to play around Len's Flash. if they can ensure that he always has Flash going into major fights that can change the momentum of the game, then he can escape the Cataclysm, right? He can get out of the pit, start running down the backliners, but if he doesn't have Flash, then Len just doesn't get to do anything in those fights, and that's where things worry me, because you look at the rest of the draft that Divine Esports have, and it's really all about facilitating Len rather than playing off of him, because no one else is bringing that much damage to the table.
Yeah, well, hopefully we will see if these teams can indeed dish out the damage as we step into Game 3, the final game for one team versus Divine Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
It's the last stand. We're one game away for discovering on who will take this series away. One team versus Divine, 1-1. We're down into the third game here, Rico, and it is definitely an exciting series to watch because one team came back from Game 2.
Yeah, 100%. This is so critical in our day one playoffs. Of course, one team, they want to stick around. They want to claim first place after becoming so close during the Summer Super Cup. And for Divine, of course, it's a crazy journey for them so far. Imagine the the C Championships is basically their debut into this regional stage, this big stage. And now they're facing, and very close, one game away from moving on to the next round, and they've been doing phenomenally well, even having to 2-0 EVOS Esports during the group stages. I'm very interested to see how this is going to pan out, especially with this composition. Rafa even stated himself, Len, will he constantly use the Ragnarok as an escape tool, or can he use this aggressively, knowing the fact that Kid is on a Jarvan 4?
Yeah, and he has to use the flash if ever he wants to go away, but if he uses the flash, so much value out of that lost for Divine Esports, or lost for Len specifically, if he just used that to escape, because he does not have any more escape route or extra engage onto one team onto those team fights. So I'm glad that you mentioned about Len, because it is also a player, it is also a champion that I'm looking at for Divine Esports and how he can maneuver himself up against one team esports. But for now, what I'm seeing is a switch in lanes here for Divine, going for a Rakan top alongside with Darius, because of how one team is playing this through with Ninja 7 and Stu also top lane. Now, how could this work out? Because I'm seeing Rakan to be expected to be more impatient, while Kaisa and Lulu be more aggressive.
Yeah, the lane swap is very necessary here just because Ninja 7 on a Kaisa. Hold that thought though, as we might potentially see a dive that one kid sees coming, therefore is not going to be in any risk. But, again, Kaisa matchups are very awkward, right? There's a lot of AD carries paired with aggressive supports that can just basically dive into you, that forces the Kaisa lane swaps constantly. They don't want to deal with a Rakan Corki lane as well, so this is the call. But I think the most interesting thing about the dynamic now that one team has is that Kid is not on a carry. He's on a tank. He's gonna be the one who shackles Lin, not through sheer force, but as a tank. We're not gonna be seeing him on the usual carry duelist. So I think this is very effective in this certain matchup where one team shifts focus on Ninja 7 now to carry late game, and Baya as well. The biggest question is, will Divine give them time? Because the mid game coming from Divine is absolutely scary.
And it's spicy, right? Because Taunt X is Snowball, Len is great in the mid game. You also have Coyote to follow up from how Len can engage. So I love that you mentioned about the mid game looking very, very intense for Divine Esports specifically, especially how Hope 1 can also build into either path onto Crit or onto Trinity Force, depending on what he wants. But looking at this one, I think he rather go for an Essence River with a Crit build for Corki, so we could expect a lot from that. But here in bot lane, we're seeing another as Kuei goes back down.
And they're gonna be okay as the lane swap, just as you mentioned, basically stabilizes. Possibly in time for the dragon. It is going to be an air drake, which is usually, you know, we get to see teams prioritize Rift Herald a little bit more, especially you don't have assassin junglers on your end that wants to roam around the map. I suppose Shanyo would so desire to get that and see if he can get the lead and then maybe initiate possible jungle invades to get the lead in this early game. So now we get to see resets coming from the AD carries. We'll see, as Divine would be happy to unlock topside to get and funnel gold for Tonix and basically re-enable him, produce the same Tonix from game number 2.
Because if they allow that, we all know that Ton X is an absolute menace of a player, is an absolute menace of a champion. He's probably one of the best team fighters in the world, if not in the Southeast Asia alone. So we'll see how he can play this out for Divine Esports. But for now, we have a parallel shift. One team starting onto the Cloud Dragon while Divine starts with the Rift Herald.
We'll see if they're able to drop down to get First Blood Tower here.
Yeah, because One Team Esports is aggressive in bot lane. But Xianyo, Siu doesn't have any more creeps, doesn't have any more minions to follow up in getting those. And while Divine topside is uncontested, getting the Tower First Blood for Divine.
It's so difficult because Coyote has Winds of War. They've got Phosphorus Bombs coming from Hope 1 and as well as the Rockets. So wave clear is very rich. Even if Baya is present, he has to walk manually to the lane where One Team wants to focus on. And the fact that Divine Esports has First Blood Tower plus keeping the Rift Herald to pressure mid lane.
Yeah, and I think this will be One Team going
Xianyo.
into mid lane. And now Xianyo,
Cataclysm.
look at Jarvan 4, Cataclysm locks down onto Coyote, but Hero's Entrance used up to save his life. And now Rift Herald just punching on the turret. They want to get this. Rift Herald, go! But Divine Esports will not be able to pull it up. And only one turret plate secured by Divine mid lane. Now Tonix is going to get Polymorph in that fight. And Tonix flash upper hand gets on two. Bai uses the satchel charge to go back away. And Coyote slowly walking in that fight. Zones away the enemy team. That is over. One team gets out of that fight.
Could have been dangerous for Divine Esports. Tonix really wanted to initiate that. He even consumed the flash here. Again, there's no Proto Belt into Apprehend. Aiming for more of that tankiness just because one team has a lot of damage on the board and as well as single target. Wants the Icadian Rain as well. Just having to funnel through and shred you, which is very understandable because, again, having that survivability, meaning you get to be more involved in the fights.
Now Tonix 3v1, he is gonna get slain. Look at that, but Tonix still surviving. Honey Fruit is a clutch, but a kick down from Lee Sin. Xianyo with a Dragon Rage, and Ninja 7 gets the kill.
And now their focus has been Tonix throughout this whole game. It's very, very scary because, again, they were hoping, Divine was hoping, that they could unlock Tonix again from game number 2, and one team is just preventing that. And so far, now pressure will solely heavily rely towards Len on this Olaf to get ahead. No kills so far in this game. He is currently having a hard time because Kid has been focusing the Cataclysm constantly.
Yeah, and speaking of, Cataclysm into the mid lane, coming in to lock down onto Len. Len uses up the Ragnarok, still gonna be alive. And one team does not get the kill, but just zones him away. Look at Tonix here, Polymorph, and now he's gonna get killed once again by Xianyo. It's Coyote gonna get slain, and one team just doing a lot of work here.
Coyote! I wasn't quite sure on his location over there. He was very far from the team, possibly wanting to get deep vision for Divine Esports for a possible pick, perhaps, for forcing skirmishes in the one-team jungle. So far, though, 2K gold lead, and look at this, this is what we're talking about, the constant pressure. Xianyo, Air Drake, very important for them because they get that movement speed just to keep pressuring the deeper ends of Divine Esports' jungle.
Yeah, and Divine Esports pushing them away, but this is the problem, right? Xianyo is too mobile of a champion. Can jump through walls, can jump out, can Sonic Wave, make these plays, and one team keeps on doing that. And Xianyo is just amazing on this champion. He plays very mechanically up against Divine Esports. If they cannot handle that pressure, it's going to be very much more difficult for them, especially with some soft counters being picked up by one team. Jarvan 4 locks down onto Len. And I think Divine Esports could pivot themselves into another way here up against one team, because for now, it's already one team leading the pack with 1k gold lead.
Yeah, it's really hard because Tonix's plan didn't work out. The Len show didn't work out. So who are you going to be banking on? Hope 1?
Yeah, forces out the flash because he cannot go away, and Cataclysm is just so massive for a value up against Len. Now Divine Esports is just around the corner trying to contest. One team is gonna let this through though, and Divine Esports starting onto the Ocean Dragon. One team is there. Divine waiting for that opportunity.
Connex.
Half HP coming from the Ocean Dragon. Connex gonna get kicked by Xianyo with her Dragon Rage. And it's now Divine Esports.
What?
One team has lost it, and Divine has stolen the Ocean Dragon for themselves, and they are fighting it. Who will get this up? Wild Goat will be forced onto Ninja 7. Kid into the front lines, dealing low damage because he built on tank build. And now one team just goes back. Divine just steals it, goes back as well.
And Divine Esports is happy about that one, but at the same time, they're up against one team who is gonna scale. Ninja 7, very deadly on the Kaisa. Bias bombs are gonna hurt, therefore Divine cannot afford to linger around objectives as much as they can. Tanex leading the charge. Again, we've seen this before. Len keeping the Ragnarok, just consuming a flash to escape the Cataclysm from earlier, saving the Ragnarok just for these situations. And Ninja 7 at this point of game, well, not at this point of the game, he'll slowly become such a huge threat. And Divine didn't have anything to work with anymore, so they decided to back away.
Ooh, Blastcone, what a
The
clutch,
kick.
but a K coming from
What?
Xianyo puts him back in
Coyote.
cage, and Coyote is very low. He uses up the punch to go back, and now they're safe.
They're safe for now. And we talked about this before. It's such a huge problem that Tynex wasn't able to get ahead in the early phases of the game, but that can still be remedied with poke coming from Hope 1. Imagine this scenario. Baron area, Hope 1, lots of pokes landing onto one team. Oh, I see someone who's low. Tynex enters the scene, then finishes targets off rather, with the guillotine. So I can't imagine that scenario because again, Divine, we mentioned, the analyst desk has mentioned it basically, that where is the damage gonna come from? Hope 1 on Corky. Hold a thought though.
Ooh, Xianyo forces the flash, also Ninja 7 to follow up, so 2 flashes away with only 1 grand entrance from Quay.
Very, very tricky there. Len doesn't have Ragnarok available. He's fine.
Yeah, they're not following up. They're not following up.
For
But
him.
Tanex almost gonna get pinned down, but still gonna live, clears out the wave, one team forced to back away.
It's very critical to set up for the next dragon. Infernal Drake up for grabs. We do love to deny that away from one team because they are already gonna hurt. They already hurt now. Imagine with the Infernal Drake as well, especially as the game progresses. And again, I believe we touched upon this earlier towards the analyst desk. I mean, of course, caster AD carries, Corky versus Ninja 7 with consistent damage, auto attack based carries like a Kaisa, of course, late game would benefit because as a caster AD carry, your shots have to land. An auto attack, even if your cooldowns are off, you can still deal massive damage with the passive stacks as well that a Kaisa can provide. We'll see though.
Ooh.
This Cataclysm has been burned already.
Wow. And Quay does not even have to use the flash, so he just goes back from that battle dance. Massive play from Quay.
At this point of the game though, 12 minutes, I feel like the Cataclysm will be in a very low cooldown, well, relatively low cooldown there for Divine. Can use that really teeny tiny window to see if they can take advantage of that. Let Len reign free as this Olaf.
Yeah, if he
Baron.
could. Baron Nashor starting up by Divine Esports, and one team is there. Zones away from Coyote with the taunt, but Divine Esports is going back. Too low
Ooh,
for
Valkyrie.
Tanex. Exhaust to win. Hero's entrance. 3-man
Knock
knock-up,
up.
4-man knock-up, and now it's Wild Goat forced for Ninja 7. Coyote pulled back though, and now it's Len with the Ragnarok zones away.
What?
And now he's just gonna get eviscerated. Coyote jumps back in, he falls down. Xianyo is now there. Sonic Wave will not connect though.
What? Look at the bombs. Baya, even though Divine Esports has been winning all of these fights on paper, their HP bars are just too risky to even try to get these objectives to fight again because Baya is there. The threat, without Ragnarok, you will not have access into the backline. You cannot reach Baya at all. So it's very critical to save that Ragnarok either on stealing objectives or reaching Baya. So at that point, they Divine Esports cannot reinitiate that fight.
And even then, Baya just got information up against Divine Esports and greatly punished by one team. But for now, when we're looking at a goal, when we're looking at a kill standings, this amazes me. There is only single digit for both teams and 1k goal lead for Divine Esports. So both teams are holding on very, very patiently and very, very risk-free. But this, I think, can pivot down very badly for any of both teams because the Baron Nashor will be that constant pressure, will be that massive value of objective.
It just shows how critical this game is. Again, one will go home, one will still get to continue their journey in the SEA Championships. And of course, one team, as the first runner-ups back in the summer season, would still love to get that crown. Divine, it's their first time here in this big stage with all the best teams from Southeast Asia. And of course, they want to make their first time count, and they've been looking really solid. And look at them now, fighting toe-to-toe with almost equal in gold and as low of a kill count of a game.
Their ascension to greatness, man, for Divine Esports from the play-ins to the group stage and now to the playoffs is an absolute amazing feat here for Divine Esports. But now the question is, can they follow this up? Can they bring this into a win, fall through into the lower bracket quarterfinals up against some more teams here in the SEA Championship 2021? But this is a very difficult question to ask because for now, it is anyone's game. It can pivot downscale for any one of these teams. As once again, we keep on stating the Baron Nashor will be the source of team fight, will be the starting signal for any of these teams to initiate, to engage for that opportunity.
And it's so critical too. Hope 1 has a lot of crit on the board already. You've got Solari Charge Blade, Essence Reaver, and Infinity Edge. One team cannot fight in choke points, or else all the rockets will funnel through, and they're just gonna get shredded. That is not gonna be a fun time. So they have to pick their fights in terms of the territory, or the terrain rather, to make sure that does not happen. So open spaces will be the key.
Yeah, and do take note, Hope 1, with the Gatling gun, decreases down the armor efficacy here for one team. So if he just constantly just produces that amount of damage with this crit item build, it's gonna be so massive. If you're looking at it, he built into 75% crit rate and he bought 2 more knuckles, so that's pretty much 95% crit rate for now for Hope 1.
That's why one team is so careful. There is an attempt. Look at Kid.
Oh, Kid locks down Cataclysm, but apprehends onto Xianyo, and also Kid pulls them back out of the cage. Xianyo goes for the Stasis Enchant, and Len goes for the 100 Fruit, still survives, and now one team is very low on HP. 2 of their members is 1/3. Uses up the flash with a flag and drag. What?
It apprehends.
Connex apprehends, gets one. That's a follow-up from Coyote, but a clear instinct into the backside, gets a kill. And now it's Ninja 7 going to die from the hands of Hope 1. This will be the 1-for-1. Divine Esports will hold on. One team will do the same, but Baron Nashor is that pivot once again. This is their starting, and we saw it happen.
Now they don't want history to repeat itself. One team, we saw them pinging Baron. Divine not falling for the same events again. They decided, okay, let's just fight for Elder. This is a less riskier choice. All ults are available except for the quickness coming from Quay, which is going to be very important. I believe one team has everything soon. 17 seconds of the clock though without Ninja 7. He has to buy TP boots to join this fight immediately.
And Divine Esports is starting onto the Mountain Elder Dragon. If one team comes down, this is very massive for them. And Tonix tries to zone them away, buys a bit more time for Coyote to follow up. Let's look at this. He is not buying the TPs, so he has to walk. He has to go traditional
There
route.
it is.
But
Ninja
TP's
7
coming from Ninja 7. So this will be a 5v4. Hero's entrance though goes in quickly, zones away the enemy team, knock up onto one. Divine
Sanyo,
Esports
Guardian
pulling
Angel.
up onto the Mountain Elder Dragon. 2k HP down, quickness, and
Jungler
grand
down.
answer from Quay. Actually massive, but gets a kill onto Xianyo. And Divine gets him out in Elder
Killer
Dragon.
Instinct.
Look at Ninja 7 to the backside. Killer Instinct gets 2. And now this will be the 4v2. Coyote still gonna be alive. Tonix as well, but they will get killed down. That will be Sue taking the last hit of this. And Tonix is just running away. He has to defend.
Because Divine has managed to get that Elder on their hands. They've basically won on paper at least, and both teams have suffered chip damage from the minion waves at their respective lanes. Let's take a look at this again. Ninja 7 buying teleport boots. That really good knock up into the Hera's entrance just for that additional shield, and I really like this coming from Divine. They basically rooted out Xianyo right away to make sure that no 50-50 Baron steals are going to be there. Therefore, Len is able to smite comfortably, but the killer instinct from Ninja 7. This is the point of the game where it's so scary because Ninja 7, every time he's going to killer instinct, everybody's just going to get shredded down, and that is the threat of what we call the late game, which is the Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, the queen of late games. Can we put the title on this champion? Yeah.
I think that's the unofficial official title. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's fair. There's a lot more champions that also scale late game, but for now, it's Kai'Sa leading the throne here for one team. Now it's 2 for 2 dragons, but Divine Esports has more because that's the Elder Dragon. So I think the Baron Nashor is the winning condition for any of these teams. Because when we're looking at it, this is very important. But Kid once again uses up the Cataclysm. Easy way out for Quay. And now Kid trying to 1v4, 1v5. Wild go with a 2-man knockup, flag and drag, zones away. Tries to go back, but Quay, 2-man knockup as well. Hero's entrance comes in, will not connect onto anyone. Loses it down, but Coyote, 2-man taunt. Kick coming from Xianyo cancels it. And Divine Esports, very low for Hope 1. And the jump in, the bombs from Baya. Kills Hope 1, kills Quay. Tonix gets killed. Len and Coyote, the only one left. 5v2. One team goes away though. They wanted Baron Nashor instead.
Those are a lot of death timers, my friend. 36 seconds for your main carries. And it's only Len and Coyote left to try and steal. Everybody is so low on the side of one team. Divine Esports, can they hurry?
Xianyo almost gets killed by the Baron, and now it's Len coming up. But no, it's too late for Divine as one team gets the Baron.
That is a crazy set of events there. Divine Esports, we talked about this before. Hope 1 has a lot of crit, but again, as that caster AD carry, you will have a fun time if everybody's pretty much clumped up together. But comparison to Ninja 7's impact in all of these autos as a Kai'Sa, especially late game, is just so painful. Everything's gonna count. Everything is just gonna shred you. And that is exactly what we saw. That's the reason why CU would constantly put the wild growth onto Ninja 7 every single time, especially before he just applies that killer instinct. And now we get to see one team. They can feel it. They can feel that they can still survive in this tournament. Divine Esports, though, what are their options? They can possibly get a fight that is prolonged, maybe get Len to see if he can dive towards the backline, but it's looking pretty grim at the moment.
Yeah, tier 2 turret into mid lane, already down for Divine Esports as one team took it. Where can this go? Can this go into a distance into inhibitor turret? Because now Divine Esports is now on Shaggles, going for a split in mid lane and also bot lane as one team tries to look for that pivot, tries to look for that loophole. But Quay, very low, so much damage for one team. Hope 1 is isolated though. Xianyo almost gets a kick, but jumps back away instantly.
Lucky Divine has wave clear. They've got Hope 1 with so much AoE to clear down the waves. And the possible punish, if one team goes under the tower, Coyote's just going to greet them with a taunt.
Yeah, and Divine Esports is ready. Quay is ready. Everyone is ready from both teams who is going to take it down. But one team always gets it. But now Quay just jumps in, and that grand entrance with a quickness, massive onto Kid, puts him at half HP, and Divine Esports holding on so much up against one team. They cannot penetrate the inhib turret.
That is crazy. There was an attempt coming from Quay, but just as you mentioned, it is the satchel that is able to deny that possible engage, and maybe even to leading into the hero's entrance. Because at this point of the game, 23 minutes, death timers are going to be incredibly punishing. Look at Coyote, far away from everybody else. A little bit risky, but I mean, there is still the rest of the squad nearby. This is very tricky.
Coyote was dancing with Angel of Death there. It was like so much risk, but he escaped cleanly, unscattered in that one. So Divine Esports right now pretty much 4k gold deficit, but at this point in time, it's not much more about gold any longer because pretty much every single one has 4 core items, 5 core items, especially onto the ADCs of both teams. It's now more about your team coordination, how you would play this out.
Yeah, what my main worry now is that one team has double life, which is the Guardian Angel for Ninja 7 and as well as Zonia's Hourglass. Meanwhile, for Hope 1, yes, you do have that defense coming from the Phantom Dancer, but the biggest question is it enough? One team can reset the fight with just so much stalling that can happen here. Look at Divine. They're pushing through the waves.
Yeah.
Bot lane has waves climbing through the bottom portion of the map. So one team, if they're able to defeat Divine, they can just rush through that portion of that map. And now the goal is again, Baron. It's back up.
Oh, Kid jumps with a Cataclysm, locks onto Tan-X, but once again gets away safely. And look at Xianyo, backside, gets on Quay, but Quay just jumps back in with a Battle Dance. Very safe for everyone for Divine, with the cost of 2 ultimates.
Looking at Coyote, he wants to join the fight. The wave has already been pushed towards bot and as well as top. So one team now at a small map control deficit because they're forced to respond to that. Divine now starting the Baron, possibly only using it as a bait. Remember, the reason why they lost game number 2, this could have been over, is because of the Baron. And I can understand why Divine is so incredibly hesitant because again, this is that elimination game. One will go home, one will still continue their journey to the SEA Championships.
Yeah, and a best of 3 towards the 3rd game, do or die for both teams, for Divine and one team. High risk, high stakes for both. One team now starting onto the Baron Nashor.
It's
the risk
so fast.
tolerant. Yeah, with Kaisa being there, it is so quick,
Len,
it is so
flashing
efficient.
in.
But now,
Whoa,
it's
what?
one team getting the Baron with Ziggs, putting him down, and Divine Esports is fighting this through. They want to remove that buff, but Cataclysm locks down onto everyone, and they will just get a raise. And now Hope 1, Len, the only one left, and Stacy Sanchan buys a bit more time for Hope 1, but he will die. JA will pop, Satchel Charge will do it, and now it's one team taking everyone away. They're pushing with a Baron buff. They're going for the top lane. They're trying to finish this game. This might be over. 30 seconds on the clock for Divine. 26 minutes in this game, and one team takes the game, takes the series up against Divine.
No way, because we saw, you mentioned this, Infinity. Item locks happen. Phantom Dancer for the side of Hope 1. Don't tell me he wasn't present in the fight because he wanted to make sure he can match the Guardian Angel that Ninja 7 had, went back to base, replaced Phantom Dancer with a Guardian Angel, and basically ended in a big 4v5 situation without your AD carry. This was the worry. Where is your damage going to come from? Tan-X didn't get to snowball. Len didn't get to snowball. Everything was basically all up to Hope. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that at the very last fight. But one team, they hold on to this competition and they win this series.
And we just stated it. High stakes for one team. And once we said that, they just came back with a bang. They went in for that reverse sweep. Unbelievable for one team. They make it into the 3rd game. And Divine Esports, unfortunately, has lost that 2nd and 3rd match for this series. And Rico, I am in awe of this series.
It was just incredible. One team, we were at the 15-minute mark with just 4 total kills across the map. It was very, you can feel the tension between these 2 teams. And one team, their patience, Divine's patience as well. But at the end, it was just that Baron, again, that basically ended the game. And one team stands victorious.
But you know, what's not the end is today's games because we have one more. But before then, let's throw it onto the analyst desk to crumble down and decipher what had happened in that series.
Thank you so much, casters. Crumble down. That's pretty new. But if you missed that game, you just basically missed the entire reason as to why Rafa has frozen in his seat with that expression. Because this was one of the most insane games of Wild Rift that we have seen. Each of these teams fought with the desperation that they needed to get out of that lower bracket to prolong their lives here at the SEA Championships, and we just saw peak Wild Rift. Gamernism, just because Rafa looks like he is out of breath and just needs a moment to collect himself. We're gonna start with you with your post-game thoughts over here. That game, that was almost a stalemate. right up until the very end. Are you heartbroken?
I mean, this is insane. I mean, I knew that going into this, One Team and Divine were both insane teams, both very good. Their macro, they understand how to play it out. Towards the end, all it takes is a 2 to 3 second window. Hope One was 2 to 3 seconds late to the Baron fight, and it was over. It's done. One Team has closed it off. There's no window to get back in. This is how close these two teams are. And the fact is, I mean, regardless of which team makes it through, you had to feel like this was just such an insane series. Both teams just genuinely really deserved the win.
Yeah, and you know, it just goes to show. It comes down to the very last second. If you're out of place for 1 second, it could turn the tide, especially when you're dealing with two teams like this that were apparently evenly matched. This was such a close game, and it only took a difference of maybe a few seconds, cooldowns of maybe a few seconds in order for one team to win. And this is painful, of course, for Divine Esports, and I just have to say, we thought that they were all gonna pull out of this. We thought that they were gonna do the lower bracket run. We actually thought that they were gonna stay in the upper bracket. So this is massive right now for our bracket. This is insane, and I don't think this is an outcome actually that we predicted. You know,
Contra did.
Contra did.
Dude, Contra. I don't know what Contra had for like, for food or for breakfast or whatever, but he must have taken like the 300 Galaxy Brain IQ like dish, because he knew the script, he knew the tech that before anyone else did, and he just had faith in both the Thai team and EVOS and the Taiwan powerhouse in one team. I guess there's something about the Summer Sea champ finalists getting a playoffs buffs going into here.
Exactly.
And I don't really want to look at Divine Esports because obviously my predictions have been completely shattered. I had Divine being one of the finalists going through this tournament, but I'm just going to continue singing praises about one team because not only they had an amazing draft plan going into this, as I highlighted, I was really concerned about drafting Olaf into a potential Jarvan option, and when it came down to it, there's a lot of times where Len couldn't get into the backlines because it was a well-timed Cataclysm from Kid. It separated a bunch of the frontliners and ensured that the rest of the backline from one team was able to safely just pelt damage. I mean, you saw Baya's damage charts. He had 64k damage by the end of the game. And by the late game, you're really hoping on Hope to be the one that will carry through and provide all the backline range safe damage. But especially in that last fight, as Big G noted, Hope was just a couple seconds too late, and by the time he gets there, the frontliner's already dead. No one can safely tank up damage anymore for him. And one team, they came back in the game 2. And they come back in game 3. Well deserved to them. I'm super excited to see how far their journey can go now in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and you know how during our pre-playoffs meeting we all had these rankings and everything. We're gonna have to revisit that after this day because, again, Divine Esports definitely one of the best teams here in the C Championships. Yes, they will be bowing out of this tournament, and I can't believe I'm saying it, but we will have to say goodbye to Divine Esports right here. Yes, I know we're all crying over here, but congratulations to one team. This was, I think, the momentum that they need going here into the playoffs. Yes, they were questionable into the group stages, but this could be that stepping stone that they need in order to secure those wins, in order to make that lower bracket run. We know that they were very disappointed in themselves going into the lower bracket, but with this is again a step in the right direction for them, and they could possibly pull themselves out of it. Hey, what do you know? That EVO's one team rematch isn't too out there all of a sudden. I laugh at that because I still feel like I'm jinxing something in some way. But yeah.
You definitely are, Mika. Definitely are somehow.
I mean, look at how the today has already turned out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but Big G, I want to know, like, because of course that match also was so tight. Divine Esports, yes, they will be buying out of the competition and everything. One team right now, they do have that run. They do have that lower bracket run. what do you think they need to work on if they are going to, go all the way?
I actually think that one team have been bringing a pretty complete package here. There were definitely some moments in the mid game where they faltered a little bit, but they knew what they needed to get done. If they wanted to stall for the game, they stalled for the game. If they wanted to go aggressive, it seemed like they were willing to skill check. I mean, they played into these aggressive moments, then I've been quite happy with the one team that we've seen, and frankly, between one team, between Divine, either of them could have won this series, and we still saw a very good set from both of them. But frankly, it came down to that last moment. 2 games back-to-back, one team would just stare at the Baron a little bit faster, responded a little bit better to these neutral objective takes, and that counts for so much more in this late game.
Definitely. And let's actually pull up the MVP of that series right up onto your screens. I know there are a lot of amazing plays in that series, but the one that stood out, this guy, Ninja7, we were so shocked at how much damage he was putting out. And on the Kaisa, when he would really go in for those kills, and he wouldn't leave and disengage until he got like a triple kill or even a quadra. I mean, this guy was indeed amazing and a crucial, part of how one team was able to turn that around, especially since Divine Esports, they were really scary indeed. Rafa, what are your thoughts here on Ninja7?
I think the big Ninja7 highlight play that you want to put on like a montage for years to come is during the Elder Dragon fight. Yes, it was the objective that Divine Esports secured, but Ninja7 finds a beautiful Killer Instinct window where both Hope and Quay had been chunked out of the fight, and they're trying to retreat through the blue buff quadrant jungle, and then just boom, Killer Instinct cuts them off, instantly deletes both of them, routes off the rest of Divine Esports from having an escape route. Unfortunately for Ninja in that moment, Coyote was doing some pretty nasty damage on the Galio and was in melee range, so it was a lot easier for Coyote to secure a return kill back. But there's so many times where Ninja7, his Killer Instincts were so crucial, so vital to either finishing off low HP targets that were trying to make their getaway, or being able to cut off backliners and go for assassinations. And towing the line between executing on those assassinations versus just giving away a free kill is such a hard line to balance on when you're playing Kaisa, and I think Ninja7 just understood that fine line very well this series.
Well, fortunately for us, he will be joining us here on our virtual stage. Let's actually bring him up on over here to the panelist desk for a quick interview. Ninja7 from One Team, and I believe he's on his way over there as we zoom out and give him a little bit of space over here on the desk. There he is, Ninja7, our MVP of that series. Congratulations to One Team. You guys live to fight another day here in the SEA Championships. Now, I would like to know, of course, what is One Team's game plan here going into the epic lower bracket run?
那首先当然先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。那接下来蛮想请问的是，One Team 接下来对于现在我们在败者组这一部分的比赛计划有什么样的规划，或是有没有做过什么样特别的调整呢？
在败者组嘛，因为小组赛打不好的关系，所以其实我们在败者组就是调到败者组的时候，就是去准备一些更多的阵容，然后可能在 BP 上我们会做的一些调整就变得更不一样。那后续的赛程的话，就还是看胜者组的败方是谁吧，然后我们再去做一些针对性的 BP。
Because we didn't play really well during the group stage, so that's the reason why we're now in the lower bracket. We actually try out a lot of new composition, and we try to adjust a bit with our BP strategy to make sure that we can fit into the game that we are preparing for. And for the plan of the tomorrow's game, we will just continue to check up who's our opponents, and to make sure that all our strategies can be direct and try to win the game ourselves.
All right, taking it one game at a time. Rafa, what about you? Got a question here for our MVP?
Of course. First of all, Ninja, congratulations on such an epic victory for you guys and taking down Divine Esports. I want to get into kind of your last moments in that last Baron fight. Who is doing the communication and the shot calling for you guys in those high intensity key moments there?
那接下来想要请问的问题就是，刚才在最后一场比赛中巴龙战的那个部分，因为那是一个非常紧张的情绪，那么想要请问的是，当时是谁在负责沟通的部分，以及是谁在主抠呢？
当时的主要情况是我们对兵线已经有先做一个调整，我们是有把兵线都先送过去。那因为在打巴龙跟就是物件上，不管是小龙或巴龙，主要都是打野这边在做指挥。那因为他本身是带重击的嘛，他是打野，所以我们都很相信他。他说打，那我们就打。
So at the time, we actually push the lanes so that we make sure that we are prepared for that Baron fight. And we do believe that our jungle, because like he has a smite, so whenever the jungle says we're gonna fight, we will fight.
Amazing. I didn't actually figure that the shot calls came from the jungle, but that makes total sense now that we're hearing it from Ninja 7. What about you, Gamernism? Got a question here for Ninja?
Sure. Just wanted to ask, with the meta going towards more marksman and AD carries, can we expect more big plays from you and more MVPs from you again?
那接下来最后一个想问的问题是，因为现在在 Meta 的转变上面 ，ADC 的角色变得更加的重要了。那么接下来的比赛可以期待你有更好的发挥，或是拿下更多的像 MVP 这样子的荣耀吗？
其实众所皆知，我们 One Team 的队伍风格主要是围绕在中上野去做发挥的嘛。那其实，在今天的比赛前一两场之后，我们打起来，这个 BP 做起来，其实明显感觉到有些力不从心，因为我选的是一个法洛士，比较偏向工具人。那所以在我们觉得前一两场的 BP 都不怎么好打的时候，就是教练他也相信我，然后我的队友也相信我，所以才会让我选择去拿凯撒这个大 AD 来发挥。那最后也是赢了嘛，对啊。所以之后的话。不一定，我们或许会有一些改变，就是不只是围绕着中上野打，我们可能是3线都会是一个箭头。但我觉得最根本、最重要的还是在我们的沟通的方向上，因为我们在今天的比赛沟通其实还是没有做到很好，还是有出一些很大的错误。所以希望我们之后在败者组的这些比赛里面，可以把沟通做到一个极致。
So the strategy that one team usually apply is to focus on our mid lane, top lanes, and our jungle. But in the first two games, we kind of feel like, because I play Varus, so I kind of feel like it's not really that beneficial. So in the last game, my coach believes in me and my teammates believes in me, so I pick up with a champion, Kaisa. And it kind of feel better, but I'm not really sure if we're going to continue with this kind of BP strategy in the following games. And most importantly, we do believe that communication issue is still our biggest problem. So we will continue to try to fix this problem and get ourselves prepared to play up to our full potential and win the next game.
Awesome. I guess that means that is a yes. Expect more MVPs here from Ninja 7. Congratulations once again to you and the rest of One Team, and we wish you luck on all of your future matches. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was Ninja 7, and I like that, despite their massive improvement here coming into the playoffs, they're still set on, okay, we still need to work on our communication. That is still a pain point for us. We still have to work it through. So I'm feeling much more optimistic with One Team going into the lower bracket. But let's take a look at our updated brackets right now, because again, saying goodbye to Divine Esports is gonna have some very interesting consequences indeed. Now, we're seeing One Team possibly go head-to-head with Barium United Esports or Eva's Esports. So yes, the rematch can happen, but it'll just happen over here in the lower bracket. Kind of unexpected. A little bit of anticlimactic there, but of course, that should be a good match if it will happen. Rafa, what are your thoughts here into the bracket?
I think Big G's right. It could still happen. Maybe one team just runs the lower bracket, Evos runs the upper bracket, and then we get a Summer Sea Champs Grand Finals rematch literally in the same fashion.
Yeah. It's Summer Super Cup Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, as we have it over here. But yeah, I mean, it is looking more possible actually as One Team are conquering the lower bracket here. But yeah, Big G, what about you? What do you see at our bracket that could, possibly happen? Any matchups that you think we need to keep our eyes on?
Look, you jinxed it, Mika. Now it's never gonna happen. We're never gonna get that
Quiet,
super
I did say
satisfying finish.
I did say anything. Shh, shh, quiet, quiet.
Yeah, forget. Okay, we forget about it. We wipe that from our memory.
I mean, what?
You know what?
What?
What? Honestly, I have been so wrong with my predictions. At this point, I'm just going to abstain from saying anything else because my prediction rate is looking pretty tragic. Like this is some like Shakespeare type like tragedy, great tragedy kind of a script that we're writing here. I'm just looking forward to see any team get across. That was an insane match between Evos, between Divine and one team. And honestly, if we get to see more Wild Rift action like that, well, I'm quite satisfied with any team that's playing.
Bro, you got the combination of Shakespeare tragedies and M. Night Shyamalan like plot twists at the end, dude.
Oh my god.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I gotta say, whoever's writing the script, we're all for it. We want to see a lot more. Gotta say, I'm kind of scared with where it's going. I mean, if you can, like, you know, eliminate Divine Esports on the first day, it's a little Game of Thrones, you gotta say. But we are gonna head into our next series between Flash Wolves and MVR Esports. What sort of plot twists will arise? Find out after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Be my eye. Hello to all League of Legends Wild Rift fans. We are aespa. I'm Karina. I'm Giselle. I am Winter. I'm Nini. We're excited to be part of the ESL Mobile Challenge presents the Wild Rift SCA Championship Grand Finals this weekend. Catch our performance in the live broadcast happening this 3rd October. Unleash greatness. See you there!
Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Championships. I am your host, Mika Fabs, and with me on the analyst desk is still Rafa, consistent over here. And now, on the other side, we have the ever-changing TJ. Because you're a
Why am I
regular.
ever changing?
No,
What's changing
that
about me,
position's
Mika?
very changing. You can be a chameleon, you know. You can
Oh.
be. Yeah.
A
You can
chameleon.
be a chameleon. Sorry. Sometimes you're a caster. Sometimes you're a host. Sometimes you're an observer, I hear. Yeah. So
Even switches different
thought I was
casting
gonna
roles
change
too.
Yeah, I thought I was going to change color, but I like that much more rather than just being green.
yeah, I don't think green would be a good idea right now, as we are here in our
Green screen.
no, what is a green screen, TJ? We
Oh, right,
do
sorry,
not,
as we're here
I have-
in space,
in
totally
space.
real. Yep.
Exactly. We have no idea
and
what
the
a
moon
green
landing
screen
was
is.
real as well.
Cut the camera. Move on to the next point. What's next on the script?
Well, the next point, of course, is recapping that first big plot twist of the playoffs. One team takes the series against Divine Esports, and Divine Esports, one of the favorites of the tournament, have broken our hearts, and they must bow out of the C Championship. For one team, though, it means that they begin their lower bracket run, and we expect them, of course, to triumph and hopefully make it till the very end. In the meantime, though, we have MBR Esports versus Flash Wolves. Now, both of these teams rely on key players in their teams to really pop off. I would say, you know, on the side of Flash Wolves, as we check out their team roster, Flash Wolves are coming into this series fresh, and we've been seeing that, you know, that long break has done a lot of teams really well. So, TJ, my question to you is, are we seeing a different Flash Wolves today?
Well, I have to rely on the playoff buff for Flash Wolves. They're such an experienced team, Rafa, that I have to think they're going to come in here showing a more organized form than they did during groups.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think Flash Wolves are definitely one of the few teams that we have left that really likes to draft and plan out specific compositions centered around Bruce. And Bruce is one of the few mid laners that loves to go to the Yasuo more than any other champion. It doesn't matter if Ziggs or Galio's on the table, or if any of the other bruisers, Bruce just really likes playing Yasuo. And there's a good reason why, because when the rest of Flash Wolves are able to build champions that facilitate more knockups, such as the Vi for Cookie, you'll get Rakan and Galio and Gragas for Eason as well. All these champions are, even if you get Riven or Ysera in the top lane, because you can also set up knockups thanks to the third cast of Broken Wing as well, all those want to set up for Yasuo on Bruce. So if I'm MBR on the flip side, I'm thinking to myself, there's no way that a Yasuo gets through the ban phase, right?
Well, you know, looking back at the Flash Wolves roster over here, we also have to bring up that they do have Demon. Maybe they're starting with locking. I do expect Demon to show up a little bit later.
Yeah, it would be really interesting if we saw locking to start this, because throughout much of the tournament, locking's kind of been in mage jail. Bruce, as Rafa was touching on, loves to play these more aggressive duelist characters, which sometimes means, you know, Lucian mid, you don't have enough AP on the team. And so locking spent the entire plans in group stage stuck on stuff like Orianna bot, which doesn't feel great, especially when the meta is Varus. Orianna into Varus? That's jail. So he underperformed. They brought in Demon, who was a little more aggressive, playing stuff like Kai'Sa, and it felt like that was a clear improvement. So I think I'd like to see that from Flash Wolves here today.
On the other side, though, we have MBR Esports, the sole representative from the Indonesian region. Now, I have to say, MBR Esports, you know, they looked a little lost today in their match against Team Secret. Rafa, their series against Team Secret, it seems like it's really gotten to their heads. How do you think they're going to regroup? Are they going to find themselves? Because that was our big question in the earlier series, that they didn't seem like they were playing how they usually do. That strategy that actually got them this far was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, a lot of their strengths come from how well the solo laners in Onion King and Radiance perform, or, you know, as TJ calls him, Onion Daddy. And I really want to kind of throw it over to TJ.
Onion father!
Onion father.
Onion father. But I do want to throw it over to TJ, because TJ has definitely been paying a little bit more, getting a lot more insight from this team since he's been seeing these guys play since the very first day of groups. Whereas you gotta remember, I'm very flattered to be thrown these points, but I came in during the last day of groups, so I'm really more of an expert, or I don't want to say I'm an expert, but I got a lot of insight on the Group B, and he's gonna give us all the goody details on MBR.
No, I get it, Rafa. What you're saying is that MBR are beneath your notice.
Oh.
And I'm amazed that you're coming out and saying that, you know, on a public forum. You're saying that you don't need to pay attention to them? No.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
MBR are on the map to me because of this mid laner Radiance, because of Onion King playing on the top side. They have these individual strengths, and for what it's worth, Mika, I do think their series earlier today versus Secret, which I was casting, was a lot closer than the scoreline indicated. They lost 3-0, but they made very clever adaptations each game, and I think they just lost to the fact that Secret came in with a game plan to shut down these solo laners. So looking at these two teams head-to-head, looking at where their strengths are in particular in Radiance and Bruce, I really want to see Radiance pull out that Zed, pull out that Ahri, and just go toe-to-toe on carry champs and see what happens when he takes on Bruce, who is the carry of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, you know, I know we talk a lot about Onion King. I mean, your Onion Father, TJ. But
my Onion Papa.
Your Onion Papa, yes. Let's bring out all of the possible iterations of Father and Daddy and Papa out there as we can, you know,
go for Padre next,
onionify this even further. But yes, Radiance was definitely one of the players that, you know, made MBR Esports or got MBR Esports this far. We noticed him early on in the play-ins, and we got, you know, when he pops off, it really does bring, you know, wondrous momentum to MBR. So I feel like this is, you know, Radiance's time to shine over here. We've said a lot about Onion King. We've said a lot about even like Ayelure, but I feel like, you know, this is the time for Radiance to really shine out there, especially since he's gonna go up against Bruce. And Rafa, I know you brought up Bruce a little earlier. With this mid lane matchup, what do you think is going to be happening here? What kind of champions do you think we'll see popping out? You know, Radiance could go for that Zed, but what do you actually think is going to happen in the first game?
I think TJ said it beautifully. I mean, MBR really want to put forward their best showing. Let Radiance pull out the Ahri. Let him pull out the Zed. Pull out these assassins that can go toe-to-toe with the duelists in the mid lane. And you know what? Because I agree with TJ so much, I gotta stand up with my fellow desker. Hang on, let me fully extend this, because I gotta make sure that me and TJ are on the same level here, you know? We're gotta be on the same page. We gotta be on
the desk, Rafa. I only stand when I'm sitting down right now. I'm in a chair and everything. Look.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought
you
were
sit back
standing
down.
up.
It's okay.
No.
No, I appreciated the bit because I stand when I'm casting, but when I'm on the desk, I'm sitting down.
Oh, it looked like you were standing up from my perspective.
We stand to respect the games. It's like the national anthem, but when there aren't any games going on, I'm sitting down. I'm gonna be real with you.
I just want to say,
let me tell you, as soon as the camera goes off, as soon as the game begins, I stand up to watch it.
These guys have been at it even behind the scenes. So this is just like me continuing like whatever conversation we've been having over here. Let's bring up our talent predictions while we are on this, you know, clearly chaos
Keep it
desk
on
of
track,
sorts.
Mika.
I'm trying. I feel what you're doing. I feel what you're doing over here, TJ, and I'm very, very conscious of the incoming sponsor spills as we proceed into this series. I know what you're up to. Right now, though, it seems like we are all on the board with Flash Wolves. This is a little surprising, actually. I actually imagine that MBR might have some votes in there. But yes, Flash Wolves, I do believe that, you know, the veteranship of a lot of teams is really showing, especially here into the playoffs, especially since we're dealing with best of threes, best of fives instead of a best of two. What about you guys? I mean, like, I feel like Flash Wolves, they do have that, you know, Summer Super Cup buff over here. Rafa, what's going on over there?
He's stuck standing now. He can't sit back down because he put the thing all the way up. He put his desk all the way up. He's stuck standing.
No, I tried to stop myself from sneezing. Relax. I'm sorry. I was trying to discreetly hide it as much as I could, but as soon as we're talking about...
You wouldn't be sneezing if you were sitting down right now.
What is the correlation? I have no idea. This is indeed chaos that's over here. Rafa is stuck standing up for some reason because he thought TJ was sitting down. I don't know, guys. It's getting really late, and right now
It's
MBR.
the last series of the day. Let's go. We're pulling out all the stops, Mika.
Yeah. Hey, TJ does look like he's standing from there. Yeah.
See,
I mean,
that's. It's because TJ's really tall, and I envy that height sometimes.
Yes, indeed. Like he goes way past what the framing.
It's all
over
right,
here.
Rafa. I might be very tall, but I'm always looking up at you.
Wow. Wow. That's so beautiful. That's a Hallmark card right there. Thanks for that, TJ.
I do write those professionally.
Ah.
Kodak moment.
Well, now you know one of TJ's side jobs. Do check those out if you want to see some wise words coming in from TJ.
Promo code TJ.
Initial
Let's
bans.
talk about the draft before we get too off topic.
Yes, bans and
Um,
picks coming in right now. No more Nunu again. I don't think we're ever seeing this Nunu once again. I'm sad.
That's what I wanted to like cut in and scream about, because it's really interesting to me that teams have started target banning this Nunu. Team Secret did it twice in a row to MBR earlier. And what it does is it completely disrupts the way MBR wants to play the game. I talked earlier about how Radiance is oftentimes on carry characters. He can get away with that. He doesn't need to kind of play the more supportive mid laners like Galio, like Jarvan, because he's got an extra bit of tank, an extra bit of beef coming out of that jungle. With Nunu banned out, they're probably going to play this Riven in the jungle, I'd expect. Could also be a Kha'Zix. That's the other thing we've seen a couple times from Alpes, but I expect it's going to be this Riven. And what we've seen previously is that MBR don't really have anywhere else in this team where they can pull out tank. So if we don't see like a Jarvan in mid or top, then I'm actually a little bit worried for MBR. The other option is maybe Tobu can pull out his Braum. That looked all right. Oh!
A Thresh!
Thresh would do it as well.
Okay.
One of our other things we were talking about coming into this series, Rafa, was we wanted to see these carry characters in mid. And in that regard, I'm a little worried because Radiance was on. Oh!
There it
okay,
is.
so Radiance was in Ziggs jail earlier today. If this Ziggs is getting past to Alier and it's going to be Lucian mid, then I'm very happy.
You're very down, as they say.
No, I'm standing up.
Wait, are you now standing up? Are you standing
No.
up with?
He's gonna
the game
believe
starts.
you. He's gonna believe you, know.
Man. Oh, whoa. We got a Lux? Lux for Isu.
We do. And this makes a lot of sense into Thresh because you can outrange the Thresh and just really
Sona Lux! Sona
and you go
Lux!
Lux Sona.
It's the Taiwan special! Let's go!
You go Lux Sona, which is the Flash World special. It's an evolution on the double AD carry. Where we've seen Lux Seraphine fulfill this role as well. Team Secret, actually, who played earlier today, were one of the first teams to develop that. And this is really scary once you get late game, because you essentially have 2 carries for the price of 1. During the early game, it's going to be dangerous, so Flash Wolves are going to need to hold on through Bruce's Ari and Ysera's Renekton. Those are going to be kind of their tickets through the early game, and they're going to be vulnerable during that period. If you can get onto that lane and really shut it down, they'll be in trouble.
Rafa, any final thoughts here before we jump into the game? And now I just have to say you both look like you're standing up.
Mika, all I'm going to say, it is 6 a.m. I see Lux Sona. I am very excited, and I don't want to sit
You're
down.
awake now. You're awake now.
I am on board for the ride. Let's go, baby.
I can't do that.
Up for the game.
Let's go!
I can't do that. Okay, I'll join you guys in peer pressure over here, but let's go. We are going into game number 1 of Flash Wolves and MBR Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Get on your feet.
Thank you very much, Mika. We're down into the last series for the day. Flash Wolves up against MBR. And Riku, this is looking an exciting draft here for Flash Wolves and also MBR. Going for untraditional bot lane with Thresh for MBR and Flash Wolves going for Sona Lux.
Yeah, TJ mentioned it before. This is very reminiscent of the summer season where Team Secret drafted the Unkillable comp, where you have the Sona Seraphine to make sure that the Olaf, whenever he presses Ragnarok, dives into the back line, he will survive. And for MBR, this is going to be a very classic Lucian Thresh lane. where we expect them to be very aggressive in the 2v2 matchup. I mean, usually when it comes to expectations, when a Thresh is locked in, either you have a safe AD carry with you with big wave clear so you can roam with your jungler. But now, this isn't the case. With now Lucian 2v2, expecting possibly a traditional AD carry lane, this changes things because there's sustain in the lane as well. You've got CC to try and punish that death sentence into the light binding. So I feel like Flash Wolves bottom lane wants the level 5s immediately, and as well as the fights in Dragon and Rift Herald to make sure that they can propel Cookie, Ysera. We'll see. I'm curious about this composition, especially now we're at the fall season.
And I'm hugely interested as well. I like your point about Tobu needing to roam elsewhere, because if we know historical states, Bruce is very aggressive as a champion, as a playmaker for Flash Wolves, right? And if Tobu is able to roam in mid lane and help out the Radiant, especially Ziggs is not really the most mobile champion. Yes, he has that escape route onto the satchel charge, but I think Tobu will be key here for MBR on how they can maneuver in this game up against Flash Wolves. And when you have a Lux and Sona plus a Bruiser combo for Flash Wolves, I think they need to put this at the very late game and is dependent on that extra damage, which I presume is going to be Bruce and Ysera.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? In this 2v2 matchup with double mage, before level 5, there's no kill threat, really. There's no lock-in for Air Lure here on the Lucian. So this is a time window where Tobu, a time window that's not exactly as long, where he doesn't have to worry about his AD carry dying in the lane against a 1v2 matchup. But of course, level 5 will start to seep in. Tobu will have to time his roams during back timings. And now, we'll see. Look at this lantern. This is a very, very long lantern to deliver Alvis here.
Yeah, Alvis comes through. This is a 3v2. MBR went in for the early roam.
Locking.
Now Locking is gonna get killed. First blood for MBR as they kill the support.
There we go. That's the window we're talking about. But while it is not the roams that we saw, it is basically the other way around. Alvis joining the fray with such a deep access through the dragon, using the lantern to skip every single ward, I believe, to propel themselves to under the tower.
Yeah, and that is huge for MBR. And we keep on talking about the roaming potential coming in from them and how Flash Wolves is hugely dependent on the late game, and it's now coming into fruition. MBR getting the first blood leads them to a good start in this matchup, and now Bruce needs to pivot himself into other lanes to get that trade. And now Bruce goes in, charms down onto Onion King, and gets to kill Flash Wolves, make it even for the kills.
The trust within Flash Wolves here is Sarah forcing himself to be incredibly low, setting the bait for Onion King rather, to get in the fight. But Bruce is right there, lying and waiting, and is able to get that early kill. Everything so far has been steady. MBR making moves around bottom lane. Flash Wolves respond towards the top side.
Yeah, and it is needed for Flash Wolves to do so. Because I think Flash Wolves, especially Bruce, is the playmaker, and it's showing their aggression in this game. And even then, if they're depending on that late game, they need to sustain themselves in the early mid to get to that point, because if they don't, it's pretty much MBR esports dominating the early, dominating mid phase. So I think Flash Wolves doing that type of playstyle, doing that type of counterintuitive, counter-attack rather, onto MBR esports is a requirement for them to get that late game.
Yeah, MBR has decent scaling as well. You've got Onion King and as well as Radiance here on the Ziggs. So there is someone that is able to catch that early game that Aelure is going to provide for MBR. I mean, he already pretty much is involved in that one kill over the bottom portion of the map. And as well as for Flash Wolves, of course, this is a very strong 5v5 composition as well, as Sarah going to be setting up with the flanks. Lockin and Eason, their job is to make sure that Cookie doesn't die, providing thick shields for Flash Wolves. And Bruce being that finisher or being that initiator once it comes to the picks.
Yeah, and I think this is the other variant of the unkillable composition that Flash Wolves is doing. Not in the sense of that healing potential, maybe from locking, just a tad bit, but more so on giving those shields, being that sustainable. And I think this is sort of the indirect counter onto how Radiance could play this out, how Allier can play this out, because both these champions are burst champions. So that shield is going to be so much when it comes to value for Flash Wolves, if they can utilize it very well in that mid-game, late-game fights, especially right now. We're in 5 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, very quiet, and Tobu roams top.
This is it, as expected when a Thresh is locked in. You'd expect him in multiple parts of the map, but we talked about having to leave your AD carry. So it looks like the rotation coming from locking in Eason mitigated that threat, I suppose, in the 1v2 matchup. So far, though, you get to see Rift Herald already pretty much secured by Cookie. First Blood Tower is still not up for grabs, but because of the 2v1 matchup in the mid lane, they don't have priority. This could be a die.
Light binding huge with a final spark to secure it. With a Ragnarok from Cookie to also just jump in onto the turret, and this might be the tap for its blood that Flash Wolves is looking for.
And this has been happening as the Rift Herald again being kept a little bit. You'll be able to open up mid lane, which is very important.
Now look at the 1v1, Alvis and Isera, but Alvis still takes it for the blue buff. But now, it's Eason coming into the fray top lane. 2v2, Alvis jumps back. They will not fight, and Isera is left alone top lane.
And they're gonna back away for now. And possibly Cookie's gonna unleash the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Because again, especially when you're up against a Ziggs lane, you wanna get ahead when it comes to map control and tower takes. And this means Radiance is going to try even harder to try and catch up, especially as a Ziggs that can take towers down very, very fast. Look at this roaming death squad, though.
Yeah, it's a 4-man
Do they see Alvis? What?
They don't.
Huh?
Alvis just jumps in, and now he gets killed. He gets surprised with a 4-man from Flash Wolves. That's a kill to the jungler. And now Tobu trying to run away, but the charm connects. Almost gets it, but Arlier is there to save the day. And Tobu lives, but Flash Wolves takes their second turret in this game.
I love the baits in response to baits, because MBR was ready to collapse. Alvis kind of pretended that he didn't see anything, that Flash Wolves basically compressed into one single brush. And it's just one of those things where who will be able to pull the trigger immediately? It was Flash Wolves that was able to land the charm, disabling Alvis basically, and MBR's collapse wasn't enough.
And I think they need to be wary of those, because Flash Wolves is going for these type of strategies wherein MBR Esports cannot handle this surprise attack, especially when you're considering you have Alvis. Sure, I think he's the only one that can try to frontline, stun the enemy team when Tobu's not around, which I presume would be that mid lane focus for Tobu to try and pivot himself onto the mid laner and all your But look at the root! It's locked! It's Eason taking it down to lead it to a kill once again for Flash Wolves. And now MBR Esports going for mid lane once again, connects it for the charm, and also the light binding as now Allier is very low. It's Isra getting the kill. 2-3 kills for Flash Wolves.
Crazy binding. Eason was so confident with that too, with the flash into the binding. Perfect timing as well with the Mountain Drake now spawned. MBR is not able to contest this one. They have to be careful. The fact that Radiance also had a flash, meaning he did not see that engage from Eason coming.
And Flash Wolves, they were steadying the early game, and now they're putting this hyper aggression up against MBR. And this is a problem when you have like low mobile champions, specifically on the Radiance. The only way that you can do it is the satchel charge, but you can't because of the charm and also the light binding from Eason and Bruce that synchronizes very well.
Yeah, satchel versus the way light binding and the charm, the way they travel is so much faster, for sure, in most of the situations. So it's very difficult to try and react with an immediate satchel. It's not like an immediate arcane shift like an Ezreal. Doesn't work that way. And now MBR suffering the 6k gold deficit. Now Flash Wolves has been taking everything away so far in the map, as well as taking down towers. We'll see how they can pick up from this, because the way I see it, Tobu is still going to be a very huge part in this point of the game where they can get picks here and there. You follow it up with Air Lure on the solution. But at the same time, already 10 minutes into the game, it's very, very difficult.
And now, MBR going for the 1v1.
Look at the
Sarah
damage!
Gets the stun onto Alves, uses up the flash to go back away.
Fire
Final
Spark.
Spark zones him away, and that will be the smite to slow him
Bruce,
down. And Sarah
he's gonna
cannot
dive in.
catch up. But Bruce, here into the backside, goes for the flag, gets a kill onto Alves with the Spirit Rush, and the Charm will also follow up. An extra kill from Flash Wolf.
Very effortless. The way that Sarah just bursted down Alvis. Look at the two-man crescendo.
Ooh, Locking is doing miracle plays here, but MBR Esports will be able to go back away. No follow-up from Flash Wolves.
It's so scary looking at the items right now coming from FW. Staff of Flowing Water. Getting the ability haste down for more spammability of your abilities. Basically on the side of Flash Wolves, this just works so well with Eason and the rest of the squad. Well, especially Eason. And now, Rabadon's gonna be the next item. Coming from the Lux. So, I mean, Eason has been hurting already. He's able to get all of these engages, and I really like the contrast, I suppose. We saw Eason being a phenomenal Gragas player, being that big, tanky engage for the team. And now he's still on engage duty, but on this mage, which is a very, very interesting light to see for sure, especially Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I think they just need to capitalize on this early advantage that they have to fight up against MBR. You stated onto the Rabadon Set Cup and Luden's Echo. That's two. Bruce and Eason has built it, and I think this is the popularized items for those mages, for those AP champions because of the recent buff up onto Luden's Echo, and I think they're utilizing it very well. I see the damage is absolutely insane. And now they're starting onto the Baron Nashor. They know they're confident on their lead up against MBR.
And they see this coming though because of the Lantern. Half HP already to the Baron.
Yeah, Alvis is on the sidelines as well, ready to go in, and they could do it. But Bruce into the flank,
They turn
arms
around.
up, final spark to follow up. Tobu very low, but he will go away. And now Alvis, half HP as well. Honey Fruit goes back for a little bit more HP, and Flash Wolves disengages the Baron.
Yeah, they just wanted to use it as bait. Take note, Onion King has been split pushing. Look at the damage on the tower. Flash Wolves cannot afford to take their time on that Baron. Because of that Baron resetted, they can't turn around again. They have to reset the waves in time for the next dragon to spawn, which is the Air Drake, which is absolutely important for MBR Esports to deny away from Flash Wolves. They're already a pretty mobile team. They've got Cookie here, Righteous Glory. They've got the movement speed coming from Locking. They want to deny that for sure. And as well as to enable Tobu as well to find picks around the map.
Look, Alvis initiating the fight, stuns up onto Cookie, but Cookie uses up the Ragnarok to disengage onto the CC for MBR.
Ult now burned.
Oh, Charm, massive, coming from Bruce. Tuba, very
Crescendo.
low, and now Crescendo connects to follow up, and now MBR Esports places their support at a very low HP. This is going to be difficult as Flash Wolf starts up the Cloud Dragon. Onion King on the sidelines gets them for information.
They have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of shields to work with to win the poke war here.
Now Bruce
Onion
jumps
King
in with
coming
a
from
Spirit
behind.
Rush. Yeah, and Onion King into the sidelines, but actually gets rooted down by the Light Binding. Now Bruce uses up the flash, saves up with 1 HP.
Eason!
And MBR Esports will not get the kill, and that will be Flash Wolves taking 3 away from MBR.
Sarah's still not over. He's still cleaning up the map. Going around. But it still doesn't matter because Flash Wolves now has so much space to work with the Baron. Only Alvis and Air Lure left in the game for now. It's going to be very hard. This is... yeah, Alvis will not make it at all. Yeah. Look at him. Just throwing the gauntlet, and I'm just going to farm my Raptors.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
My wolves, rather.
I think MBR Esports is thinking, you know what? We only have Alvis left. We only have Alir left. If Alvis comes through into the Baron to attempt to get the steal and get the kill onto the Baron, they only have 2 Baron buff. In trade, if Alvis dies, it's Flash Wolves being able to capitalize on the Baron Nashor to push on turrets because there is only 1 member left for MBR to even defend. So I think that is MBR tuning down on the risk here for this game 1.
Yeah, it's just a very solid performance so far from Flash Wolves. I gotta praise Eason's bindings though. It's just always very on point. Being able to play around the repulse timings as well coming from Onion King, and therefore being able to land that and punish the flank that the Fiora so desired to set up. Look at the 4-1 split push once more. Baron buff. I mean, this is the play that MBR can do at the moment. It's not like Onion King can stay in the base, wait for a fight. This is how you want to try and capitalize on this 4-1 split push, as we see Asera already responding to that.
Yeah, because they have a huge goal deficit coming from MBR Esports, and they need to retrieve it back. They need to alleviate this disadvantage. So Flash Wolves just continuing to push down into the bot lane, as well as taking the inhibitor turret. So Flash Wolves secures that. MBR Esports has to defend the mid next if they could, because Flash Wolves is looking up for this tier 3 turret into the mid lane, and MBR Esports starting this fight. The lockdown coming in from Tobu will get the slow onto Asura, but will not kill him. And now it's Onion King flashing away, going top lane, but inhibitor turret number 2 secured by Flash Wolves, and another kill for Bruce, going aggressive on Onion King.
Crazy collapse from Flash Wolves. Onion King wanted to try and set up a flank.
The charm massive and almost kills down Final Spark. Close there, but Isra just jumps into the flag, gets a kill. Alvis with 1 HP, the stun will save them, and that will be the 3rd inhibitor turret for Flash Wolves.
And now it's just the Nexus left standing. Flash Wolves are ready. What a binding.
Yeah, always connects onto 1 or
Teleport.
2. Flash Wolves. TP's now coming up. They want to finish this down. Bruce just jumping around. Spirit Rush to save himself. But there you go. You're just clearing out the way for Flash Wolves. They want to control the lanes. They want to control the minions away from MBR.
A little bit risky to stay around. Again, they have no AD carries, so it's really hard to just try and poke the Nexus down. And with that, MBR, with the Ziggs, is still able to survive another day, but how long would this last with such a huge gold lead already for Flash Wolves? And now they're looking into getting the Elder Drake, and with that said, it's just the early state of this game where they didn't manage to get Aerlure into that big lead as that Lucian to help transition Radiance into that late game.
Bruce into the flank, charms down Tobu, 1 HP, he still lives in 1 second, he pushes down, unlocking, he still lives,
He's alive.
he still lives, but Isra just finishes it down. You cannot outlive us, and we're gonna punish you with a kill. Support gone for MBR.
Means no engage on the sentence available, and as well as Lantern delivery and Lantern saves. And look at this. Yeah, Alvis is lurking around.
But Bruce probably going for the face check. MBR.
Oh, Eason doesn't see.
They don't
Bruce
know.
will
They
though.
don't have enough information, but Flash Wolves very wary. Checks down. Alvis is now gonna get charmed. That follow up from Cookie gets it down. Protobell. Oh, last cone almost saves him, but final sparks to secure it. And now Flash Wolves can start the Infernal Dragon once again.
Yeah, no jungler, no problem. They're gonna secure this one. And MBR sadly has to fight an Elder Drake buffed Flash Wolves. They've already been having a hard time earlier on. This is such a humongous lead on the side of FW, and now it's just one of those things that how can we reset? Back to the drawing board for MBR here, as again, they had the scaling, but before that even arrived, it was just too late.
Yeah, the Wolves are now howling in this series up against MBR. And look at that.
Sando.
Toba initiates the fight with a dead sentence. Actually gets a kill onto Lucking. This will be the 1-for-1. Jungler away. Support for Flash Wolves. But the Nexus base will be the target. And Flash Wolves gets the first game of the series.
And we get a different Olaf composition now. We've got the Sona, we've got the Lux. Eason with the killer bindings is able to open up opportunities and kills for Flash Wolves, and it's a very, very scary composition. I'm not gonna be surprised if the Olaf gets banned on the next game.
Yeah, and the Sona Lux as well. I've been looking at this one. We were expecting that late game, but all throughout that match, in the early to mid to late game, they were showing up big time, and Flash Wolves has capitalized their composition to a limit here for this series.
I know. It's a very I'm looking forward to this composition work throughout the playoffs as well. Not gonna be surprised if we're gonna see more of the combinations like Seraphine Sona perhaps as we saw back with Team Secret, or maybe a Lulu towards the support role in the Seraphine in the mid lane.
Well, we'll find out if those champions are going to come up in the second or third game of the series as Flash Wolves has now taken the lead. Can MBR equalize the series to go in the third game?
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
You are watching the Wild Rift C Championships. Mika, Rafa, and TJ over here on the analyst desk. And Flash Wolves take game 1 of their series against MBR. And this was such a fast-paced game. I actually thought it was going to be over in like 15 minutes or something. I know that Flash Wolves made that mad dash towards the Nexus, but yes, indeed, they decided to prolong it, but eventually they did overcome. And TJ, I want to get your thoughts on the game. I know that this is so annoying. The Sona Lux. This is such an annoying combo. It is the Flash Wolf special. They do have that as a signature pick into their drafts, and yeah, it can get really annoying when you've got so many shields and heals and, you know, into the late game. How could MBR Esports counter this?
Well, they had the right idea at the start, which is, what do you do to this composition that requires a decent chunk of time to come online? Well, you blow it up during the early game. You really focus it down and try and knock it out of lane. And they did try that. They did really shove in that bottom lane. But the problem that MBR faces, they don't really have a composition that's especially good at that. You have the Lucian, you have the Thresh, but Thresh is a little bit more of a scaling support, if that makes sense. He requires a little bit of time and souls and gold to come online in terms of CC and tank potential. So you're really relying on, what, Lucian to find these kills underneath turret versus a really strong CC? It's kind of hard. So they couldn't shut him down early. But then you get to the late game and you go, okay, well, is this just overpowered? Is it just the case that once you get to late game, Sona Lux is unbeatable? And I don't actually think that's true at all. And you can look at some of the stats here. You see that Eason and Locking actually aren't doing a majority of the team's damage. And because of that, I think a lot of people get kind of sidetracked by how flashy the composition is, and they forget that they are pretty low damage, that they actually do have sustain, but not that much sustain. It's a lot of sustain from Wild Rift, where characters aren't very tanky. But if you draft a heavy late game composition, Flash Wolves go double AD carry. Sometimes you'll see something like Corki Kai'Sa or Lucian Kai'Sa, that sort of thing. That absolutely obliterates this composition. Because you can match them, you can handshake through the early game, get to late game, and then just shut them down with raw damage. These are very easy to focus down, so you can also run assassins. And if you can get an assassin onto that Lux at the start of the fight, boom, composition's done. So pay attention to the fact that the rest of this team comp is pretty low damage. And when you're looking at that, don't give, I know there's a lot of temptation to give credit to that very flashy composition. I want to shout out Bruce, who played out of his mind that game. And actually, I think won a lot more of the fights for Flash Wolves than that Sona Lux, though it was very irritating, very annoying, and very flashy.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, Rafa.
He topped the damage charts on the side of Flash Wolves, 26k, and normally when you see Sona Lux, you're trying to empower things like the Olaf and your other bruisers in the composition, because Sona gives you the movement speed and the constant sustain, and then the Lux gives you shields on top of it, so that even a frontliner like Olaf, who traditionally has like a very hard time getting into the backlines of the opposition, you're empowered because of that. But it wasn't Cookie that wasn't doing the most damage. It was, as TJ pointed out, in Bruce. So probably one of the best Ahri performances that we've had, not just on the day, but within the groups. And that says a lot, because we've had other players from the Thai teams as well as the Vietnamese teams that have shown us amazing Ahri performances throughout the group.
Definitely.
And Bruce is just so incredible at those duelist characters as well. So anytime you see him pick up something like the Ahri, something like the Lucian or the Yasuo, you know you're in for a treat.
Yes, indeed. But you know what would be an even better treat? If you secured your financial future with Franklin Templeton.
Whoa!
Thanks,
Where'd that
TJ.
come from?
That assist. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers.
Make sure you're scaling to the late game with Franklin Templeton.
Absolutely. Secure that gold lead. And yes, you know, I wanted to ask Rafa, you brought this up behind the scenes. With regards to the draft for MBR, let's say they couldn't do anything about the Sona and the Lux. What would have been better options for MBR in this game?
If we look back at what some of the available options were on, let's see, man, normally I look in a part of this document that I was looking at to see where the draft was. I unfortunately do not remember what the bans were, but if you want to kind of nail down the early aggression, you can go for something that is a little bit more mobile from the mid lane role. Not necessarily a Ziggs though, because the Ziggs doesn't have the easiest time getting out of lane to assist in making dives happen towards a Sona Lux lane, because that's exactly what you want to do. And so either you go for a mobile bruiser or another assassin if you want to. I mean, we talked about Radiance playing the Ahri. It was taken away by Bruce, but he could have played Zed. He could have played a different marksman. He could have taken the Lucian, and you could have given the different marksman over to Ireleer in the Dragon lane. Because then if you have two marksmen, or if you have an assassin and a marksman, you are easily able to push in that wave, and you can enable those dives much more easily.
And just the big thing that this Sona Lux composition punishes is bruiser comps mid-game comps. If you draft for the early game, we saw actually Team Secret pull out a composition like this in Game 3 versus MBR earlier today. If you draft for the early game, if you draft a composition that is designed to land a knockout blow in the first 10 minutes, then you utterly shatter this composition. And if you draft for the late game, like we've seen Flash Wolves do many times, then you utterly shatter this composition. But if you're in the middle, if you're drafting bruisers, if you're relying on a lot of tank frontline and a couple of damage dealers in the backline, then Sona Lux eats you alive. And that's why Flash Wolves pull it out versus MBR, who typically go for exactly that playstyle. It's a very intelligent read of what MBR want to do, where MBR are the team that normally are a little over-indexed on tank characters, the team that very often relies on things like the Galio, like the Nunu, in order to get through the early game. And so they say, we don't think this team is going to have a lot of damage. We feel like they're not going to run early game. They like these mid-game skirmishing bruiser compositions. We can shatter them.
There's something that I wanted to bring up as well. Not exactly in terms of the draft, as we're waiting for Champ Select to come in. MBR, of course, had your Onion father, TJ. And he was
My
just...
Onion patriarch.
Yes. He was just focused, like this, like, you know, force blinders and stuff, on pushing the lanes. It was like a team fight could be happening behind him, and he was like, nah, I gotta get this turret. This is how you win the game. And there's the question of whether it was productive enough, or should he have just joined the fight?
Well, I mean, there's a reason he's my father. He did leave me and the entire team kind of all on their own, asking for help. And just he was gone. He was in the next county already. Just full sending down the side lanes. And he didn't even have a teleport, so he wasn't intending to come home anytime soon. Just really a lot of analogies there. And I was very disappointed by that. So again, some commonality with my father, as Onion King didn't have the tools to get back with the team at any point during that entire sequence. And there was even a very disconnected moment where it became clear he wasn't communicating properly. Again, commonality. With the rest of the family, if you will, as they were pushing through the mid lane for a fight, and he came in behind the dragon, didn't really do anything, ran in 1v4, not really achieving anything. So yeah, it was a very disappointing game from Onion King, if that's what you're asking.
You know, TJ, Onion Daddy said, told MBR, say, hey, I'm gonna come back after I get this turret. He told you, hey, I'm gonna come back after I get this milk from the 7-Eleven. So, and unfortunately...
Yeah, he went to go get a turret from the 7-Eleven and...
And then he never came back.
Y'all were both lied to, TJ. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Let's talk about it.
It got real. Now I see why you call him the Onion Daddy, your Onion Papa, Onion Father, even. Yeah, it's
I'll still be proud of him if he delivers in this game.
Oh yeah, because we know that he can. So, but you know, right now he's focused on himself, and you know he has different goals.
Taking some time to himself.
Yeah.
Buying a Lambo. You know how it is.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's getting late, am I right? Good morning.
Is that your takeaway? Here's the draft. Nunu banned out again, Lulu banned out again, Galio banned out again. This is really interesting. Flash Wolves are targeting a ton of this utility that gives MBR a little bit more HP. Kind of a reaction to what worked against them, I feel, with Team Secret, where Team Secret banned out this Nunu, and it really undid MBR's game plan. So I need to see some HP come somewhere. I'm looking kind of Jarvan as a tool here, Braum maybe as a tool here. We've seen both those come out for this team in order to respond to the fact that they don't have a front line. Or over-index right now on damage, given that you've seen the Lux Seraphine. Or sorry, the Lux Sona.
Don't worry, TJ.
There it is!
Sona Seraphine is the NA special, but MBR, they are now trying to make sure they have a ton of damage that they can just nuke the crap out of this Sona Lux into the next game and bring them to a game 3.
That's the answer. If you can go in, this is going to be Ziggs AD carry, Ori mid, Fiora top, and then Kha'Zix jungle. And that has so much damage that if they can get onto this Lux Sona at the very beginning of team fights, Flash Wolves are probably just going to lose off of that. I'd love to see MBR get some stun here, get some CC, some control in the final pick. Braum is a decent choice. You could also go full spam and pull out a Nami here. Something to that effect. They need tools to get in, and it looks like we are going to see that Nami from Tobin.
Now, one thing that is interesting from Flash Wolves is because they were so confident on locking in the Sona Lux this time around, it meant that they didn't want to go for another assassin or a mage pick for themselves. They are now fully on board with running a triple bruiser setup. The Riven, the Aurelia, and the Vi all in their grasp. Now, they were looking at the Olaf for Cookie once again, but they saw all the mobile threats that were looking to threaten their backline, and they said, you know what, let's get some ease of execution, reliable lockdown, at least for one of these mobile diving threats, and that's why they pivot over to the Vi. I know we're not necessarily huge fans of the Vi in terms of being an overall damage threat, but when you already got the Aurelia and the Riven, I want to see Bruce or Cookie on this Vi not go for the tank Vi build. I want to see the Chad Vi build. Trinity Force, Death Stance, give yourself as much damage as possible because you're going to have the Sona and the Lux giving you all the heals and shields that you need.
Yeah.
The big thing we've got to see is early control. And whichever team gets that and starts kind of snowballing is very likely just going to be able to run away with this game. If it goes even, we're going very late. This could be a 20-minute, 30-minute game. But if one team blows out the early game, particularly MBR, given that they have that Kha'Zix, then this game is very likely over. So watch for the 5-minute mark. If at the end, the 5-minute, 10-minute mark, there's like a 5k gold lead, this game might be over. On the other hand, if we're even at that 5-10 minute mark, then we might, put on your seatbelt, get ready for the long haul.
Well, it looks like our viewers here have a little bit of homework from TJ. We are going to see indeed if Flash Wolves can close this out with a 2-0 or if MBR Esports can even out the score. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Flash Wolves one game away to take the series down against MBR. And Mika once again, Flash Wolves utilizing the Sona Lux.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very plug-and-play duo as the Sona and the Lux. And the primary focus is to make sure that you keep your carries alive with the shields, with the heals, and as well as have that CC lockdown with the light binding into the crescendo, and all of the layering of CC in the world has to follow through and get a pick, or maybe even towards the fights, the skirmishes, most especially. For MBR though, double assassin setup, we've seen this before, really nice. Radiant's gonna have to set up with a charm. Alves will follow through. You will not lack damage just because, again, there's a lot of burst going on inside of Radiance and as well as Alves. And you have that 4-1 split push that Onion King wanted to do earlier, but was already too far behind to enable that split push.
Yeah, and something that I'm looking at for this composition of both teams is very, very different. MBR Esports doesn't really have that tank, that true tank or pure tank for MBR Esports. They have Ziggs, they have Nami, they have Ari, Kha'Zix, and Fiora. And for Flash Wolves, pretty much they all have sustainability. Like you have Sona, Lux being that enchanter, and having Riven, Vi, and Aurelia being sustainable. So I think this is really just a bold pivot here for Flash Wolves and MBR Esports. They're utilizing their graph for a different type of setup.
Yeah, this is gonna be very difficult early to mid, just because of how you mentioned Flash Wolves is just gonna out-sustain MBR in these fights. And again, the technique for MBR when it comes to setting up these fights will primarily be reliant on Radiance's charm, followed up by Tobu's bubble. And after that, they can most likely ensure a kill. And for Flash Wolves, or rather going back to MBR, and it's these timings that are very, very important before an objective spawns. Before the dragon spawns, Ysera though winning the 1v1 matchup so far. Now it's kind of even. Onion King getting aggro from the minions.
Onion King 1 HP, Cookie comes into the fray, Volt Breaker ready.
He cancelled.
Yeah, he's not going for it. Now the minions are
He ain't
pushing.
going home.
And now Alvis
Now he's-
with the win slash puts him down. First blood, FW.
I mean, that's one way to go home. I mean, he still was able to go home in base. Yes?
1 second
Yes.
recall.
First blood. Yeah, not a recall. Just
1 second death to the base.
Yeah, exactly. Ysera though is able to 1v1 so and set up for that kill with Cookie at topside. So this is looking to be a very scary Riven. We've seen Ysera land triple man taunts before on this Riven, and it could be a possibility for sure to set up for Bruce later on.
Yeah, and as you stated, the charm from Radiance are important, and MBR just showcased that onto Bruce. But going back just a tad bit onto the analyst desk, I love how TJ stated about this composition difference from Flash Rolls and MBR Esports on the early mid game for Flash Rolls and MBR Esports, and how the 5-minute, 10-minute mark can change things up. Now, Alvis would be that front line for MBR to make things happen, and Flash Rolls just has to sustain.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up, because the identity of Flash Wolves was, if we're playing with locking, Ziggs, Orianna at the bottom portion of the map. Now, another added combination into the pool, which is the Sona Lux, which is, again, a very plug-and-play duo, because basically what you want to do is make sure that your team doesn't die. Therefore, you must have a carry to enable that big sustain. Ysera's life was in danger. He's fine for now. But that's the thing, right? If you don't have the Olaf, it's fine, because you can always rely on Bruce to pick anything that can fit this duo of the utility mages.
Yeah, definitely. And as we're seeing that right now, the mid lane is also that crucial, as you stated. And when it comes to Cookie, I just want to say, he's so responsive on how Flash Wolves or MBR Esports is playing. You're seeing Alvis come in topside, tries to go for a flag, tries to go for a gank, but he's there. And those quick responses are very crucial, especially for Flash Wolves, to not let the lead come to MBR.
Yeah, they are now just gonna get this Rift Herald and further the lead that they have even more. Especially if you get First Blood Tower without the help of the Rift Herald, that means you can potentially get 2 towers easy. The fact that Alvis was there to get the dragon means that there's no threat of a collapse just yet. Tidal Wave Flash?
Yeah, it's a stun, it's a knock-up onto Ysera, goes for the shield just a bit longer, but Arlier kills him. That's a trade for MBR.
Gotta love what MBR is doing. They were able to deny the First Blood Tower, so it's still up for grabs. We'll see. Wherever Arlier is going to be, that's when they can activate First Blood Tower. The charm!
The charm! Actually, Bruce steps into that path, and now Alvis comes in to finish it up, and that's a kill for MBR.
Nicely done. Alvis faking going home, faking that he was going somewhere else. Therefore, Bruce was pretty confident about the 1v1. I know I'm not gonna die here just yet. I know Radiance doesn't have enough damage just yet. But of course, you do not underestimate the power of a cockroach. You think it's not there, but it's actually there.
Especially flying cockroaches, right? And Alvis just flew through that, get the kill onto Bruce there to the bot side, and I think there was just a misstep as well for Bruce. He stepped onto the charm, and that was just the end of it. MBR took that kill, but however, Flash Rolls still, even if they have the kill deficit, still leading in terms of gold, maybe 800, not that much, but still sustaining themselves into that lead.
Yeah, MBR is doing a good job equalizing and not making sure that they're not falling behind on Flash Wolves' attempt in a lot of these top lane drives, especially the fact that Onion King didn't survive the 1v1. You have to see. Oh!
Cookie with the Assault and Battery almost fails to
Here
do it,
comes
but
another
Radiance
round.
is here. It's a 4v2.
Middle lane.
Knock him up, zone him away.
Bubble.
Now that's a knock up.
Ooh.
Aqua Prison coming from Nami. Huge, and Lucky is forced to back away. No kills for Flash Wolves or MBR.
That was too close. It was a almost 4-man collapse. The tidal wave cleared the wave. So basically, Locking was the primary target because of the bubble. He wanted to run away. And now, MBR gets to survive and as well as stop the aggression that Flash Wolves has been doing.
Yeah, but here into the bot side under the fight, Radiance
Radiance!
jumps in. The charm, the spirit rush, the fox fire is just there to dominate, and Bruce once again gets slain.
I mean, Bruce already has a Triforce, and then full summoner spells, but no ult. I see why he was confident, but at the same time, these charms coming from Radiance has been deadly and has been ensuring the kill. He is already 2-0, and it's going to be very dangerous after he's able to get that Rabadons. And again, everyone is pretty much squishy. The fact that Cookie did not go for that tank build on towards that Triforce, so meaning there's a little bit of leeway for Radiance to assassinate anybody in this composition.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is Flash Wolves was thinking, we have Lux, we have Sona. Let's just not go for a tank build. Let's go for damage output so we can provide much more, because what this lacks is the damage category for Flash Wolves.
Look at Alvis trying to test. Are you gonna crescendo? Are you gonna binding me? Is the question. That was too close.
Yeah, they're not gonna binding them, and go back, push him away. And Cookie was just there. One punch. And they go back. So no kills for MBR, no kills for Flash Wolves. They want to just play dog and cat fights here, just fighting up each other, playing against each other. But for now, still sustaining that 30k. No one in a huge lead, but MBR starting the Ocean Dragon can change things up.
They have no vision here. They're not aware that this was happening. So Flash Wolves, right under their noses, MBR now has double dragons. And this is a setup where, you know, 10-minute mark, MBR has the lead. This isn't still a snowbally lead that Flash Wolves wanted, like game number 1, to set up a victory. And we didn't get to see Bruce shine as well during those first minutes. He's actually 0-2-0. It's the opposite that happened. It's Radiance in the lead.
Yeah, MBR esports tidal
Tidal
wave
wave.
zones away the enemy team. Follow up
Blocking.
with a Mega Inferno bomb. Locking is very low, 1 HP. Sona tries to save him, but he can't, and Locking will die. And now Flash Wolves trying to do it. Isra is here, front lines. Aqua Prison knocks him up, but look at Eason. Goes for the light binding, final spark, and Onion King still lives, but Flash Wolves will lose one of their members.
Beautiful riposte timing by Onion King over there. Denies the final spark, final kill. And now all of the usual win conditions that Flash Wolves need to win this game is already pretty much unavailable. Isera getting ahead at top side, being able to dive, get first blood tower, basically denied. Bruce having to win 1v1s, has failed twice, I believe. Now he's 0-2-0. Now, the thing that Flash Wolves can potentially rely on is what? The Flash Wolves 20-minute mark win condition, where they, well, the setup is getting the lead and then finishing the game by 20 minutes. But the thing is, MBR already gathering these dragons. They've managed to get Radiance ahead 2-0, and the fact that Allure isn't a scaling champion, so this is not gonna be looking too well.
And now it's Alvis jumping in. That's his kill, almost. Will not do so. Cookie will still live. So much sustainability, but here Onion King goes for a flank, almost gets it. Isra jumps back, still sustaining. Onion King can't penetrate this, even if he does for the grand challenge. As Isra will live, Onion King will follow up, tries to run, but he cannot catch him up.
Gotta say though, Flash Wolves' discipline on the trigger for their ults, very patient. Look at this, the collapse though coming from Flash Wolves on Onion King. Will it be possible? Looks like that's gonna be a no. Pretty hard though. If you have riposte, you can basically challenge the timing of the crescendos. That's one big ult versus a normal ability that think that's pretty sweet.
And it's not just any counter. If you counter a CC from Fiora, that's also CC countered back. But here, it's Bruce trying to defend. After Prison zones him up, it's a knockback, but Bruce gets killed by MBR.
1k gold lead already, Radiance versus Bruce. And imagine coming... The way that Flash Wolves is able to get their victories is always Bruce, early lead, snowball, into locking, contributing to the damage department as well in the later stages of the game. But this time around, it's going to be reliant on Isera, going to be reliant on Bruce. The dynamic has changed because of the setup, because they're there to make sure that they can, you know, prolong the lives of basically all of the melee champions on the side of Flash Wolves. But now it's looking to be very dire. MBR is setting this up. Look at the vision coming at the deeper ends of Flash Wolves right now. Alvis, Radiance can tag team finding picks. Double Twin Shadows, by the way, to enable those said picks. 17 seconds on the clock for the Infernal Drake to spawn. And MBR, they're definitely setting up for this one.
Yeah, and I think Flash Wolves, what they were doing is just checking up, trying to get top lane, but Baron Nashor was there, the Rust Cutter was there for MBR. Oh, so much vision for MBR Esports, just keeps on putting Flash Wolves on the edge. And now MBR Esports is now collapsing. It's Radiant in backside. It's all embedded in counter attack. And now Stacey Zencha saves him just a bit longer. Onion King, look at the 4-man knockup from Nami. And now it's Isera coming into the fray. Goes for the stun, but Onion King is doing so much. The charm will connect to follow up, and now it's gonna get the kill for MBR. And now it's a 4v5. Bruce coming back into the game, into the fight, because he is gonna get slain with no trades in return. Onion King alone with a 2-for-1 for MBR.
Radiance's charms are super key in that team fight, and Tobu's bubbles are absolutely massive. Flash Wolves, unfortunately, Bruce, the Vanguard's edge missed. Half HP already towards this Infernal Drake. Alvis super low.
If they lose the Infernal Dragon, Flash Wolves is going to be much more harder to scale in the late game, and that will be MBR securing it for themselves. All the dragons in this game.
MBR challenging Flash Wolves here, pushing them to their limit. Again, this is a BO3. Flash Wolves 1 point away from moving forward. MBR basically are going to be sent home. MBR holding on to this game. They are looking into that Elder Drake win prediction. Let's take a look at this again. We mentioned the Vanguard's edge pretty much missed. The charm, nicely done block by Cookie, but it doesn't change the fact that sustained damage-wise, it's not there. Lots of CC coming from the side of MBR, and if you basically lose your ability to fight if the crescendo hits and you don't kill anyone. Therefore, you don't have ammunition anymore to set up for your melee, for Bruce, for Isera at this scenario. And the fact that this is an 80 carry less setup means you will really lack sustained damage.
Yeah, and the DPS will also be lacking. As you stated, no ADCs for Flash Wolves. They're relying on their burst damage potential in this game to succeed up against MBR. But we'll see.
They need to funnel in everything. Eason with a light binding, all the skill shots in the world. Bruce will follow up. Isera will follow up as well. That is the ideal situation.
Yeah, and the 1v1 for Isera and Onion King is just a fight, just a play. But here, the Baron Nashor now being started by MBR Esports Flash Wolves now has a clue. I was about to say they have no information, but that final spark changes things up, gives information, gives knowledge to Flash Roll. Now, Assault Battery goes for the knockup. Tidal Wave will not connect. Allier will force out the flash, and look at the binding. Actually connects onto one, and here Radiance comes into the backside with the Spirit Rush, zoning away the enemy team, and that will almost get the kill for Flash Wolves. Radiance will hold on for much longer as he lives and go back. Flash Wolves is now under the turret, cornered by MBR. Onion King is just there to zone away the enemy team, but Bruce is coming down. That's a 2-man stun coming in from Bruce. But he won't be able to follow up. Onion King just lunges, almost gets a kill. 1 HP left. MBR Esports will go back. Flash Wolves will do the same.
I find it crazy that no one died in that match. I mean, in that fight. And now look at Bruce having that Sterak's, meaning he's gonna survive a little bit more. Death Stance as well, coming from Cookie, and as well as Isera. That is basically them just trying to survive on top of the healing, on top of the shields that Lock-in and Eason have been providing. Radiance His charms have been killer. Every single time a charm lands, it is most likely a sure kill. And with that, for Flash Wolves, they have to fear not only Radiance, but also Allure, who has already a Rabadon, Ludens, and as well as that Zonia's enchant to survive any of the potential dives the Flash Wolves are going to target.
Yeah, and Tobu at the back end of it all. He is there to sustain, he's there for the tidal wave, and also gives that more ability for Radiance and Allure to actually even scale much more. And I think that's important to take note. Now, MBR Esports trying to defend, but Flash Wolves will get the tier 1 third mid lane as now Cookie face checks onto the bush, sees down Alves, but Alves just jumps back, flies through the air, Cockroach flying out.
See ya, is what Alves has mentioned. It's really hard to compete against the Ziggs here. You don't have that range to siege, you don't have something.
Better onto Allure. Good 6 enchant. Allure will have a bit more life. But there you go. It's Nami giving sustainability as Allure will live. Now Onion King into the flank. Tries to go on. A save with a Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage coming up. And now Bruce will die. MBR Esports will get a numbers advantage as they get the kill almost onto Eason as they secure it. Onion King will be traded down though by Flash Wolves.
This is crazy. This is the part where Allure on this Ziggs is gonna out-damage the sustain that Locking and Eason will provide with the shields with the healing. Infernal Drake now being, the Infernal, well, why do I keep it? Mountain Drake already being started as Flash Wolves has teleport.
Yeah, and Elder Dragon, if MBR Esports secures this,
head away.
They do. Much harder, and they do. And now MBR Esports with all the dragons in this game, Flash Wolves will have a much more harder time.
They tried their bestest too. The fact that they bought 4 teleports meant that they were hoping that they could contest. Radiance, oh no!
Oh, Cookie with a gold follow-up, with a Vault Breaker. Now Radiance forces out gold for gold, but Radiance turret rushes away, and he will be saved. Good initial setup for Flash Wolves, but in the end, Radiance has outplayed them.
The Spirit Rush makes him very, very slippery to catch. Definitely need that big layering of CC we talked about, Crescendo, or Light Binding, and as well as the Assault and Battery, but the enchant of the Zonius, pretty difficult. Locking's ult will come up soon though, so this is an opportunity where Flash Wolves can possibly try and get a pick.
And Flash Wolves repeat history here. Can they have that ganking? They have this setup up against MBR Esports, but Alvin
Twin Shadows
has 6 stands, actually sees down onto the Baron Nashor with the Twin Shadows as Flash Rolls tries to decimate onto the Baron now. It's Assault and Battery connecting onto Alves, goes for the knockup. Alves uses up the flash to go back away, but he can't. Alves will be alive though, much longer as this Sarah comes for the back, gets a kill. And now it's a Light Binding follow up with a final spark, gets a kill for Eason onto Radiant, and now this will be 3-man left for MBR Esports.
This is dangerous.
Contest onto the Baron Nashor. Onion King into the backside. Grand Challenge now used up. Flash Wolves going in. 5v1. Aquaprison will connect onto Cookie, but that will just knock him off. That will just be CC. Arler will get the kill. Flash Wolves 4v1 up against Onion King, gets the kill. Now MBR Esports will lose their Baron laner, and now Flash Wolves will start up the Baron Nashor once again.
Okay, this is dangerous. This is a Ziggs, but no mana.
Isra now jumps in on top of the hill, goes for the knock on Argyr, but too much damage. It's raw from MBR as now they take the kill once again, and Flash Wolves will be forced to retreat.
This is very textbook Ziggs red side. If you are contesting a Baron, especially late game, 20-minute mark, Allure is just gonna rain bombs. The reason why Flash Wolves is so confident with that is because Allure is running out of mana. He didn't have anything to dish out anymore. But that's really scary and risky, and that's exactly why Asera perished into that Baron. And now it resets again. Flash Wolves has to work hard to get a pick.
Oh, so much damage, and actually Locking will just get eviscerated. Now Radiance just jumping around, going around, dashing around, going for so much damage as MBR Esports focus on the Baron Nashor, and they take it. All objectives down the drain. MBR Esports utilizing everything they can to finish this game.
The pain of Allure here inflicting towards Flash Wolves. This is the final stand. This could be game number 3. This is game number 3.
It would be if Flash Wolves cannot defend, as MBR Esports is now forcing out the push onto the last inhibitor turret, as it will fall down. The Nexus base will be next. Alvis just jumps up. Izzer will be very low, and that will be MBR Esports just collapsing into the Nexus base. GA will be popped. The jungler will live just a tad bit longer, but Bruce will get eviscerated as MBR takes the kill. Now the Baron buffed minions will go for the Nexus base as the Flash Wolves will lose game 2 and MBR takes this to game 3.
And MBR keeps their dream alive here at the SEA Championships. What a way to win second game. I mean, they overwhelmed. It was Radiance who basically overwhelmed Bruce time and time again during the bottom portion of the map. There were attempts to 1v1. Again, this is Bruce that likes to farm, but at the same time also try the 1v1s if he's confident with it. And every single time, Radiance denies that, and his charms are just so spot on.
Yeah, and we could potentially expect that if it's not banned away, maybe for MBR Esports or Flash Wolves can take the third game. Don't go away after this short break. It's the final game for the series.
back to the Wild Rift C Championship, where MBR live to fight another game, not quite another day, but another game against Flash Wolves, because we still have Game 3. The score is now 1-1, and that was great adjustment from MBR. This is the MBR that we saw pop off in the group stages. This is 1-1. That's absolutely right. Yes, thank you guys for the symbols.
Gotta get the
over
visual
here.
representation in there, Mika. I mean, just
Yeah.
in case, you know, it's this is the last game of the day. We came down to the wire, and whoever wins gets to move on to the lower bracket. The person that doesn't come out on top, they're going home.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, for Flash Wolves, though, the Sona Lux did well for the first game, and it did not work this game. TJ, as we check out the scoreboard right now, where we can fawn over Radiance. Look at that. Look at that performance. 7,
Oh,
1,
yeah.
and 3. And, yes.
You can fawn over Radiance. I also would fawn over earlier because I think he did a lot of really good soak damage across this entire game. And Radiance was often there alongside Onion King, alongside Alves, to threaten the front line, to force those low HP members to die. But yeah, oh my lord, if you look at this damage chart, it tells the story of what was punishing Locking and Eason every time they tried to set up, every time they tried to get in position, get in close range to throw out that CC and start the Sona Lux rolling. Well, if you're playing into people with damage, first of all, you're going to get harassed by Onion King, Alves, and Radiance, who are poking in, who are prodding in. You're also going to get tanked down, bubbled, tidal wave by Tobu, who is on fire this game. And then you're just going to get blown up by the damage from the Ziggs, just stacking and stacking and stacking. And sure, Sona Lux have sustain. They don't have that kind of sustain.
Yeah, and I was talking about like Tobu earlier, because as a support, this guy is insane. Did you see that 5-man bubble? I know that, you know, he's on the Nami, and the win rate of Nami isn't exactly optimal right now, but when it's on Tobu, oh my gosh, this guy just does wonders over here. And you know what? I have to say, Flash Wolves, I mean MBR, they seem to have listened to you, TJ. You know, we did mention earlier that they needed to come out with the damage. And they did this round to combat, you know, all those barriers and heals and shields and
I'm always hesitant. Like, first of all, I want to be clear. They did not listen to me. They know what the answer is, and they should get credit for that.
Yes.
They are a team that is clearly very experienced, clearly knows how to counter this Sona Lux, which is just, hey, they don't actually do that much damage, and they're actually pretty short range. The only thing Sona Lux is actually really good into, and it is annoyingly good into this one specific composition, is bruisers. So Flash Wolves make kind of a draft mistake, I think, by locking in that Sona Lux so early during the draft and giving MBR really a lot of time to plan out their response, which is a ton of frontline dive and the Ziggs and the Tidal Wave to just CC and lock down and burn down those backline threats. So I suspect we're going to throw the entire bath out coming into this next game. And Flash Wolves will probably run a composition they feel more comfortable on. I would suspect we see, if I'm going to hazard a guess, the hyper late game double AD carry composition coming out. And MBR, if they face that, honestly, their best chance is to go with the compositions that got them here, is to go with the new jungle if they can get it, have some tank on the map, and use it as a frontline for front-to-back team fights going into the late game. But they absolutely must either have enough damage to counter that double AD carry that Flash Wolves are so fond of, or have the tools to end the game much quicker than they usually do.
Yeah, and Rafa, I have this question actually for you. This is something I feel like we've been wondering ever since we saw the roster of Flash Wolves. Where do you think Demon is? Is he gonna come in for this third game over here? Is it gonna be locking all throughout? Because I feel like if Demon was playing and they were rotating around, you know, that roster, this might have been a different game too. What do you think?
Well, I don't think you want to put Demon on Sona duty for if that is your goal for Flash Wolves. Now, if Demon were to be swapped into this third game, then I guarantee we're not going to be getting the same double enchanter composition for Flash Wolves. They want to put Demon on a strong scaling marksman like the Kaisa that can be enabled and facilitated with strong dive compositions. And so we don't have info on which Dragon Laner we're getting for this final deciding game, but considering it is the elimination stakes on the line, I think both TJ and I would agree that you should probably put in one of your best carry players in this last match.
Yeah, I would love to see Demon come in and, like I said, pivot to that double AD carry composition. That's what you bring Demon in for. Show us some hard AD. And I think if we live in that world for Flash Wolves, they probably win this game 3, frankly. Because I haven't seen MBR demonstrate they have the tools to go toe-to-toe with what is the best late-game composition on one of the best late-game teams in the world.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, on the side of Flash Wolves, yes, they have the Sonolux working for them right now. Well, not so much in going into game 2, of course. But they are capable, of course, of moving out of that and bringing in, again, the bruisers, the marksmen in. And for MBR, one thing I feel like that we're missing in this puzzle, you know, they were known as the ghost team in the Indonesian region. They were known for bringing out all of those spooky ghosts, even 4 at a time, and we saw that in the group stages, how effective it really was. Why do you think they're holding back right now, TJ? I'm just curious as to why they aren't making their trademark plays over here in the playoffs.
Yeah, so what you're referring to is the Shadows Boots enchant, which of course you can tap, and it sends out a little heat-seeking ghost that finds you your nearest opponent. And it's very powerful if you're in a mid-game or late-game scenario and you're trying to find your opponents for skirmishes, for team fights across the map. Because in a game where warding is actually quite difficult, you can kind of cheat it a little bit. The reason MBR haven't run it once today is because they haven't once run a composition that wants to team fight in the late game. They've always been playing these compositions they want to play during the early and mid, and a huge part of that is because they keep having their Nunu taken away, they keep having their Varus taken away, their ideal composition keeps being denied to them. So if MBR draft for the late game, if they draft to match Flash Wolves in the hyper late game, and it goes well for them, they're at an even game state, I do expect to see those shadows return.
Yeah, and it should be interesting indeed. And I just noticed that TJ, he just totally didn't. He just didn't mind. He just ignored it.
Yeah, no, I'm not paying any attention to your hat because I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna do a segue. You're gonna do a smooth transition. Do you want me to set it up for you? Mika,
no,
I've noticed you have a hat on.
Oh, how about that? Oh, look at that!
Whoa, what does it say on that hat, Mika?
It says it's One Esports, so I guess you guys can go over to One Esports GG, get your daily dose of esports at the home of esports heroes. There you go.
That's crazy, Mika. That was such a good transition. I loved how you used your hat, and then it was the same as the sponsor. That's so cool.
I know! Who knew, right?
You guys are amazing.
I saw your face, by the way, Rafa, when it came back, and I had my cap on. That's really difficult with my headphones, by the way. But yes,
yeah, I was impressed by that, actually. Putting a hat on top of headphones is next level strategy.
I'll show you the secret later. But yes, going into game 3 right now with Flash Wolves and MBR. It is down to the wire, and I feel like, you know, both of these teams, we mentioned that Demon is still, you know, unknown, status unknown. MBR, they still have, you know, other strategies up their sleeve that we're not seeing here. It is now down to the wire, and whatever strategies these guys might have up their sleeves, they have to bring it out right now as we enter Champ Select for game 3. Now, since we have the Sona and the Lux being a real pest over here to MBR, what do you think we'll be seeing on the side of Flash Wolves? Are they likely to bring the Sonolux out once more?
I mean, one of the things I do want to flag here is this is an elimination match. The loser of this goes home from the tournament. Like, they are done. Their C-Champs dream is over. And it would be, frankly, a huge upset if MBR took down Flash Wolves here. Flash Wolves are the number 2 team after the Taiwan region. And they're incredibly good. They've got a very long legacy in esports in general, in League of Legends in general, but especially here in Wild Rift, where they've been dominant the entire time that this game has existed. They've always been in that top 2 out of the Taiwan region, always been in the top 4 at least in SEA. So, as a roundabout way of answering your question, I think the pressure is on Flash Wolves here. And I think we're going to see the very best form, the very safest form of Flash Wolves here. I think we're going to go for the double AD carry composition, and the reason I think we're going to get Demon in here and we're going to do the double AD carry composition is because if they screw this up, it will be such a massive upset. It will be such a massive failure, frankly, for Flash Wolves, considering the expectations they're held to. The pressure is on. They're not going to feel comfortable taking any risks here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I feel like MBR Esports, you know, they literally have nothing to lose right now. Nobody expected them to come this far, and even in the Indonesia Icon series, again, you know, even their own region was surprised by how well they performed. So the fact that they have already, you know, reached here all the way to the playoffs, began in the upper bracket even, that is already, you know, momentous enough. And the fact that this is the first Indonesian team as well to reach the playoffs of the SEA Championships. In the Summer Super Cup, we didn't have any. That is history already made. So you're absolutely right. I feel like there's more pressure on the side of Flash Wolves, Indonesian team. They are already happy, I guess, you know, and fulfilled with how they perform, where they are right now. For sure, it's going to be exciting to see them in the future. You know, looking into, you know, future Wild Rift tournaments over there. I thought you were gonna. I was gonna segue into the future.
I like the future is over my side. Yeah, and we have just received word that the players aren't ready for Champion Select. We would normally be going into Champion Select, but just for full transparency, they're taking a little bit more time. Maybe some tech issues, maybe the moment getting to them a little bit, as this is an elimination game.
I mean,
so I want to take a step back and actually talk about the thread you are pulling on, Mika. And Rafa, I'll throw this to you. But MBR earlier in this tournament talked about this. They said that one of the things they wanted to prove was that they could compete with the very best, even though they're a smaller organization from a smaller region. And I think no matter what happens here in Game 3, the fact that MBR are here should be victory enough. They have already demonstrated that they can punch so far above their weight class, that they can play so well against these teams that have so much more in the way of resources, in the way of history in League of Legends. Like, they are doing so well just to be here.
Exactly.
It absolutely couldn't agree more. I mean, MBR, I feel like, especially after winning that game 2, the pressure has been alleviated a bit, because if they're coming in as the team not expected to win, then they can play with full confidence, saying, you know what, we're doing our very best, and even if we don't, it's not like the pressure expectations are on us. Can't say the same about Flash Wolves. And I imagine one of the reasons probably why the players aren't ready to go into draft yet is because the Flash Wolves are trying to take as much time as they can to really just make sure that the players are in the right mindset going into this potentially last game, because that game 2 was very long, and it was almost mentally draining for the members of Flash Wolves, because there is, for the past 4 minutes of the game, they were trying to tug at this Baron. They got a pick onto the Kazakhs, trying to rout him off. They go back to the Baron, they bait an Onion King, they get another pick, and they're thinking, okay, surely we can now finish this Baron. They can't yet. They have to get another pick onto the Ahri. And it's like, all right, now it's just Ziggs and Nami. There's no way that we cannot do this Baron. But Ziggs, the late game, still does a crap ton of damage. And so he throws down the Mega Inferno Bomb, causes one of the members to die, and then Flash Roll's like, I guess we just can't do Baron. And because they were so committed to trying to get that objective for them, they lost the inhibitor tower on the bottom side of the map. That gave basically a 6-man worth of pressure for the rest of MBR to now force Flash Wolves away from the Baron side. They secure that, and then to be put in that situation where Flash Wolves were so close to just ending the game out, getting rid of the anxiety and the kind of the stress of potentially losing this series and being knocked out early in the tournament. It was lost in that moment, and now they have to play one last game. So for Flash Wolves, it just seems like maybe they're trying to take as much time as they can. Maybe, you know, I'm hoping the players are all right going into this game, because if it's taking this long, then, you know, I can only imagine.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's.
I feel like MBR, you know, we saw them earlier, chilling on the couch. Ailur was, you know, yeah, they're reviving, they're relaxed, so you can really see that, you know, at least MBR, they know whatever result they're gonna have at the end of the series. They will be, of course, down in the history books as the first Indonesian team to make it this far into our Wild Rift SEA Championship. So there is that, and yes, for Flash Wolves, immense amount of pressure on them, especially because of that pedigree, because of that history. But yes, you were saying, TJ.
I was just gonna kind of lean into, we've been very critical of the Flash Wolves late game, kind of alternately. I'm actually a bit of a fan of the way Flash Wolves take their time to close games. But the net result of it is that they continually end up playing these, 30-minute drag-out games that are decided in the 30th minute. And that takes time, that takes energy, and the Flash Wolves players, of course, have presumably been here and watching these games from earlier today as they needed to prep to play MBR. So you've been there, you've been setting up, you've been waiting to play for hours at this point. It's a very late night, or it's getting to be. This is a very difficult game for both these players. MBR, of course, did play earlier today, and then had to wait the entire time in order to play now for a second time. So it's getting very late, and this is frankly usually when we start seeing mistakes. We have this happen a couple of times during the play-in stages and the group stages when we're running 12-hour days. Thankfully, it's not that bad here today yet, but when we were running 12-hour days, your last couple of games, you would notice things get messier and more dangerous. So I think it's a real testament to the caliber of these two teams that we've seen some very incredible play throughout this series. Especially, of course, to MBR, who, as you were saying, are doing incredibly well by their region, incredibly well by their teammates to get this far in the tournament, to punch up against Flash Wolves, and now be in a game number 3 of an elimination match.
Exactly, and we will get to that game 3 in just a bit. For now, we have to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, we are going to get the resolution between Flash Wolves and MBR Esports. Welcome back to the C Championships, and we are just about to get into Game 3 between Flash Wolves and MBR Esports. While we wait for the players to get ready, I actually wanted to ask you guys, particularly you, TJ, since you weren't here a while ago,
I'm just
for
that chick Rafa, we're just vibing. Sorry.
I'm crossing my fingers, hoping
for it.
that now that through the break that the players were able to resolve the issues that was delaying the.
You were also giving the camera like a little bit of
yeah,
a blue steel, which I tried to emulate and I couldn't really do.
Oh, blue steel? Wait, what do you mean by blue steel?
You were getting the model look. You
No.
were like,
the
under the catwalk, really nailing it. You know? Yeah,
Yeah.
that was it. See, I can't do that. I don't have that
Look at that.
charisma.
You
Sorry,
can
you were asking me
try.
a question, Mika.
You can try it. Go ahead.
I did. It failed. I'm not doing it again. You either saw it or you didn't.
I
Go
did
back
it.
and
It's
do
on the
the
stream.
vlog.
Can somebody clip that? Can somebody clip that? We gotta bring it up. We gotta bring it up. It's very rare that we get to have those practices. I know, looking at rap.
Okay.
Distracting, isn't it?
Yes,
Honestly, I think that's the strategy that MBR got to go with because they have the momentum right now. They have Flash Wolves caught like deer in headlights right now. And so at this point, MBR in this last draft, they got to hit them with the, they just got to catch them off guard. And then Flash Wolves is going to be like, holy crap, what do we do?
Rafa, I'm trying to stay with you. It was a really good look into the camera. I do not think the analogy landed. I do not know how that map's on the Wild Rift. I'm gonna be real with you.
It's okay. Well,
It was a good try.
It is
It
almost
was
8
a really
a.m.
good try. I liked it. You looked into the camera, it looked really good. I don't want to take that away from you. I just do not quite understand what you're trying to say.
TJ, at this point, it is almost 8 a.m. Me and Mika
I
have
noticed.
been vibing for the past 10 hours, I think, on the broadcast. So we're just full sending whatever comes out. And hopefully...
Rafa and I are both in North America, and I went to go get some water during the break, and the sunlight was streaming in as the new day begins. It's 7 a.m. for me, Rafa. Where are you at?
Good morning, you guys.
7:46 a.m., so almost 8 a.m. where I am. So
And Utah,
literally,
right? Are you in
yep,
Utah?
in Utah. Literally, my brother opened my door and was like, "You're still doing this?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. We're going on a whole marathon broadcast." He just woke up, and after this, I'm going to sleep.
Well,
So, excuse Rafa for when the analogy gets a little rough, is what I'm saying, you know?
It is very early in the morning over there in Utah. But yes, good morning, Rafa. And hopefully after this game 3, you get a bit of rest. But right now, I just want to throw it to some highlights over here. I believe we had an action-packed day, especially in our upper bracket matches. Check these highlights out as we give you the best.
So this is what I'm talking about. This Baron fight, they got out Alvis, they got Radiance, and then they start up the Baron, and they're like, okay, well, Onion King wants to stall it out, and so they kill Onion King, and they think, okay, surely this Baron is ours, but Tyler has no mana at this point. He literally has no mana, but he then just has enough to throw out a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Flash Wolves are like, oh my god, we can't do Baron anymore.
A truly tragic moment. And we did just get word that, very briefly, there might have been an interruption for some viewers, so we'd just like to welcome back.
That's
and
right.
as we were saying before we left, we are still waiting on the champion select for that Game 3 between MBR and Flash Wolves, our very final game of the evening. It'll be an elimination game, so it's very important. Loser out of the tournament entirely, but they are still having some technical issues heading into the champion select. So as soon as that gets resolved, we'll be right into it, I promise. We're not just talking for the sake of it.
Yes. And TJ's promises, you know, they're real. They're real, I just have to
That's
say.
not true at all.
He
My
definitely
promises
keeps them.
aren't worth
I'm
anything.
trying to sell this to the audience right now.
Sorry.
You
Yes, you can
promise.
always
You
trust
promise.
me.
You promise that we go to a game 3 and we're gonna hold you to that promise right there. But I did want to ask you guys, of course, because we did have a long day. I think you had to say goodbye to Divine Esports a little earlier. I want to kind of like flash back to the upper bracket where we did have our first matches of the day. I know, Raph, it seems so very long ago, almost like weeks even. But I can't stop looking at you. You're doing the face.
It's the long day settling in, and you finally see the, for you guys, the sun is starting to set, but for me and TJ, the sun has just rose. But, looking at our other series matchups that are going to be starting tomorrow on the second day of the playoffs broadcast, I think that is going to be a cool little tidbit that we can start talking about in anticipation after the conclusion of this last game. Because SBTC are going to be taking on Team Secret. And Team Secret, I think, showed some really exciting stuff that, the region of the Philippines are really going to be excited about, because SBTC is going to be the ultimate benchmark test. If you can get past SBTC, you're actually in a really solid spot to make the top, 2 spots in the grand finals.
Exactly, and I think this is a remake of the, sorry about that, TJ, but I think this was a remake of one of the matches in the Summer Super Cup where I think Team Secret got eliminated.
Yeah, SBTC did knock out Team Secret in the Summer Super Cup, if my memory is serving me correctly. And we did see a different Team Secret today. At the very beginning of the day, if you didn't catch that match live, Team Secret took down MBR Esports, knocking them down into this match here. And they did so 3-0 in a best-of-5 series, looking pretty dominant. So, if we see more of that Team Secret form where their individual performers really came online for the first time that tournament, Tatsuri and Azar were dominating the map in a way that we haven't seen, frankly, since they were playing in the PPGL, the regional league for the Philippines, then they genuinely do have a shot versus SBTC, who are one of the top teams in the world. So, if you're a Philippines fan, obviously tune in tomorrow to watch your team, but also tune in tomorrow and maybe have a little bit of hope, that actually could be a very important match, because if Team Secret demonstrate they can beat SBTC, well, it's not clean sailing from there, but I think SBTC are very likely the biggest challenge in that bracket.
Yeah, I think so too, especially since they did top the Group B leaderboards. We saw them towards the end of the group stages when they were on top form, looking really scary. We pointed this out, that Julie and TF, such incredible players that I think every single team needs to fear going into, whether or not, if they fall to the lower bracket, you still gotta be scared of them. And on the side of Eva's Esports, they were looking on top form as well. Their gameplay was excellent against Divine Esports, and yeah, it was something that, again, we didn't quite see in the group stages. But now that we entered the playoffs, there is that playoff buff coming in for the likes of Eva's Esports and SBTC. And Rafa, we did see those matches earlier, and I'm looking forward to the possible matchup between, maybe we get the rematch between Evas and SBTC again. Or we do have Evas and Team Secret, whichever goes first.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, though, because, well, 2 things. First of all, Evos did look really good today. This was a level of Evos play that we haven't seen in a very long time. This looked like the Evos that won the Summer Super Cup. This looked like the championship Evos. As they controlled the map, Valdez came online as an individual performer in a way we haven't seen this tournament. And frankly, that wasn't what I expected. Divine blasted through the group. Evos looked a little shaky. And we saw kind of a playoff buff of Evos, it felt like, coming online and dialing everything in for the first time this tournament. in a way that shakes up that upper bracket. And the reason it shakes up that upper bracket is because previously, either Divine or EVOS, whoever got out of that first match, I would have said Buriram United, who they play next, had a very good shot of taking them down. I don't think that's true if EVOS show up as they played today. I think EVOS as they played today beat Buriram and look like the scariest team in that bracket. You may have noticed, though, there's logical inconsistency. I said SBTC were the best team in that bracket. And that's because I don't know what EVOS were getting. I've only seen the good EVOS once. Does it exist on multiple days? Did it only happen today because of the alignment to the moon? Who knows? And if we don't see that performance tomorrow, if we don't see that consistency, then I think SBTC are very likely the top team in the bracket. Buriram are scary. They look really good, but they don't, it feels like, have the raw firepower in terms of aggressive players to match some of these Vietnamese teams.
I think this is what I would look at, TJ, because if you take the play-in results where Divine 3-0'd Buriram, and then Evo just came in with that same swagger that really took us all by surprise, 3-1-ing Divine Esports, and I would, as long as they come in with that same
You do
level,
esports math.
I love esports math, TJ, because it's results-based analysis.
Plus this team is greater than this team, and therefore this team, it gets dangerous, Rafa. It gets dangerous real fast.
Let's actually pull up the brackets right now so we can visualize this like a little bit better. We had this exercise, I believe, earlier on. We actually get to do it, yay, live on stream right now. So I was actually thinking, and hear me out on this, Buriram United versus EVOS advance, and that would mean SBTC and Team Secret. I want to say Team Secret advance, but it's probably SBTC. We get EVOS and
faith,
SBTC.
Mika.
I know, okay.
Go for the home team, say it.
I'm just giving, okay, I will show you my alternate timeline a little bit later where Team Secret emerges as the champion. But right now, EVOS and SBTC.
Loggers.
Yeah, copium galore. And I believe if it's down to EVOS and SBTC, I think SBTC are gonna win this time around. I don't know. I feel like right now they're on. Yeah, they have more adaptability coming into this.
The EVOS SBTC matchup is an incredible matchup, and I'd love to see that again. One of the things that's kind of interesting is, of course, the Summer Super Cup Finals rematch would be one team. One team took EVOS to Game 5 in the finals. Very close finals, went all the way down to a final Elder Drake. And one team are already down in the lower bracket. Not only are they already down in the lower bracket, they're awaiting the loser of Buriram and EVOS. So there is a possibility we get the Summer Super Cup rematch tomorrow. If Buriram pull off the regional upset, take down EVOS and drop them down to the lower bracket, then we'll have a kind of weak-looking one team who haven't seemed to be on the same form as they were during the Summer Super Cup, facing a kind of weak-looking EVOS who haven't seemed like they're on the same form as they were during the Summer Super Cup. And that, I think, bodes very well for the region, as you can see. Tons of different SEA teams kind of stepping up to the plate and outgrowing the previous champions, or at the very least challenging them, as we have seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like, because we keep bringing up the Summer Super Cup, how these teams were last time, had you asked me like months ago, it's like, oh, EVOS is the strongest team, and now it's like, I'm not exactly sure. Like, at this point, with the way our group stages have been going, with the way the matches have been going, it could be anybody's game right now. Between unfortunately, the 7 teams, because Divine Esports have been eliminated with the previous series. With the 7 teams we have, there is a possibility that either one of them could take that championship.
I mean, they did look like the top team in Southeast Asia today. And, that's not a lot. Like I said, who knows when EVOS shows up tomorrow? But if they can keep that form going, I'm kind of on the EVOS train.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, like, we had a meeting yesterday where we were kind of running through all our various predictions, how all of us thought the playoffs was going to go. And a lot of people were kind of the opinion that at the very least Divine were going to be in the finals, right?
Exactly.
And to see Divine just get, frankly, obliterated by EVOS today, and sent all the way out of the tournament, I think speaks very well of EVOS, and is a very good sign for them going forward.
Yeah. Rafa, sorry, you were saying?
No, I just TJ is absolutely right. When we were all, putting our caster brains together, only Contra was like, nah, Evos wins tomorrow. And we're like, that's crazy. It's totally Divine. Divine, like, completely stomped them in groups. And
oh my god.
SBTC stomped Evos as well. Evos just can't handle the Vietnamese aggression. But then Evos came in prepared. They had ways to diffuse and mitigate any, like, aggressive plays that they wanted to go for. And in this current form, I'm super excited to see what Evos can do for the rest of the tournament, because I'm kind of favoring them to now come out through the entire upper bracket, at least through Bury round. And then, therefore, you still need to get potentially through SBTC. However, if you are in Mika's timeline, and if you're in her world, you see Team Secret beating SBTC. And if that happens, then I don't even know what's going to happen for the rest of the playoffs, but it would be an exciting world that we live in. I'm in!
I'd watch it.
I'm excited.
I do also want to take a step back kind of here, and if we can, because again, we are still waiting on a technical issue to be resolved for a very final game of the day. I promise we're not holding you up intentionally. That'll get sorted. We'll get you into Champ Select as soon as possible. But I'd actually kind of like to take a step back here and say, of course, we are qualifying slots for the Horizon Cup. We are qualifying slots for the very first international competition here in Wild Rift. And I've said it a couple of times, I think the best team out of SEA is at the very least one of the top 2 teams in the world. I think there's the possibility that the best teams out of China, we saw OMG and Thunder Talkers, I believe, qualify today. OMG spent the entire tournament undefeated, and then Thunder Talkers randomly destroyed them in finals, so I don't really know what to take from that. But I do think OMG is incredibly good, and, OMG I think can go toe-to-toe. But if you are looking at the results we currently have, SEA is the best region in the world. That's been true in other mobile MOBAs, and I expect that to be true here today. So we need to start thinking about this as a, I think, direct comparison to the other regions. You have the Origin series that was just going on. Team Queso came out of that. You have the Summoner series, I know, coming up for you, Rafa, in North America. And we need to start kind of measuring these teams up internationally.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of the Summoner series, I'm really, really curious, Rafa, as to, who you think the representative will be.
Spill the beans.
I get to talk about my region. Let's go. All right, so here's the lowdown for anyone that doesn't pay attention to the NA Summoner series. I don't blame you, because
when can people find it? If people want to watch North American Wild Rift, where and when can they find it?
Well, TJ, starting, so the last chance qualifier, which is going to get the last 2 teams for the regional championships, will be streamed on Nerd Street, I believe. But for the regional championships, will actually be on the Wild Rift esports channel. So that's
right
cool.
Here, if you're on Twitch.
Yeah. So right on the same channel. But for a majority of the coverage has been on Giant Slayer Wild Rift. And that's both for Twitch, and they archive the VODs over on YouTube.
So if you are watching us on twitch.tv/WildRiftEsports, that's all one word, no space, Wild Rift Esports, you can hit that follow button and you can tune in to the Summoner series as well. When is that, Rafa? Let's complete the ad.
It's going to start October 8th. That'll be the regional championships, and that will determine the #1 seed that will represent NA at the Horizon Cup. Now, currently, the top 2 teams, like, just decidedly, has always been Tribe and Enemy. Now, Tribe has been kind of holding the #1 spot for the longest time, but we just had a third-party tournament through Rift Masters called the Rift Masters Invitational, and Enemy became the first team ever to take a best-of series over Tribe. No other team in North America has been successfully able to take down Tribe. Now, does that mean Enemy are now the #1 team in NA? Currently, by that record, but come to the regional championships, that's where the gauntlet is going to be thrown down. Enemy and Tribe still have that grudge match that they need to resolve, but I still want to give credit to 2 more teams in NA that I think will be dark horses in that tournament, both in Immortals and Sentinels, because Immortals have a really strong way of playing around objective fights, and Sentinels I think have really come out with some of the best drafts and macro gameplay that we've seen so far, after really just taking the entire summer just evolving and powering up, and they are the roster that have been together the longest as well.
Now, first of all, I can say this because I'm not casting the region. I'm a huge Sentinels fan, so that's my bias. Go support the Sentinels. Tell them TJ sent you. But second of all, the reason all of this is relevant, I think, to this conversation is because, as you know, if you follow me on Twitter, or Ban, the Riot head here of SEA Esports on Twitter, there was recently a little bit of a kerfuffle. There was recently a little bit of maybe Tribe Gaming, the #1 team out of North America, now Immortals, saying that they think they're the best team in the world. And I think that's a lot of fun because, of course, in the mobile MOBAs that I'm used to, North America always got destroyed every season.
Whoa!
And Southeast Asia always beat them. But many of those players have been world champions in other titles on that Immortals Tribe Gaming side. So there's a ton of experience there. There's a ton of international experience there, and I'm really looking forward to the way that works out.
So I'm really interested here. Rafa, you say that Tribe Gaming is the top team in North America. Let's project and say run something like EVOSys, since they currently have the crown of Southeast Asia, EVOSys draft. What do Tribe usually run? Like, what's their draft like?
So, as of recent, Tribe have really prioritized things like the Twisted Fate for their mid laner starting. They want to put starting on a champion that basically really does the same things that G4 does for Evos. He wants to roam, he wants to facilitate and snowball his side laners, because for Tribe, you're looking at Chuck, who is by far our best Baron laner that we have in the North American region. He mostly plays frontline duty, but if you give him access to things like the Riven, which he has picked up recently, he can put on massive carry performances. But you also have to look at old school Max Green, who are such a solid Dragon duo lane combo as well. So for Tribe, it's all about just trying to facilitate your side lanes. T-Tigers is also just an amazing jungler that can also roam with G4. So I would really compare Tribe to kind of similar what Evos wants to do. But I don't...
Rafa!
What's up?
You're forgetting a crucial bit! They don't play nearly as fast! They sit in lane! They're boring! They're gonna get destroyed!
Man.
Mark my words! North America has nothing! Now you want to talk about Team Queso? Those are my lads. They're also going to get destroyed by SEA, but they're coming out of Europe, and they look really good. They look really hot. I'll go for them. Horizon's going to be a lot of fun.
I think so as well. We are going to go into a quick break. Thank you so much for staying for this Rafa, Mika, and TJ podcast right here. A little bit of a teaser into the global scene right now. This tiny little podcast. We will be back after this quick break with Game 3 of the last series of Day 1 of the playoffs.
it's a game, I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. So just a game, you think I'm gonna play, but baby you should do whatever you need to erase me. Baby, 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 do whatever you need to erase me. Trying to be cool and find a way that I can stay a little late. On and on, my head is spinning round and round in circles, thinking of you. Losing my direction when I'm with you. When I'm with you.
Welcome back. You are still watching the Wild Rift C Championship. Once again, Mika Fabs over here, Rafa and TJ alongside me. And we hope that you are still along for the ride. You won't believe what these guys were up to while we were on that little break to sort out some technical issues. But yeah, that's why they're giggling. Maybe we'll tell you about it another time. But thank you so much for sticking with us down to our final game between MBR Esports and Flash Wolves. This is an elimination game, so it is still very, very important indeed. And we are happy to be back as we jump into Champ Select. Hope you guys are all set. I actually brought my dinner alongside me right here. So yeah.
Oh, very good. Can you show the camera? It's not on screen.
Oh, it is over here. It's actually a tuna tartare. Yeah, I had to rotate it to cover the logo because
It's just
it is neither.
It's just kind of a white.
Yeah,
cup. That could be anything.
Yeah,
It's
I have my chopsticks as well. It is neither Franklin Templeton nor One Esports. Unfortunately,
Right,
I don't think they make tuna tartare.
Check this out. It's
Just
a white
yet.
mug.
Wow,
I got
that is
chopsticks. I might be
fascinating.
drinking tuna tartare. Nobody knows. If
that's
you are
fascinating.
just joining us, or if you've forgotten because it has taken a while, this MBR Flash Wolves series did go to 3 games. Flash Wolves took a pretty dominant game number 1 off of a Lux Sona composition, and truly an impressive performance from Bruce on his mid-Ari. Game number 2, we flipped the draft up, Radiance against the Ari, and you try the Lux Sona comp again for Flash Wolves, and they just kind of get stomped by a full damage, full face rush composition from NBR. It's Radiant's turn to show up on the Ari. Elior has a truly astonishing performance on Ziggs, and that brought us here to game 3. When we did have some tech issues, it did take us a little bit of time, but we're on the other side of that now, and I believe we are about to get into Champion Select. So I'll turn it over to you, Rafa in particular. Is there anything, we should catch back up on? We're really looking for coming into this draft and this game 3?
Ari diff. That's all I'm going to say going into this draft. Because Ari has a 100% win ratio in this series so far. Bruce had a successful game on in game 1. And then on the flip side, Radiant's got the Ari in their hands. So whoever gets Ari in this draft, or if it gets banned, then, that's a completely different story. But if it's up on the table, whoever gets it, I predict will be the winner of this series.
I do have a question for you guys. Do you think we're seeing the Luxona for, a 3rd time coming into game 3?
No way.
No. That was good. Me and him, same page. I think Flash Wolves are going to run double AD carry. We talked about this on the other side, but this Flash Wolves up against the wire. This is Flash Wolves 1 game away from what would be an incredible upset if MBR took them down. MBR already performing incredibly well to get further than any other Indonesian region team this far. And I expect Flash Wolves are going to go back to their bread and butter, go back to the double AD carry, hyper late game composition, rely on their late game team fighting, rely on overwhelming late game damage, probably bring Demon back into the roster, and I think that will pay off.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the big questions as well on the side of Flash Wolves. That, where is Demon on this very important game? So far, we've seen locking, but we also do know that Flash Wolves are a completely different beast when Demon is in the Dragon Lane role. So hopefully we see him in action for this game 3. It is a very, very important one after all. One of these teams will be out of the tournament. Earlier, we saw Divine Esports unfortunately bow out of the tournament in what was probably one of the strangest, most unexpected twists here in the C Championships. Might I add, this is only day 1, so we are, very, very, we should strap ourselves in for even more twists as the days go on. But right now, Champ Select is ready. A long anticipated Champ Select.
We'll send it! 30 minutes in the waiting! 30 minutes in the making!
I love that. That is like...
You even see them on the screen as well. They're here to stay, and we have a draft! Let's go!
Let me tell you, 5-star wait time, 5-star Champ Select. This is going to be the greatest Champ Select in the history of Champion Selects.
That's a damn fact, TJ. And we already see the bands flying through the draft at the speed of light. Look at that MBR. They recognize that the Ari, they don't want Flash Wolves to touch it.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big takeaway to see the Ari here. One of the things I'm really looking for from Flash Wolves is that Nunu ban. I would be interested if they think it's worth letting the Nunu through here, because that would allow MBR to kind of default to their normal playstyle, getting that extra bonus tank from the jungle. Previously, they really did ban it. There's a high priority towards, or for Flash Wolves to ban out picks that allow MBR to front-to-back team fight. But here, after that last game where Alves really did show up playing a very good Kha'Zix, they've opted to go with the Kha'Zix as the second ban. That is mighty interesting to me.
They don't want the assassin in the hands of Alves because one thing we have to know, TJ, it's not Demon that's coming in for Flash Wolves.
Through.
It's locking. And you're right, Nunu is coming through the draft. Now, here's the cutter, though. Does Flash actually lock in the Nunu?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be really interesting. I don't think we've ever seen Flash Wolves on Nunu.
Not
ever.
yet. But there's a first time for everything, Mika. And it's gonna come in right now.
I like it. I like
Show
it.
me the Nunu.
I don't think Flash Wolves is first pick worthy against any team other than MBR, who use him so well. Alves is 5 wins, 3 losses on the Nunu over the course of the tournament.
Okay.
It's almost a surefire win whenever MBR gets it. They get so much extra value, it allows them to stack damage in Radiance and earlier in Onion King's hands, knowing they have that tank player in the jungle. And I think we're gonna see it. We do get the Renekton, the most dominant top laner in Ysera's hands. He'll be very happy to have that. He's incredibly good on the Renekton. MBR prioing these Ziggs that earlier did 60,000 damage on during the last game, during game 2.
Kind of sick. So, it's what kept MBR in the game, but they're going to pair with the Varus as well. So now you have insane long-range damage and poke, and also ways to finish off any burst that MBR supplements with at the engage of the fight.
But they don't have any frontline yet, and Onion King doesn't play tanky frontliners. So... Oh, surely not. So, MBR need this Nunu jungle to make this draft work. The gamble they're taking is that Flash Wolves don't run Nunu jungle, and they don't need to pick it in prio. And that's a smart play, and I like it. I would be incredibly surprised if MBR get all the way through this draft without the Nunu, without the tank jungler. Over on the Flash Wolves side, the reason we both just freaked out is because this is luck Sona yet again. They've run it 3 games in a row, and this game it's actually quite dangerous because MBR have a really good late game composition between the Varus, between the Ziggs. They're going to be able to poke away at Sona Seraphine, or at Sona Lux, sorry. And that's really worrying, I think, for Flash Wolves. If they draft this playstyle into MBR, MBR will go with the Nunu here, and then I want to see them pull out one more assassin, probably a Riven in the top lane, if we can see that, a Riven in the top or jungle, presumably top lane. That would give me a lot of hope here, and I would frankly think the Flash Wolves are in trouble for this game number 4. We will see the Nami again as the support. They're saving, so the reason you go Nami here is because that gives you counter pick for the final picks here. So Flash Wolves are going to lock everything in, and they're not going to know what this top laner is until the very end. So MBR are going to have that advantage.
Now this time around, there hasn't been a Jarvan locked in for MBR, so Flash Wolves feel a bit more confident taking the Olaf at this rate, because despite all the crowd control, the tidal wave, the chain of corruptions, the Hextech minefield, and even the snowball, you can run through it all with Ragnarok, and Riven's gonna come through, or Onion King.
I mean, I'll say it. I think Flash Wolves have lost this draft, Rafa. Yeah, they have the Olaf. Yeah, they have a ton of mid-game power. But if Flash Wolves don't win in the mid-game, I don't think they win this game at all. They have a window from like the 10 to 15 minute mark where they are really strong, as a team, really strong. So they need to do 2 things. One, they need to get to the 10-minute mark. They need to bring the bottom lane online, that Sona Lux online, and there's the possibility that they'll just get turbo ganked in the early game and not get to do that. With this composition for MBR, I think that's unlikely. I think they'll probably survive the first 5 minutes pretty comfortably. Then we're going to go to the period of game where Flash Wolves have to win. Because if they don't, you have Varus coming online, you have an incredibly tanky frontline from this Nunu, you have the Riven doing so much damage, and of course you have that Ziggs beginning to stack up sustained damage. With Varus, with Ziggs pumping damage over the top of the front-to-back team comp, it doesn't matter that you're running a ton of stun, that you're running a ton of front-to-back yourself, you are just going to lose to that damage. Sona Lux does not out-damage Ziggs Varus.
It doesn't out-sustain it either, which is the big concern for me for Flash Wolves going into this final game, because they're putting a lot of hope and a lot of faith in that they can cleanly execute and close out the game on that mid-game window. I'm not sure if I'm convinced, because if we saw what happened in Game 2, they had a similar window and they couldn't do it because the Ziggs got to the point where they couldn't even safely take Baron when Ziggs was literally the only champion left alive. So if you're MBR and if you're fans from the Indonesian region, I think you're pretty hopeful about moving on to the next round.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good sign. I do just want to slip one more thing under the wire here. The reason why that mid-game window is so good for Flash Wolves is that Diana. Watch the Diana. If she finds value, Flash Wolves can close this game.
And that is additional homework once again for TJ. Now, I know we didn't think that the Sona Lux would get a third game, but apparently they do up against MBR with that pocket pick in the Nunu and Willem. We're gonna see which team will advance into day 2 of our playoffs and which team will be out of the tournament. Here's game 3. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. This is the last game, the last series for the day. Flash Wolves up against MBR Esports in a do-or-die match, with MBR going back with Nuno and Willem, synonymous to the name of Alvis.
Yeah, it's a do or die, just as you mentioned, Infinity. That one game that will determine it all. Who will be able to move on and continue their journey in the Sea Champs, or will go home tonight. It's going to be very exciting, considering the fact that both Ziggs and Varus are on the side of MBR. So this is an insanely very high range, long range composition. But for Flash Wolves, the question would always be, how do you try and reach the backline of MBR? They have Cookie. There's only usually 2 answers, either an Olaf, therefore you ignore everything else in front of you with Ragnarok, or a Jarvan 4. Now you have one option, you got the movement speed coming from locking as well, to send Bruce that movement speed, possibly try to get that dash on the board, get that big moonfall. And I think it's a little bit difficult if there's a Nunu that would stand in your way. Absolute Zero to zone away the rest of Flash Wolves, and as well as Onion Knight's flanks or possible chaotic attempts to deter any of the Flash Wolves to push forward.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned about the backline axis, and I think that's very important for Flash Wolves because, as TJ stated it, it's Varus and Ziggs looking very, very great on top of that pedestal in that late game because of so much damage, and you're looking at Alvis being the frontliners and Onion King actually scaling when it comes to damage and sustainability as well. So it is going to be so much difficult, and Flash Wolves needs to get that early game, and now it's Cookie just jumping in top side, flash over the wall, gets the kill, first blood.
Axe to the face. Onion gets greeted with that first blood for Flash Wolves, and it was effortless again. This has been the setup since the first 2 games in this series, where Sarah will win the 1v1. If it's not enough, Cookie's just gonna follow and finish off the kill. And that is something that we didn't see in game number 2. Here comes the first gank.
Snowball, knock up, look at that, and MBR Esports forces the flash away from Eason. Light binding will connect though, huge earlier, very low, but no mana as you stated, no follow-up, and Flash Wolves will not be able to secure the kill onto the ADC of MBR.
I think that's a pretty sweet deal, the fact that Eason burned a flash and a barrier. Alvis can make a turnaround, can basically make a loop on his route and see if they can immediately destroy Eason, eliminate Eason rather.
Ooh.
Oh, so close.
so close. Ignite will burn him away to 1 HP, but no follow-up to actually secure the kill. Look at Bruce though. Moonfall connects onto 2. Huge damage coming up, and Cookie will just secure the kill onto Alves. 1v1. Radiant's up against Cookie, but look at the backside. Tobu comes into the fray, locking as well, and this will be Cookie staying alive. Bruce, very low on HP. Onion King tries to reach him up, but so far so good as Zera locks and intercepts. MBR will not get the kill.
Exactly. This is Cookie with 2 kills. Imagine if Eason is involved, if Locking is involved as well. This is the perfect setup for a potential snowbally Cookie on an Olaf, and that's definitely something that MBR doesn't want, because CC's don't work on on an Olaf that is currently on Ragnarok mode. So it's gonna be a little bit worrisome for basically Airlier and as well as Radiance, who are very incredibly squishy targets.
Yeah, and on top of all that, Ragnarok is not the ultimate that has the longest cooldown, pretty much relatively fast. So I think Cookie will be the center of it all for Flash Wolves. Also, on top of Bruce and Sarah, on how they played in that game number 1 a while ago was phenomenal. And game number 2 was not that great, but I think in this one, Bruce is known to play this Diana very aggressively. And so far, it has shown dividends, getting that first assist or 1 kill into the mid lane up against MBR.
Yeah, remember, this is Bruce's constant go-to, even during their local qualifiers in the Taiwan region. And as well as, again, Diana has enabled Bruce to basically farm from the side lanes, but hold that thought.
Tidal wave, but a snowball will not connect onto anyone. 2 ultimates actually used it down, and MBR Esports holding on. 1 HP for Onion King, still gonna be alive, but Azera just burns him away with a Ignite, and 3rd kill for Flash Wolves.
A lot of ults burned. Bruce still has the Moonfall. And MBR still has a bunch of ammunition. Oh,
Sarah slashing and dicing, going in, killing down Radiance. Another kill for Flash Wolves. Moonfall gonna be massive from Bruce, and he gets another kill. Alvis will fall.
Again?
Bruce tries to initiate 1 more, but he misses down as Arlier will live.
Now that was just too close. Again, usually, once the crescent kicks in, usually you want to move forward to dash to avoid that. And that's exactly what Airlier did. Or rather, what the Varus did. And now the Infernal Drake has been reset once more. Ragnarok is going to be back online, but Bruce's Moonfall is going to be very important. And that's not going to be available, especially MBR. It's just free to pressure via poke. There's 2 poke champions on the opposite side.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see how they're able to withstand. As again, there are heals going on so far from Flash Wolves. During the early game, the pokes ain't as significant yet.
And both these teams wants that Infernal Dragon, both for MBR and Flash Wolves, because it will benefit them a lot in the late game. But we'll see. As so far, Light Binding with a final spark puts Radiant at a very low HP, but the Chain of Corruption locks down Isra as MBR Esports gets a kill on the Flash Wolf. Now Onion King goes back, that's a stun, and Wind Slash will put Bruce in a very low HP. The Ignite will burn him away, but that's a clutch locking with the shield.
I don't think the teams can get Infernal Drake anytime soon, as long as the junglers are still alive. Especially the fact that even though you get 1 pick, if it's not any of the poke champions on the side of MBR, Flash Wolves will not be able to comfortably take this Infernal. And the same goes for MBR. If you only eliminate Locking, there's still the threat, or Sarah, there is still the threat of Cookie re-engaging with the movement speed with the shields and basically barring you down. Bruce as well has been making solo plays on his own. Onion King
has information.
There's a ward.
Yeah. And they noticed this very, very late, and that brush was just disintegrated by that ward. And MBR Esports, no. You know what? Onion King was just a meme in the bot side, just playing around up against Flash Wolves in that net brush. But here it's Bruce going for the Moonfall, connects onto 1, knocks up onto Radiance. Light Binding will connect, final spark, a lot of damage. Radiance very low in HP, and Flash Wolves just hovering around, will not get the secured kill once again. They both are just going for damage.
That's the thing. Flash Wolves had burned so many ults. This is the part where MBR
By the
can
way-
engage.
Yeah, now that's a two-man knockup, and Onion King just jumps in. But Flash Wolves will secure the Infernal Dragon, and MBR Esports trying to go back, but Azera comes in, slicing and dicing, and now that's a kill, as Radiance will die, and now Tobu will be next. Azera will just jump up, but Tobu will just clutch himself with that movement speed, saving himself. But Flash Wolves gets the 2, and also the Infernal Dragon.
Alvis was quite far away. He was busy getting the Rift Scuttler near the Rift Herald. And that's exactly why, you know, Flash Wolves was very brave to basically initiate the Infernal Drake. Jungler opposite jungler far away, that is their cue. And really good stun coming from Ysera as well to deter Alvis from going near and possibly maybe even getting a steal. And I think at that time, you know, MBR possibly could have gotten a trade Rift Herald for Infernal, but they were really adamant about that first Drake of the game.
Now,
Nice
Azera
start.
looking for that kill, looking for that hunt, and Bruce will go away, and Moonfall gets the kill. Radiance once again will be slain as Flash Wolves will take it with the Tower First Blood.
Tower First Blood, and on top of that, still keeping the Rift Herald into the mid lane. They can definitely get a second tower down and open up mid, just because Radiance is not around.
Yeah, and Alvis is just there. Snowball zones them away. But Flash Wolves, in the first 9 minutes into the matchup, gets 2 turrets, the Rift Herald and the Infernal Dragon. Absolutely phenomenal early game here for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, remember game number 2, win conditions. Ysera winning the Onion King 1v1. Koki swooping in, possibly getting a kill. That just basically happened earlier. And Bruce getting ahead is also one of the win conditions coming from Flash Wolves. And so far, so good. 2-1-3 already on this Diana. One of his best and frequent picks ever since the local qualifiers. And these are basically the conditions set. MBR has to slow down the game. They have the capability of doing so. They have a lot of wave clear in the form of the Varus and as well as the Ziggs. So we'll see. Now, they're going to set up for another dive here. Alvis, can he stop this?
3-man flank of Flash Wolves setting up. Will not do so, but Ysera in their front lines just went in for the slice. Stuns up Radiance. Will not secure the kill. Not enough damage. MBR Esports will not lose any members out of that.
Yeah, that's some nasty damage coming from Ysera here. And look at this. We talked about this before. Bruce on the Diana would always farm in the side lanes. And that's exactly how, like on top of kills, that is exactly how he's able to be constantly generating gold. And the next time you meet, you'll just be surprised. Like, what is this damage? What is this lead? And we're seeing it now on your screen. There's 2k gold lead in favor of Bruce on this Diana. I feel like Flash Wolves are ready to fight again, as we get to see Cookie down below without the assistance of the double utility just yet. But a dive is inevitable. This is happening.
Flash Wolves going in top side. Alvis jumps up. It's a knock-up, but here it's a 4-man roam that you can't hide. The Flash Wolves will just push them away, and now MBR Esports will lose another turret bot lane.
7k gold lead already for Flash Wolves. And they're slowly creeping in when it comes to map control, even the vision as well, on the side of MBR's jungle. And it's looking really good so far for Flash Wolves. We talked about the 3 conditions. Even Cookie getting 303 is a huge bonus itself. So now MBR has no access for this dragon unless they get a kill, unless they bait out ults from Cookie, from Locking, from Bruce perhaps. That is the ideal situation. They can bait out ults most likely because they have a lot of poke. And I think that is the ideal situation that they're going to be looking for.
And they have to, because if Flash Wolves secures the Ocean Dragon, more sustainability for Flash Wolves in the late game. And if they lose it, MBR Esports gonna have much more harder time to burst them away. And now Flash Wolves going in, secures the Ocean Dragon title away from MBR Esports, zones away the enemy team, but a knock-up, no follow-up though, and Tobu will die, and Flash will still secure another kill for their team.
The slow was there, but the damage was not present.
Onion King
Onion
gonna be
King's gonna
ganked
fall.
up, and now Isser just jumps in, gets a kill, but Ignite burning him away. Onion King will be burned onions, and Flash Wolves will secure another.
Burned onions. I can actually smell it right now.
It's not just any burnt onions, it's caramelized onions.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's fancy onions.
But it's just so crazy now. MBR, they had a phenomenal game, game number 2, where they put Radiance in a champion that is able to play make in the mid lane. And now he doesn't have access to that, basically on the Ziggs, alongside with another poke champion here. Aelure will have to heavily rely on Onion King and Alvis's setups, just to see if they can funnel in all their skill shots. Especially Tobu's bubbles as well are very, very important. But so far, it's looking really dire. There is still that scaling coming from Radiance. We've seen it before. Red side Ziggs able to rain in bombs behind the Baron Pit if ever Flash Wolves attempts to do so. And it's possible because Flash Wolves, they take their time. We're looking into that 20-minute win condition, which is the 4th one for Flash Wolves, and that means Radiance can scale.
Yeah, definitely. And pretty much, MBR Esports needs to hold on. They're only building up to their second core items, and that will boost up the damage from Radiance and earlier. If they could utilize that damage output up against Flash Wolves, they could potentially make this back. But for now, Flash Wolves utilizing their gold lead to pressure in MBR Esports, even if it's their very own jungle.
Yeah, they're hoping to possibly find a punish here. But Flash Wolves is always, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna get out. If they're fast with their decision to not overstay their welcome, then they're not gonna get poked out too much.
No,
Baron now being started though.
And MBR Esports is just lying around the corner. If they could do this, half HP for Baron. MBR Esports, you need to do something. Tidal Wave will start this up, though knock up, and this will give information to MBR Esports, but this will be too late as Flash Wolves will get the Baron, and now Alvis enter front lines, tries to disengage the enemy team, and MBR Esports will not do anything about it, will not get the trade, and Flash Wolves is happy with that objective.
Airy, Shields, Solari, Locket, that's... You saw the Mega Inferno Bomb did not do anything at all, despite having... Well, it is not the Ludens Echo into the Rabadons. It is definitely more of that survivability. Therefore, damage output-wise, this Ziggs will definitely need more oomph. And that is exactly what we saw. On top of the thick shields that Flash Wolves had, MBR, their damage output, looking to be a little bit non-existent.
Yeah, it's slower pacing here for the scaling for MBR Esports. I think the Rod of Ages is more so a precautionary measure of how Flash Wolves get this hyper aggression in the early game. And with that said, with that lack of damage, Flash Wolves will get 2 tier 2 turns, potentially even 3rd. But what? Israel with Ignite burns away Onion King once again.
And that's gonna be a 4v5, 40 seconds without Onion King. This is a Baron Siege. This is the game.
Tidal Wave, 2-man knockoff, Chain of Corruption to follow up, but this will not be enough to bring down Flash Wolves. They are flashing and they are howling, and MBR Esports is trying to hold on as the Nexus will be the only one left to defend as the last inhibitor turret will fall down as well. And Flash Wolves now crashing down. Nexus is half HP. They're going through. They're winning it, and this will change. Flash Wolves will come through and win the series.
And they continue their journey over to the Sea Championships, over to, again, able to continue their journey and sending MBR home. It is a very, very close series so far. It looked pretty dicey, especially when we looked at game number 2. But they pulled through, putting Bruce on this champion that he constantly relies on to get that early lead and to play make on his own.
Yeah, the center of it all, it's Bruce taking it away. That Diana playstyle, his high mechanics on that champion, absolutely insanity of how he played it. And now we're seeing it on our screen. Victory for Flash Wolves 2-1 in this series. MBR Esports a while ago took their second game, but cannot follow through for the third game.
I know, I'm just so excited to see their identity as Flash Wolves from here on out. There is that that interesting twist where, you know, it's not always going to be the Ziggs bottom lane. It's not always going to be this Orianna for locking, but also the Sona Lux duo that can empower any of the carries from Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and more of that analysis is through the analyst desk. Is it a one-sided game? Is it the landslide? Is it an equal level playing field for both these teams? I don't know. Maybe the analyst desk can give us some answers on those questions. Mika, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, and there you have it. Flash Wolves claim victory over MBR Esports for our final series of the day. And I gotta say, I didn't think that we would see the Lux and Sona for a third time, but again, Flash Wolves managed to pull through. TJ, I'm gonna throw this to you at first. Post-game, we didn't think at first that, you know, Flash Wolves would be able to rally back after losing. You know, we did mention that they were on a time limit, and MBR showed signs of coming back. I mean, like, you know, what do you think about that and how they managed to be able to still get that one up over MBR?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I fit that last little tag in before we went into game, because I was like, you know, the one thing that Flash Wolves really have going for this draft is that this Diana can take over the game. And I'll admit, it's been a late broadcast. I forgot one tiny detail, which of course is that it was Bruce playing the Diana. So of course he took over the game. Bruce steps up, and as he has so many times this tournament for Flash Wolves, just dominates the mid game, the exact point in which Flash Wolves needed to win, needed to build a massive advantage, and that's exactly what happens. Bruce takes over, starts the ball rolling, and they do so much damage that even though MBR are coming online, even though you can see the damage values starting to build up, they're at a 10,000 gold deficit. And Flash Wolves uncharacteristically really press their advantage, because they know if they keep this game going, it gets a little bit more dangerous, and they're able to break all three inhib turrets and then escort all three waves in simultaneously, and there's just nothing MBR can do about it.
They learned their lesson from Game 2, TJ. They recognized that the last time they played against the Ziggs and it went super late, they looked at that Baron and they said, if this Ziggs gets 4 or 5 items, we can never take this Baron again unless he's dead. And they have a Nunu as well, so we don't ever want to go late, because then anytime we flip for Baron, we flip for Elder Dragon. If Nunu gets into the pit, it's no longer a flip, it's just there, because you cannot outsmite, consume smite. Even when you have Olaf, who you can kind of like cheat your way with it, because smite plus reckless swing gives you a nice bit of burst damage. But I mean, reckless swing max rank I think gives you maybe like about an additional 300, 400 true damage. Consume gives you 980, man. that's way more. Plus, if he's taking the Mastermind rune, it makes it about 1080. So you just can't compete with it. And for Flash Wolves and for Taiwanese fans, they can thank their lucky stars, because my goodness, Flash Wolves not only jumped right on the mid-game power spike that they had, but they executed on it, and they did not let go of the gas pedal once they stomped on it and floored it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. Really, of course, wanted to get into Game 3. Definitely said, hey, we are the ones wrapping out this lower bracket series. We are the ones continuing our journey over here. But on the side of MBR, I do have to say this is a job well done on them. I mean, you know, not a lot of, like, you know, smaller organizations or teams can mention that, you know, they went head-to-head against somebody like Flash Wolves, and a team like Flash Wolves, teams like Team Secret, teams like One Team, and managed to hold their own. You know, we mentioned that they had a major roster shuffle right before the fall season. So this is still, you know, this is a testament to actually how strong they have been, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them in the future.
And I want to flag that MBR go out here. Unfortunately, they do leave this tournament, but they do so alongside Divine. Divine were the other team knocked out today. And to lose a team of Divine's caliber at this stage in the tournament is astonishing. And for MBR, who managed to stay in the tournament so long, who overperformed our expectations so much, I'm sure it is very disappointing to go out, but they have to be happy with this run. This is such a good performance for this roster, especially in their first season together, as you were underlining. And I can't wait to see what's going to come out from NBR next season, and what's going to come out from Indonesia as a region in upcoming seasons, because I think they have, you know, put a flag in the ground and demonstrated just how powerful the region can be.
Definitely, and again, let's remember that this was a team that even you know the fall season of the Indonesia ICA series were prepared to ride off. They had zero expectations for this team. Now they actually make it onto the international stage, so I think they should be very, very proud of how far they have come. But right now, we should also be very, very proud of our MVP of that series, and I think there wasn't even any doubt. I mean, right here, we do have Isan on the support. I actually thought it was gonna be Bruce. But I think it's because maybe Bruce has won the MVP, you know, several times already. We're gonna give it over to Isan this time. But yes, the backbone over here of Flash Wolves, and definitely sticking out with, you know, the whole Luxona duo in the Dragon Lane. Rafa, I want to get your thoughts over here on how Isan was really able to help propel Flash Wolves to this victory.
Played Lux, man. And the Lux...
You're right about that.
I mean, Flash Wolves were committed to the Sona Lux combo, and it finally paid off. And I will say, even in the game 2 loss, there was a lot of crucial light bindings that Isan landed that set up for great picks, and it really just comboed well with the rest of the composition that Flash Wolves were trying to go for, because a lot of the times the Sona is kind of seen as the enchanter that is doing a lot of the sustaining, giving you the innate movement speed, and then people just look at Lux and like, oh yeah, just throw out Prismatic Barrier and that's it. But Isan was building a lot of damage and was actually threatening in the mid game with crucial picks through the light bindings into the final spark, getting a lot of poke damage out, sometimes even forcing members away from the objectives so that they were always secured for the side of Flash.
And he was doing so as a damage character. You know, in this composition, when you run Sona Lux, the Lux takes the CS. The Lux takes the creeps in lane. They get the gold. And we saw that. So anytime I see that, you also see it with Senna lanes, where the Senna player is typically the AD carry, and whoever's playing the support takes farm. So whenever I see that, and I see the support player pull it off, but I'm a little bit proud, because it's just flexibility, saying, okay, it's my turn to step up and be the damage dealer and risk my life to do damage and have to stay safe in order to provide sustain, and it pulled it off very well. So you should be very proud of yourself if you're Isan, demonstrating some flexibility and some dominance here on the main stage.
Indeed, and the rest of Flash Wolves as well. They did really, really well, especially with, you know, all of the obstacles that we had, all the challenges that we had. I still think that, you know, they were able to hold their own, and we will be seeing them again tomorrow. As we check out our updated brackets for the day, we are going to head back into the upper bracket, of course, for our first matches for tomorrow, and it is going to be Barrier United Esports and Eva's Esports kicking things off, followed by SBTC Esports and Team Secret. One team with their opponent yet to be decided, and Flash Wolves once again with another mystery opponent over here. We were speculating about this while we had our little mini podcast. Apologies if you missed it. Yeah,
it'll be up on the feed later.
It will be up in the feed later. You could catch that little mini podcast that we had during the break. But yes, I think it's so interesting that one team could face off against Eva's Esports. And we have this little rematch of the grand finals of the Summer Super Cup. And of course, Flash Wolves could be up against SBTC Esports, could be up against Team Secret as well. We'll find out tomorrow for day 2 of our Players Bracket. Right now, let's check out the schedules for tomorrow so that you know when to catch, what time exactly to catch your favorite matches. If you are cheering, of course, for your own teams, please do take note of these. And Rafa, I want to get your thoughts over here. I know we were talking a lot about this during the break, but Barim United versus Eva's Esports, SBTC versus Team Secret. Which way do you think it's gonna go? I'm gonna get all your predictions.
So for Buriram and Evos, this is the battle of the Thai regional teams, which is super cool. You're gonna get to see who will take the Thai crown. Before this bracket started, if you had put this matchup, I would have taken Buriram over Evos because I thought Evos were slumping based on their group stage performances, but then they kicked, baby. They took out Divine 3-1, and they're now they're on full form now. They're on blast. So I now think Evos have what it takes to take on Buriram, because G4 is ready to reassert himself as the best mid laner in the tournament. Bardez is also looking to take reigns as a king jungler, the best Thai jungler as well. And then if you look at the flip side, SBTC and Team Secret, I want to have a lot of hope for the Filipino region or Team Secret because it would be super cool to see them go all the way. And I know you would too, Mika. But currently, SBTC, just based on what we saw last time, SBTC looked like the most dominant team and what I would consider as my favorites to win the entire tournament.
Yeah. TJ, what about you?
Just the first 2 games. I'm a little biased. I'll be casting both of them, but I think those are 2 of the best games of the tournament so far. So be sure to tune in. I heard the people that are casting it are really good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. That's really great. You know what? They must have a
I hear
very,
they're
very
incredible.
secure...
Humble, gracious,
and possibly
understated.
with a secure financial future. You're probably,
Oh, I
you
see.
know... You guys, of course, probably, you know, open the doors to your financial future as casters as well! With Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers.
Casting financial future? I don't know. Maybe I need some help from Franklin Templeton. That's all I'm saying.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day, dude. And that is a wrap on day
Help me, Franklin!
No, as casters, if you guys are, you know, very good and, you know, very good at your craft, you might as well have a secure financial future indeed. But yes, unfortunately, we say a very bittersweet goodbye to MBR Esports from the Indonesian region and to Divine Esports from the Vietnam region. But tomorrow, the story continues for the rest of our teams here in the playoffs. We will see you back here tomorrow for day 2 of the Wild Rift Seed Championship playoffs. Mika Fabs with very sleepy Rafa and very sleepy TJ right next to me. We are signing off now. They are going to bed. I'll probably go to bed as well. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.
To define your character. To choose your financial objective. To choose your investment strategy. And build your portfolio. Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Be my eye. Hello to all League of Legends Wild Rift fans. We're aespa. I'm Karina. I'm Giselle. I'm Winter. I'm Nini. We're excited to be part of the ESL Mobile Challenge presents the Wild Rift SEA Championship Grand Finals this weekend. Catch our performance in the live broadcast happening this 3rd October. Unleash great news. See you there!